Costa had no influence in my opinion.
Listen, from the Pokemon to the players, of course, we mentioned a few names there. Davide, Cognetta, Marco Silva, Marcus Harmon. So many players who we have qualified for Phase 2 here. But the litany of names just goes on. Names that we're familiar with, names we're less familiar with. Giuseppe Musico, of course, winning on stream in our final round that we streamed yesterday. Lewis Markle, a real rising star, but there's no greater rising star in my eyes than Teati Masso himself, having an absolutely phenomenal run over the past couple of seasons and really cementing their name here in Phase 2 of the Turin Special Championships. This is not all of the qualified players. We'll be showing you a selection of some of the names. Who else is catching your eye here, Lee?
I think we ended yesterday in a perfect way, you know, with Federico Camperazzi and Giuseppe with that Charizard team. So they're really sticking out to me from looking at the overview of our players, a selection of them anyway, going through. I think you've got to say, like with what Ben said, Marcus, I think yesterday played so well on stream, so hopefully carries that on with that Charizard X. Would like to see that have some success finally over its brethren, the Charizard Y. But obviously all of our players have been doing extremely well. We've got Yannick as well that we had on stream yesterday. Just fell a little bit short against Sally, but making it through to Phase 2 and progressing deeper into the tournament with that really innovative team as well.
And I also do have to give a shout out to additional Italian players, Francesco Piopera and Roberto Parente. We did have a bit of a chat with them yesterday evening, and the last time we did in the last event, they both got top 4 at EUIC, so I want to put it past them to do something similar this time around as well.
I believe they greeted us with "Ciao ragazzi."
They did.
It's wonderful. Felt very familiar. I mean,
I know.
Hello, kids, right? Essentially.
Hello, lads, kids, yeah.
Okay, right. Yeah. Well, ciao ragazzi to you all as well. Ciao ragazzo, Ben.
Well, for me, it's look at all these players. You can see the current standings of their championship points on the overall leaderboards here, and look at all of those players that are kind of sitting on the bubble at the moment. You've got Herman at 65, you've got Rayan at 86, so on and so forth. All of these players, every single round of Swiss that they play matter, because that takes you just one step closer to either top cut. But if not, if you miss out on the top cut, you want to be as high up so you get as many championships as possible and just jump in to that all-elusive top 80.
Oh, absolutely. Elusive is certainly the name of the game, and the margins are so fine. As we see even more names, and of course, there's a lot of Italian representation here in Turin. Giulio Tolau, another player we were able to feature on stream yesterday. Arash Amati as well. Sala Rizzulli, who was our senior division Turin champion back in 2023, now having a fantastic showing in the Masters division as well. Really, some new narratives are being written this weekend, Lee.
Yeah, and particularly to the players that we've got Arash and David there that have come into this event, and beforehand they're not really in that contention because of the lack of championship points that they've got this season for, you know, multitude of reasons, but they can still qualify for the World Championships here by getting that golden ticket, by claiming that #1 place. And, you know, both players capable of doing that. So that would be like the fairy tale, you know, end of the season where you think, I've not really got much chance of getting to the World Championships, but you come in, you give it your best shot, and then you end up taking away the golden ticket, and you're going to be at the World Championships later this summer. So yeah, some real good narratives that could play out, because these players have come in this morning, start off well, so hopefully it continues on like that for the rest of the day for them.
I do want to give a very quick shout out as well to Mr. Jamie Boyd, which we already have, but he did complain yesterday that we didn't give too much of a shout out, as he's currently...
Just because you just walked past over here.
Maybe or maybe not.
Reminded.
I cannot confirm. But he's currently got 9 wins with a very unique team.
Oh, yeah.
Very standard Mega Floette team. Some would say, others would say the most diverse.
Oh, definitely the most diverse. Definitely check out Swiss Round 2 from our stream yesterday if you want to see Jamie Boyd's team. It was incredible. We're dear. That's all I'm going to leave you with for now. So, where are you tuning in? Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's our central hub for where you can find all of the streams happening this weekend from the Turin Special Championships. VGC, TCG, Go, the works. So make sure you're bookmarking that page. That's where you want to be heading. But not just the websites, of course. We have our socials as well. We have over on social media our Pokemon accounts where you can keep up to date with all of the updates. And of course, YouTube and Twitch is where you can continue to follow all the action here in Turin and any of our future Pokemon events with the hashtag that we all know so well. And we will be improvising a harmony, everybody. It's hashtag 123 play Pokemon. Pretty good. I think we all settled on the same note there. But yeah, hey, oh well, at least it wasn't out of tune. You can't accuse us of that. All right then, Benny Boo Boo, let's get on over to the desk, shall we?
All right, Chazzy Choo Choo.
Hey, very nice. Lee Lulu Costa Kuka, I guess.
True. Okay, sure.
Great. We won't even start to talk about Pikachu. So then, everybody, let's get all of the excitement underway. Soak up all the action. It's going to be a beautiful day.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon champions to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's ability, held items, stat alignment, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Ben, what's a Mega Blastoise's favorite breakfast?
What is a Mega Blastoise's favorite breakfast?
Shell smashed avocado.
Wow.
Welcome, everybody. You like it?
Yeah, I do like it.
Excellent
I do
stuff.
like it.
Good, good. We'll have to have an old Benny Boo Boo gauge poll of your approval rating for each of the jokes. But I am Charlie Merriman, and I'm Merriman by name, and I'm Merriman by nature, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou. Kiri by name, Kiri by nature.
Yeah, I think we've been trying to flog that for too long now, Charlie. I think we should just let it be.
We'll leave that one with me, I guess. Well, fantastic. Listen, everybody. My goodness gracious me. Our final regional level event here in the EU season and the first to feature Pokemon champions. Feels like the end of one chapter and the beginning of a brand new one, Ben. And, you know, you've been around for 457,000 years. But with Pokemon champions, it must be so strange for you in particular with all of your heritage in the game.
Yeah, well, if anything, it feels quite familiar.
Right, okay.
Especially because we're going back to Mega Evolution. When I were a lad, when I started, we didn't have that. We had gems was the sort of, it wasn't a mechanic, it was just items that existed in the game. It's like, I remember Francesco Pardini took to 2012 World a team with 5 gems and a citrus berry, which was like one of the greatest item compositions on a team to the World Championships that you could get at the time. And then in 2014 we had Mega Evolution, had that for a couple of years and so on and so forth. But it does feel almost like after terrestrialization coming back to the roots.
Sure, yeah.
Evolution.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? I like the way you put that. Brand new, but also stuff that we're more than familiar with. Yes, of course, Pokemon Legends EA bringing back Mega Evolution and bringing some brand new Mega Evolutions in as well. I love that you call out Francesco Pardini there. He's someone who I interviewed at the Bologna Special Championships last year, and he had a whole crowd of supporters there for him. In the interview, they were just whooping and cheering along. Oh, wonderful. And that is exactly the kind of familial atmosphere you can expect if you were to attend one of these. And I really hope that Francesco Pardini writes a memoir and calls it 5 gems and a citrus berry.
It's definitely a set of items items that we're not going to have anytime soon. But let's get back to the Turin Special Championships, because we have completed our Phase 1. We had 8 rounds of Swiss yesterday. We had 1 round of Phase 2 yesterday as well. So many of our trainers have found out yesterday whether or not they're going to be continuing with an opportunity today to make it all the way to top cut, or if they're playing for those all-important championship points.
And championship points, of course, what you need to qualify for the World Championships in San Francisco in August. Let's take a look at the standings, how things are shaping up in the tournament so far. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness, 10-0 Giuseppe Musico. Didn't even intend to rhyme that one. But Italian player, of course, here on home turf. And that home turf advantage is something we've seen come through time and time again. It's Mega Charizard Y, of course. Your favorite, Ben. I know you're an X-fan.
I am an X-fan. But it's so nice to see, actually, considering when I spoke to Giuseppe at the end of round 9 yesterday, he was saying that he was really surprised that he's made it to this stage because he didn't feel like his preparation was as good as it could be in comparison to some of the previous games. One of the reasons that that's an Incineroar over a Mega Floette that we usually see in that composition was he was like, well, I'm not really sure, nothing really feeling good. I'm going to slap an Incineroar on there because I'm really good at using it. And, well, 10-0.
He's really good at using it. There's a reason why we see Incineroar time and time again in competitive Pokemon. Nico Davide Cognetta, of course, our Turin champion from 2023, here again, and could do it all again. And when I spoke to Davide in our interview yesterday, he told me that over the whole season he's accumulated precisely 20 championship points. I was trying to remember how he got them. He couldn't remember where they came from. He just went to one local that wasn't taking this season particularly seriously, but his girlfriend encouraged him to defend his title. So let's see if they're able to do it this weekend. It would be a phenomenal storyline. If so, Jamie Boyd there, 9-1 from the UK. That team, we casted that, and what a pleasure that was.
One Senor Boyd and his weird deer.
Yeah, very nice.
It's you know, doing what Jamie does best in trying to find the best pieces that fit together, regardless of whether or not they're considered strong within the metagame. Mega Floette, I think we can all agree, is pretty powerful, pretty strong, pretty good new Mega Evolution that we have access to in Pokemon Champions. Milotic has seen quite a bit of use. Everything else, Komodo as well. Everything else on the team, the Serperior, the Weirdeer, and the Milotic, Cerulege, apologies, a little bit different from what we usually see, and something, especially since the Serperior is his favorite Pokemon. It came onto the team last, which is really nice to see. How it's like, well, I need something that's good against Basculegion, and I want screens, and I want a little bit of extra support toolkit. Is Serperior the right call here? It turns out, yes, it is. And he's been using that combination of Gravity and Hypnosis as well with his Weirdeer and Milotic. He said to me yesterday, Weirdeer, Milotic, best lead in the game.
Wow. Okay. I mean, what do you think about that? But you heard it here first.
As only Jamie could say with such confidence.
Exactly that. Phenomenal. If you're unaware of Serperior, contrary, the ability gives boosts where they would once be dropped. So you run Leaf Storm, and instead of having a special attack lowered by a lot, you have it boosted by a lot, and it can sweep through as well as providing those screens, as you say, Ben. Yes, there's so much experimentation to be done in Pokemon Champions. You might feel it's a limited pool of Pokemon, you might feel it's a limited pool of items, but oh no, we're here to show you that that is not the case. Yeah, it's interesting seeing the Mega Floette on Jamie's team, which is the Pokemon that's been the most feared, maybe, coming into Regulation Set MA. I mean, pretty splashable, isn't it? Well, I could definitely see a world where Jamie constructed the rest of the team and then was like, and Mega Floette.
I think, especially with the limited item pool, we're seeing so many compositions that are based on 2 Mega Pokemon, and we kind of think of them as like a primary Mega and a secondary Mega, but actually, like, it doesn't really matter which way they're round. It's just different modes of the team. Whether you use one more than the other, it's still part of the functionality of the team. And I feel like Floette is the Pokemon that sees that combination with another Mega Pokemon the most often.
And quite often, Mega Charizard Y. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of that this weekend in Phase 2. Absolutely. And speaking of which, it's time to look at our notable matches. Will we be bringing you one of those Mega Charizard Y and Floette teams? Oh no! Absolutely not. Production says no. They say Lorenzo Profeta versus Juan Pescador. And we're talking Mega Frostlass and Mega Scovillain going up against Mega Scizor and Mega Dragonite. But we'll take a much deeper dive into those teams in just a moment's time. Take a look at all of these lovely other teams down here.
We have the true Mateo mirror match here. Yeah. Perfect first name mirror match, perfect 6 Pokemon mirror match here. David Conieta there with his Mega Gengar Perish-based team. We saw him piloting that yesterday to such great success. Senor Boit versus Marco Silva there at the bottom, and that looks like a match that I'm really excited for. I can guarantee you that Marco has never played anything like Boit is running this time round, so fascinated to see what the result of that match is.
Absolutely, and only one Mega Charizard Y and Mega Floette composition here run by Nelson. So just goes to show we're in phase 2, but these top trainers, they can absolutely make work what they want to make work. And in the words of Karen of the Johto Elite 4, truly skilled trainers try to win with their favorites, and that's absolutely something that Jamie Boyd has taken to heart. We saw Davide's Mega Gengar there, and obviously Costa is really backing Mega Gengar.
Really backing it.
I mean, how much stock do you put in that?
Some, okay. Some, for sure. I think there's 2 different schools of thought in terms of like how you think about how strong a Mega Pokemon is. We'll come back to that in a little while, because let's talk a little bit more about the players that we have here on stream.
Absolutely, that's a whole topic unto itself. Here they are getting ready and good to go. Of course, every match counts. Sure, you can afford to take up to 2 losses before you get knocked out of the tournament, but every win is going to help you secure your spot in the top cut of the tournament this weekend. So everything really is on the line, and again, this is the last chance for so many players to qualify for the World Championships this weekend, especially here in the EU region. It's our last EU event. So the pressure is on, but the trainers so far looking relatively calm.
And it's nice to see these trainers that we haven't featured too much on the broadcast before get their opportunity, this last opportunity in the 2026 regional season, to be able to get onto that stream desk. Lorenzo on the left, Juan on the right there. And I can't wait to see this talent that these 2 trainers can give us here. And featuring 2 teams that we haven't seen too much of on the broadcast. We've seen it a lot in the notable matchups. We haven't seen this kind of matchup come into the fore yet.
I wish that the plushies on stage were a little foretell of the teams that we were about to see, but we have just as thrilling a selection of Pokemon coming out for you. And some Pokemon who we didn't get to see at all yesterday. Very excitingly, yes, Juan and Lorenzo, they're trainers who maybe you're not so familiar with. They're trainers who don't have too many achievements to their name, but that is all the more exciting because they'll be writing their own history right now in Turin. Bologna top 32 last year for Lorenzo, and Global Challenge top 64 this year for Juan. Of course, the Global Challenge working in a very different way. It's best of 1 and closed team sheet. So it's Juan showing that they can handle both modes of competition. Truly a show of talent.
And both of these trainers at 9-1 records. So, yeah, say what you want about what's happened before. Right now, these trainers are both having fantastic tournaments. Unfortunately, one of them will be going 9-2 this round. But for the one that wins, that's very likely that they'll find themselves in the top cut.
And one exciting way to kick off a Sunday for the trainers and, of course, for you lovely viewers at home. Alrighty then, Lorenzo, show us what you got. Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain, Basculegion, Kingambit, Sneasler, and Lycanroc.
I love this composition. The Sneasler Lycanroc, I've been thinking about it since yesterday when I first come across it on the broadcast. The Sneasler and Lycanroc as a combination counters and has options against Mega Floette, Mega Charizard, and of course Mega Tyranitar, which are all 3 of the top megas that we have in our tournament so far, certainly going into day 1. And when you have all of that capability to be able to knock out these strong Pokemon, and then you have both your Mega Pokemon in the back, but also 2 other powerhouses in Basculegion and Kingambit, you can see why this sort of team composition starts to do really well. Not to mention that Frostlass is one of those megas, so as is Scovillain, that doesn't want to face down Pokemon like Charizard, but does want to face down just about everything else in the field. And so if you can have this sort of composition where you're covering Charizard really well, and then you're covering the rest of the field very well with another Pokemon on your team, it sets you up very well for success.
Well, Lorenzo is living proof of that. In a moment, these trainers will be exchanging their team sheets so that they can see all of the details you have just seen there in order to get into this game. Open team sheets is how it works around here, as well as best of 3. Juan Pescador on the other side of your screen. They will be running Scizor, Dragonite, Basculegion, Pelipper, Mousehold, and Archaludon. So Mega Scizor is a Mega Pokemon that we haven't seen so commonly, but with its Technician ability, it's going to give a little boost to the underpowered moves like Bullet Punch. And of course with Swords Dance as well, you can get it hitting all the harder, and it's a priority move too, so you can neutralize threats before they even blossom.
2 Mega Pokemon that retain their ability when they go for their Mega Evolution, retaining Technician, retaining Multiscale, which is kind of unusual. So a lot of the time we use our Mega Pokemon to gain something new and maybe more powerful than the previous evolution. But these are also 2 Mega Pokemon that do not need to Mega to be useful. So both can come to a game, and I think that's really powerful. If you need that extra bit of bulk and an extra bit of power on your priority moves, maybe a little bit of extra resource to get your Swords Dances up on the Scizor, you can go for the Mega there. If you need a little bit more stopping power, maybe a little bit more speed on the Dragonite, then you can go for your Mega there as well. Of course, there's that strong rain mode backing up Juan's Mega Pokemon in the Pelipper, Archaludon, Basculegion, and the Mousehold, of course, to pull it all together to support with the Follow Me sets.
And I really like that the Mousehold has access to manual Rain Dance here as well. We're not just relying on the Pelipper to get things pouring down. Okay then everybody, it's time to get into our first match of day 2. First stream match, that is. It's Swiss Round 11. Lorenzo Profeta going up against Juan Pescador. That's a Frostlass and a Sneasler, and over on the other side, Scizor and Pelipper.
Yeah, nice setup there for Juan, getting the Scizor down early and putting pressure on the Frostlass. But Pelipper in the lead there is not going to have their weather sitting on the field for too long, you'd like to imagine, with the Frostlass in the back. I think one of the key factors of all of these sort of weather wars, we saw it before in Indianapolis, we've seen it a little bit yesterday, holding on to your Mega Evolution until the point where you want to maintain the weather, not only to win the weather war, so to speak, but also to make sure that your weather is retaining on the field for as long as possible. But Sneasler has got other things to say about that Scizor getting a Bullet Punch off, because it is offering that fake out on turn 1.
Absolutely. Frostlass can just go for his Mega Evolution and get that Snow Warning ability active. Turn that rain into snow, and that's exactly what Frostlass is doing. Chilling the air and giving us all of the thrills and chills here in the venue and for you lovely people at home. Here comes that snow, and of course, it's threatened by the super effective damage from Scizor here. Another thing for Lorenzo to contend with is Juan's Pelipper does have access to Wide Guard, so let's see if Lorenzo called that or if they stayed firm and went for that Blizzard. We've got a Mega Scizor here, now boosting up with its Technician ability. The Shadow Ball does really respectable damage there. That is a critical hit and a lovely way with the special defense drop as well. Couldn't have asked for more from that move. Close combat neutral here into the Scizor. It will be taking that. Sneasler, on the other hand, will be receiving a big old drop to its defenses, restored immediately by its White Herb. Now we turn over to this Scizor, who wants to get nice and set up. If Scizor's ready to go, then it will just be able to sweep through Lorenzo's team. And of course, Mousehold there, providing the Friend Guard support. The Scizor is down, but certainly not out.
You can see the effect of all of the extra bulk that this Scizor gains when it goes for a Mega Evolution. It is like 40 to its base defense, and you can see how it shrugged off that close combat there, was able to get the Swords Dance up, even though the critical hit came in from the Shadow Ball on the Frostlass. Now, with the redirection on this Focus Sash Mousehold, the close combat can go into the Mousehold, but the Scizor is very likely to be able to just fire off Bullet Punches for the next couple of turns, and now it's down to Lorenzo to try to position their Pokemon in such a way that these Bullet Punches aren't so threatening.
Punching holes is exactly what Mega Scizor wants to do, but Juan has to make sure, be careful, that there's no switch into something like a Basculegion or indeed a King Gambit that would take resisted damage from those Bullet Punches, but would hate to see a close combat coming. Mousehold waggles its paws, and now all moves will be redirected that direction. But it's the Bullet Punch into the Sneasler instead. It's bringing it oh so low, but it's not quite enough for the KO. Now the close combat, of course, into the Mousehold. It became the center of attention, but the Focus Sash paying dividends. We're down to 1 HP. HP is sticking around. 1 HP, as always, infinitely more than 0 here. Sneasler, again, this time it's White Hub not restoring its defenses, but its HP so low, that's not going to come into contention.
A lot of Sneasler, a lot of adaptations to many Sneasler in the format at the moment is to go super, super bulky. And make no mistake, that Sneasler has been trained in its defenses. Exactly how much we don't know, but enough certainly to take that bullet punch. Now the King Gambit's putting a lot of pressure on. And the choice here, I think, is really whether or not you go for a bullet punch or try to get a bug bite down into that King Gambit if you're Juan. But also, you got to worry about that potential for the whatever is in the back.
No bug bite on this sizzle that Juan is running. It's just the close combat and the bullet punch. And of course, a King Gambit hates to see a close combat coming. King Gambit attempts to protect here as well, but it was just Juan scouting out. Scovillain, though, is going to be getting its Moody ability activated. That's the ability it has before Mega Evolving.
But no spicy spray coming out from Mega Scovillain this time because Lorenzo has already committed the Frostlass Mega Evolution. And it's kind of interesting this turn. The King Gambit is certainly going to be slower than the Scizor, and so a combination of Scovillain attacking the Mousehold would allow King Gambit to kind of get at the Scizor, but not before the Scizor could land a bullet punch into the King Gambit. And so I think the question for Juan is, how does he target in this turn? What Pokemon does he prioritize trying to knock out as quickly as possible while redirecting any damage away from that Scizor?
Scovillain receives a drop to its special attack there from its Moody activation as well. And that is the side on which Scovillain wants to be hitting. It's going to be staying in, and it seems like it's not going to be Mega Evolving either, as Mousehold is once more the center of attention. Scovillain also the center of attention now, with Rage Powder activating the same way. This means that King Gambit cannot go for a Sucker Punch here. As close combat into the Scovillain at +2, of course, it's going to be enough to secure the KO. Again, the Sizzle down so low, it doesn't mind taking these defense drops now. Juan is just going all in, claiming what it can. The most excessive Kowtow Cleave you've ever seen for that 1 HP on the Mousehold, and that friendly family, they're going back to their house.
Both trainers have lost their redirection here, and with Sucker Punch being a big threat on the King Gambit, there's a mind game going on here. It's like, well, if the Scizor is going for a bullet punch to the Pokemon next to the King Gambit, whether it's the Frostlass or the Sneasler coming back in, the Sucker Punch would fail into the Scizor. But both of these trainers know that, right? And so if the Scizor then takes the opportunity to try to get a close combat into the King Gambit, well, actually, then you get into a position where the Sucker Punch is active again onto the Scizor. There's no way to redirect it away from that Pokemon. And then you get into a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, as like which of these powerhouse Pokemon is going to be going down.
Unsurprising to see the trainers take their time to lock in which Pokemon they're switching into here. Again, everything on the line here in our final day of action at the Turin Special Championships. Sneasler returns, as does Pelipper now. Pelipper bringing the rain back with it.
Okay, and now the Sneasler is offering some fake-out support for the King Gambit. This King Gambit is able to set up a Swords Dance as well, and we saw yesterday King Gambit's being able to knock out Pelipper's in one with a combination of the Swords Dance, the Black Glasses, and of course the Kowtow Cleave. So definitely a little bit of space that this King Gambit wants to have created for it by the Sneasler's fake out to maybe make it a little bit more threatening coming into this middle stage of the game.
The Pelipper can do at least neutral damage into the King Gambit in response. Of course, what Juan really wants to do is just remove it before it can get this Sucker Punch going on the Scizor, but no way to do that immediately yet. The close combat onto the Pelipper here. It's holding the Citrus Berry, not the Focus Sash, so the quicker Lorenzo gets Juan's Pelipper munching through that, the better. Close combat, though, can just respond into King Gambit. Massive call there. There was no Sucker Punch from the King Gambit into the Scizor. That meant that the Scizzor's able to stick around on the field. It's a double super effective hit there onto the Dark and Steel type.
Oh, the Hurricane
super effective in response. Juan just stays firm. Lorenzo thinking, surely you're not going to be bold enough to go for a close combat onto my King Gambit when I can just Sucker Punch you. But Juan says, I see that Sucker Punch and I'm going to provide one in return, and stamps his ticket into Game 2.
Yeah, that's a crazy turn. Lots of reads going on there, but I think Juan's idea was to say, well, okay, if you fake out my Scizor, I get the Hurricane into the Sneasler, knock that out, bring you down to the last two Pokemon. If you start playing on the defensive with the Swords Dance on the King Gambit, then you're not doing any damage to me. Maybe I'll take a knockout in return. If you fake out into the Scissor, then I'm going to be if I fake out into the Pelipper, then I'm going to be trying to get that close combat into your King Gambit. Either way, you're going to be profiting from that situation if you're Juan. As it stands, close combat is not fake out, does not stop any attacks going through, and yeah, double KO for the game.
One wonders what the final Pokemon for Juan was there, the fourth Pokemon lurking in the back, and that's information that Juan will be really pleased not to have revealed to Lorenzo in that game. So Lorenzo can't get a read on the game plan, the full game plan that Juan was going for there. Frostlass made an early appearance in that game, but then disappeared, and we never saw it again. Lorenzo's certainly going to be wanting to get more out of that Frostlass, and the big question for Lorenzo here is Juan going to lean on the same strategy that worked for him in game one, or are they going to switch it up? And often we see the top-level trainers having in their back pocket a go-to Game 2 mode.
I think it's so difficult against Rain to bring your Mega Scovillain and sort of feel good about it. You're not getting the Spicy Spray burns onto those special attackers that are typically in Rain compositions, but this might be the adaptation that Lorenzo needs to think about. That Scizor was so dangerous, and a big Fire-type move would be very, very dangerous indeed.
It's going to be Dragonite this time in the lead alongside Pelipper, and a switch up for Lorenzo too, with Sneasler and King Gambit.
Okay, so Sneasler King Gambit here, again, offering that fake out pressure. Whether or not Lorenzo wants to go for it or not is a different question, because both of these flying type Pokemon on Juan's side of the field carry Hurricane. That will be a key knockout onto the Sneasler, which can cause Juan a few problems, especially if our Chaladon is in the back, certainly if Maushold is in the back as well. You do wonder if Juan is telegraphing that Mega Dragonite is the choice this game round rather than Mega Scizor. Maybe feeling like after game one, Juan's conditioned Lorenzo to say, hey, that Frostlass, that didn't do too much in game one. Maybe I shouldn't bring it. Oh, look, here's the Dragonite coming in game two.
It's exactly what we were saying. This is the go-to back pocket game 2 play, as now the Dragonite will be flinching thanks to that fake about. Crucially, the multi-scale is broken, so any incoming moves will be dealing more damage. Weather Ball, so it's going to be neutral into this King Gambit, but it is in the rain, and it's brought down to around 50%, dealing respectable damage. King Gambit, though, is taking the opportunity now to get a Swords Dance up. And fair enough, because neither the Dragonite or the Pelipper can threaten the King Gambit with too much damage. So Lorenzo seems to be playing Juan at their own game with the Scizor from game 1.
Yeah, I really like this Swords Dance from the King Gambit. It really does put a lot of pressure on Juan's side of the field, and Lorenzo's done a great job in training that King Gambit to take less than 50% from the Weather Ball, and I think that really changes the game, right? If it did slightly more than 50%, then that King Gambit's got to be fearing a double target from the combination of Dragonite with its Weather Ball as well, boosted by the rain, as well as the Pelipper here. There's no switch-in that Lorenzo can do without Mega Frostlass in play to be able to change the weather.
Dragonite, though, speaking of switching, is exactly what's going to be coming off the field now. Maushold coming in instead with his Friend Guard ability, boosting the defenses of that Pelipper here. Is it going to be enough, though? The gun shot is going to be missing onto the Pelipper. That is the risk you take running that move. It's not 100% accurate. You respond with a super effective Hurricane. Sneasler is running all the way back to the mountains of Hisui, climbing back up to its den. The big one-hit KO here. Now, Lorenzo will have to switch something in from the back, but what is going to want to be on the receiving end of what Pelipper can dish out?
Gunk Shot's so powerful in its ability to be able to knock out Mega Floette Eternal, but that is the reason that trainers are wary of clicking that button, because after such a fantastic turn one where Lorenzo really looked like they were feeling in the driving seat, Juan has been able to turn the tables, getting that Maushold in, avoiding the Gunk Shot, getting the damage down onto the Sneasler to knock it out, and this Basculegion is going to have to work some overtime here to get Lorenzo back into a good spot.
I do respect the play, though, from Lorenzo. Your back's against the wall. You just got to go for a Gunk Shot, and if it connects, then you've suddenly punched a big old hole in Juan's strategy, in Juan's team, and maybe you're able to claw something back. But could this be a 2-0 victory for Juan? Remember, it's best of 3 here. Basculegion is such a powerful Pokemon, all the more so in the rain, and he can threaten some decent damage onto the Maushold, but it prefers to come out as late as possible so that its last respects is boosted up as much as it can be. Maushold is, of course, going for the follow me here. I don't think either of us expected Ben for Pelipper to be the main damage dealer for so much of Game 2 as we looked at Team Preview, but that certainly seems to be the way. Maushold hanging on here with its Focus Sash. That family is holding firm, holding strong. We are family, but do they have enough power to overcome? The Weather Ball once again targeted into this protecting King Gambit.
This game is so backwards and forwards now, with Lorenzo correctly protecting the King Gambit from that weather ball, getting the damage down onto the Mousehold, getting its focus sash, getting it down to focus sash. That makes it easy to pick off with an Aquajet. The Basque Legion has taken a little bit of chip, but this Basque Legion is carrying the Citrus Berry. You can see from its HP stat as well, it's been trained to be nice and bulky as well. So it's probably going to take a Hurricane in the Hurricane, certainly from the Pelipper, and be able to dish some damage back, but that does give a little bit of an opening to Aquajet maybe at the Mousehold to knock it out. Maybe call a last respects into a Dragonite switch in here, get the King Gambit able to land out those big 2+ sucker punches as well.
Absolutely. Let's not forget, as you say, Ben, that this King Gambit is at +2 thanks to the Swords Dance. Going into the Pelipper there, again, holding the Citrus Berry and the Sucker Punch follow-up isn't actually enough. Getting that Pelipper munching and restoring its HP to around half. The Super Fang, such a nice tech move on the Mousehold here, taking King Gambit down to half of the HP it had remaining as the Hurricane connects with Basque Legion. Do we have a confusion, though? After it munches on its Citrus Berry, recovering that HP, that is the risk that can happen with Hurricane, but this Basque Legion is keeping its head in the game.
Yeah, it's like really brave move there for Lorenzo to go for a Sucker Punch to lock that in, trying to knock out this Pelipper, but the Pelipper has also been trained to be very bulky. I feel like this is one of the metagame adaptations that has been ubiquitous across all of our trainers. Is bulk is certainly a thing on all of our trainers' mind here. The Aquajet would be able to knock out the Mousehold before the Follow Me effect was in play. The Sucker Punch would still go into the Pelipper, but it was able to land that Hurricane down into the Basque Legion, munch on its Citrus Berry, and now we're sitting in a similar position, but this time the Pelipper is not going to be able to live that Sucker Punch from the King Gambit.
This King Gambit is certainly looking threatening, and even though it looked like such a good start for Juan when that gunk shot was missed, suddenly it seems like they're going to have to take a little bit more time and care as to locking in their moves, because this King Gambit is a threat. The Aquajet attempted into the protected Mouseholds here, kind of telegraphed to try and get rid of it. The Weather Ball now into Basque Legion just continue chipping away, and again, perhaps calling a switch in from the back. Kowtow Cleave, though, into this Pelipper. Oh yeah, the bill has spent its last. That's Pelipper down.
Pelipper down and out, and now it's going to be either the Dragonite or the final unrevealed Pokemon that Juan has at his disposal coming in from the back. I kind of think it's likely to be Archaladon or potentially that Scizor. I'd be surprised if Juan benched either of the Steel-type Pokemon in their team, especially with that Mega Frostlass as a potential in the back.
Especially because also the Pelipper is setting up the Rain, and that's going to be taking away the Fire weakness somewhat onto Scizor. At the very least, because Archaladon will be taking neutral damage. And of course, we have the Scovillain lurking in the back for Lorenzo. So fantastic team composition, fantastic synergy over on Juan's side. You can see it in their face. They know they are so close to stamping their ticket into the next round of Phase 2 at a 10-1 record. But it all comes down to how they respond to the pressure coming out from King Gambit. And they've decided that this previously Mega Evolved Dragonite is the play.
Okay, so Dragonite coming out. But the problem with Juan's board is still present. The fact that Basque Legion can still knock out that Mousehold and a Sucker Punch can still come from the King Gambit. I feel like there's still some repositioning that Juan needs to think about doing if he's going to be able to get an attack off with that Dragonite. You see the effect of just getting that fake out damage, breaking the multi-scale on the Dragonite. Now it's just... otherwise would be able to easily take a 2+ Black Glasses Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, but now I'd be very surprised if it was able to hold on.
Multi-scale means, of course, that once you're at full HP, you are taking half damage, but as soon as you are even just 1 HP less than that, you are taking the full brunt of damage from your opposing Pokemon. Can Juan turn this into a victory as Mousehold attempts the double protect? It's not going to work. The Aquajet actually going into the Dragonite here, just in case perhaps the Mousehold did get that double protect. Sucker Punch is not enough to get the KO onto Dragonite, so now it's all about how it responds. Dragon Pulse, is this going to be enough for King Gambit? No! Oh! 2 HP. That is why King Gambit is the Supreme Overlord, reigning supreme, and it could mean that Lorenzo is going to be the king of this game.
Whoa, that King Gambit surviving was absolutely crucial for Lorenzo going to try and take us into a game 3 here. That King Gambit goes down, then whatever is in the back comes in, but the biggest threat threats are off the board, especially when you have that mouse hold still in play, still being able to redirect, because Lorenzo is trying to do that extra little bit of damage, right, to the Dragonite to make sure that it stays on the field. But Friend Guard is the effect that's been keeping that Dragonite on the board.
It's Sizzle the switch in here, the final Pokemon. It can't Mega Evolve, only one Pokemon can do that. The Sucker Punch now easily enough to get the kill onto Dragonite. And at least for Juan now, you still have Friend Guard that you can switch in from the back. But a couple of KOs, and it looks like Lorenzo might have found the exact counter to what Juan tried to anticipate. Lorenzo was anticipating there, because of course it was the Dragonite in the lead. And now the Sizzle with the Friend Guard. It's still fine margins here, Ben.
It's so close. I mean, that mouse hold with Friend Guard is going to be able to allow this Sizzle to set up a little bit more easily. But as soon as that King Gambit goes down, the Basculegion gets a little bit of extra power onto his last respects, and would still be able to knock out this this Sizzle after the Aqua Jet knocks out the mouse hold. And so there's still a little bit of chicken and egg going on here with whether or not the mouse hold protects Follow Me's, and whether or not the Basculegion is able to target down that Scizor in the endgame.
And you just wonder what the Pokemon in the back for Lorenzo is. There's still one Pokemon unrevealed. None of them really want to face down this Sizzle, but the Scovillain would be your best bet, especially because there is no more Rain active for Juan. Juan is just going to be double protecting here, getting a read onto what Lorenzo's thinking. The Wave Crash targeted into the Sizzle. Again, that big burst damage, exactly what you want, and the Kowtow Cleave as well. May as well go for it, because if it's redirected, only one of them will be going into that mouse hole, because then it will go down.
And you can't lock into last respects if you think you're going to be able to try to knock out the mouse hole before you can get at the Scizor here. I do wonder if there's something to be said for Juan getting a sword stance up here on the Scizor, but there's the protect coming out, failing. Mouse hold finally going down. That Friend Guard is off the board. Now this Scizor is going to be vulnerable, but Bullet Punch comes down into the King Gambit. We will see the reveal of the final Pokemon that Lorenzo has brought. If it's that Scovillain, we're going into a game 3. If it's the Frostlass, I think we've still got a little bit of game to play.
Oh, it's the Scovillain, Ben. Let's see here. This Scovillain does, of course, has access to the Overheat. And there's no Mega Evolution spent, of course, over on Lorenzo's side of the field. So this is exactly the counterplay that you want to have into the Bug and Steel type on Juan's side of the field. Double super effective damage coming out there, and the Basculegion is going to be hitting pretty hard with those last respects.
Okay, so here is the Mega Scovillain, in fact, adding a little bit of insult to injury there. The Sizzle really isn't going to be able to take an Overheat. Couldn't take it before, definitely can't take it now, but also there's the Rage Powder Spicy Spray to come into effect here, and if this Sizzle gets burnt, it's even more unlikely to be able to take it all the way.
I really like this play from Lorenzo here, because, of course, Overheat can miss, but the last respects in itself is enough to take care of that Sizzle. And Lorenzo is taking us into a Game 3. Whoever wins this next one will be progressing through with a 10-1 record to Swiss round 12.
That was so back and forward in the early stages of that game, wasn't it? Whereas Lorenzo had a great turn 1, Juan had a great turn 2. Lorenzo had a great turn 3, and then the waters got a little bit muddy along the way. That Friend Guard staying in play, I think there was a double protect on the mouse hold to keep it there, and you saw how important that was. There's a little bit of targeting going on that maybe we'll talk about a little bit later on that turn. But going into Game 3, now Lorenzo has shown that they're willing to not take or bring their weather Pokemon of choice to this matchup against a rain team. And you wonder if Juan's thinking like, hey, can I just do the rain thing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's the thing. Of course, Dragonite in the lead would really incentivize Lorenzo to lead Frostlass from their end. But Juan, of course, will know that. It's so difficult. Speaking from experience from both of us heading into a Game 3, thinking, well, kind of all bets are off now. I've revealed most of the techs I have up my sleeve. So it's all about trying to sort of think 2, 3, 4, 5 turns ahead, thinking, well, my opponent's expecting this, so I should do this, but they might expect that, so I should do X, Y, and Z. Goodness me. And everything is on the line. Whoever wins this one is most likely progressing to our top cut, and whoever loses is looking a little bit more dicey.
One of the things I'm thinking about at the moment is whether or not that Lycanroc actually has a place in this main matchup. Both close combat, boosted by the tough claws, is really strong into our Chaladon and Mousehold. You've got that Accelerock. The priority is really, really strong. This Pelipper does not have the ability to protect itself. The Dragonite is weak to Rock as well. And even though it looks a little bit counterintuitive, bringing the Rock-type Pokemon to Rain, I'd love to see it in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, this Lycanroc here does have the Focus Sash. So
Exactly.
A little bit more longevity there. And at least, even with Rock Slide and Accelerock, you're dealing neutral damage to the Sizzle rather than totally resisted. But you do have to be wary of the wide guard on Pelipper, which would be blocking any Rock Slides. That's the trade-off for not having Protect. It's going to be Sizzle and the Pelipper, because if there's a Scovillain in the lead, the Rain will be keeping that Sizzle so much safer. But Lorenzo is relying on the lead that worked for them in Game 2 with Sneasler and the King Gambit.
Okay, so leading things off the same as Game 2 for Lorenzo, but Juan going back to the lead that won them in Game 1. Getting that Mega Scizor in play was so important, and now you've got this gambit between whether or not the Sneasler goes for a fake out into the Pelipper. Mega Scizor gets a Swords Dance for free. Is it the double target into the potentially Mega Scizor with a close combat and a Kowtow Cleave to try and take it low enough that a Sucker Punch can knock it out? Or, in fact, is it just going to be the Pelipper getting a key KO on that Sneasler that's gone down so early in the games that we've seen already?
And in the very first game, Juan decided to switch in the Mousehold for the Pelipper for the Friend Guard boost onto the Sizzle. Are they thinking along the same line? Well, this time King Gambit was just a bait for this fish to bite on the hook, because now Basculegion's here, Pelipper's staying in, and it's going for its Mega immediately on the Sizzle here. So it's got a big old boost to its defenses. Let's see if it's enough to see it through to a victory as the fake out connects onto Pelipper. It won't be moving this turn. Swords Dance, so Juan is setting up. It's been very back and forth in that sense as well. Swords Dance Sizzle Game 1, Swords Dance King Gambit Game 2, and now Swords Dance Scizor again Game 3.
Yeah, Swords Dance getting up is really big, but we saw that Sneasler before was able to take it. The Basculegion switch in coming in, not only a defensive switch for the King Gambit away from a close combat, but also a really offensive switch because it's resisting the Bullet Punch, and a big Wave Crash in the rain, uncontested by any other weather, is something that the Scizor is not going to appreciate. Probably going to hang on, especially if the Mousehold could come in for the Pelipper here to activate the Friend Guard, but certainly not required in this situation. I think this is the perfect adaptation for Lorenzo. Getting the Basculegion in the rain earlier in the match really does put the pressure on Juan.
Yeah, it's really nice play from Lorenzo here. And of course, that's exactly what you want out of a switch. You want to be gaining ground at all times. A defensive pivot, sure, but if you can apply that offensive pressure too, all the better. And this is exactly what you have to do in Game 3. Stay one step ahead at all times. There it is, exactly that. The turn 1 play in Game 1 is now the turn 3 play in Game 3. The Mousehold switching in, or indeed turn 2, as the Wave Crash tries to connect down onto the Scizor.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that Protect there as well. So the health bar's looking healthy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a stallier game here, because again, these trainers just need to get the advantage, everything on the line.
Where Lorenzo in games 1 and 2 was playing a little bit offensively with the picks and the Pokemon that they were using, trying to get those big priority damage in, this time is trying to preserve all of the pieces for later in the match, and that defensive switching is allowing the space for Juan to get those boosts going. Juan's taking great advantage of saying, like, okay, I can attack, but maybe I'll attack one turn later just to make sure that this Scizor is in a nice spot where the damage that Lorenzo is threatening with that Basculegion can be redirected to the Mousehold, and the Scizor can gain a little bit of foothold. But even though he's got his boost, Basculegion coming in to try to support that Mousehold.
Basculegion mirror, I was going to say, this Mousehold and Scizor can barely touch the Basculegion on Lorenzo's side. Mousehold is going to be protecting as the King Gambit gets off this Protect as well. Again, it's unsurprising to see the trainers play Stallier like this. How much is the Wave Crash going to be doing into the Basculegion? Still so much damage in the rain, and this is exactly what Lorenzo wants. He wants to get Juan on the back foot here.
Yeah, it's a really big amount of damage. It's nice to see that Basculegion having that Citrus Berry to munch on to get its HP back. But the problem being the Mousehold is still in play there to redirect attacks from the King Gambit and redirect attacks away from the Basculegion that's just come in for Juan there. And so Basculegion in the rain, it turns out to be pretty difficult to deal with on both sides of the field. This King Gambit is still not going to appreciate a wave crash to the face.
And Juan's Basque Legion is Choice Scarf, so it's going first and foremost. Oh my goodness, this King Gambit, call it a cat, I think it's got 9 lives. It's down to 21 HP, where we saw a 2 HP survival in the last game. And now the wave crash into the mouse out, of course, bringing it down to 1. These trainers are stepping on the gas after a pivoty first few turns of this game. But 1 HP with that focus sash, it's still on the field, and that means the Friend Guard is still active. Not anymore. It's going back to its mouse house. That mouse hold is down, and the Friend Guard is gone with it.
Yeah, Lorenzo's done really well here. One of the reasons that I think players have pivoted away from the initial Choice Scarf Basque Legion is just because that it doesn't give you the opportunity to change up your moves in a match. And now Juan's completely on the back foot now, because the Basque Legion on his side of the field is locked into the wave crash, which can be countered by a sucker punch. But if the Scissor comes in, the bullet punch can knock out that King Gambit on low HP, and then this Basque Legion can go for another wave crash again, probably knock itself out on the other Basque Legion because it's at such low HP. And again, there's the value of having, 1, the bulkier Basque Legion, but 2, also that Citrus Berry to keep it in the game.
That Sizzle indeed coming back out here, and yeah, with that Technician boost, should be enough to claim those 21 hit points over on the King Gambit on the other side. Basque Legion Mirror is not something we've seen in either of the previous 2 games. These trainers switching up their strategies masterfully. The experimentation, the creativity, just the endless options is exactly what Pokemon Champions has to offer.
Yes. I'm just looking at this board state. There's so many different things that can happen on this turn. As it happens, Juan deciding to retreat the Basque Legion away from a potential Aqua Jet. The Scissor playing defensively. Juan not wanting it to go down to any shenanigans whatsoever. And here's the wave crash going down into it, because the Basque Legion on Lorenzo's side of the field is so to speak, uncontested. I wonder if that's a timing decision that Juan made. That you've only got 1 Pokemon that you can switch in from the back, and that's Pelipper after the mouse hold has gone down. The rain goes down, but I think Juan is probably valuing Basque Legion being there for the end game much higher than the rain overall on the field. In fact, the rain is probably a downside for Juan at this stage, with the Basque Legion on Lorenzo's side of the field so healthy and putting so much pressure down onto the Sizzle.
Juan must be thinking it's surely that Scovillain in the back for Lorenzo. So how do I get around that? I need to have a Basque Legion in the back that can just get off a big Choice Scarf Last Respect into it before it can even do anything. Now the Bullet Punch is enough to claim the KO onto this King Gambit finally. That is finally the first Pokemon removed here for Lorenzo too. Wave Crash now targeted outside of the rain into this Sizzle. It's still so much damage. It's brought down just below half HP. Basque Legion though here is able to munch on its Citrus Berry, and that could exactly be what this Basque Legion needs in order to have what it needs to eke it out to see us into the end of this game. Now the Tailwind set up by Pelipper means that this Sizzle is going to be acting all the faster, and it is indeed that Scovillain coming in from the back for Lorenzo.
Well, does this Pelipper have his glasses on is the question, I mean, that everyone has on their lips. The Pelipper is really not threatened too much by the Basque Legion nor the Scovillain overall, especially not in Tailwind. But if it's able to get that Hurricane down into the Scovillain, may not be enough to knock out Mega Scovillain in 1, but Scovillain's on that kind of border where it's not very bulky, but because it's a redirector, people invest in its defenses to be able to take as many attacks as possible before it goes down. So if the Scovillain goes down, there's still a question about how do you deal with this Basque Legion, or do you allow the wave crashes to, if you're Juan, to go down onto the Basque Legion so it's at low enough HP for you to be able to knock out?
This is so exciting. What a thrill to be treated to such high-level play here in our first streamed Swiss round of the Turin Special Championships in Phase 2. Mega Scovillain is exactly the play. Any damaging move going into it will burn the attacker, putting them on a timer and neutralizing their physical attack. The Hurricane is going to connect outside of the rain. The Scovillain's brought down to 28 HP. The Spice Spray burns the Pelipper. It doesn't mind that too much. It's not a physical attacker. Now, the Giga Drain coming out from Scovillain, not good for some recovery here. So crucial, because speaking from experience, it can be so annoying trying to deal with a Scovillain that just will not go down. Speaking of that, Pelipper can now munch on its citrus berry as the last respect brings Pelipper down to 12 HP, but the burn, it's on 2 HP. This has been the match of 2 HP. King Gambit in the previous game, now Pelipper as well, but it's going down at the end of the next turn.
Giga Drain also very big because it takes it out of a Choice Scarf Aqua Jet range from the Basque Legion, and the Basque Legion would burn itself and then likely go down to the burn, especially since the Pelipper is not long for this match. The only way for this Pelipper to survive past this turn is to be able to switch out and come in a little bit later in the tailwind, but then you're not putting on any offense, and that Basque Legion on the Lorenzo side of the field is still in such a great position to be able to be on the offensive. Doesn't mind that Juan is in the tailwind environment because it was already slower than the Basque Legion Choice Scarf on Lorenzo, on Juan's side.
Absolutely. My goodness me. The margins could not be finer as we approach the end game here. Juan is going to be retreating that Basque Legion now. Sizzle coming in instead in the face of a Scovillain, but Scovillain is just going for the Rage Powder, calling that it wouldn't be going for the overheat into a Basque Legion there. Hurricane, though, this time is going to be missing onto the Scovillain. I mean, it's only 70% accurate outside of the rain. Last respect onto the Sizzle. It's going to be enough for the KO. My goodness gracious me, after such a decisive win in game 1 for Juan, it looks like Lorenzo might be the winner after all, as Pelipper now goes down to its burn. Might be a Pelican, it might summon the rain, but nothing is going to be curing that fiery damage. And the forfeit's locked in. It's going to be Lorenzo Profeta claiming the victory here in Swiss round 11.
What a fantastic game 3 that Lorenzo played. It looked like he was on the back foot with that Scizor being able to get the boost up, but with the move choice on that Scizor being Bullet Punch and Close Combat, it just wasn't able to put the damage down onto Basque Legion. Even if it was Bug Bite on the Scizor, it would still be resisted by the Ghost-type Basque Legion. And Lorenzo identifying that through the 2 games, working out that Basque Legion in the rain that Juan brought to the match was the key to victory.
It's so interesting because basically for Lorenzo, as soon as you drop the Frostlass, then you're good. I mean, there was a lot of back and forth in between, but it was the Frostlass that was really holding Lorenzo back in that game 1. Scovillain is really the linchpin that held this entire battle together. That's what Juan was playing around the whole time. Fortunately, the Pelipper was feeling accurate outside the rain as well. The Sneasler taking super effective damage from that Hurricane. Pelipper can really hit hard if you invest the right amount into its special attack, so you don't want to sleep on this big build bird. And this 2 HP survival from the King Gambit. Look at Juan there, just going for all of the outs they possibly could. There's a reason why King Gambit is the supreme overlord when it comes to the regular Pokemon picks here in Pokemon Champions.
Yeah, Lorenzo played that so well. I think Juan did a really great job in Game 3 trying to pile on the pressure. In Games 1 and 2 as well, using, especially in Game 1, that Mega Scizor to really great effect to be able to get the Sword Stances up when the Basque Legion wasn't on the other side of the field, pressuring the Frostlass, making it so that Lorenzo was thinking twice about bringing weather to the rain matchup, and sometimes as the rain player, that's like the most important thing because you kind of want to execute your strategy as much as possible. But we didn't see that Archaludon across any of the games in the set, just the Basque Legion that both of these trainers were trying to take advantage of. It turned out the rain was a little bit of a downside for Juan overall.
You can see why it was tempting to bring the Frostlass, because if rain is such a key mode for your team, then yeah, you want to be able to shut it off, and you just click that Mega Evolution button, and all of a sudden the rain becomes the snow. It was so interesting that Scovillain didn't really appear in the game much at all in any of those 3 games, but it was the pressure that it exerted from being in the back, lurking in the back, waiting in its Pokeball to come in so that it could just bot that Sizzle and get it right off the field.
I think in many ways, a lot of players, myself included, consider Basque Legion and King Gambit kind of like Mega Pokemon. They've got well-rounded stats. They've got the ability to put the pressure on. They've got the ability to take a lot of hits. And so it's like, well, don't necessarily need my Mega Pokemon in every game. Certainly Scovillain and Frostlass are a little bit more specialized in the matches that they come to. They're really good at completely different things. But it's quite clear that Lorenzo understands where each of those Pokemon are good and when to bring them to a match.
And that's crucial, absolutely crucial. And also just the fine margins. I love how Lorenzo at the start of Game 2 was playing Juan at their own game, going for the Swords Dance on their King Gambit and just exerting the pressure that way. Pressure was what that game was all about. Under Pressure is the name of the game for Juan and Lorenzo there. Again, not necessarily even with the Pokemon on the field. And the sucker punches and the mind games of which priority moves are going first. You know, goodness me, if that was not an advert in itself to get you playing Pokemon Champions, I don't know what is, because it was just so thrilling.
Yeah, well, let's have a little look back at one of the turns that we had.
Please.
This is in Game 3, and so we've got the Scizor and the Basculegion facing down against the King Gambit and the Basculegion there. In fact, let's just try to get us to a place where we've got a couple of health bars going. You can see there, look how low these health bars are for each of our players, and we've got such fine margins going on there. And then the question is, like, how do you react? Let's get this back to where we could see all 4 Pokemon. How do you react to this position? You know that there's a Choice Scarf on the Basculegion on this side of the field, which means that the King Gambit is threatening a Sucker Punch down into it. But the King Gambit is at 2 HP. And so the Scizor is threatening down this King Gambit to try to knock that out with a Bullet Punch. It would go first. But if that happens, and we're drawing a little triangle here, Charlie.
Yeah.
Then the Basculegion gets a lovely little wave crash into the Scizor as well. But the other way round is that the Basculegion on Lorenzo's side of the field can just Aqua Jet the Basculegion, and then if the Scizor is going for the King Gambit to knock it out, then next turn the Basculegion is free to start firing off wave crashes after wave crashes into the Scizor. But the Scizor is not able to do anything back to the Basculegion, and so Juan, in a little bit of a pickle here, rightly I think switches out the Pelipper at the end of last turn of Rain, protects the Scizor and says, well, no, I don't want to lose any of my resources. I know you've still got the Sneasler in the back. I know that you've still got another Pokemon in the back. So we know the Sneasler's here. It turns out it's Mega Scovillain in the back, which is really not good for the Scizor in this scenario for Juan. But then at least you preserve your Basculegion to be able to try to knock out this King Gambit a little bit later, maybe get into a spot where it can target down this Basculegion with a last respect to be able to knock it out, while maybe the Pelipper gets to land some hurricanes down onto your side of the field.
I do like that hurricane.
That was quite good. Yeah,
it came out well.
On short notice, a pretty well-drawn hurricane.
You did really good. It was the perfect way to end that fascinating deep dive. Thank you so much for that, Ben. Board state is what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, you were saying that phrase a couple of times during the game, and you might be thinking, it's Pokemon, why are you talking about board states? It's not chess, but in many ways, it's pretty similar. Getting the pieces in the position they need to be in order to apply the pressure that you want and to force switches. It's also a game about, obviously, limited information. And the more you can force out the information from your opponent as to who's faster than who, for example, how much damage is that move doing into me. So heading into Game 3, the trainers had so much more of that information at their disposal that they could play with, and that's why Game 3 was such a nail-biter, because they knew how fine the margins were.
Definitely. I think that's the fascinating thing about how that certainly the Game 3 played out, because it was such fine margins, but then in the end it turned into pretty much a 4-0.
Right.
And so how those games can devolve, like one domino gets knocked down, and then the result is very, very clear indeed. Let's hear a little bit more from Lorenzo down on the couch.
In a moment's time, because of course what they got their practice in was their local scene, Ben. Juan and Lorenzo, that's where you can go down as well. Dip your toe into the water, try out some teams that maybe you don't totally back, but here's what's in store for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Great game, guys.
Thanks so much.
I'd walk away, but it would ruin the illusion. So I'll just step down now.
Yeah, I'll just step back up here. Locals are a great way to get together with your community. I think certainly if you're considering starting to play a little bit of Pokemon, we've got a QR code ready for you to have a little scan. If you haven't seen it there, we've shown it a few times on the broadcast, or you can search online for your closest local event. And it's a great way of bouncing ideas off members of the community and seeing where you can go and just having a little bit of fun while you're doing it. In fact, I played my first trading card game local.
Yeah.
Not long ago. That was great fun. I lost every match. It turns out it's really hard to play when you don't know what all the cards say. But equally, had a great time doing it. We had a lot of fun. So exactly the same in the video game. Come and give it a go if you're on the fence at all.
It's a way to build up your experience and your confidence to then finally join us at one of these bigger events, one of these regional level events. It'd be fantastic to see you here. And a local is a fantastic way to just make sure you know what you're doing, know what's in store. And it's the community, that's what it's all about. You'll meet some fantastic people there, and they'll be encouraging you to come along to one of these bigger events as well. And then who knows, after that, maybe we'll see you at international championships. And once you've got those points, maybe the world championships, Ben.
Maybe. And actually, on the other side of the field, maybe you're just starting out and going to your local events. Maybe you're trying to get to the local events for those last remaining points to go to the World Championships. Regardless, whether or not you're successful, always a great time. We're going to be getting to a little bit of a break now, Charlie, before we get our next Swiss round set up and ready to go. So get a refreshment and come back just like us for more Pokemon action here in Turin.
Hi, I'm William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username, and it feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. This January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing, William Bassolino is your Birmingham regional champion.
The games against Poke-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the third round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends, and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And from there, I just win it all. I think Ogerpon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
I would say I spent about, I'd say 6 hours on average is a good estimate for how much I spend each week. I think leading up to tournaments, I might spend up to 12 or 15 even. So, I mean, I'm really committed to the game. I want to make sure I come and give my best showing, My favorite Pokemon is Mimikyu. My first game was X and Y, and then the game I really fell in love with VGC overall was Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. So, Mimikyu, the totem Pokemon in that game, it was really good in that format. It was really good in 2017. So yeah, I mean, it's my favorite Pokemon. I think it will be my favorite Pokemon forever. It's a tough one. I would say in-person play is what I love the most, just because I get to see my friends at every tournament. Online play is a bit different. I'm kind of sitting at home. I don't get the same experience of seeing my friends, being able to chat, check in after every round. So in person. For me, the current meta, Regulation F, I would say it's not one of my favorites of Scarlet Violet, but I do think it's maybe one of the better ones. Personally, I was not a big fan of Regulation H, but I definitely think now that we're nearing the end of the format, we've kind of adapted, a new meta. I think new teams are very popular, so I'd say the way it's ending, it's a good format. One piece of advice I would give to any trainer watching the stream is you should always be playing to win. Don't play not to lose, if that kind of makes sense. I think when people play not to lose, you know, you're kind of making safe-ish plays. It's kind of like the snowball effect, right? So if you get one turn super right, then your opponent is like, oh, I need to get 2 turns correct now to win the game. So, you know, I would say play to win. I'm a big math guy. I don't know if that counts as like a hobby, but I actually do math competitions. Recently, we did this like applied math project where we estimated like the negative effects of gambling in America. So it's kind of cool that I can take something theoretical like math and kind of show, oh, well, here's some real world impacts. Here's how we can, you know, help other people. I also play the violin. It's a lot of fun. So if I were to create my own Pokemon, I would say I would want it to be a support Pokemon. I miss support Pokemon so badly. I feel like right now, a lot of the teams are popular. A lot of the current, you know, the past formats, they're very like, the games are very short, you know, you're just kind of trading attacks, and whoever trades attacks better is winning. I really miss, like, back in the day when we had, again, like, when we had Mimikyu, you can use Z-move Destiny Bond, and then, you know, your Snorlax can set up. Like, I love strategies like that. So I would say my Pokemon, maybe I would give it Intimidate. Maybe it'd be better than Incineroar at being that one support Pokemon. Honestly, if I were to relive a match, it would probably just be like my 2022 NAIC win. That was like the first event I had ever won in my entire life. So, I mean, it was crazy to me. And I was like, wow, I just won an international. My opponent played so well. We're still friends to this day. Like, I saw him recently at the Latin America International Championship. So yeah, I mean, if I were to relive a match, it would definitely be that one. I'm a night owl, unfortunately. I can't wait for college when I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. for school. I feel like night is when I do a lot of my work because, you know, sometimes I think about my Pokemon team during the day. At night, I'm like, okay, well, now I'm going to do some sets. I'm going to practice with it. I'm going to put the stuff I was thinking about during the day into action. So a night person all day.
Welcome back. Swiss round number 12 is upon us here at the Pokemon 2026 Turin Special Championships. And this is the final moment for quite a few of our trainers to try to vie for that spot in Top Cut. Yes, that confirms that we will be featuring a win and in before progressing to the next phase.
Yeah, very exciting. Everything on the line for our trainers up next to make sure that they can progress and continue in the tournament. And the pressure is on to do it because the action out there, the talent that's on display is at the highest level, and it will continue to be so until we crown our champion later on today, which is very exciting.
It is, yeah, it really is. Like we've said multiple times, this is the first ever Champions event for the EU region, and thus far, we've seen so many great teams, but most importantly, fantastic trainers, both well-known, but also newcomers as well that have got, you know, a couple of words and statements to say in a format where everything's open, really, in terms of being able to have a lot of innovation and be able to bring to the fore certain niches or cores that other people may not be well prepped into. You know, we've seen wild picks like the weird ears of the world, and then obviously the standard stuff of Charizard Y. But yeah, it's going to be spicy.
It is going to be spicy. I mean, the last match that we had, the match that we kicked off today with Mega Scissor coming out the traps and being so dominant in that game 1, but then Lorenzo able to adapt very well in games 2 and 3, and then come back and then realizing that the Basque Legion was the win con there and utilizing it, leveraging it throughout those 2 games to clinch that and overthrow the Mega Scissor that looked unstoppable when it first came onto the scene. But yes, like you say, so much diversity, so much room for innovation as well, and I think that's one of the beauties about the meta games when they do kind of have that defined role, right? Well, you know what you're going up against, so you can innovate yourself to overcome those Pokemon a little bit easier than you would going into a blank canvas, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly that. And Mega Sizzle, who would have expected it? But then again, I feel like they were sort of, they were build up early quakes of Mega Sizzle, or just generally Sizzle, having some viability the moment that Mega Floette is so prominent.
Yes.
And you just need to make sure that you can cover it in the adequate way. Most likely, you're going to require some sort of like rain team in order to cover for its, ×4 weakness to fire types. But it just goes to show there's a lot more exploration to be had.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think a lot of these teams that we're seeing, the Mega Scissor with the Rain, and you see the Mega Dragonite as well, that really loves the Rain as well. So you can play those dual Mega teams where your supporting cast complements both of them, and it gives you a different option, whichever one you decide to go with,
Yep.
So I think it makes it a little bit more viable to run those maybe more obscure picks to cover those bigger threats.
Yes, and we are about to preview a fantastic stream match, which at the moment we don't know which one it's going to be, for good reason, because it's up to you, lovely folks. It is going to be a community choice between these 4 sets. All of these players are currently at 10 wins, 2 losses. However, there is a tiny chance that winning may not guarantee a top cut, something to take into account. So we may potentially see a treble, but for now, all of our trainers are vying for that spot and that opportunity.
Yeah, and on top of wanting to progress in the tournament, I think even if you have the tiniest inkling that you might still not progress, there's championship points on the line. The trend this weekend has been get as many championship points as you can if you're vying for one of those world invites. But what an array of matches we've got to pick, and it is down to you at home. Get voting. Which match would you like to see? We've got some absolutely big hitters on both sides.
Yeah.
And you can't, as we always say, go wrong.
Yeah, and something that I noted, I'm not sure if you did as well, Lee, 7 out of 8 of our trainers, I think, are Italian. So kind of not surprising in a way. It's essentially Italy's local at this point.
It is, yes. Louis got a hard job ahead of them, but coming off the back of a recent regional win themselves, they're going to be vying and feeling confident coming in and playing that Mega Delphox and the Mega Floette team as well. I really love that combination, so doing well for them. Got a bit of a hard job going up against the Mega Skarmory in this match, but Mega Delphox positioned so well. Outspeeds it, can hit it with those offensive heat waves if you get it in the right spot.
Yeah, and we did actually see some trainers. Obviously, I think the Mega Delphox has been vastly popularized by Sejun Park's top 4 placement at the Korean national tournament several weeks ago. But we saw a couple of other trainers last week in Indy rock up with a very similar composition, a couple of tweaks, one notably being Joshua Lawsey as well, being able to get, was it top 32 if I'm not mistaken, or may have been, I think it was top 32.
Yeah, it
was top 32.
Yeah,
so
around
like
that.
20 or something.
Yeah, Joshua played amazing.
He did.
It
was on stream, exactly, yeah.
And they had a very, very tough schedule as well in Indy, probably one of the toughest ones that we've seen in a long time. So to get that result with the team shows how strong it can be and how strong a trainer Joshua is as well. So I'm sure our trainers here this weekend are trying to replicate that, and they are doing great with that selection, and it's not letting them down either.
Yeah, exactly. And like we said, there's a lot of opportunity to be able to input creativity, adaptations to what essentially had been cataloged in Indy last week. So far, I don't think I've seen any Mega Steelixes, in all honesty. But, maybe there's a reason, because it's very hard to pilot, and it takes a lot of understanding in terms of the different flows. But maybe it's just not the right opportunity for this tournament.
Yeah, and that could be it as well. There is a lot of Mega Charizard Y, and if it's not positioned correctly in front of it, then it will fall quite quickly by the wayside.
Yeah, do you think that if Wolf ended up winning over Arcel, we would have had a bit of a switch up? Or still nothing? It's still going to be Charizard Y.
I think it was a bit of a Wolf Glick special, so I think you probably need maybe a bit longer than a week if you're picking that team up to get the concept of it and really fully understand it, because there are a lot of intricacies with that team, and I think that's what makes it such a really great build in itself. So maybe players coming into this tournament, knowing how big the field was going to be, decided to go with their comfort picks rather than something of a change last minute that might not work out, where, I think But at this stage of the tournament and in the season, where there's so much on the line with championship points being so important, I think that's probably what a lot of trainers might have reverted to, saying, no, I'm going to go with what I've played a lot more, I'm comfortable with this, rather than going, this could be the thing that gets me over the line.
That is very true. You need to make sure that you're feeling confident and comfortable with your team, especially going into the juggernaut of a tournament with so many rounds. But we have got confirmation that the results are in. Which stream match are we going to be featuring? It's going to be Roberto Parente versus Arash Omati. What a thriller.
Yeah, this is going to be great. Great choice. As I say, we couldn't have gone wrong, but this is definitely going to be an absolutely corking match. And you've got Roberto Parente with the Mega Scissor. We're going to get to see that again. And a Mega Tyranitar as well, one of my all-time favorites. Going up against Arash, who we featured yesterday on the broadcast and had a masterclass with this team and really showed its capabilities with that Mega Floette and the intricacies of how to get that going and overwhelming the opponent.
Yeah, sort of like a baton pass from one world champ, Adrian Park, to another, with Arash Omati being able to represent the same six as Adrian. And in this particular matchup, it's going to be quite fascinating for multiple reasons. Obviously, like we said, it's essentially 3 out of 4 sets, Italian versus Italian matchup, and Roberto and Arash have, I believe, played against each other before in the past. I'm not sure about the results, but the matchups in particular with the Pokemon is something where I feel like Mega Delphox wants to sort of come, but at the same time might not, because of the let's say Scizor is great, it goes into, and Como-O to an extent as well, but then that Tita.
Yeah, it's a really tricky one, this, because you look at the Mega Tyranitar, the Basculegion, the Incineroar, they all give that Mega Delphox a very hard time. So then you look at the Mega Floette, but then, in response to that, you've got the Mega Scissor there, and you think, do you bring both of them? Do you bring one of them? It's going to be really tricky. Arash obviously knows this team inside out. It's going to be great to see how they firstly approach this game, but you would say more likely going with that Mega Floette rather than the Delphox in this scenario, just because of how many things on the opposite side of the field that Roberto's got access to that are going to give that Delphox just a hard time. And it's going to be hard to position it, especially if one of those 3 Pokemon are on the field constantly trying to apply that pressure.
I'm not sure if you will agree with this, Lee. I think you will, probably. You're an ancient relic as well, right? So, unnecessary, but sure. The fact that we've got the general 2 Mega Evolution composition teams at the moment becoming a lot more popular, right? You've got the Mega Floettes and the Zards paired up. In this case, you've got the Mega Delphox and you've got the Mega Floette. It's a bit reminiscing of double restricted format to an extent, where there's a bit of a mind game in terms of, okay, well, one of my main damage sweepers, sort of like my MVPs, are really great into a team, but it forces my hand in bringing the other one, or at least trying to like select when to do it. And it ends up becoming a bit of a tango between both players in terms of being able to read out the best lead and situation for your opponent whilst not getting read out in a way. I'm not sure if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense, and I think it's part and parcel of how diverse the format is at the minute, because you can't go with that Soul Mega, because you're going to run into matchups where you are really at a deficit, you're at a disadvantage. But if you play the double Mega, then you've got an alternative route to go down to kind of cover those deficiencies that one of them might have, and you've got the ability now with the small pool of supporting Pokemon that you can put them together to kind of support 2 Megas complementary. So it works like that. Maybe as we get deeper into the format, or whether or not we get more Pokemon added in future formats, that might eke out where we start to see teams orientated just around that 1 Mega Pokemon rather than the 2 or the split. But
yeah, because like you said, the mechanic can only be utilized on 1 Pokemon within 1 battle. So it's going to be fascinating to see how both of our trainers will do in this next stream match. Like we said, potential lifeline of getting to top cut is up for grabs. Roberto Parente, we had a bit of a discussion with him yesterday evening, like we discussed at the top of the show. He was looking happy, he was looking confident. He was, of course, next to Francesco Piopera, and he's just got a really cool team.
Yeah, really good team. It's to get this deep into the tournament, it just shows, you know, Roberto is a very strong player and not one you can take any rest against, because they are relentless, and you've got a very hyper-offensive team here with that scissor. Once it gets set up with the sword stance, it's got access to that priority bullet punch and can start carving its way through opposing teams. But you've got a lot of setup here as well. You've got the Komo as well to kind of give nice coverage, and the speed control, you would imagine, is on that Sinister there to help maybe just flip the dimensions, put them in favor of the scissor or that Tyranitar if it sees fit. And then you've got that nice core of the Incineroar, the Sinister, to just help kind of really disrupt the opponent, drop those Intimidates, offer Fake Out, Hospitality to keep things topped up and keep that momentum going.
And just looking at Roberto's play style, at EUIC top 4, he was running the Iron Crown, the female Indeedee, so he had this sort of redirector option with a main potential sweeper, also burst damage potential. And we could see that translated in a couple of the pieces that he's bringing today in a whole different format with that Mega Scissor, most likely having Swords Dance set up. You've got the potential Brute Force Wall Breaker, Bastia Legion, in order to be able to essentially dispatch of, enemy key pieces at the end game or maybe early game to get that aggressive advantage. And then you've got the redirector, arguably the best redirector, only potentially opposed to a Mega Scrovillain, but it does not need that Mega in order to have its utility.
Yeah, and I think because of that, it probably puts itself into that #1 spot, really.
Agreed.
And yeah, if you're looking at setting up the Tyranitar, if it does have Dragon Dance on it, then that's going to be an option where you can sit next to that Sinister pretty easy. And you've got a nice coverage then against what would be probably its biggest threat in Charizard, because Charizard's not going to want to sit in front of a Mega Tyranitar for too long.
It's awkward.
So yeah, it really complements each other quite nicely, and then the Incineroar to come in, pivot up. And then you've got the odd selections. Like you say, the Wall Breaker Basque Legion can be something you keep for later in the game or lead out front just to get that initial damage onto the field. And then you've got the cleanup crew in the back, or you've got something like the Como that can be an alternative setup to get through things that might be a little bit awkward for that Tyranitar Scissor to get through.
Especially up against Arash. So 2013 World Champ. He's got the title of Turin Champ back in 2016 as well, the first ever on what was a fabulous season for himself. I remember him actually picking up the German Nats as well at the time. I think it was Eveltal, if I'm not mistaken, which was pretty wild back then. It was Bacon Burb, as we used to call it. It was amazing at the time. And
in a field full of Xerneas.
Yeah, exactly. So being able to sort of see these aggressive meta calls from Arash, I'm not surprised to see a similar composition right now with the Vivillon in particular being very disruptive. But something to call out, we've got 3 redirectors and an Incineroar in order to support the mega options for the sweepers.
Yeah, the Vivillon in particular with that Choice Scarf, it is going to be really difficult to kind of get around for Roberto in this match, but they will be aware of it. The Sleep Powder is the biggest threat, of course, where it is just going to have that kind of free shot onto at least one target, and Roberto does have ways to disrupt that. Of course, you've got Fake Out there with the Ron Incineroar, so you could lead that in to disrupt it while you try and get one of your Pokemon set up, but have you got room to do that in front of maybe a Mega Delphox, maybe a Floette that's also trying to set up? And does that put you at a little bit of a disadvantage going into the following turn? Because if you can't dispatch of the Vivillon turn 1, then you've got the same problem going into turn 2.
Yeah, and it's going to be really key, like we said, leads. It's always important, right? Leads are always essentially the entree as to what the board looks like and all of the different branch lines that are available to yourself as well as your opponent. And you just need to be able to select appropriately in order to further progress your own board state. So with that being said, we know that there are set-up sweeper potentials on both sides, although there's also redirectors and disruption too. Do we feel like they're both just going to go for disruptor / redirector and then set up Pokemon on the side? Or and then I guess which one?
Yeah, it's tough, because I think if you look at Arash's team, you probably want to lean more towards the Floette, but if you go that route, you've got to have good ways to get rid of that Mega Scissor. And then you'd be looking at the Delphox, a great answer to it. And then the Incineroar is another good answer. You can check it with the Intimidate. You've got the Fake Out to disrupt it, and you've got the threat of the Flare Blitz as well. One Flare Blitz into it will probably be enough to dispatch that Pokemon, and then that frees up the Flood. So they're the options, I think, but all the time you've got to be thinking about how else you can get around this Pokemon. Could you utilize that Vivillon? And then on the return of that, you've got to look at Roberto's options, where how are you going to stop this Vivillon from going for the Sleep Powder if it is dispatched? Well, you've got the Sinistcha, right? You've got that, so it's going to be immune because of its grass typing. And then you're going to have Trick Room as well that you can potentially launch and set up. And then maybe that allows the Mega T-Tar to be an option, and you can utilize Scissor without its Mega as well, which is, you know, there is flexibility there.
And something to note with that particular interaction of the Sinistcha v Vivillon interactions is that you can redirect a Sleep Powder away, if I'm not mistaken, because Vivillon is not a grass type. It is Bug Flying.
Yeah, so you've got that, which is really nice and gives you that immediate protection there. You've got to be very wary, though, because the Vivillon does carry Hurricane, and because of that Compound Eyes ability, it doesn't really need the Rain to be in effect. So it is likely going to be hitting and doing super effective damage, which you're not going to be able to sit in front of it for too long. Roberto doesn't have the luxury of a Citrus Berry, whereas sometimes in that scenario, you'd be able to take multiple. But let's start by taking a recap of the accomplishments of these top trainers.
Yes, Roberto on the left-hand side, Arash on the right. And essentially what we've got is duality of more recent Italian representation on the left, and you have got the legendary veteran representation on the right. It's a bit of a clash between the new age versus the old age, and both of these trainers at the top of their games right now, one step away of potentially making it into Top Cup.
Yeah, both highly, coveted trainers here, and what's more to say about them? You can see here from the accolades, World Championship finishes across the board, of course, Arash, starting the whole real Italian dominance in 2013 with that World Championship win that year, and it has continued on from there, where the Italians have been such a strong region in the format.
Yeah, Mega Sizzle, like we said, as well as Mega T-Tar, the dual combo of Megas here, archetype that we've been seeing the trainers popularize a bit more. No Dragon Dance on the Tyranitar, so it's just more there for support and maybe disruption against the Charizard Y teams. But like we said, there is the support via the Incineroar Sinistcha, but the Basculegion is a choice Scarf. So what we're saying, wall breaker potential. Como-O can also maybe have some ground to stand on, but it feels a bit awkward going into this matchup against Arash's Delphox, let alone Mega Floette and the Vivillon.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at the Basculegion, it's got a positive speed stat alignment there, where that is going to possibly, if it's maximum investment there, allow it to get the jump on Mega Delphox, which if you go Adamant, which is the plus attack stat alignment, then you kind of don't get that speed increase. So that gives Roberto a nice option where you can lean into that Basculegion. If the Delphox does come to give protection, maybe for that Mega Scissor that could come, I still feel like the Tyranitar probably feels a little bit more stable. It hits the Sinistcha, it hits the Vivillon, it hits the Delphox and the Incineroar for super effective damage.
Yeah, and the Delphox essentially does 0 to the T-Tar unless it picks up like a burn or too many nasty plot setups, but that might be a strategy from Arash's side. Mega Floette is looking really nice as long as you can control the Sizzle. Chopple Berry, Mouse Hold with Feint and Super Feint. Depending on its speed, we can see it's an impish stat alignment, so it might not be trained to be the fastest. Is there with amazing support with the Friend Guard ability too.
Yeah, the impish stat alignment really is going to help it out against these physical threats on Roberto's side to just support the Floette and allow it to get those Calm Minds up, because once you've got a couple, maybe even one under your belt, it's going to really start to threaten what is a big threat in that Mega T-Tar, if that does come with the Draining Kiss. It keeps you topped up. And you've got to remember as well, Incineroar, I think for Arash, going to be a real key component here to be able to cycle in those Intimidates and drop them onto the Tyranitar. And there's no drawback here. There's no King Gambit, there's no Defiant or Competitive on Roberto's side of the field. field to punish those cycling in and out. So Arash can lean into that Incineroar. Has to be careful with it. You don't want to bring it in on a rock slide, or if Basque Legion's active, on a wave crash as well.
And I think that's such a good point that you've made. The Incineroar feels like the most opportune Pokemon. It also has a Pasho Berry if there's any aggressive Basque Legion lead that comes to the fore, trying to capitalize off of dealing so much damage, reducing its resource availability from the get-go.
Yeah, and this is where I think you've got to be very dynamic with your switching, which you can do if you've got that Sinister, because you can switch things in and out. Remember, Roberto's also got their own Incineroar, so they can cycle that in. Probably not going to be as useful for that Intimidate, but the fake out support that it will allow to slow down what Arash is trying to do and prevent that setup from the floor that can be so disruptive.
And here we go! Make some noise! We have got the leads! Game 1, Arash is going for Mega Floette, Incineroar, and we have got the Mega Sizzle and Roberto's own Incineroar coming to the fore.
Yeah, we got active fake outs that are very useful. Intimidate, we talked about that from Arash onto the Sizzle. Going to be the start of trying to keep that in check. Now, do you go for your own fake out into that Scissor just to prevent it setting up this turn, or a bullet punch straight out the gates into the floor while you try and get your Calm Mind up? The problem that you've got is you're in front of an opposing Incineroar that can go for a fake out, stop you in your tracks here, or worst case scenario, I think, would be a parting shot out from that Incineroar on Roberto's side into the floorhead, using that parting shot to lower those stats that might be trying to boost up.
Yeah, and both the Incineroars are careful stat alignment, so we don't know if that was a speed tie interaction with the Intimidate going first over on Arash's side. Clearly, Roberto may be fearing just that. Mega Floette now making sure that it sets itself up before going on the offensive. Mega Sizzle follows suit immediately after. Basque Legion clearly being brought here in order to be able to threaten one of Arash's Pokemon, maybe in anticipation of an obvious fake out.
Yeah, fake out now, just landing into that Scissor here, going to prevent any sort of Swords Dance, Bullet Punch into that fight, and gives the room for that Calm Mind. So here it begins. And now with the Intimidate, the Incineroar off the field for Roberto, you haven't got the option to go for that parting shot to lower that special attack that has just been boosted. Now, the Scissor is still a big threat because even though it's -1, it's still going to be hitting that floor for big damage, especially when you combine it with the Basque Legion that's just come on the field. It is Scarfed. It has got the natural speed advantage in this scenario, so the Floette is very heavily threatened. Is this a scenario where you say, okay, I'm going to protect my Floette, bring in Sinister for the Incineroar here, and then I've got that redirection next turn, or I've got the following turn, the option to just cycle that Incineroar back onto the field. The problem doing this slow progressive switching around, it does give room to the Scissor in front of these Pokemon to now go for a Sword Stance, which would undo any of those Intimidate drops that it's had.
But something to factor in as well is you need to make sure that you're covering ground with what you can, but no, there's no defensive play from Arash's side. This looks like it's just going to be a wipeout onto the Mega Floette. Unprotected, Arash trying to get some ground, make some reads, but unfortunately wasn't able to get out on top. Roberto absolutely smelt it, caught it, dealt it, as well at the cost of the Mega Sizzle because of the Flare Blitz.
Wow, what a trade here, Roberto, taking the opportunity and saying, if you do not protect that Floette, I am punishing it, and doing exactly that. Taking a trade for the Mega Scissor, but I think you'd be quite happy about it. We know the dynamics of this Mega Floette team. Once that key piece falls, the rest of the team struggles to get the damage onto the opposite side of the field. So now Roberto feels like they're in a bit of a driving seat, but of course, we can't underestimate what Arash is capable of. Still got a lot of tools left to be able to come back into this match. Can they do it?
And the fact that you've got Sinister now kind of taking the form of the main damage output onto this Basque Legion, which at the moment is the biggest threat from Roberto's side, is pretty key.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think it's easy enough now. If you are Roberto, you can go for the Wave Crash again into the Incineroar. We know it's locked into that. Or you could maybe just switch it out, keep it preserved for later on, where you've maybe been able to dispatch of the opposing Incineroar, and then you can lock into Last Respect and really start to utilize and leverage that Pokemon.
Okay, Sinister now on the field in place of the Basque Legion, clearly respecting the Sinister on the other side of the field. Flare Blitz, though, not doing that, going for the Sinister, dealing 50% damage, putting it within range for a follow-up, but because of the Mousehold now being on the field, it's able to redirect in the subsequent turn. Matcha Gotcha dealing negligible damage. And imagine, it would have dealt so much more, that Incineroar's Flare Blitz, if it weren't for the Friend Guard coming onto the field at the same time.
Yeah, that's very true, and I think the Friend Guard very useful there, but the Sinister threaten this next turn. You've got the follow me support from the Mousehold, but there's only so many turns that you can do that. I just find it really difficult for ways for Arash to get rid of this Incineroar. It feels more likely the Incineroar on Roberto's side will end up knocking itself out through damage that it's dealing to the opposite side of the field, rather than Arash applying that pressure from their end. So I think all to do for Arash. I think Roberto needs to manage this because they've still got a lot to do. Get rid of the Sinistjet, opens up the door for the Basque Legion to come in, and on the flip side, can lock into that Wave Crash and deal with the Mousehold and that Incineroar pretty effectively.
Yeah, and it does feel like Arash is definitely on the back foot here ever since that Mega Floette just essentially been dropped so quickly. You're trying to get supportive Pokemon to act as your main offensive pieces, and that's just not enough as long as that Basque Legion is allowed to get huge damage dealt on Roberto's side of the field. So that's enemy number one from Arash's side, and that's why Roberto's aware of that, trying to get rid of the Sinistra.
Yeah, and a nice switch now back into the Basque Legion, and it's applying pressure to the Mousehold now with the Wave Crash, right? But you've got the option where you can flip turn out onto the Mousehold, just bring back in your own Sinistcha, get that hospitality, keep your Incineroar in a nice, healthy position, and the Mousehold is doing damage, but it's every time only doing 50% damage each and every time, so it's not in a position where it is going to threaten a knockout at any point.
Intimidate now back onto the field, -1 on the Basque Legion, going for the flip turn. Pasho Berry does activate, dealing very, very small chip damage. They're about 41 hit points, and at this point, trying to get the pivot action going is really cool when you've got that Sinistra to be hopping back in and out dependent on the situation. It's a great way to be able to be immune to any sort of Super Fangs at the time, but most importantly, the hospitality brings that HP back up on the Incineroar. Although Super Fang was trying to target Roberto's Incineroar, did miss, and we've got this stalemate scenario where little damage is being dealt, but it's sort of like a tango dance on when you could get the Basque Legion in, threaten with the last respects, and there's no Mousehold, or threaten with a Wave Crash when there's no Sinistra. Yeah,
it's a really tricky scenario here, because although it feels like Arash is definitely on the back foot, which they are, they've still got a way to kind of get themselves back into this game because of the pieces that they've got and the intricacies here where, like you say, Costa, one of those pieces has to fall if you're Roberto to kind of have that clear way to victory. But with the Sinistcha being able to pivot in and out and how Arash is playing this Incineroar, it is going to be very difficult, and it'll come down to whoever does take that first piece and can close things up.
Yeah, Roberto not taking up the opportunity of going for the Flare Blitz, focus into what was the Mousehold, maybe anticipating the Sinistra switching there, wanting to play a bit more safe, brings the Basque Legion back on the field and gets a Life Dew going. So what we're saying, you need to make sure that you have enough sustained potential on the field in order to not lose one of those crucial pieces.
Yeah, the Incineroar now is heavily threatened, and I think Roberto's got the opportunity where they can go for a Wave Crash into that slot, because you can only pivot out into the Mousehold. That comes in, that's going to take a lot of damage, and the Pasho Berry has been utilized on that Incineroar, so we'll take full damage from the Wave Crash. You do have to worry about the potential Rage Powder here, though, so that can be drawn in from the Sinistcha. Does Roberto read into that and maybe go last respects in regards to that? You do leave these two Ghost types open to taking a Throat Chop if that Incineroar does stay on the field, but also you can kind of quell that a little bit by switching your own Sinistcha out into your own Incineroar and just going for that last respects into the Sinistcha.
And I was going to mention the Mousehold is always an option because of the perfect synergy of being able to have this defensive backbone that covers one typing with another. Even if there was a last respects going into the Sinistcha, don't need to be met with that normal type immunity, but it seems to be the flip turn into now the Mousehold slot that had switched in for the Incineroar, to the point where you're able to have the Friend Guard benefit as well online. We've got the Matcha Gotcha dealing a bit of damage onto Roberto's Pokemon, but I wouldn't be surprised to see yet another Life Dew coming out in order to get that HP going, but it's going to be the Matcha Gotcha. Sinister going for the damage.
This is really nice because it covers that mouse hold switching, and if you can pick up a burn here, it would be very useful onto this Pokemon just to help that little residual chip each and every turn, because once that falls, you kind of pin those two Pokemon onto the field, the Sinistcha and then the Incineroar, and then it becomes a lot easier to leverage your Basculegion if you're Roberto, because right now, as we're seeing, the cycling, the switching, the revolving door of Pokemon is making it very difficult to close this match up.
Yeah, and Arash is handling a bad situation as best as he can. Obviously, just proving that he's lost so much momentum, but he's still trying to keep it up in a tumultuous situation where he's on the back foot.
Yeah, now we're going to see that Mousehold again switch out. The Incineroar come in, drop an Intimidate, and it's going to apply more pressure to the opponent. Sinistcha, but what a great switch here from Roberto. The danger is if you get caught with a Matcha Gacha on this turn, but you see the Protect this turn, so really good call from Roberto.
Absolutely nailed it. Parting shot, trying to cover that slot, but most crucially now, we're in the situation of you've got the Wave Crash potential or the Last Respects. Which do you lock in with? Which Pokemon do you expect to switch out?
Or do you just go for the flip turn again just to say, okay, well, I'm going to continue this cycling. If the Mousehold comes in, it might not pick up the knockup, but I get it a little bit further, closer towards pinning and getting rid of one of these pieces, which is also useful. But that Sinistcha, like you said, is in a really difficult scenario here because the double up from an Incineroar and a Basculegion is going to be enough to pick up the knockout there, and you can't freely switch it into the Mousehold either, so it's a really difficult scenario here for Arash now. After that previous Protect, we do see the Incineroar leave the field once again.
Arash is hoping Friend Guard will be able to assist the Sinistcha to make sure that it can survive Wave Crash. Actually, doesn't even go for the Sinistcha. No Rage Powder redirection there. Finally gets rid of the Mousehold. It is no longer on the field in this game one. Parting shot goes into the Sinistcha. Wants to make sure the pivot action is going. Roberto does not want to risk any sort of missed opportunity of a damage calc not going in his favor. Brings the Sinistcha back in right next to the Basculegion.
Yeah, the Sinistcha coming in now. Would have liked to have seen an attack there, the extra health that you get back on the Basculegion's but here it is, the Matcha Gotcha is coming out into the Basculegion, and it does some respectable damage, but not enough, not what
no burn.
looking for, and again, no burn. I think you're fishing for that. If you get the burn there is that lifeline, but now it's going to be very difficult with the Incineroar forced back onto the field. Roberto's got the option now where they can switch out their Basculegion into their Incineroar, drop an all-important Intimidate. You get rid of the Sinistcha, and then the Basculegion's in the back waiting to come in and deal with this Furline.
Yeah, and Wave Crash is locked in right now. So, like we said, it gives more of a prompt and motive for Roberto to continue getting the cycling, but he doesn't want to get caught out by that Incineroar on the other side of the field, because Sinistcha, over on Roberto's side, doesn't have Protect. It's got Trick Room instead.
Yeah, that's, you know, and it's going to be a matter of time now, I think. So it's probably gathering your thoughts and thinking about how you can approach game two. You know how difficult it's going to be if the Floette was still in play during the early part of the game. If Arash just went for that Protect there, I think things might have been way, way more difficult for Roberto to break through this wall that Arash is setting up. But we're going to see another switch, the Incineroar dropping in place of that Sinistcha. All important Intimidate here, and a Wave Crash straight into the Incineroar, -1, but so much damage.
But not enough because of the Intimidate drop, and we see that Roberto was willing to stay in there, not expecting the Rage Powder to come out because it has to go for the Matcha Gotcha in order to be able to cover the Basculegion. Flare Blitz goes into the Incineroar. Matcha Gotcha, is it gonna Matcha get the Basculegion? No, it's gonna go for the Life Dew instead, wanting to make sure it recovers a bit more of that HP in order to be able to set the board and allow Incineroar to kind of act as like a main damage user, and obviously have the option to go for the Matcha Gotchas only when appropriate.
Yeah, you've still got to deal with this Sinistcha on Rash's side as well now, back to full health, of course. And right now, locked into Wave Crash, if you see the Rage Powder come out, there is the option where Rash's Incineroar could go after the Basculegion. It's probably low enough health to go down to a Dog-type attack, even -1 from this point, and then it becomes a bit of a further stalemate. So still have to be careful with your decisions here. If you're Roberto, maybe you want to switch in your Sinistcha here, top up your own Incineroar to help that deal with the opposing Sinistcha, and then you've got, like we say, once the Sinistcha goes down, the Incineroar becomes a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah, and Arash does have the option of going for Protect on the Sinister in order to be able to scout out Roberto's play here and get a bit more of a vibe of what he's trying to go for. Maybe better position himself, anticipating the Sinister switching, which seems to be the case, but Rage Powder is now on the line from Arash's side. We're going to see the Incineroar move first yet again from Arash's side, which may be giving us quite an inkling on the speed interactions. Flare Blitz bringing Sinister down to 100 hit points, but it's still got a lot in the tank, and we've got a face-off between same Pokemon on either side.
Yeah, this is difficult. Now Arash in the position where they could potentially protect their Sinister and go after Roberto's with their own Flare Blitz and try and knock that out, because if you can secure that, you force then the Basket Legion back onto the field, and then you've still got the Rage Powder active to protect your own Incineroar to maybe claw this match back. Like I've said earlier in this game, Arash is still going to find it very difficult to deal with the opposing Incineroar on Roberto's side of the field. Just don't have the answers there, so probably will still come down. But one way to help deal with it effectively is these constant parting shots to weaken these Flare Blitzes that are so detrimental.
Oh, 38 hit point survival, and yet again confirming Arash's Incineroar is moving first. We got the burn that is going to be adding additional residual damage at the end of the turn. Life Dew on Sinister, with Roberto actually moving first, giving us a bit of a juxtaposition between both of these same Pokemon having differing speed training. Life Dew also coming out, but the fact that the burn is adding to the additional residual damage could prove to be quite key for a certain ranged KO.
Yeah, the burn probably likely to speed things up here, but now as we see, the Incineroar on Roberto's side is struggling to get the damage because of those constant parting shots. The one option that you could have is you could decide to go for your own parting shot into the opposing Incineroar. It is risky because of the speed interactions here. Your Basket Legion will come onto the field before that Sinister attacks. If it goes for the Machagotcha, the Basket Legion's already taken quite a lot of damage. It could put it in a really awkward spot, but just to get rid of those drops that you've taken and get it fresh onto the field again, it is an option if you see Incineroar being part of your end game.
Yeah, and yet another parting shot onto Roberto's Incineroar, now actually being shared from one to another, obviously exchanging a couple of conversations between them, but actually only Roberto can switch out to another Pokemon that he's got available. Is going to be the Basket Legion. The question is, are we going to see the commit from the Machagotcha over on Arash's side? It's not going to be moving. Actually, it's moving first. This may well actually be a speed tie between both of the Sinistras, as we saw Roberto's move first in the previous turn with the exact same move of Life Dew. So, like we said, I think the crucial thing here that Arash has identified is that Roberto may be trying to go for an end game where he's got last respects enough to pick up the Incineroar and the Sinistra if at a low enough HP range.
Yeah, that's very true. And the berry that we've got on the Sinistra on Arash's side, the Kasib berry, is the big problem here, because if that had been disposed of already, last respect is an easy bring in now, just utilize it, but is it going to be enough to take down this Sinistra? And the fact that it's also got Protect as well makes it a risky thing, because if you go for the last respect, it protects and it allows maybe the Incineroar to get an all-important attack off. But no, there it is.
No Rage Powder from Arash's side. Wave Crash wipes out the competition. Incineroar is finally down, truly feeling like the raid boss with the support on the other side of the field. Machagotcha is going to double connect. It's picking up the KO onto the Basket Legion, but it's all about resource management. Roberto has the Incineroar in the back. That is going to be the main key piece in picking up the KO over on Arash's and finally putting an end to this game one in what has been an amazing exchange of constant, consecutive board positioning at the highest level.
Yeah, incredibly well done there from Roberto. And yeah, getting the better end of every single trade in that game. Trading the Mega Scissor at the start of the game for the Mega Floette. Such a pivotal piece for Arash. And then, as you can see in the end game, picking the perfect moment to lock in with that Rage Crash to get the Incineroar. And that trade locked the game. Signed, sealed, delivered. One step closer to moving in to Top Cut.
So, now if you're Arash, you saw that there wasn't a Tita. Are you considering bringing the Delphox or not?
It's hard because it disrupts that support network. If you're going for the floet, you've got a support network that you need. You need the Sinister, you need the Incineroar. There is the option there. Do you drop the mouse hold? It is very, very useful with that friend guard, and it gives you a really good option of protection against the Basque Legion in particular if it locks in to the last respect. So do you make that matchup a little bit worse and drop the mouse hold for the Delphox in hope of being able to get the scissor? I don't think so, because I think you saw how well Arash dealt with the scissor. Said, if you're going to take down my floet, that was the one thing that you can say. You made the trade there. The Flare Blitz went into it, and you took the trade. The problem, I think, you look back at that turn is Arash could have just protected the floet and Flare Blitzed, and then took the scissor down. And I think from that point on,
would have been safe.
Arash would have just ran through the remaining Pokemon on Roberto's side quite effectively. So there is that one turn where you say, well, things could have played out differently. It's easy saying this. That's what you need to do, but I think you've got to protect that floet better than Arash did in that first game.
I'm going to raise you one step further. Do you think Roberto's going to expect Arash to bring the Delphox and make an adaptation with a Tita?
No.
No?
No, I really don't. I think
stick to it?
I think we're going to see the same fall from both trainers. They make sense in what each trainer is expecting. I think it's going to be picking those pivotal moments like we saw in that first game and getting them right.
All right, let's find out. It does seem to be the case from Arash's side. Mega Floet and the Incineroar yet again, but a bit of a change-up from Roberto. Rather than leading with the Mega Sizzle, we are going to be seeing the Basque Legion alongside the Incineroar of his own.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Roberto has got the Mega Scissor in the back. But not leading it this time, wants to avoid that initial Intimidate, because now once it comes onto the field, of course, it is going to be in a position where it hasn't had that attack drop and will be threatening that Mega Floet even more. But as you say, the Basque Legion adaptation here is a really nice one because it gives that instant ability to put a Wave Crash -1 onto the Floet. We saw the damage of that in game 1, so it's going to be able to launch that. It threatens the Incineroar, of course, as well, with flip turn potentially there, and getting rid of that Pasture Berry that's such a thorn in Roberto's side.
And we got a confirmation that Scizor is here for game 2 as well. There could be a very interesting interaction of a potential read Arash could be going for, anticipating the flip turn. Going out, bringing the Scizor back in, maybe going for like a raw Flare Blitz into the Basque Legion, but it's going to be a tough one to do. His back is against the wall. Flip turn does indeed proc the Pasho Berry, but because the Scizor switched in the slot of which Incineroar was in on Roberto's side, there could be a way to get around that and bring the Incineroar back in.
Yeah, it's a really nice pivot here from Roberto to drop another all-important Intimidate onto the Incineroar and then have active Fake Out going into the next turn. We're probably going to see Arash parting shot themselves. Which slot will it be into? It's probably more likely into the Incineroar.
Oh, it's a Flare Blitz read!
Oh, he's caught it! That's huge!
Oh, wow! He tried! He was trying to catch out Roberto there. He must have felt so much pressure in that scenario, but Roberto was one step ahead.
Oh, and so close to getting it right. Just the other slot. So great play here from Roberto, but getting away with it, and Arash trying to catch that switch, knowing that the Scissor might be on its way in, but now in that spot, not going for the parting shot, has that Incineroar stuck on the field, and it is going to be susceptible to a Fake Out here from Roberto's Incineroar, whilst that Scissor is in the perfect position to say, I'm going to Mega Evolve, I'm going to Bullet Punch, or even if you suspect a Protect on that Floet this turn, because I don't feel like Arash is going to give it up so easy. Do you go for a Sword Stance here?
He's going to have to. He wants to put the pressure on as fast as he can, really, in order to regain that momentum, switching the mouse hold in right now in order to be able to give some sort of damage buff against this Mega Scizor, which you never know, might just go on the offense. Bullet Punch, is it enough? No, because Friend Guard is that useful. However, there could be a potential of a double up. This is a +1 Moonblast from a Fairy Aura boosted Mega Floet, dealing so much damage. They're about 60%, not quite enough. Parting shot, the pivot action is going. It is targeting what was that Incineroar slot, anticipating or trying to cover the switch in there, and we've got the pivot. Now, this could be the Bastia Legion in order to threaten that damage from the get-go.
Yeah, you're almost forcing the Mousehold here to have to use that follow me redirection to protect your Floette, but you do have the opportunity with that redirection, though, of course, to go for a Draining Kiss here into maybe that Scissor. It's going to be teetering on the edge whether the Draining Kiss is enough to get it going off the Moonblast damage, but you've got probably more recovery from the Bastia Legion here with that Draining Kiss. So whether you do it and put your Floette into a better position, we're going to see, but it's not going to have the opportunity of Flip Turn coming out, getting that all-important damage onto the Mousehold. More importantly, no Bullet Punch coming out from the Scissor, so what has it locked into?
Potentially the Bug Bite in order to maybe guarantee some damage, but might just go on the aggressive with the setup of the Swords Dance because of the Hospitality coming into effect. Hoping it's going to survive the Moonblast, but I'm not sure it would have actually, but going for the risk, the Sinister is actually down, completely ignoring the Sizzle in that scenario that could have proved to be quite crucial, because the Swords Dance now puts such a big pressure onto Arash's side. The fact that he didn't capitalize off of potentially getting rid of it from the board.
Yeah, great play here from Roberto, piling on the pressure, the Hospitality. Sinister going down, but getting that all-important health onto that Scissor. Now in a position where you've got the Wave Crash, it can go for super effective, not super effective, but big damage into the Mousehold. It's going to be enough to pick up the knockout. It will be super effective damage if the Incineroar tries to come in, and even the Intimidate will only take that Scissor down to +1. It's +2 at the moment, and that Bullet Punch is threatening a knockout onto that Floette. Arash pinned here. Don't know what they're going to do, but they're going to have to start switching things up, and does that give even more room to Roberto to pile this pressure, keep it constant, to try and lock this game up?
Follow me. Redirection is now on the line. Bastia Legion is going to be moving first with the Wave Crash. Can it pick up a KO from that range? It can. We have not got a defensive play from the Sizzle. It may be within range of a KO from the Moonblast, as we saw Mega Floette was able to outspeed in the previous turn, but it's ignored yet again. The Bastia Legion is down with a critical hit, which at that range I do not think matters because of the Calm Mind setup in the previous turn. Mega Sizzle Bug Bite picks up the KO onto Mega Floette. That is a resisted hit, but because the Swords Dance is set up, it's enough, and Arash has lost his main damage sweeper, left with just the support crew.
Yeah, but the Incineroar is in a prime place to come in, drop an all-important Intimidate onto the field, and then put a bit more pressure onto that Scissor. The big thing here is that the Scissor's got the Bug Bite, which is so useful, in particular being able to hit that Incineroar for neutral damage, and also doesn't really mind if the Rage Powder comes out because it'll be doing respectable damage to that Sinister as well.
And like you said, it's a bit interesting of an interaction just because of the fake out potential speed ties as well. We've got the Mega Sizzle maybe susceptible to a burn as well from the Matcha Gotcha.
Yeah, that is a big problem here. I think it's going to be hard to take down this Incineroar. +1 Bug Bite, is it going to be enough? I don't
+1? Yeah. Maybe not.
Maybe close. But then you've got that redirection from the Sinister that allows the Incineroar room to be able to kind of get those attacks off. We're just going to trade fake outs probably this first turn, at least from side, but a slower fake out getting caught.
Was trying to hope that he can somehow get the read onto Arash there. Matcha Gotcha. It's quad resisting, of course, on the Sizzle, but it does have that secondary effect of picking up the burn, which could be quite detrimental, but not for that turn. Mega Sizzle right now allowed more room to be able to try to go on the offensive, but Incineroar on the other side of the field is looking very threatening.
Yeah, I think if you are Roberto, do you protect your own Scissor here and maybe go for the Flare Blitz with your own Incineroar into the Sinister, try and catch that out, try and remove that before, because one Flare Blitz from the opposing Incineroar, even though it is -1, it is going to be enough to take down the Scissor. It's probably got one attack in it, really.
Flare Blitz trying to catch it out, but Roberto needs to play safe. Goes for the Flare Blitz into the Sinister. This is at -1. Thereabouts, very close to that 50% mark. Might well be a roll if there isn't a life due, but doesn't seem to be the case. The name of the game from Arash's side is sustainability. You need to make sure both of your Pokemon are healthy enough to be able to directly threaten the Sizzle. And this might be a reverse sweep potential, right? We've got the Sinister being an MVP right now next to that Incineroar directly threatening the Sizzle.
Yeah, it does feel like that because this turnaround, the Scissor has just protected it. Can go for another one, but if it fails, then you're just going to take a Flare Blitz. You want to get some value out of the turn, or its last turn if it does stick around. You Bug Bite into it. We're going to see he's gone for the double protect, and it fails.
And the Flare Blitz from Arash's side. And a huge breath and sigh of relief from himself means he's able to finally quell the Mega Sizzle. It is so huge to be able to avoid that double protect if you're Arash, to keep yourself in the game. Flare Blitz is not going to be dealing that much damage regularly, but it was a critical hit, let's not forget. But the fact that Sinister is still on the field, you've got life G support, means that you're going to be able to out-sustain Roberto's.
Yeah, and yeah, there we go. We see the full fit locked in from Roberto. Arash pulling it back and getting more for their trades this time around. I think that was the big important thing. Didn't get anything in return for losing the Floette in game 1, but game 2, way smarter about the Moonblasts. It would have been obvious and really tempting to go after the Scissor to say, let's remove that, but removing the partnering Pokemon, the Basket Legion in particular, the Sinistcha before that, I think they were the two key pivotal pieces that would have allowed Roberto to kind of close this game up and then move on to Top Cut. But Arash saying, no, I'm going to ignore the Scissor. I've got the Incineroar in the back. I can come in, I can deal with that. Firstly, I need to get rid of this Basket Legion to free up my own Incineroar to do the job for me later on.
It's an absolute nail-biter because it really was down to the most fine margins of not only the damage calcs being enough because of the chip damage dealt, but the positioning. It's so board-heavy in this matchup. So going into Game 3, we anticipating the same leads. It worked out quite well for Arash. This time round, better decision-making, like we said, but Roberto did switch it up from Game 1 going to Game 2. Is it a Game 1 run back?
Yeah, and there was an interesting interaction as well. I think when the Mousehold was active on the field next to the Floette, and you had this scenario where you could have bullet punched, knowing that the Follow Me would come out, and then follow up with a Wave Crash into the Floette, and you would have probably got through that turn and preserved the Basket Legion. But I think in that scenario, Roberto's probably worried about an Incineroar switch in there and wanted to cover the Mousehold with the Wave Crash, why we saw things play out like that. And then the Bullet Punch not chosen as the option, the Bug Bite. But it meant doing that play, the drawback of it, losing your Basket Legion, which was the downfall of Roberto in that Game 2.
All right, Game 3, there's the Delphox. The change has been made, and it has not been met on Roberto's side. He is not liking the look of that Mega Delphox across from his Sizzle.
Yeah, really great adjustment here from Arash, especially coming straight out of the traps. The Delphox is going to apply a lot of pressure to that Scissor and force it off the field here. Does that create an opening for you to get that all-important nasty plot? The Incineroar is something that you're going to have an answer for in the back. What is Arash's answer to the Incineroar? Because right now, but it's not looking good. You're not going to be able to hit it for super effective damage, and it's going to be able to constantly disrupt your side of the field with those parting shots that can try and keep it in check. Right now, we've got the active Fake Out. We know which Incineroar is faster than the other. Arash seems to have the jump on Roberto, so it is going to have the advantage with Fake Out here. But do you maybe just say, if you're Roberto, if you don't Fake Out my Incineroar, I'm going to parting shot into Delphox?
Yeah, I feel like we know that Arash is just wanting to just go on the offensive. He's got the aggressive advantage from a get-go. Both of our Pokemon that can Mega Evolve have Mega Evolved. The Scizor is at -1, which can be a bit of a detriment, but the real question is there going to be a read of the nasty plot setup here, or going on the offensive? Roberto playing risky. It's paying off right now. No Fake Out on either side. We've got double setup from either side as well, and Arash's Incineroar is going to move first, goes for the parting shot, bringing that +1, now back down to neutral, and you got the pivot.
Yeah, that's a really brave thing to do in front of a Mega Delphox when you're Mega Scissor. Going for that sword stance, paying off here, because you are back to neutral, so you still will have that decent attack stat to lie back on. The Delphox, though, on the other hand, has just nasty plot. It is +2 special attack at the moment. And now with its partner in crime, the Sinister coming onto the field, has perfect redirection support for that. Anything that comes in. Parting shot really useful from the Incineroar, of course, taking it back down to +1 special attack. But a +1 special attack Delphox is still very scary. What you bring in, the Basque Legion feels like the best option here. But like we've said, the Rage Powder active on that Sinister in a position to perfectly protect that Delphox this next turn.
This is really rough for Roberto. I've got to be honest. You're on the back foot. One Heatwave connect and you're done. You've got the Rage Powder available with the Sinister over on Arash's side of the field. It is a Grass type, it is a Ghost type, and the Last Respects doesn't even have any boost going. It's at 50 base power right now. This Delphox, I don't know how he's going to be able to overcome it.
No, I really don't. The Protect coming out from the Scissor because it's so heavily threatened from that Heatwave. Rage Powder, yeah, in response coming out. We're just going to say a flip turn maybe into the Incineroar. That could be a possibility here. And you can see the value of that Choice Scarf allowing you to get the jump on the Delphox before it is able to attack.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see yet another nasty plot now from Arash's side, taking him up to +3 in order to be able to ignore any future parting shots and directly threaten the KOs that he needs to. And no, he's going on the aggressive right now. He's like wanting to try to catch Roberto out as much as possible, maybe respecting that Sinister, but it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Roberto, getting themselves into a position now where they've got that threat of the fake out to go on to the Delphox this next turn. And you can't ignore the Scissor as well. The Bug Bite is going to hit for neutral damage. It's not resisted because of the Psychic and the Fire typing onto that Mega Delphox, so you will get respectable damage onto it. You can't allow it to just take damage for free. So the Sinister in a position now, I mean, we could just see a double Protect to burn this fake out turn, or we could see something like an Incineroar switch in now for the Sinister and a Protect on the Delphox. Have you got room to maybe go for another Swords Dance if you're Roberto? It's very risky though in this scenario. And is it going to give you much more value rather than maybe just targeting that Sinister if you expect it to switch out with a Bug Bite, hopefully catch it if it stays in, or an Incineroar if it switches in for it and then just fake out the Delphox?
Okay, that is going to be some important chip damage depending on whether this hospitality-based Sinister is going to be able to survive the turn. Swords Dance has been set. The Sizzle is absolutely dancing around with now a +2 in its attack. This is exactly where Roberto wants to be. However, Arash is probably going to try to go for the recycling of the board state piece next to the Delphox.
Yeah, and I think you can do that. You've got to protect this Scissor this next turn, but you're kind of almost forced to go for a Heat Wave here with the Delphox now. You're going to be susceptible to a Dark-type attack from the Incineroar if you leave it open. Now we are seeing that cycling. We're seeing the Intimidate come back onto the field. This Scissor now will be a +1 in its attack as it does protect from the threat of that oncoming maybe Heat Wave.
Yeah, because there wasn't much room that Roberto could make there, right? Because even if he does, let's say, try to go on the offensive, the Heat Wave always covers him, so it forces him to have to go for a parting shot into the Delphox yet again. Now down to neutral once more. Nasty plot essentially has been foregone, and you've got the redirection available yet again if the Sinister does get brought in, but no, you want to go on the offensive. The Basque Legion is immune to fake out. It can directly threaten the Delphox, and we've got that back and forth between the support, making sure it covers for the sweeper.
Yeah, it's a really great pivot here from Roberto to kind of pin this Delphox now, where it really is threatened. The Basque Legion kind of covering the Scissor, giving that protection. It's still got to be a little bit wary about the Scissor because there is the play where Arash says, okay, I'm just going to protect my Delphox, assuming that you're going to Wave Crash or Flip Turn into that and then leverage my Incineroar to get the all-important Flare Blitz into the opposing Scissor, remove that threat, and once that's gone, things get a little bit easier to manage. But as we've seen in games 1 and 2, it is about protecting that main important Pokemon. And if you let them go down, the rest of the dominoes fall apart.
Oh, the fourth Pokemon revealed being the Mousehold, switching in favor of the Delphox. Wave Crash dealing so much damage, but this could be Arash's opening to go for the Flare Blitz into the Scissor if it's able to survive, which it does. 82 hit points. Pasho Berry is consumed from the Scissor, but it doesn't care because it is KO'd. It will not care at all. Arash being able to remove the biggest damage damage sweeper piece of Roberto, still allowing the Incineroar to survive even with so much recoil damage dealt to itself.
Yeah, great play here from Arash, showing why they're not out of this just yet, taking down the Mega Pokemon. Now the Intimidate, the Incineroar cycles back in, and the Basket Legion in a great position, right? I don't know how Arash deals with this Basket Legion effectively, because now you've got the active Fake Out into the opposing Incineroar. You go for the Wave Crash into the Mousehold, or vice versa, and all you've got in the back is a Delphox that cannot switch in on this Wave Crash. So Roberto positioned pretty well. You do have redirection though, will help you, but for one turn only with that Mousehold. Have you got the ability to deal and dispatch of this Basket Legion that is such a threat right now?
It sort of feels like you need to be able to have both the Sinistcha and the Delphox on the field at the same time, and Incineroar having lower HP in order to not be able to essentially get rid of the Sinistcha in one fell swoop. Mousehold going for the Protect the Wave Crash, will be targeting the Sinistcha, which has switched in. Are we going to be seeing a double up here? Flare Blitz is very potent right now. It will be able to whittle down the HP of the Sinistcha. Roberto's made the read because of the Friend Guard still being active on the field. It's not enough to pick up the KO, but this is what we're saying. The fact that the resource is so low right now from Arash, it really marginalizes the amount of flexible turns he has remaining.
Yeah, and how'd you get around this now? Yeah, you've got two redirectors on the field. They can kind of protect each other, I guess, whichever way you go. Follow Me will pull in one way, Rage Paddle will pull in the other. But the Sinistcha probably is going to be able to take a Wave Crash from that range. Mousehold's definitely not going to take a Wave Crash, so you can't allow that to happen. But Mousehold hasn't got any offensive capabilities. Do you switch that out maybe into Incineroar, preserve that to kind of keep and leverage with the Delphox for later in this game?
Switch outs abound. We have got the Incineroar now dropping the attack of the Basket Legion. It's going on the offensive. It goes for that target, picks off such a crucial piece in Arash's Game 3 strategy, but it does allow a free switch in for the subsequent turn. We're going to be seeing Mousehold go for the Super Fan. It does connect, wanting to make sure it puts it within range of a Heat Wave in the following turn by the Delphox. Flare Blitz dealing a bit more recoil damage to itself, but at the trade-off of getting that burn onto the Mousehold, essentially putting it on a timer. But this is what we're saying. The Delphox needs to have a redirector on its side of the field and deal the damage, connect with the Heat Waves, or even just get rid of the Basket Legion, really.
Yeah, and it is entering the field again. It's got that Follow Me support here from the Mousehold for this turn, so at least one Wave Crash can be dodged. But have you got enough to be able to get rid of this Basket Legion with one attack? It is the Psyshock that it will be relying on, not the Heat Wave to deal with that Basket Legion, but going for that allows the Incineroar the room to either go for an all-important parting shot. Roberto definitely in the driving seat still here, all to do for Arash going into this next turn.
Yeah, it's totally not over. It's just about making sure that you don't miss a beat, because just one turn is going to change it. It's going to decide which of these trainers may potentially make it through to the top cut. Basket Legion has switched out. Sinistcha is going to be able to come back onto the field and restore a bit of HP over on the Incineroar, potentially actually putting it within range of surviving a Heat Wave, if of course they do connect at the cost of the Sinistcha now being subject to it. But the Nasty Plot is the way to guarantee, if you're able to connect with your Heat Waves, you're able to get some outrageous damage, even at that range from the Incineroar, to potentially be susceptible to a KO.
Yeah, the Nasty Plot's nice from Arash. It puts that Psyshock in a better position to pick up the knockout onto the Basket Legion if it can connect onto that slot. But again, both trainers have got that redirection support on the field now. Sinistcha is not going to want to take a Heat Wave, but can you afford to go Heat Wave in a game where the Basket Legion is threatening the knockout? The Wave Crash into the Delphox here can be redirected into the Mousehold for this next turn. But the Sinistcha is still in the back for Arash, so there is a lifeline, and with that boost to the special attack, it is in a position to start picking up knockouts onto the threats on Roberto's side.
I feel like Arash has room to go for Heat Waves now. Even if it is, let's say, not going to pick up a K on the Basket Legion, it's going to put it within range for a subsequent Heat Wave to do so. If you parallel it with a Sinistcha Brain for a redirection the following turn, even when your Mousehold does go down, Incineroar is now on the field. You can see Roberto is really trying to put the pressure right now What's Delphox going to do? We're going to find out after the Basque Legion moves first, goes for the flip turn, will finally quell that Mousehold, leaving the final redirecting option for support with the Sinister next to the Delphox. Delphox, what are you going to do? When the Sinister comes in, surely it has to be Heatwave. You don't want to get caught out by a side shot, but you need to be able to connect it. Hospitality, though, is going to make sure the Incineroar doesn't go down quite yet. Heatwave double connects. It gets rid of the Sinister. It puts the Incineroar within maybe range of, depending on rolls, but I don't think it's actually enough.
No, I don't think another Heatwave will be enough to get that Incineroar nowhere near enough. It does mean that you're going to have to go for a couple of Heatwaves. If you've got the room to do that, though, then you know the Basque Legion is in the back for Roberto. It can come onto the field now. It does outspeed this Delphox, but Arash has a lifeline in their Sinister that they've still got access to help with the redirection. How healthy is it? Well, we're going to see as that Hospitality activates. It's not healthy at all. No. It is not going to be able to take a Last Respect here. And you've got the play where you can just lock Last Respect into that Sinister, fake out into the Delphox. Now, you could go for the double protect just to burn through this fake out here if you are Arash, but then you're going to have to make sure that next turn, the following turn, is the one that is decisive. So you've got the room to be able to get rid of at least one of these threats on Roberto's side.
But Arash has Protect on his Sinister, something that Roberto does not have. So is this a potential double protect?
This is, what I was saying. Right? I think the double protect come out here, burn that fake out, as we're going to see, and then the next turn after that is the decisive one where we are going to see potentially Arash make a decision. Do you go Heatwave to try and remove the Incineroar? We know the damage there. I think you have to lock in to the side shock, sacrifice your Sinister, and then have you got enough single target Heatwave to deal with this Incineroar? That's what it's going to come down to.
Surely you do. You're at +2 right now. You need to put it within range. The Incineroar, though, on the other hand, it's only got Flare Blitz as a main offensive move against this Delphox, which is 100% HP-wise. So I think the favor is in Arash's side. You just need to make sure that you don't get caught out in any way and you play to your outs. Rage Powder. Now make sure Basque Legion, that is Choice Scarf locked into Last Respects, will now be susceptible to the side shot. Is this the moment that Arash Amati is going to potentially make his way through into the top cut? Basque Legion is left wide open. Side shot at +2. Special attack. Of course, it's enough. The Incineroar, though, maybe needs a couple of critical hits and a crucial miss of a Heatwave, but going for the parting shot. Now at -1, this adds a bit of volatility in terms of not being able to pick up the one shot onto the Incineroar with a single target Heatwave.
But the one problem that we've got is normally you'd see a dark type attack on Incineroar. Roberto's can only rely on the Flare Blitz here. So that's why we're seeing the parting shots as Arash in response to that saying, right, you go for those parting shots as much as you want. I'm going to supersede it. I'm going to get another attack boost. Remember, Flare Blitz coming out. It is not going to be anywhere near as effective as Roberto needs it. It looks as though Arash will put themselves in a spot where they're going to be able to seal this up. It all comes down to Heatwaves, though. It is going to come right down to the wire.
Heatwave miss into Flare Blitz crit is what Roberto is hoping for, and that's even if the damage calc is enough, but it doesn't miss. Arash Amati
there we go!
Is able to go ahead and potentially make his way through into the top cut.
Wow, right down to the wire. Arash Amati moving into top cut here at the Turin Special Championships. What a match, Costa, right down to the wire. And it all came down to the management of those pieces and how well did our players do in that match. Arash feeling back against the wall, knowing the Basque Legion was the threat. Roberto pivoting it in and out, not leaving it in harm's way and getting it right to that end point where you think he's got it, he's locked it up. But Arash knowing no dark type attack on that Incineroar was the key thing to keep in mind that whole time, because if I can get my Delphox into that spot, I don't need to worry about the Incineroar too much. I can just get boosted up and Heatwave will still be enough.
So many unique, small interactions that really built up such an amazing display of a showcase between both of our trainers. Back and forth, we saw the Raw pick up KO in that game one. Absolutely put Roberto ahead of the game, but Arash did try his best to be able to bring it back. could not do so. Game 2, however, we saw the Mega Flower was preserved a bit more better, was able to make that comeback, even with the Mega Sizzle proving to be quite a nuisance in that scenario. But that Game 3, the Mega Delphox lead against the Sizzle Brin and not the adaptation from Roberto's side, because if that was a Tyranitar, surely the favor was mostly in Roberto's side.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if the Mega Tyranitar came in that scenario, what do you do against it? Especially when you've got the combination of it and the Basket Legion. Of course, in hindsight, that's not what happened. Roberto staying tried and tested and true to what they'd done in the previous 2 games. And it was Arash who made that adaptation, showing their experience as a former world champion, why they are moving into top cut here, and why they are so strong with this Mega Delphox, this Mega Floette team. So dynamic, it's got so many ways to play it, and so many tiny intricacies that you can lean into at the perfect moment to close out a game and clutch victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful way of being able to essentially display a change-up of the different strategies that both of our trainers have, even though, let's say, for example, it's very similar. You've got the setup and you've got the support. But the way that Arash's team functions is a bit more dedicated in the point where there's no, let's say, wall breaker potential. It's just purely the setup Pokemon of the Mega Delphox, Mega Floette options, rather than, let's say, Bastion Legion on Roberto's side of the field, where it adds a bit more of a fluency in terms of, you know, not necessarily having to rely on the setup stuff. Now, the fact that we saw Mega Delphox essentially maneuver itself around the way that it had to is, like we said, true virtue of an amazing player from Arash's side. Even though he was dealt a bad hand from Game 1, he was able to mentally come back and just run away with it.
Yeah, and picking the right moments when the opportunity was there to nasty plot and not attack. And also the turn where they switched it out as well, where you're thinking, this is still on the field now.
Yeah.
You really don't want to switch it out in the face of the Scissor, but it had been parting shot twice. It wasn't in a great spot where you're going to lose any boost that you hadn't already lost. So it made sense to preserve it for later, and it was the right choice all the way. And yeah, taking the opportunity when it was presented with the Incineroar to get the Scissor, like he did in the previous games, I think they're the moments that really were key and crucial to being able to lock that matchup and maybe sway it to Arash's side rather than Roberto's. That looked so commanding throughout that game.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw this is Game 1, where we in particular had the Mega Floette essentially put up to the point where it was exposed to the double up, right? When it comes to this scenario, and we've got Arash, the way that he plays, generally speaking, is quite aggressive. He tries to go for the reads where he can, so that may have clearly been the case here, as we saw the Bastion Legion and the Mega Sizzle focus into it. But let's say, for example, we see a change-up where the Mega Floette goes on the defensive. Then Incineroar, surely, it tries to either go for the option of the direct KO onto the Mega Sizzle, or you can optionally go for the parting shot onto the Bastion Legion if you're anticipating defensive play from the Mega Sizzle.
Yeah, I think that's what we were probably expecting, parting shot out into the Basket Legion, expecting maybe it to flip turn onto the Incineroar. But Roberto, knowing all of these kind of dynamics that could be played out here, just saying, well, Arash might lead down the line of saying, this is my opportunity, because the Protect is so obvious here, because this Floette is so threatened. It's so threatened. A double up, like we actually saw the turn play out, it did go down to that double up. I've got to protect it, and because it's such a key piece, that's why it's not a target this turn, right? He's going to readjust. He's going to maybe switch out the Scissor. It's threatened from the fake out here. It's already -1. It does't want to risk staying in front of a Flare Blitz. So, I've got room to do it. But Roberto's saying, because of that, I'm just going to take the risk. Because the reward here, as we saw, was huge. It was pivotal. That goes down, and then Arash's game plan falls completely apart.
Yeah, and it's essentially trying to cover a potential aggressive read, and that is essentially what Roberto did. He was willing to make the kind of obvious play, right, in favor of the off chance that essentially Arash just goes for it, and he was able to capitalize so well from it, and essentially pick up that Game 1. From that moment, even though we saw Arash try to maneuver as well as he could, it wasn't enough. So, yeah, it's kind of like how it works. And then in Game 2, we had the scenario where the Mega Floette was better protected. there was a crucial situation where we had, once again, the potential of the Mega Scissor and the Basque Legion being able to threaten, but at this point, we saw being able to play a bit more risky at the right time, maybe anticipating Roberto to expect Arash to do the opposite for this time round, worked out quite nicely from Arash's side.
Yeah, because I think from this perspective, this change-up with the Basque Legion and the Scissor here, there isn't really too much you can do wrong by just protecting the Scissor here and then just going flip turn into the Floette. Even -1, you probably put it in range for a -1 bullet punch from a Mega Scissor the following turn. So that is so safe. So again, it's why you want to just always protect that, and then you leverage the Incineroar. Like the whole plan of the team is, it's got the Pasha Berry. It's not threatened by the Basque Legion. You've already got the Scissor down to -1, and you've got a free parting shot into that to readjust to get that Sinister onto the field.
Yeah, I think this particular scenario was, if I'm not mistakenly, the Incineroar was originally in the Scissor spot from the lead, and then we had the direct switch into the Scissor in order to be able to cover for that, and this could have easily been, let's say, a parting shot into the Scissor, or at least the Incineroar slot, because we know that the Incineroar over on Arash's side was actually faster. It's been already confirmed from the previous game. And there's a couple of mind games to factor in. Arash could have easily have gone for the fake out here, just to make sure that it's a bit more of a passive way to be able to handle things.
Prevent the parting shot.
Exactly. But the fact that Roberto went for the potential of, okay, I've seen Arash in game 1. He played very aggressive at the cost of the Mega Floette. He may well actually try to go and pick up essentially what is a read flare blitz into the Scissor, switching in for the Basque Legion slot. When it goes for the flip turn, procs the Pasha Berry, and then essentially you can get so much momentum going, but he covered that by having the Mega Scissor join this side of the field instead, which is very crucial because we saw that Arash actually went for that play. The flare blitz into the Basque Legion is, let's just say, not something that the average player might attempt.
No, but a brave one, a pivotal one as well, which would make a lot of sense because you say, okay, well, if you're Roberto, if they do scout out me switching in the Scissor here because I want to get out on the board to pressure that Floette, then what's the best slot to put it in front of and take the place of? And that would be the Basque Legion, because it doesn't make sense for you as a trainer to go for a fire type into a water type attack, so you can see that read. But and because it's got the faster pivot as well, it's going to pivot out before any other the turns play out. It makes a lot of sense to go for that flip turn and then reap the rewards if the Scissor comes in there. But Roberto's seeing through that, saying, okay, well, I need to get my Scissor onto the field. I'm going to just hard switch out the Incineroar here. For that Scissor, get it on the field, it's not going to be intimidated, and then good to go that following turn where the Incineroar is still on the field for Arash.
Yeah, and at that point, the fact that you've got the Scissor in for the subsequent turn at neutral can go for the easy setup of the Swords Dance, and then because of the flip turn here into the Incineroar, you have got Fake Out online, even at the cost of the trade with Mega Floette having the Calm Mind, right? Because it can't move for that turn, and then you start going into the vicious cycle of rotating Pokemon of the supports, the Fake Out into the redirect, into the Fake Out, into the redirect. And that's why there's so much potent synergy between Incineroar and Sinister in particular, because of the hospitality, recovering HP as well, which is in a similar form to like a Moongus in other formats. Regenerator. But this is more so for the partner Pokemon, and that's why it's even more potent to be able to get that recovery going.
Yeah, and it's a lot more dynamic as well, where you're cycling in those Intimidates constantly, which is so useful against these physical threats. I really like the fact as well that Arash in this match got that initial Moonblast down onto the Scissor, so it took it down to about 50% health, but then was targeting always the partnering Pokemon, the Sinister that switched in, taking that down in one hit, and then the Basque Legion as well. You think, should I deal with the Scissor because it's an immediate threat, it's got the Bullet Punch, it's really threatening my Floette now, but no, I'm going to get rid of the things that are going to take away my support options, and I really like that in game 2. And you saw how much it just shut off the options for Roberto and just kind of put the stoppers on, allowing Arash back into the set.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we see the Sajun Park team do so well, because you have got not only 2 redirects. You've got a third one as well as an option. But the mouse hold in particular is such a great way to allow more sustainability to that main key piece, that very important Pokemon, the VIP.
Friend God is very, very valuable, isn't it?
Just a tiny bit. But we have got news. Now we've got the interview prepped and ready with none other than Arash Amati to give us a bit of an insight into his masterclass that apparently he's offering for free for all of us to tune into. So, please take it away.
Free masterclasses are what it's all about here at the Turin Special Championships. I'm here with Arash Amati. And Arash, I'm glad we're sitting down because that was a crazy, crazy set. How are you feeling after that?
Good. It was fun. It was fun. Like, it was just a fun set, like all games, to be honest. Like, they were all very long games, I feel. I think we were able to see a lot of strategy going on, yeah.
Definitely, and especially, we were talking about that game 1 where the Mega Sizzle goes down, the Mega Floette goes down, and it looks like you've got no damage left on the field after your Floette goes down. You've made a read quite aggressively to try to go on the offensive with your Floette.
Yeah.
Roberto calls it out, but then like 12 turns later, the game finally concludes.
Yeah, I didn't forfeit because like I knew like there were some win conditions if I were able to take out either the Sinistra or the Basque Legion, but like he got a lot of turn rights even after that one.
Yeah.
So he made a lot of aggressive reads in general. Like I think he's like very good. He's very good at that.
Yeah. Is that something? What point in game 1 do you start thinking about game 2? Or were you thinking about game 1 all the way through?
I don't know. Towards the end, probably.
Towards the end. Yeah, sure. I was like, it's tough, isn't it? Because you have some win conditions still, but
I wasn't stalling though. I was trying to win.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So like I didn't have a lot of time to think about game 2.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And especially after that like long set, you have to reset for game 2, game 3. And in game 3, you made that read to bring the Delphox in.
Yeah.
What were you thinking in team preview?
So his team is tricky for mine because he has the Tyranitar, which completely shuts down the Delphox. And so like I was really careful about not bringing it like game 1 and 2. But then I thought like with the plans we were doing, like I feel like he was pretty strong against me, and yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. It was tiring.
There's a lot of Pokemon that you just played.
Even game 3, like I thought I was going to lose at some point, and then I saw that line, and so I think it was a really good set.
Yeah, it's like the moment where you realize that you've got 2 redirectors and the basket. As long as you take 1 KO, you can get the Basque Legion on its own.
He got a bunch of turns right, and then I just realized like I had like Delphox and 2 redirectors. Like they were both really low HP, but I had like enough tools to like set a nasty plot and close the game out. So I went for it.
It was really, really nicely done. So zooming out a little bit, this is the first event that you've played this season.
Yeah.
But it's also...
Including locals.
Including locals. You told us that yesterday, and we were like, fair enough. But it's also the first event on Pokemon Champions. Now, you've been playing a long time.
Yeah.
You've been playing through lots of different games.
Yeah.
What's your feeling coming into Champions?
It's fun. Like, I mean, personally, I like it way more than like Gen 8 and 9. Because like, I like Megas.
Yeah.
It's very fun to play, so that was like an extra reason. But also because like I live like this is my city, and so like I just came to compete because it's fun, you know.
Yeah, and it's like we were saying as well before. It's like it's really nice to be able to play Pokemon when there's nothing on the line.
Yeah. Even when there is, like you shouldn't take it too seriously.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, it's such a game where you have to think like, oh, but if I worry too much about what I'm going to do, maybe I'm not going to play the Pokemon that I know I can.
After game 1, like I lost game 1 against him, and I'm just going to play, see what happens. So yeah, having fun is good.
You heard it here first, traders. Having fun is good. Arash, what a brilliant game. You're likely sealed up for top cut with an...
We didn't mention the funniest thing.
Oh, go on. We talked about this before. Go on. Tell the audience.
I top cut this. I was A1 yesterday, and I top cut despite losing my first round today due to arriving late to the venue.
And just bear in mind on this.
Go 2-0, yeah.
Just bear in mind that when I was on my way to the venue to cast round 2, Arash runs past us on the way to the venue.
I was late yesterday
to try to make it to round 1, while we're walking to try to get there for round 2.
Sometimes a little pressure doesn't hurt.
You take the pressure in your stride.
Maybe I needed a little more pressure. 10 minutes earlier.
Only a little bit more pressure. You've done well. You've done incredibly well this weekend, Arash. Congratulations. We're gonna let you get set yourself up for the top cut. Before you go, any shout outs?
Thanks, Ben. No shout outs. I guess, yeah, shout outs to my friends that I'm spending the weekend with. It's a lot of fun. So, yeah.
Perfect. Arash, thank you so much. We'll get you ready for the top cut. Before then, trainers, we're going to go into a quick break, but we're going to be breaking down everything that has been happening so far in Turin, going into the top cut before we start crowning our champion here this weekend. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They eye their way in. Break windows low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions! Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has in the back-to-back.
This is huge for Bielsa Boy. I don't know if it's marking ours going to be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow.
He goes for the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Bielsa Boy, he feels it. He knows it. It's Bielsa Boy in 2023 World Spectator. It's Bielsa Boy in 2024 World Commander. It's Bielsa Boy, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Dive's being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him.
There it is!
Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption.
Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragon Pulse EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We're going to twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's
absolutely surreal. It's going to take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock. Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors, and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Hello, everybody. What a way to lock up the final round of Swiss, in particular Phase 2 with the previous set. Arash Almaty doing an incredible job making his way through to the top cut. And now, that's exactly what is upon us. Top cut in all of the essence and joy. 16 trainers being able to go ahead and duke it out in order to be crowned the first, wait for it, European special champion. But no, absolutely excited to be here in this phase.
Yeah, and I mean, what an incredible showing from two top Italian trainers, you know, in that last game. Roberto so close, but Arash just edging it right down to the wire there. And you're really looking back in it in hindsight, you think, yeah, how much throughout the tournament has that Incineroar not having a dark type attack been a little bit of a problem? And it's such a hard decision to make. It's obviously value to Roberto getting them this deep into the tournament, but in that match, in that scenario there, if it had the throw chop, if it had the Darkest Lariat opposed to the Will-O-Wisp that it did have access to, you think it probably would have been able to close up shop against that Mega Delphox that was in a pretty easy position to just set up another nasty plot and heat wave its way to victory.
Yeah, because it just had the natural resistance to the mono attack of the Incineroar, right? Or the Flare Blitz. It's just a way to make sure that you protect the King-Queen sort of strategy as best as possible, and he was able to make the call. Like, part of me was thinking at some point, can Roberto still bring Mega Sizzle, right, as the main Mega in that Game 3, but have Tyranitar as a backup just naturally in anticipation of Delphox? But it's very risky.
Yeah, I think you have to probably sacrifice the Sinister in that scenario, but is it...
How can you do that? You know,
I think against, if you're expecting the Delphox, I think the trade-off's definitely worthwhile, because the Sinister doesn't really give you that much value in that matchup, whereas the Tyranitar, of course, would. But easy to say, let's bring that one after the fact. But yeah, I think Arash just showing, I think because of how long both games 1 and games 2 were drawn out, Roberto's probably kind of in that condition where, well, we're just gonna go rumble with the same 4 once again, but Arash saying, nah, I think we'll change things up here. I think the Delphox is gonna leverage me a little bit better and take me into top cut, and you can see how it played out from there, and what a great decision it was.
Yeah, truly been the case. And now, like we said, we have got 16 trainers that are vying for the championship title. Not only just for the title, some are still in the race of making sure to get that qualification to Worlds because of the top 80 rating of the EU region, of course. There's a lot of trainers that are within that threshold or just outside that are trying to make the jump to usurp the current holders prior to NAIC next weekend.
Yeah, and of course there are a few trainers that aren't even in contention for that top 80, but can still be in contention for the World Championships by getting first spot and the golden ticket. But Costa, I think it's probably time to have a look at the standings, right?
Oh, yes, it is. And we have got an accolade of the different trainers available. A lot of Italian representation of essentially the top 16 trainers that have been able to make it through to this level. Lorenzo Profeta actually leading the 4 right now. No undefeated trainers remaining, but those 3 at the top having just 1 defeat and 11 wins is spectacular.
Yeah, a big talking point with Lorenzo this weekend with the team that they're piloting, and not the only one piloting a similar 6 with that Mega Frostlass in the Lycan Rock that seems to be taking this tournament by storm. It's not something we've seen too much of. The Lycan Rock is a very formidable Pokemon, very fast, and with the tough close ability can hit super hard. It's got priority in a Cellar-Rock as well, and with that Focus Sash that we're tending to see run on that Pokemon means you're committing twice into it, and it acts a little bit like Glamora, but hitting on the physical end, and yeah, it's just a little bit faster as well, which gives it a bit of an advantage into the current field.
Well, exactly, and the fact that, let's say, in opposing sand or whatnot, you can't get your Focus Sash broken because it's a rock type. It's going to be able to be immune to that residual damage at the end of the turn and also benefit off it in certain scenarios because of the physical defensive boost too. Really underrated pick, which makes so much sense, and I think it was like one or two particular Italian team building groups that have all essentially come together to this tournament, and if I'm not mistaken, we had like 7 or 8 of them get through to phase 2.
Yeah, we did, and you can see as you go down the list some very familiar names. Marco Silva making it into this top cut, finishing 6th place with a 10-2 record. Just below that, we got Arashi Marti, who we just featured. Louis, who was our regional winner from a couple of events ago, making their way into this top cut amongst the rest of these trainers as well. And got some good representation from other regions in Europe. Of course, we've got Joy Davey from the UK there as well as Lewis Markle. A mainstay in these top cuts. We seem to see more and more recently finalists in our last outing. Can they go one step further here in Turin?
They do have the opportunity to do so, and they're going to have to duke it out once again against the very best. We have got a spicy potential next match for you in order for us to be able to get top cut kicked off. I do want to give a bit of a shout out as well there to Victor Medina, who is also vying for that first place title that we know he's capable of doing. He's reached so close so many times, and this could potentially be another opportunity.
It could be another opportunity, and you think it's only going to be so many opportunities they need before it does happen. So we can have a look at the bracket now to see who our top 16 players will be facing off against as we go into the single elimination portion of this tournament. No more losses can be taken by our trainers. If you want to progress in this tournament, you have to win out from this point on.
Asymmetrical top cut, and we have got our 16 trainers and their pairings, which an absolute marvel in terms of all of these players that right now are at the top of their game. Not only right now, a couple obviously across the season. Looking at you, Mr. Marco Silva, going up against Nelson Foncua.
Yeah, that's going to be a great match. And Marco running Mega Gengar this weekend, so having a lot of success with one of your picks, Costa, and hoping to carry it further and deeper into the tournament. And what a match. Lewis Marco versus Davide Cognetta there. That is going to be a great one. Another Gengar user using that Perish song as their main way to get through the field. And it has continued in form like it did yesterday to carry Davide to this point of the tournament.
Yeah, for good reason. I think there's a lot of different modes that you can apply. It's not necessarily only Perish Son when it comes to Mega Gengar. It's got a lot of damage to boot in terms of the special offensive side. So yeah, gonna have to see if it does pan out and reach that sort of upper echelon that I personally know that it deserves. But anywho, moving on, we've got Francesco Piopero versus Louis Fonfeo. That is genuinely going to be such a high-stakes match as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good one. I do like Francesco's build that they're running here. Actually rocking a Sylveon, taking that into this top 16. We haven't seen too much Sylveon this weekend so far in the tournament, so it's going to be great to see Francesco, see if they can take that alternative fairy type a little bit deeper into the tournament. We've had so much Eternal Floette. Are we going to see Sylveon maybe take top spot as the premier fairy type?
I mean, it matches up so well into the meta, right? Like the Mega Floettes, it gets a fairy aura for free, and if it doesn't, it's forcing the Mega Floette to not even come because of that fact. And I think you actually told me the other day that it has access to Weather Ball as a really nice coverage move too.
I've been running Weather Ball on my Sylveon with Charizard Y. Yeah, it's really nice, especially in like Trick Room. You can get the Weather Ball off and then get those Corviknights or those King Gambits that have been pesky, catch them out. So yeah, it's been useful in a lot of situations. So it has a lot of flexibility. The trade-off is dropping the Hyper Beam, which is one of those big button presses that you can just remove things from the field. So it is a bit of a trade-off, but it is a flexible Pokemon. Got lots of different options to it. Not only the quick attack, Hyper Beam, it does have Charm, it has Calm Mind setup, it has lots it can do.
It's got flexibility with its move pool, so maybe a cook in there. Well played. It might become a thinly, who knows. But we've got the notable matches. I will try my best. We've got the notable matches ready that, of course, we will be selecting one in order to be able to feature, and it is gonna be a firecracker. Luis Markel versus Davide Cognetta. Luis, arguably one of the very best of the trainers across the globe. Currently second, if I'm not mistaken, in overall EU leaderboard versus the current holding Turin champion from 2023, Davide.
What a great way to kick off Top Cut here in Turin. I mean, both just incredible trainers. I always love watching Lewis and their journey since they've appeared on the scene. I always say it, very consistent, and it again is one of those tales where it's a matter of time, I feel, before Lewis is going to take one of these major titles home with them. They've been very close on a number of occasions, just never quite got across the line. Could this be the one? A good way to get on the way to doing that is taking down our current Turin regional, special championship champion, who the last time we were in Turin, Davide Cognetta was able to take that, I believe, with Earthworm of all things.
It was, wasn't it?
Another conventional team here with the Mega Gengar that they showed and give us such a masterclass of on yesterday's broadcast. So again, two titans of our European game going up against us to kick us up in Top Cut.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, this is actually Davide's first major event of this season, and if not the first, he's got very little championship points at this point, only because of the fact that he hasn't been able to participate as much, but he has been quite active in also supporting events through judging means as well, contributing to the community, which has been absolutely phenomenal and amazing. So being able to see him come back here in this venue 3 years later has been such a treat and do so well.
Yeah, and Davide's shirt game is always
fire.
Top tier.
Truly.
Top tier as well, just to add to that. But yes, I mean, an incredible player, and it's been one, the name has not disappeared the entire weekend, I think, from when we featured them on the broadcast yesterday. Going forward, each and every round, it seems like they're just getting stronger and stronger the deeper they go into this tournament. And yeah, just a remarkable player. It's great to be able to feature them when they are able to come out to these events, and they never let us down with a great showing. So going to be an absolute corking match going into this first one of Top Cut.
Truly, he was one of the players to watch for good reason, but Luis Markel is going to be an obstacle for him in order to be able to retain the title. Luis, as we mentioned, is absolutely on fire, not only in the EU region, he's gone over across the pond. He did get a top 4 several weeks ago in what, is arguably such an amazing feat of absolute raw talent.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, the recent run of form that Lewis has been in, it's no surprise to see them here again amongst the echelons of these other top trainers. Top 4 Los Angeles regional, and then the finalist at Utrecht just missing out. They're very close, but as I say, over the last 2 seasons, I think a mainstay in these top cuts of our EU regional. And yeah, it's just a matter of time before they do take that step. And maybe this being the first Champions Tournament here in Europe, this is the step that takes them to that stage.
May very well be the case. Also, Davide, a not one, but 2-time international champion back in 2017, where he absolutely tore up the format. But Luis Markel, with his 6 accompanying Pokemon, the Mega Floette being the preferred Mega Evolution single of this team composition, but you've got the wall breaker potential of that Bastia Legion male choice Scarf Jolly in order to make sure it gets those speed benchmarks covered. And then you've got set up King Gambit, black glasses, no steel type coverage needed when you are packing such a huge punch.
Yeah, some really interesting stat alignments here on the Pokemon in particular, because you look at the Floette, it is more of a setup Floette, but it's got that boost to its speed rather than the special attack that you would normally see. So something that might be giving Lewis the edge in these games where it's surprising opponents, getting the jump on things that you wouldn't expect it to. Also, if you look at the Sinister, it's going to be hitting a little bit harder. Got the stat alignment giving it a boost in that special attack. The Matcha Gotcha going to be hitting maybe a little bit harder, but there is a lot of setup there. You've got that Floette, you've got that King Gambit. Can't rest on your laurels against this team, because if you give it an inch, it will take a mile, and Lewis will get these Pokemon set up and start carving its way through your Pokemon.
Yeah, the unconventional stat alignments can prove to be quite key. So with this new introduction, it adds an additional layer of mind games and a bit of clarity in terms of what your lines have to be. So something to consider if you are Davide, with the Como-O potentially being out of contention of rocking up to this matchup, because surely you always bring Mega Floette over on Lewis's side. But we've seen it time and time again, the Mega Gengar acts as such an amazing deterrent to Mega Floettes. If you get that Shadow Tag lock going, especially with that Tinkaton, which is an amazing support Pokemon with the Encore Disable interactions and strategies available.
Yeah, and I think one of the beauties about this team is the Tinkaton, the stat alignment there, the speed boost to it, it catches opponents out because it lines up perfectly with that Gengar, and then can put that Encore Disable lock on opposing threats that maybe weren't suspecting it or felt like they were a little bit safer than they actually are in front of these Pokemon. But like you say, it's going to be very difficult for us to get any momentum with that Floette when you're looking at Pokemon like the Gengar, like the Tinkaton, that in particular threaten this Pokemon so hard. The Gigaton Hammer is one of those attacks that just needs one to get off, and probably Floette will fall afraid. Gengar as well, one of those Pokemon gets the lock on, gets the Perish set up, and you've got the maneuverability to shut down those big threats from the opposite side of the field with that disruption.
All right, leads for game one. What are we thinking? Lewis essentially trying to go for a wall break potential or a setup with the Floette?
I think you've got a wall break potential. I think the Basculegion's always a nice lead to come out, because if the trap does go up, you've got that Ghost typing. You can switch out to something a little bit freer, get away from the Perish if that is the line of thought from Davide's side of the field. And also the Sinister as well, one of those other Ghosts that gets around that trap so effectively and really makes it difficult to get the lock with the Perish on those Pokemon.
All right, we're about to find out our first match of Top Cut. Davide is opening up game one with Mega Gengar, Tinkaton as the chosen lead versus the Sneasler and the King Gambit over on Lewis's side. So we're going to have a faster fake-out potential from the Sneasler. However, the Shadow Tag will come into effect for the next turn, and that is a severe consideration that may force Lewis to try to make an adaptation.
Yeah, and you've got to be very careful, especially if you are the King Gambit, because of its speed, it will underspeed the Tinkaton, and the Gengar will be subjected to the Encore Disable lock, so it could find itself just struggling. So you've got to be careful, supported right. The Sneasler opens the door for that with that faster faker, like you say, and you've got the opportunity now to potentially go for a fake out Sword Stance. But do you go for that in front of these Pokemon, or do you maybe just switch out if you suspect that lock? Because falling afraid to that Encore Disable makes it a lot easier to deal with.
Oh, Davide potentially factoring in the fake out from Lewis's side. Wants to be able to bring in his own for the subsequent turn in order to be able to get a lock on. But the King Gambit, it's going to be switching out. The Basculegion Teeny will be entering and directly threatening that Mega Gengar, because of the speed interactions of the Tinkaton switching out first means the Intimidate is actually not going to be able to impact this Basculegion, which is going to be hitting for full damage at neutral.
No, fake out coming out. Is the close combat the option? Here it is, and it's caught that Incineroar with it. Yeah, and doing some really big damage, valuable damage. What a great play from Lewis, predicting the play from David, where you say, okay, the Gengar is going to get the lock on. I don't want my King Gambit in that spot where it is going to be susceptible to that trap with the Disable Encore. I'm going to get Basculegion in now. I'm going to put a lot of pressure onto this Incineroar that's got an active fake out this next turn. And not only that, I can put a lot of pressure onto that Gengar that is stopping me switching around so freely right now.
Such a strong opening play from Lewis's side, and Davide Davide doesn't have the Intimidate in the back to be switched in to lower the damage output of the Basque Legion, which is going to be hitting very, very powerfully. So now forcing him into a spot where he's immediately on the defensive and he doesn't have a reliable switch in, maybe sacrificing a bit of resource availability of the HP on the Tinkerton to switch the Incineroar back out, but it's just going to be a protect.
Yeah, protecting here from any incoming or switching from that Basque Legion if a flip turn comes out there. Just the Dire Claw choosing from that Sneasler, but the Wave Crash now coming out. It will be into the Gengar. Will it be enough? It won't be enough, but it's doing really good, considerable damage.
But this is going to be a trade. No, he doesn't focus down on the Basque Legion to be able to pick up the KO there. He goes for the Sneasler. Will be bringing it down to 57 hit points, but this may have been a missed opportunity from Davide's side.
Yeah, just suspecting that maybe the flip turn comes out, wants to catch it onto that Incineroar. Why we saw the Protect there and get a valuable, maybe a Shadow Ball into that Sneasler, just to be able to get it into a position where you can pick up the knockout. But now with that initial Wave Crash, the Gengar is forced to protect this next turn or switch out like we're seeing, and it leaves that Incineroar vulnerable. It's just protected. It can't go for it again.
Okay, Como-O has made its way onto the battlefield. The Incineroar has been felled. Davide already losing one of his Pokemon means the foundations around the Encore Disable Shadow Tag strategies are plummeting. Wave Crash will not be dealing as much damage onto the Como-O because of the Dragon typing resisting the water, but now we're in a spot where Davide's clearly having to try to focus down on, okay, if I can get my Como-O set up, maybe that can allow me more breathing room to get rid of both the Sneasler and the Basque Legion, but you need to be able to maintain your Mega Gengar to cover for the Mega Float potential in the back.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You've got to keep that for later on. It's taken a considerable amount of damage already, so all the reliance now on that Como-O. Can you get it set up? Well, you've got a good option with the Tinkerton that's coming now. It's got the Fake Out. It'll be able to stop that Sneasler in its tracks, but you also have the ability now, if you're lost, to switch out Pokemon if you want to. We're just seeing a Protect from that Tinkerton.
Ooh, okay, trying to scout out the scenario right now and seeing, hey, you know what? I want as much HP recovery and availability on my Tinkerton. Anticipating the double up into the slot, not even going for the Clanging Soul, apologies, going for the Clanging Scales. Does get rid of the Sneasler, but maybe this is a scenario where you might not have wanted that, although now that the fact that Tinkerton has not been damaged at all, even if the Mega Floet does come onto the field, it's going to be threatened by a Gigaton Hammer.
Yeah, but it all comes down to the speed and the combination of a Wave Crash and then maybe one of those bigger attacks like a Dazzling Gleam could be enough to potentially pick up this Tinkerton. They are generally a middling defensively, right? Is it going to be able to take that double up? It's a free double up from Lewis into that slot, and the Dazzling Gleam will be enough to cover that Como-O this turn. So in a real pinch of the situation, and it all comes down to whether the Floette outspeeds the Tinkerton, which you would say from the stat alignment, it maybe will.
And we're going to have to figure this out. This could be huge. Wave Crash goes into the Tinkerton outside of a critical hit. It's not enough to pick up the KO. Basque Legion goes down to its own recoil. What's it going to be? Is the Tinkerton going to bring the hammer down? It is! It's going into the Floette! And the Floette, it survives on 6 hit points! Such a crucial survival! Dazzling Gleam picks off the Como-O as well as the Tinkerton. You've got the double KO, leaving Mega Gengar on its own against the Kingambit alongside the Floette. So even if it is timid with its stat alignment, it's bulky enough to survive that interaction.
Yeah, that just shows how well Lewis has trained this Floette to survive such a threatening attack here. And now the Kingambit could come in and help clean up this first game. And this has been backwards and forwards and right down to the finest of margins.
There we go. The white flag has been waved for this game 1. If you thought we hadn't seen spicy action so far, well, think again. This is the epitome of it. And Lewis Markle is 1 game away from making his way through to the top 8. But Davide, back to the drawing board. Needs to be able to force a game 3.
Yeah, it was really difficult because Lewis getting every turn right, really, down to the last turn, right, where I think the first turn played out, going for the close combat, catching the Incineroar on the switch in, and then getting the Basket Legion switched in as well at the right time, preserving the King Gambit for the late game.
Yeah.
And then the Basket Legion able to apply that pressure, and then with the Sneasler as well, you know, just doing so much work, forcing that Tinkerton out when it came back onto the field later on in a position where, yes, it can get that Gigaton hammer off.
Yeah.
That speed interaction is really useful for going into game 2, but being able to take it is another thing. So Davide now knows that to get that Floette with the Tinkerton, you're going to need to get a tiny bit of chip damage onto it first.
So the question is there going to be, I'd say, a real focus on making sure you can preserve the Incineroar as well as you can versus that game 1? Because the fact that you took so much damage meant that you don't have that recycling action going of having 2 fake out users online, but most importantly, those intimidates as well with the Basket Legion putting on so much offensive pressure.
Yeah, the Basket Legion, I think, is the thing that you're going to have to deal with a lot better than you did in that last game. Maybe Sinister comes to this game. It can switch in on those waves crashes, especially because you've got so much protect across the board if you're Davide, where you can kind of scout out what that Basket Legion locks itself into and then adapt appropriately from that point on. Sinister might be one of those Pokemon you can bring in. It gives a little bit of alleviation with its Rage Powder on those key pieces that you need to be able to move in the match.
Here we go, game 2. Are there going to be any adaptations? Not from Davide's side, opting to go for the Tinkerton, and the Mega Gengar following suit is Lewis. So closely afterwards with the Sneasler and Kingambit, and something that may be worth noting is that naturally speaking, Mega Floettes should be able to outspeed with the positive speed stat alignment versus the Tinkerton, so it may come down to no match 32 speed investment in that Mega Floette in order to allow it to survive that crucial hit.
Yeah, you would say there's some defensive investment there to kind of allow it that, but it keeps it speedy enough. But we've got a good amount of information going into this game too. Do we see things play out like they did in game 1? Well, that's where you could maybe take a little bit of an advantage here if you are Davide, where you could go for the fake out into the Sneasler if you expect it to lock in with a close combat, and then try and get that Perish lock started. That's an option here because the Kingambit, again, is one of those Pokemon. Do you want to leave it on the field? This is where Lewis could say, I'm going to call your bluff. I'm going to keep my Kingambit here, and I'm going to attack into that Gengar and fake out into the Tinkerton.
Oh, this is going to be a close one. Tinkerton has not switched out as opposed to that game 1. Protect, though. Mega Gengar wanting to make sure it is keeping Lewis's Pokemon true and tested. Double Protect, wanting to scout it out and make sure that we got potential Encore disable shenanigans going, which is definitely the case right now.
Yeah, which is really difficult for this Kingambit to kind of contend with now because it is going to fall afraid to that Encore disable combination. Yes, you can go for the Sucker Punch, but again, it's not going to land if the Gengar doesn't choose a damaging attack. Why we're seeing the Protect here. Has this Sneasler got a way around this, though?
It's going to have to go for the potential close combat into the Tinkerton to avoid the Encore interaction there, but oh yeah, the Encore actually going into the Kingambit, and Sneasler wasn't able to move first, showing that the training is so crucial here, given that it's an adamant, so it's not even max speed.
That's a slow Sneasler, very bulky. But yes, getting caught out by this lock, and now the Kingambit has just went for that Protect. It can go for the Sucker Punch again, but why is the Gengar going to attack in this scenario, right? It's not going to. It's going to go for the Disable, and I think the Tinkerton can follow up with an Encore here. The Dire Claw isn't threatening the Tinkerton. It's got the immunity there, and the Gengar can shrug that off like it is a breeze.
And I did notice a bit of a head shake from Lewis's side, just knowing that he is in an absolutely locked down situation. The fact that you cannot switch any of your Pokemon out, you've already gotten the Disable onto the close combat from the Sneasler, only having to opt to go for the Dire Claw, hope for a status condition, not yielding any sort of result right now, and the Kingambit is locked in to the Protect. The Perish has been perfectly set up right now.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Lewis, even at this early stage of the game, because now you're just going to bide your time. If you're Davide, you've got the time to do, You can double protect. You can throw some more Disable Encore about onto the field, really disrupt what Lewis is trying to do even further. And then at the time is right, switch these two Pokemon out for whatever you've got in the back that are going to be able to come in, sponge up whatever the threat is on that Sneasler and the King Gambit, and then allow them to go down to that Perish.
Yeah, and there's no reason for you not to go for Protect here with the Gengar. You want to make sure that you avoid any sort of Diaclaw shenanigans. Tinkaton's Steel typing means that it is completely immune to the Diaclaw Poison typing. Completely free to go for the Encore now because of the prior disable on the close combat. So this is the absolute perfect scenario for Davide to be able to guarantee a double KO via the Perish means onto the Sneasler and the King Gambit.
Yeah, this is perfect for Davide. Like you say, this is a perfect scenario on how to get Perish and Disrupt and make it so seamless as well, because you're not taking any damage in the process. All you're doing is biding your time, waiting for each and every turn to go past. It does give Lewis the time to formulate maybe a plan of how they can try and come back into this game. It's going to be very difficult in a 2 versus 4 situation, especially because with 2 Pokemon remaining after this Perish expires, it does mean that another Perish song will be enough to stop the timer, and 3 turns time after that, it will be game Davide.
And that is essentially what was identified, and Davide has been able to do this so well. And there's no real drawback right now. You're going to be able to time the switches appropriately with that Tinkaton leaving the field. You've got the Fake Out now available from the Incineroar. The only way out is a sleep.
Oh!
It's the sleep
There it is.
that Lewis was fishing for. This is quite unfortunate, but still not the absolute end. Yes, it is very annoying because Fake Out's no longer available. So Gengar, the slot has to switch out. But the question is, whatever Pokemon is coming in, how much damage is going to be able to handle?
The Tinkaton could switch in here on the Diaclaw and not really worry about that or any of its effects. So, and then it gives the Incineroar time to potentially wake up, which you need it to do to support the end game. And here is that Tinkaton in place of that Mega Gengar.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best switch in order to make sure that you can essentially, you know, take as little damage as possible. It does have Sugar Berry, so it doesn't get any recovery, but Diaclaw just doing respectable chip damage over time. Incineroar, most crucially, now finally burning its first turn of sleep. But the trade-off, not in favor of Lewis's side. King Gambit and the Sneasler falling victim to the Perish Son, forcing a 4 versus 2 affair right now, and Davide has got so much momentum on his side of the field.
Yeah, I mean, there is the fact that the Incineroar is asleep, but it has the potential to wake up this next turn. You've got active Fake Out now on the Tinkaton as well, so you can slow down at least the Floette that's come onto the field. But the problem is that Basket Legion, if you had one Pokemon in the back to come in to try and pull things in your favor, that's the Pokemon you can lock in with that Last Respects and hope that your Floette has enough in the tank to deal with that Incineroar. That is the only Pokemon that we know currently of that resists that Last Respects.
There could be a scenario that Davide switched it up and has brought the Sinistcha over the Como-O, which would be amazing, and it seems to be the case, and this is what you need to do, but at what cost? You need to be able to essentially ensure the redirection is available in order to be able to safeguard yourself away from the Last Respects. We've got the Mega Floette now embracing the Fairy Aura on its side of the field. Just a very safe protect from the Tinkaton. This is a good way to be able to cover all outs. Cassib Berry has been proc, but this is going to hit so hard, just barely surviving. If this is a Dazzling Gleam, because of the critical hit, it might actually pick up the KO, and the redirector that Davide needed in order to ensure he doesn't fall victim to a Last Respect sweep is no longer on the field. Was that trade worth it?
Wow, I don't know. It definitely doesn't feel like it right now. And things are going to get very difficult because now you've got the Incineroar to come back in. It is asleep. You don't even have the Fake Out support here. So a Last Respects into the Tinkaton and a Dazzling Gleam will be enough. We know that the Gigaton Hammer isn't enough to get that Floette. But the one thing that you do have is you potentially have some disruption with Encore if you can take a Last Respect. Can you do it though?
At -1, there is a good chance, but it just depends on how much defensive investment there is with the Tinkerton. And also, do you feel like it was a roll survival of the Floette because of with the Gigaton hammer in the previous game?
That's
and
the
just
big thing
go
to
for
roll.
the absolute damage potential of the KO.
Yeah, and there is the potential there, but we're not seeing it this time around. The Tinkerton switching out. It is the Gengar. If the last respect comes into this slot, this will be the last respects for this Gengar as it does fall free.
It is down out of this game. Davide is not going to be able to outpace the Floette. I think this may well be over. Lewis has been doing such an amazing job keeping Davide's Pokemon in check. The Gengar absolutely just in an awkward spot. Tinkerton, no matter how helpful you've been, you cannot get yourself out of this scenario.
No, there is no way around this last respect now. You might be able to get the Floette, but it's not locked itself into anything that puts it susceptible to the Encore, and you cannot ignore this Basculegion. You cannot slow it down. The last respect is inevitable, and Lewis has played this so well.
There we have it. Last respects, not quite been enough to pick up the KO. Gigaton Hammer, however, not doing it either. 22 hit point survival. This feels absolutely calculated. Floette, dazzling gleam, dazzling display. Not quite enough to pick up the KO, but this is all gone and done. Forfeit in. Lewis Markle progresses to the top 8.
Remarkable from Lewis Markle. It is just amazing to see how they matched up into this formidable Perish Trap team from Davide, and how they did it, especially game 2 when you thought, okay, the lock's been put on, the disable, the encore, the Perish is counting down, the turns are not many remaining. What have you got in the back? Can you overcome the 4 Pokemon that remain? Well, the one Pokemon that you say is the trump card, the Basculegion, and it comes in, locks in to that last respect. And what a call as well to go for the last respect into what was the Incineroar asleep, and then the Sinister switched in and just takes it. And then from that moment on, it just became a really untenable position. You've got to give so much credit to Lewis to be able to just identify these plays and have the courage to lock into them in the moments when he needed to take the victory.
And that's what matters in the end of the day. It's the very micro decisions that essentially, when it comes to this sort of like matchup, are the deciders. And that's what we saw. Como, it was an all right bring for game 1, but we just saw that Lewis was able to survive so much clutch potential with the 6 hit points remaining on the Mega Floette, but it wasn't enough for Davide, even with the Perish Son mode going, getting that 4-2 advantage against Lewis Markle. It really does come down to, and this, I'm not sure if you agree, you probably will, the Sinister being brought in raw when the Incineroar could have had a potential of being KO'd to allow the Sinister as a free switch in next to the Gengar to then cover the Basculegion. I feel like that may have been a misplay or potentially an over-predict of whether last respect is going to be locked in and there's going to be the double up of the Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, it's a difficult scenario because I think if you're Davide, you really want that Incineroar off the field to be able to cycle that Intimidate.
Yep.
But at what cost? You can't bring your Gengar out in the face of the potential last respect. And you're kind of hoping at that point that you chase after the Tinkerton. And I think that's what Davide was hoping for, to see the last respect Dazzling Gleam combination in that slot rather opposed to the Incineroar. But it made more sense really from Lewis's point of view to just always target that slot, because the Tinkerton can be dealt with later. We saw again the Gigaton Hammer do even less damage this time, and the Floor able to hang on. So probably a high roll that first time around. So it wasn't in any danger of going down right there and then. And I think the most important thing was to get that sleeping Incineroar off the field. And it was really critical, that Dire Claw sleep, because it really put the stoppers on the Incineroar being able to support like you know it can do with that all-important fake out, which was just removed immediately when that Dire Claw said, "Snap time, boy."
Amazing impression there, my friend. And that did seem to be the case,
Nice Sneasler impression. Levels above.
Yeah, it kind of like shook me to my core. I wasn't expecting it. But no, like, it was very marginal in that game too. But I guess going back to the game 1 right now, the key play was the double up not be, or at least the KO there onto the Mega Floette, not quite enough. And it was able to survive because that was quite crucial. The fact that 6 hit point guaranteed, the Como goes down, as well as the Tinkerton, because it had already been at such low HP, it was pretty overwhelming for it to be able to come back.
Yeah, you fully expect the Floette. Yeah, I think going into this turn with how its stat alignment was, you expected to maybe get the jump on that Tinkerton, but it does underspeed it. And then the Gigaton Hammer, you're expecting that is going to be a clean knockout with how powerful an attack that is.
Yeah.
But wow, what a survival and how crucial that was to not only dispatch of the Tinkerton, it was just that tiny bit of health left, but that, more importantly, that Coma Ore that was threatening the King Gambit that was left in the back, you know?
Well, that's exactly it, and that's the point of why we're saying there's the interaction, a couple of things here, right? Both the Tinkerton and the Mega Floette trained with the stat alignment to give an additional 10% boost in their speed. Mega Floette, naturally speaking, if both of the Pokemon have max 32 speed investment when it comes to their training, Mega Floette is always faster. But we saw it wasn't in this scenario, meaning the Tinkerton is probably guaranteed to have that 32 stat distribution, but the Mega Floette, because of the defensive investment, was able to get that super crucial 6 H point survival, and then outspeed the Como as well, because it's like a sitting duck, right? It, like you said, it's there to check the King Gambit and nothing else, because the Mega Gengar, what's it going to do in the back against a King Gambit? Sure, you could go for Disable, but you need to be able to wait that out and then go into
2 other options, can't it?
That's what I mean. Yeah, just like spam Shadow Ball, try to time your disables. But like you said, the multi-option capability means you always lose that endgame.
Yeah, and it was, you know, as viewing it, it was really fine margins, but I think Lewis quite confident in this scenario, knowing probably knowing that I can take this Gigaton Hammer and I got this match.
Yeah.
I outspeed, great, because I don't take any damage. It just makes the end game a lot smoother, but regardless of what happens, excluding any critical hits here, I'm going to be fine to clear the board. And I think that was always the goal as well. And I think the same thing can be said for that game 3, where they kind of almost fell into the trap, losing the Sneasler and the King Gambit with 0 return, but knowing all the time, that's fine, because I kind of know what 4 Pokemon that Davide has,
right?
And my Basculegion can deal with them. As long as I can get that Incineroar off the board, Basculegion just deals with everything else so effectively.
And it's quite tough, I think, mentally from Davide's point of view, the fact that you saw your mode worked so well with the Perish that you had to sort of lock in. Lewis taking advantage of making the right call and the switch up. Obviously, getting the Diaclaw sleep is crucial, but the Sinister there, it was the MVP to not get reverse swept from the last respect, and that needed to be there for the support. But, c'est la vie. That is how VGC goes. Davide, commiserations, but huge props and congratulations to Lewis, of which is ready for an interview in order to get things rolling, moving on to top 8.
Lewis Markle saw that cheeky Mega Gengar and Tinkerton, but kept things honest with the innocence of Floette and has just knocked out the reigning Turin champion, Davide Cognetta. Lewis, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling really, really good. Going into this matchup, I wasn't feeling that confident because Perish Trap is kind of very good against my slow setup mode. But yeah, I'm glad that I won. I'm glad that I found a line that wins, and also I know that he's a very, very good player. He won this tournament before, and yeah, I'm just glad that I won.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I'm glad that you're keeping calm, keeping things collected, heading into the rest of the day. So, in Game 1, of course, we have this moment where the Tinkerton on the other side of the field outspeeds your Floette, but then your Floette hangs on.
Yes.
Were you expecting either of those things, the outspeed and the hanging on?
Well, I was expecting it to outspeed. The hanging on, I just hoped for it. Like, I just hoped that I would hang on the Gigaton Hammer. Maybe he doesn't have that much, you know, offensive investment on his Tinkerton. Maybe he trained it more defensively because he only has one attacking move. So I was just hoping that my Floette would survive, and obviously that made all the difference in the end. Yeah.
And it did. That flower is eternal, my friend. But then heading into Game 2, of course, Davide has gained more ground here.
Yeah.
He seems to, with this Gengar, he seems to have you on lock and having to switch around.
Yeah.
But then a couple of crucial things happen. with Diaclaw, you get the sleep on the Incineroar, and then, of course, you channel the last respects into the slot where Gengar switches in. Talk us through everything going on there.
Well, I think from turn 1, he kind of had me with the protect, and just a double protect was really, really good. And then the Gengar outspeeding my Sneasler, disabling my close combat. I couldn't really do any damage. So at that point, he basically had a guaranteed KO on both my Kingambit and Sneasler with Perish Song. And I just had to hope that my best Legion and Floette, especially with the last respects being boosted after 2 KOs, could clean up the game. And yeah, the Diaclaw sleep, I knew he would switch out Tinkaton on the last turn. And I just hope that whatever comes in, I get like a proc. Because otherwise, I don't think I could have won that game. And luckily, I got it, so that gave me an out.
Yeah, fantastic. Goodness gracious me. And then, I mean, when that last respect went into what turned out to be Mega Gengar switching in, the look on your face in the moment was quite surprised. I mean, what were your thoughts at that point?
I didn't think he would switch out the Tinkaton. I thought he would actually, because the Incineroar already slept the turn, so I thought he might hope for it to wake up, right? He told me after the game that he didn't want to take like extra damage on the Tinkaton from last respects. So yeah, I was kind of surprised because if he does wake up with the Incineroar and he goes for like a throat chop maybe on my Dazzling Legion, that could do a lot of damage, and also if he stays in with the Tinkaton, then my Dazzling Gleam wouldn't be a single target, so maybe it wouldn't have KO'd the Incineroar, and that would have maybe made a difference.
Yeah. Well, as it was a 2-0 victory, and you're giving us a masterclass as to how to run this team, especially against such a tricky strategy as this Perish Trap mode. Incredible stuff. Well, of course, there's so much of the competition left to go. We need you to stay with that cool, calm collectedness that we identified before. Your Worlds invite, you're fairly safe about that?
Pretty much, yeah.
Sure. And coming into this weekend, just briefly, any expectations that you had?
Not really. I actually picked this team one day before the tournament.
Yeah.
I saw it online. It had double fake out and setup, which I really like. And I'm really glad that I ended up deciding on this team. But yeah, like this is a new meta. It doesn't have terrestrialization. I'm a player who started with terrestrialization in Scarlet and Violet. And I really like the old meta game with Regulation I, with all the restricted Pokemon. And just having to adapt to all the new Pokemon without terrestrialization is kind of tricky, but I'm glad that I was able to still, go this far in the tournament.
Well, you're clearly adapting very well indeed. I can't believe you picked up this team a day before the tournament. That's unbelievable. And to have such a fantastic finish, it just goes to show the skill of the trainer is what it's all about at the end of the day. Now, you are a 2-time regional level event runner-up.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe you could go all the way this weekend?
I hope that I can maybe improve my score from Utrecht last year and this year. But we'll see. I'll try my best.
Yeah, well, we believe in you, Lewis. We believe that you can do it. So, finally, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Yeah, I definitely want to thank my girlfriend for always supporting me and for also being here with me today, for, just cheering me on, and also all my other friends as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. It takes a village to raise a Pokemon trainer. Well, thank you so much, Lewis.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to you for the rest of the day. Lewis Markle is through to the next round, safe and sound. And very shortly, we'll bring you our next Top Cut round.
Allow this Zamazenta to get the KO onto this opposing Zamazenta. Yes, you are! And that's brought Lewis down to just their Calyrex. And that means if you go for Wyguard and you go for Crunch, there is nothing that can be done.
Nothing at all. Battle's been cancelled. Aurelion Sula is your champion finally after so
I am Aurelion Sula, and I just won Utrecht Regional Championships 2026. I have been playing VGC since September of 2018, and it feels really amazing to finally have won a regional in the Masters Division. My toughest match was probably against Mark in first round of day 2 in the perfect mirror. It was an extremely tense set that really came down to the wire. We had the exact same team, like all the Pokemon were trained the exact same way, but we didn't play the exact same way. I wasn't too sure how to approach the mirror matchup at first, and so game 1, he won really convincingly, but then I tried kind of stealing what he did, but he had a feedback, and there was a really back and forth game where we had like lots of calls to make, lots of decisions, both like what is the other person going to do, which Pokemon is going to move first since they're trained the same way. Made tough decisions where one different choice could have really flipped the outcome of the game. I plan to go to Worlds in San Francisco this summer. In my past 4 years as Masters, the closest I came to top cutting was last round of day 2 winning in, or where I lost. In the past 2 years didn't go so well. I've already started playing Champions a bit, but I haven't been too focused on it since Scarlet and Violet wasn't over. But now I'll try and play more both ladder community tournaments to try and get ready for the World Championships. I think Pokemon Champions brings great improvements for the competitive scene, and I am hopeful to see what Champions is in store for us. I'm pretty excited about the return of Mega Evolutions since I started in September 2018 and I only got 1 year with them, so pretty excited to explore new Megas. I have started to explore Champions for community tournaments, team tournaments, even with friends, and it's been a great experience so far, and I'm excited to see what comes next. What kept me motivated and going at this event is really the love of the game. Like I really like playing the game. Like I both like Pokemon as a franchise casually, and the competitive, like the strategic depth the game has. And my tip for new trainers would be to never give up.
Hey Pokemon fans, Kostarai Dimos here with the recap of the 2026 Pokemon Europe International Championships held in London. This year's EUIC was the largest VGC competition to date, with nearly 1,500 Masters trainers. From regional winners to former international and world champions, the road to Sunday was relentless. However, when the lights shone brightest, only 6 trainers remained. In the junior division, Zachary Thomas, the American contender on the rise, faced Hideo Uezu, the Japan Nationals champion and only remaining non-American trainer in Championship Sunday. With 5 identical Pokemon between them, the set was very board position focused. Hideo took Game 1 through stronger positioning of the Raging Bolt, and Game 2 was decided by a perfectly timed Icy Wind that flipped the speed order and closed the match. With this huge win, Hideo Uezu added yet another major title to his growing legacy. In the senior division, we had Charlie Kim versus Leland Smith, both regional champions as well as close friends who were running the exact same 6 Pokemon because one gave the team to the other. In a razor-thin mirror, Charlie managed the margins just enough to claim the senior international title and cement his name into history. In the Masters division, legacy met redemption. Zachary Weed arrived searching for payback after a heartbreaking regionals finals loss in Las Vegas earlier this season. Across from him stood 6-time regional champion and 2023 EUIC champion, Paul Chua. Where Zachary pushed aggression with an Iron Crown Hyper Offense team, Paul brought refined structure with the meta-popular Bolt Balance archetype. Zachary fought with creativity and courage, but Paul's resilience and patience prevailed, thus reclaiming his throne as the King of Balance and now 2-time Europe International Champion. If you want to throw your hat into the ring and join the pursuit of glory, make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for more information on how to get involved in play Pokemon events around the world.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Turin Special Championships. I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm joined by my partner in crime, Ben Kiriakou, and we will now be bringing you our top 8. So many trainers have been battling through the entire competition to reach this stage. We had approaching 1,000, and now only 8 remain.
And all of them have every opportunity to be able to take the crown of champion home with them this weekend. We've got such a mix of players at our disposal here in the top 8, from players with no championship points playing their first event of the season, including local, so Arash tells us, as well as players that have been tried and tested. We've seen them so many times across the competitive season. It all comes down to this.
Slowly but surely, we'll be whittling down these 8 players to 4, and then, of course, the final 2, who will reach our first ever grand finals for Pokemon Champions here in the EU. And, of course, the conclusion of our regional level events for the 2026 season, which brings a tear to my eye to say, and also disbelief. Where's it gone?
Where has it gone? It does feel like it's gone so fast this season as well. And you always look back at the start of the season. We were in Frankfurt, weren't we? When we had all of that graphic on the screen with all of the events that we were going to this season, and they've gone down one by one by one. But we've got so many exciting events yet still to come. We've got NAIC next weekend. We've got the World Championships coming up in August as well. And I cannot wait to see who we're going to be crowning. But before then, we've got someone else to crown here in Turin.
Oh, we absolutely do. One by one, or fun by fun. Both work, because that's what it's all about here in our fantastic Pokemon community. Get involved if the action here is inspiring you. Attend a local, download Pokemon Champions for the Nintendo Switch. And listen, we look forward to seeing you at one of these events soon. The 2027 season is just around the corner, and there couldn't be a better time to get involved in competitive Pokemon just so shortly after the launch of Pokemon Champions. But hey, that's down the line. We're here and now in Turin.
And we've had so many creative teams that we've been able to showcase across the broadcast, all distilled down to this. I feel like we've seen pretty much every Mega, or at least most of the Mega Evolutions that have been possible for us to use in Regulation MA. It's been so nice to see. It's distilled a little bit down into those core Charizard, mostly Floette-based teams that we see doing really, really well. Just in our top 16, unfortunately, Davide Cognetta was unable to proceed against Lewis Markle with the Mega Gengar. I think that was the last Mega Gengar that we had in our top cut bracket.
R.I.P. Costa, who has been cheering for Mega Gengar since, well, probably eternity, actually, probably since Pokemon Champions came out. Let's keep talking about these Pokemon, because they're so crucial as to how the tournament's been unfolding. Let's compare our stats from Phase 1 into our stats from Phase 2. Let's take a look at the Pokemon that were shaping up the competition yesterday. Let's cast our minds back, our mind's eye, to when Basculegion was at 50% and Garchomp just behind.
Yeah, it's a real difference in the way that the metagame shaped up compared to our previous events, but really nice to see how well our trainers have adapted in only a week, after a week of competition that we've had in Regulation Set MA on Champions. And seeing Pokemon like Pelipper rising to the fore, seeing Pokemon like Sinistcha rising to the fore, but also seeing that Charizard there, really the dominant Mega of choice, with Floette just trailing behind a little bit.
I gotta say though, we've seen fewer Mega Charizard Y than I anticipated this weekend, but we'll see how the top cut develops in that regard. But before we continue to look at the Mega Pokemon here, just want to call out Pokemon like Aerodactyl. Back in the days of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, we'd never have dreamt to have seen an Aerodactyl on one of these usage statistics. But of course, there it is, so fast as it is. Those very threatening rock slides providing flinches, of course, being able to provide Tailwind as well. And of course, you can Mega Evolve your Aerodactyl if you want that extra power boost. It's writing a whole new chapter right here in Turin.
And let's compare this to Phase 2, where we really see the rise of King Gambit coming out in Phase 2, converting so well from Phase 1 and being able to be in our top spot when we get to show that graphic. When it comes up as well, the one thing I want to point out is the jump in Mega Floette usage from Phase 1 into Phase 2, where it goes from the roughly 30% usage overall into Phase 2, where it had 46% usage. That means that most of the Floette, or more of the Floette, have been able to make it to Day 2 than not.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, really. I can picture the players saying, yeah, I don't need Floette. And then as the competition unfolds, sort of going, yeah, no, it is pretty good, isn't it? Maybe I could see why so many players have brought it. So let's take a look at exactly what you're referring to there, Ben. Let's take a look at our Phase 2 usage statistics here for the Turin Special Championships. Yes, all changed. There are all sorts of new Pokemon that you see jumping in from the bottom. And blessing that graphic, I want to give a shout out, of course, to Frostlass and Venusaur, two Pokemon that can Mega Evolve. Venusaur much less likely to, but there you go. We'll see how the Mega Evolve Pokemon will be shaping up in just a moment's time, but this is overall the top 12 Pokemon in Phase 2 of Turin.
Sinister and Whimsicott, you're like, no, I'm going to hold my ground there. This is where our spots are positioned. You know what, I can't count at this stage in the day. But yeah, Frostlass and Venusaur coming up on top. Incineroar getting a little bit of a bump in usage there, being the more prominent fake-out user over Sneasler, where in Phase 1, Sneasler was the more prominent Pokemon that people had brought to the event. But Basculegion, Garchomp, King Gambit. I think that is the defensive stroke offensive core to beat this weekend.
I really love to see, sort of go even deeper into particularly this King Gambit and see what sets have been the most commonly used, because you might look at that and think, well, that's a bit strange because so many King Gambit drop any kind of offensive move other than Dark, because with Black Glasses and Swords Dance, you can deal so much damage. But of course, that's not going to do much into Floette, which is one of the most popular Mega Evolved Pokemon that we have. So whether it's the Ironhead variant that's more on top or not.
Oh, and also, we've seen so many on the broadcast, King Gambit in Phase 1 yesterday, where they just dropped the defensive moves and the boosting moves, right? They had Low Kick and Ironhead and Sucker Punch and Kowtow Cleave, usually carrying a Focus Sash, maybe a Choppleberry, but requiring all of that coverage for their team to be able to maybe stand in front of a King Gambit and feel pretty good about the time that they're spending there.
Exactly that, yeah. And we even saw Assurance yesterday on King Gambit. If you want a little bit of a power boost over Kowtow Cleave, then Assurance can deal double damage if you move that little bit slower. So King Gambit is very much reigning supreme here. 62% usage, Basculegion at 54. I'm kind of surprised. I thought that Sneasler would be a little bit higher up, but then I look at the Pokemon on the top row and yeah, I mean, they all make total sense. But having that supremely fast fake out with Sneasler, and especially with the Unburden ability activated as well, even faster still. And the Diaclaw shenanigans too. I really expect it to be a little bit higher, but then we've also seen so many Sneasler with Gunk Shot this weekend as well, in order to deal with those Floette.
Yeah, paired with a Lycanroc most notably, to be able to deal with all of the main big Mega Pokemon. You've got the Charizards, the Mega Floettes, but also the Tyranitar, which hasn't made its way onto that graphic overall, a little bit lower in usage, which I suppose after last weekend, probably a little bit of a surprise to us coming in. It felt like Tyranitar was on the rise overall.
Yeah.
But then players seem to have adapted to it. And let's see what our Mega Pokemon distribution is. We'll remind ourselves again what we had in Phase 1, what Mega Pokemon that trainers were opting for. If I remember rightly, there's a little bit of a drop-off. Position 1, Position 2, Charizard, Mega Floette. Then the steep drop-off to Mega Aerodactyl.
Around 20% there, yeah, you can see just how popular these Pokemon are. But again, as we were saying before, there's so much variety and so much experimentation with all of the Mega Pokemon that have been brought this weekend. It sort of belies how popular some of the more random ones have been. We had a Mega Crabominable out there, a Mega Camerupt. We had Mega Abomasnow as well. So I can't wait to see what our trainers continue to cook up. Mega Dragonite here. It's a Pokemon that we also haven't seen too much on stream. It's really interesting, Mega, because Dragonite pre-Mega Evolution prefers to be a physical attacker, but Mega Dragonite gets a big old boost to its special attack, and that becomes its preeminent offensive stat. So it can be difficult, I guess, to know what moves precisely to put on that Pokemon.
Big shout out to Mega Venusaur here, actually. If you look at the Venusaur usage across the Phase 1 and Phase 2 that we've just seen, actually Venusaur has just sort of slipped its way onto the graphic, and it looks like only a small proportion of those have been using their Venusaurite as their item of choice. But actually Venusaur across both its non-Mega and Mega form is finding utility in different types of team compositions. And we saw Mega Venusaur, Mega Lopunny from Flavio Del Pidio yesterday, which was a really crazy metagame adaptation, but looked really good when we saw it.
It certainly looked good, and now we can see what's looking good in Phase 2 in terms of our Mega Evolutions. Let's cast our eyes over how the state of play is today in Turin. Okay. We've got a big appearance here from Mega Scovillain, coming up from nowhere to reach 5th place now in our top 8 Mega Evolutions. Mega Tyranitar staying fairly steady, but big drop-off for Mega Dragonite here. Mega Delphox is still staying true, nearing the bottom of the graphic there, but of course it's Mega Floette and Mega Charizard still out in front, but much more variation now, a bigger gap emerging between the Floette and the Charizard.
Yeah, definitely. It's like you see that the Scovillain, there's like probably just not that many of them in the field overall, so it doesn't make it onto the graphic. But the ones that are in there are doing very, very well in the tournament. And so seeing that big jump up in usage, but also the big jump up in usage of Mega Floette as well, where it overtakes Charizard from 35 or 34% on Charizard to 30% on Floette, but then 46% compared to 38, so it's a massive jump up for Floette, and it just shows that even if it's a primary or a secondary or somewhere in between Mega Pokemon on your team, it's doing very, very well.
I'm not surprised to see Frostlass jump up so high there as well, because it was a Pokemon that really rose to prominence in the Indianapolis Regional Championships last weekend.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's not surprising to see the trainers taking a leaf out of that book to try and utilize it to its full potential. But from Snow Warning to Sandstream, you're so right, Ben. I'm pretty surprised that Mega Tyranitar, we haven't seen it more commonly on stream. Maybe it's been out there and we just haven't been able to feature it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we saw against Arash Amati, Roberto Parente using the Mega Scizor Mega Tyranitar team and doing so well with it. It was a great best of 3. Didn't bring the Tyranitar though to that matchup. So you know, you've got to be thinking about, it's like, well, if you're getting up to that stage of the tournament, seeing a Mega Delphox team, by the way, and then not being able to bring it to a match, you've got something to think about there in your building.
Absolutely. But from the Pokemon now back to the players. The top 16 bracket is ready on stream. So let's take a look at how that will be shaping up. And of course, we have our top 8 players as well. Lorenzo Profeta, Louis Fonvier, Davide Carrera, Lewis Markle, Giuseppe Musico, Marco Silva, Arash Amati, and Matteo Gazzini.
Really, really stacked top 8 there. We've got a full top 16 bracket as well, by the way. Some players that made X and 2 record did not manage to make it into our top cut. That asymmetrical top cut only goes as far as top 16 overall. And what some great matches to get us down into top 8 there. So excited to see Louis Fonvier doing so well, having an absolute tear of a season. Same with Lewis Markle. That match with Davide was really, really close and down to the wire all the way through. Sorry to see Victor Medina not managing to make it all the way to the finals yet again. It won't be this season that we see Victor Medina winning a regional championship, special championship, but maybe we can look a little bit ahead to the World Championships for him.
Absolutely. We've got a good number of Italian players here, just as you'd expect for our Turin Special Championships. We do have a French player in Louis and a German player in Louis. So let's see if they are able to take the crown from the Italian players. But the match that we'll be featuring for you all at home, top 8A, between Lorenzo and, of course, Louis Fonvier, who is a regional champion from this very season and their first season competing in the Masters division. Ben and I were commentating over the EUIC Senior Finals in 2025, where Louis was the runner-up, but showing that they have brought all of the sauce from the Seniors division into the Masters.
Seniors is too hard. Let's go show the Masters a thing or two about how to play this game. Yeah, Lorenzo, this is, I think, probably one of the first achievements that Lorenzo is going to be able to get on the board. Did so well in the match that he played against Juan. It came to a really tight three-game set. But then he was able to just find that position using his Mega Scovillain to be able to win that match. So I'm really excited to see what he can do here up against Louis Fonvier, who, you know, on paper may look like the front runner in this match, but at the end of the day, both these trainers in top 8, both of them could go all the way.
But which one will it be? Do we have the winner of the Turin Special Championships sat in front of us right now? Lorenzo at the Bologna Special Championships just last season, finishing in top 32. They've already bettered that this weekend. Louis, I mean, the litany of achievements over there. We called it out, our EUIC finalist in the Seniors division from last season. But look, all from this season, top 32 Gdansk, Prague Regional Champion, and Utrecht top 16 on an absolute tear.
Brilliant results across the season, and so recent as well. Louis is a player that's been playing a little bit before, of course, all of the results that we see there, but just showing coming into the Masters that he's definitely one of our serious competitors. But you know, I think everything's to play for in this match. The Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain team that Lorenzo has brought together with that Lycan Rock as well and Sneasel, Basculegion King Gambit. here is very, very strong. And Lorenzo has already proved that he knows when to bring the Frostlass, when to bring the Scovillain, and actually, when he doesn't need those Mega Pokemon, I can hear the crowd cheering Lorenzo on in the background. This is so great. You can see how happy he is to be here on stream. I hope, Lorenzo, that you're not feeling too much pressure in this moment and can give us the show that we know you can.
Oh, absolutely. You've already done it once on stream today. Lorenzo clearly cannot believe it, but it's a team that he knows how to pilot so very well. And the set of options like Swords Dance on the King Gambit, really wanting to put Louis Fonvier under the thumb here. And now our trainers are exchanging their team sheets. They're going to have access to all of the information that we're showing you right now, but who will be able to use that information to their greatest advantage. Louis with Delphox, Floette, Basculegion, Incineroar, Sneasler, and Sinister. The crowd is going absolutely wild for our first ever top 8 in Pokemon Champions here in the EU region. Of course, Delphox, once it goes for its Mega Evolution, gets the Levitate ability. It's going to be shrugging off any ground type attacks, being able to set up itself with the Nasty Plot as well, so its moves are hitting all the harder. Floette too can set up not just its offense but its defense with the Calm Mind here, and Sinister able to switch in from the back with that all-important HP recovery and hospitality.
So many small decisions on this team, whether you play Substitute or Nasty Plot on the Delphox, whether you play some other supportive move. I think Delphox also gets the ability to Encore, whether you drop the Moonblast, the Dazzling Gleam, or the Draining Kiss from your Calm Mind Mega Floette seems to be a choice that is different among different players depending on exactly how they want to play it. Also, the stat alignment there, modest on the Floette, not boosting the speed, so maybe a little bit more comfortable playing from a disadvantage in terms of speed against other Mega Floette. But then you've got the Focus Sash on the Basculegion that's going to make a big impact to how that Pokemon runs, not just because it's using the weaker liquidation, but also because you have to commit 2 attacks into it to take it down.
And now we've got to commit to our top 8A. Let's hear everybody in the venue for Louis Fonvier versus Lorenzo here. And it's Floette and Basculegion leading out for Louis. Basculegion and Frostlass for Lorenzo.
Basculegion apiece, and the stat alignments on both of these Basculegions are adamant, so there's no information as to whether one could be faster than the other. These trainers will have to figure these things out on the fly, but one thing's for sure, that Frostlass is going to be able to outspeed both of Louis' Pokemon, and if he wants to, because there's no weather on Louis' side of the field, going to be able to set up that Aurora Veil and maybe just stop those key KOs going down into Lorenzo's team. The downside of this Floette on Louis' side of the field, not having Moonblast, is you lose that ability to get that big point pressure in really early in a match, and you almost have to commit to going for a Calm Mind to really start dealing that damage down.
Also boosting your special defense, of course, which we would love to do in the face of an incoming Blizzard potentially. But Frostlass, if it does get the Snow Warning ability active with its Mega Evolution, could get the Aurora Veil up, boosting up the defenses of all types of move over on its side. Floette has gone for its Mega Evolution, the Fairy Aura radiating out from that beautiful flower. Here comes Frostlass with the big Blizzard. Do we have any cheeky freezes to speak of here at our Masters Top 8A? Apparently not. They're safe for this turn at least. Now the Dazzling Gleam connecting down in kind over onto the other side of the field. Frostlass not even Mega Evolved here. The immediate last respects with no KOs claimed, but that's exactly what Basculegion does. And Lorenzo's Basculegion is swimming back to the depths.
Can we just note here that there's no Mega Evolution on the Frostlass coming into this turn? That's telegraphing the Mega Scovillain in the back there, potentially for later down the line. And you can see the difference between Frostlass and Mega Frostlass and all the special attack that it gains when it Mega Evolves. But a big KO there for Louis. The King Gambit does, though, get an opportunity to come in. And I think the important thing here is that the Focus Sash and the Basculegion is broken because the Basculegion and the Focus Sash unlikely to be trained defensively enough to be able to take a Sucker Punch. Certainly not from the Black Glasses set that Lorenzo is running now. And so even though it looks like Lewis has got a real front foot here, taking a key Pokemon out, put some damage on the Frostlass. It's the King Gambit coming back in here that gives the opportunity for a little bit of momentum on Lorenzo's side of the field to even things up.
And momentum is exactly what Lorenzo's going for with this Mega Evolution now, so even if that Scovillain is in the back, he's not going to be able to go for it on that Pokemon. And now, whereas the Blizzard before just happened to connect on both targets, it's guaranteed to. With the Snow coming out and no Aurora Veil with the Snow defense boost, boost, is able to tap that Aqua Jet so much better. The Sucker Punch failing, potentially because the Basque Legion was going for its own priority move. Now the Aurora Veil is set up. So, Lorenzo's team is able to soak up so many more hits, but going for the Mega Evolution on such low health, how well can it take this Dazzling Gleam? It's going to be enough, even with the Aurora Veil, and the Frost Blast has been felled.
King Gambit, though, taking that Dazzling Gleam like an absolute champ here, trying for the Sucker Punch into the Basque Legion and failing because of the Aqua Jet, rather than going for the guaranteed Kowtow Cleave into that slot to be able to make sure that if the Basque Legion didn't protect, that it was going to be doing a little bit of damage, a lot of damage picking up the KO there. Now Sneasler gets an opportunity to come back in, but it's dangerous here, right? You've got the Dire Claw on this, sorry, not you, they don't have the Dire Claw on this Sneasler, instead you've got the Gunk Shot, and that always has a chance of missing the Floette, and so a combination of Sucker Punch, maybe even Kowtow Cleave if you predict the Aqua Jet, and the Gunk Shot could be enough to pick up a double KO here, and we know that Sneasler is looking pretty safe because the Mega Floette on Louis' side has committed the Mega Slot. Unlikely that that Delphox is in the back, so some combination of Sneasler, Sinister, and Incineroar.
Sneasler will just be keeping itself safe this time around. So will the Floette. So we turn our attention over to Basque Legion and King Gambit. A matchup that's pretty one-sided, but the Aqua Jet was attempted into the Sneasler. Now, where did King Gambit go for? It went for the Swords Dance. This is a play that worked so well for Lorenzo earlier on in our first stream game of Phase 2 today. King Gambit is now at +2 in its physical attack.
Yeah, that's going to make a big difference about like how he's going to be able to, or how Lorenzo is going to navigate the later game, especially if that Incineroar is in the back. Even if Sneasler in the back, a Sucker Punch would be able to do a great deal of damage to it, especially with the extra Intimidate coming down onto this King Gambit and raising its attack from the Define ability.
Goodness gracious me, so now this King Gambit is at +3 to its attack stat. Sneasler gets its attack returned thanks to the White Herb. Basque Legion will be scouting out from beneath the depths here. Sneasler attempts the Gunk Shot and it does connect, but it's into the Incineroar. But Louis freshly switched in, bringing it down to basically exactly half HP, but now the Citrus Berry recovering a good amount. If that had been the Floette, it would be down and out. Let's hope that the Sneasler's feeling accurate when the Floette is on the field.
That Incineroar took exactly the right amount of damage from Louis' perspective, coming in and activating the Citrus Berry, making sure that another Gunk Shot isn't going to be able to take this Pokemon down, but it is in range, certainly, of a close combat now after the Intimidate comes in and the White Herb mitigates that, neutralizes that attack drop on the Sneasler. And now the question is like, where do you click the fake out button into? Probably the King Gambit. You want to make sure your Basque Legion can actually act on this turn and maybe try to knock out that Sneasler.
Well, it's not going to be able to this time. That is another Protect coming out from Sneasler, and King Gambit gets his Protect off as well. Lorenzo back against the wall. Just 2 Pokemon remaining. The Fake Out attempted. Of course, you're going to want to Protect in front of that. Otherwise, you'd be flinching, unable to do anything this turn around. Liquidation attempted into the King Gambit as well. But now, Lorenzo can just scout out. Having protected, much less likely to be able to do that on this turn. Let's see how it unfolds.
So, well, Louis can lock into Aqua Jet to take away the ability for the King Gambit to go for a Sucker Punch, but then you're only Aqua Jetting turn after turn after turn, right? And so, not necessarily a nice position for Louis to be in. Needs to play a little bit defensively, bringing the Floette in to try and take a close combat, getting the double Protect, I think, on that Basque Legion to protect it from any... Oh, no.
Ooh, okay.
Attack last turn. Close combat going into the Floette here, and the King Gambit gets a chance to act, but this is the time where you can make a call.
Here we go. Is this going to be enough with the Swords Dance? Yes, it certainly is, and that is Louis' Floette down. Even though Lorenzo is down to their final 2 Pokemon, they're showing that they can still turn this around. Louis has just lost their first. Now the Aurora Veil wears off as well, so the Pokemon on Lorenzo's side of the field, they are not taking these attacks half as well as once they were. Sneasler is joining the fray now for Louis.
And now there's 2 fake-out Pokemon that Louis has access to. The White Herb has been burnt on the Sneasler on Lorenzo's side, and when that comes back in, it's going to be doing quite a lot of work against the Sneasler, but it's still powering up that King Gambit. And with the Black Glasses, now it's at 3 stages of increased attack. I wouldn't actually be surprised if the King Gambit was able to knock out the Sneasler with just a Sucker Punch on its own, depending on how this Sneasler has been trained by Louis. If it's one of those defensive ones, probably going to hang on. But if it's a little bit less defensive, then maybe the King Gambit can flip a matchup on its head where close combat looks like the threatening thing, but actually Sucker Punch does the job.
Yeah, stacking with the Black Glasses, of course, is something that we all know too well how much damage it does. Not very effective. Suddenly looks like neutral damage or sometimes even super effective as the Incineroar comes in now. No choice, really, because the King Gambit's locked on the field. Now the King Gambit is at +4 in its physical attack. And with that, maybe the Sucker Punch would do the trick for Lorenzo. Let's see if it was locked into. No, just to protect over on Louis' side of the field. So, able to scout out.
Okay, King Gambit going for the protect, but failing because Louis is going for the defensive plays overall. Now another opportunity for a fake out plus a close combat on the board. And this is the board state that Louis was going to aim for as the controller gets reconnected there. Well, okay. So in that position, in the position that we were in there, what Louis was trying to get into a place where he was the Incineroar comes in, gets the fake out pressure onto the King Gambit after the King Gambit has played defensively already, so that the fake out, the protect is likely to fail again. The fake out goes into the King Gambit, and then the sneeze alert on Louis' side can knock out that King Gambit.
Well, Incineroar is going to be switching. Is it going to be a knockout claimed on this Basculegion, switching in freshly for Louis as King Gambit now keeps itself safe once more. Turning our attention to the Sneasler. The close combat connects into Louis' own Sneasler. It's resisted damage being a part poison type, but at least you've got a good amount down there. The White Herb spent, so no recovery of those stat drops over on Lorenzo's side. King Gambit keeping itself safe from a close combat. Both of these trainers trying to gain some ground here. Of course, Lorenzo taking all the time they need, already at a 2-Pokemon disadvantage. But we've seen it before, how they can still claw this back.
Yeah, it's like now everything pretty much is in Sucker Punch range except for maybe that Incineroar in the back on Louis' side. And so while this King Gambit looked like it was under the thumb a little bit earlier on with the Mega Floette on the field, that double tap into the Floette on the switch-in was so important for keeping this King Gambit safe.
Here we go. It's a +4 Sucker Punch, of course. It's going to be enough to pit the KO here, resisted as it is by the fighting type. So punching holes through Louis' team, and all of a sudden, trainers, both of our trainers on stage have 2 Pokemon remaining. And now the Liquidation gets the defense drop, and so the King Gambit is at +5 in its physical attack. Of course, running Liquidation, it means that you're not taking any recoil damage from Wave Crash, but it has the added effect of potentially reducing the target's defenses. And now this King Gambit could not be hitting any harder. We are at full power, maximum attack, +6. This King Gambit wants to cleave its way through to the grand finals.
Unfortunately, there's a Basculegion with an Aqua Jet, and I think that defense drop takes it over the edge to the Aqua Jet to be able to knock that King Gambit out before it even does anything. And so the only route that Lorenzo may have to try to mitigate this is to be able to... No, he doesn't have Dire Claw.
Okay.
Only has Gunk Shot.
That's right.
So there's no opportunity to stop this Basculegion from attacking later down the line. A fake out going into the King Gambit, just getting it as close to KO range as possible. Critical hit doesn't matter at all in this spot. There's the Aqua Jet into King Gambit. 6+. Now you're off the field.
Lorenzo is down to just their final Pokemon there, choosing not to protect the King Gambit and hoping that Sneasler can turn all of this around. But with so many defense drops, after so many close combats, and the White Herb already spent, it's going to be as thin as paper, and the battle has ended. The towel is thrown in. Louis is 1 game up in our Masters Top 8A here at the Turin Special Championships.
What a great game. What a great game. Absolutely down to the wire. I think the fake out plus the Aqua Jet probably would have put it into range, the King Gambit that is, of being knocked out in the end game overall if Lorenzo wasn't able to play defensively on it. But you know, you saw Louis take the early advantage. Lorenzo down to their final 2 Pokemon for turn after turn after turn, making it so difficult for Louis to convert any further in this match. And now Louis taking the first game must feel the pressure start to ease up a little bit, knowing that they've got one game in hand. Now Lorenzo's looking into game 2 thinking, what could I do this time?
But of course, we saw earlier on in stream, Lorenzo took the first game loss and then won the next 2. This is not a stranger to someone turning the battle around. So that's exactly what Lorenzo's going to be helping to do here. It was such a fascinating decision to Mega Evolve the Frostlass when it was on such low health early on in game 1 in this set. Because that was a huge amount of momentum lost here for Lorenzo, and there was no Scovillain in the back anyway.
You know, I think that's a little bit of the pressure on the stream, right? I think Lorenzo may have thought that he'd gone for the Mega Evolution on the Frostlass on turn 1. Maybe just didn't quite get that input in. But that's, you know, fair play, Lorenzo. We've all been in that situation under high pressure. Top 8 of the Turin Special Championship. We can forgive anything like that going on. Now, what happens in game 2? Say, like, you look at turn 1, game 1, where the Basque Legion was out on the field. What if that wasn't a Blizzard? What if that was a Shadow Ball into that Pokemon? Basque Legion was so critical to Louis' game plan across that match, especially when Lorenzo was able to knock out that Floette. Yeah, maybe that's one of the adaptations, maybe not a Pokemon adaptation, but maybe a play adaptation going into game 2.
Now let's play our game 2 here, trainers. If Louis wins this, they wrap up the set. If Lorenzo wins, we go to our 3rd game in this best of 3. Frostlass in the lead again alongside Basque Legion. And Incineroar and Floette, a bold choice to lead the Incineroar in case that Kingambit was out in front.
But a really nice one in this situation. You definitely want to get some pressure down onto the Basque Legion on Lorenzo's side if you're Louis early in the match, and especially now getting a great opportunity, even though Fake Out isn't active at all because it's in front of 2 Ghost-type Pokemon, the Incineroar is threatening a nice big Flare Blitz into the Frostlass to take down that Mega Pokemon of choice. Louis has the space on this turn to start thinking about getting the Carmine boosted, getting that Mega Floette in a position where it can dish out some real damage.
And I think Carmine is what they want to be going for, because if this now Mega Frostlass sets up an Aurora Veil, of course the damage will look all the more pitiful heading into Lorenzo's side of the field. Mega Frostlass is here, and with Snow Warning, just like that, the snow is pouring down as well. And in kind, here comes the response. The Mega Floette coming out from Louis. As you identified, Ben, the Floette in a relatively safe position to try and get boosted up here. The Fairy Aura boosting up the power of all of the Fairy-type moves it should choose to go for. But in fact, it's the immediate Blizzard onto both targets. Not very effective onto the Incineroar, but every little bit of chip damage is going to add up. And the freeze onto the Floette. Louis head in hands. This could be exactly the ticket Lorenzo needs. But then the Floette immediately thaws out and gets the Dazzling Gleam. A sigh of relief from Louis there. And again, chipping in return. The throat chop, super effective though, onto the Mega Frostlass, and it's down, having just got off a mainly resisted Blizzard. Is that going to have been enough ground to have covered? Only the rest of the match will be able to tell us. Now the wave crashed down into the Floette, but it hangs on with 15 HP.
What a crazy turn of events on turn 1. And the freeze mechanics have changed in Pokemon Champions, right? You can only stay frozen for up to 3 turns overall. And so, you know, even if it was a freeze and it maybe impacted 1 turn, the likelihood is that the fall was going to happen sooner or later. Now the Sneasler comes in, doesn't have to risk any sort of gunk shot in this situation to try to knock out the Floette, because the Floette is so low. Basque Legion can take care of that for Lorenzo, and now Sneasler gets to put some pressure onto the Incineroar on Louis' side of the field. But I feel like if you're Lorenzo, you've got to find the time to dig in and call the switch. If Louis wants to play a little bit defensively with that Incineroar, bring it back in a little bit later on, because that's how you try and get a bit of a foothold in this game now that you've lost your Mega Pokemon of choice.
And Mega Evolution is, of course, what it's all about. Even if Scovillain is in the back, it can no longer Mega Evolve. The close combat is enough to pick up the KO onto the Incineroar under the thumb, as it was from that sharp-clawed rabbit. And now the Sneasler, its defenses softened up. Its White Herb already spent. No, now it's coming into play, so its defenses now back up and firing. But any successive close combat and its defenses will be dropping. But look at that. The Dazzling Gleam is just dishing out damage. Not attempting to get set up with the Carmine tier, just chipping away, and it will all add up as the Floette has its last respects paid.
That's the pin on the Incineroar slot. You close combat with the Sneasler, and then you last respects into that slot just in case the Basculegion comes in. Take it down to its focus sash, and then you can focus it a little bit later on. So really nice lock in there for Lorenzo. Louis holding their ground, though, getting that Dazzling Gleam off does put Lorenzo under a lot of pressure. There's 2 Pokemon left in the back for Louis. You'd like to think that there's probably that Basculegion that did so well for them in the last game. That's going to be paired up with the Sneasler, bringing the fake out pressure, bringing the Aqua Jet pressure on the Basculegion down to this Sneasler that's pretty low at this point, and is likely to drop its defenses even further.
Exactly that. The Sneasler had such reduced defenses in Game 1, and it was the last Pokemon standing. Lorenzo is going to be wanting to turn it around so that it's a Pokemon, if he is left with just one, that can soak up a little bit more damage than that. And now the tables have turned. In the previous game, it was Lorenzo who had lost 2 Pokemon so early on, but now in this game, it is Louis Fonvier, both Mega Pokemon down. We're just playing honestly here, Ben.
It looked like in Game 1 we had the situation, because the Basculegion on Louis' side of the field is holding the focus sash, doesn't have to train defensively in the stat points that it can put across the board. It can train to be a little bit faster. That gives the opportunity for Louis' Basculegion to go first as the Aqua Jet gets exchanged. Here's the last respects into the Basculegion to knock it out. We're down to 2v2.
2 versus 2, no more switches allowed. And let's see how the board state is going to shape up. Let's see the final Pokemon that Lorenzo went for. It is this King Gambit that has proven so good for him in previous sets. So far this tournament, it's staring down a Sneasler, and it hates to do that with big fighting type damage. But let's see.
There is a world where a combination of close combat from the Sneasler on Lorenzo's side that has its unburdened speed boost activated, plus a Sucker Punch from the King Gambit, could be enough to knock out this Sneasler on Louis' side of the field. And then King Gambit versus Basculegion is a match that King Gambit likes to be in. Here's the Sucker Punch coming down into it, only 42 hit points.
So much damage. The responding close combat. Is this going to be enough? I think it should be. It is just about. And the Sneasler goes down on Louis' side of the field. This is what Lorenzo needs. They have to win this to take us into a Game 3. So now, all eyes on this Basculegion. The final Pokemon for Louis into the Sneasler. That liquidation claims the KO. And as you say, Ben, King Gambit loves to be against an Basculegion here, but there are certainly some mind games at play.
There's definitely mind games going on here. Kowtow Cleave is usually the first move that comes out in this sort of board state, where you don't want to risk the Aqua Jet doing a little bit of extra chip damage to you. You're sort of forcing Louis to play liquidation rather than playing Aqua Jet in turn 1. And every time that this King Gambit for Lorenzo has to act, Lorenzo has to think about whether or not it's going to be one or the other. Last respects doesn't risk the defense drop, but the defense drop or Defiant Boost wouldn't make any impact in this game. Basculegion goes down to sash to the Kowtow Cleave. Here's the mind games. Who is it that is able to get this right? Does Lorenzo take us into a Game 3, or does Louis' tournament journey continue into our top 4?
Protect on the Basculegion, so King Gambit, whatever it's gone for, that Basculegion is safe. Of course, what's going on here is the last respects, the Basculegion outspeeds, and we just saw there it would be enough to get the KO onto the King Gambit. You could go for an Aqua Jet there, and that would make a Sucker Punch fail onto the Basculegion as well, because of the speed interactions.
Kowtow Cleave twice in a row.
Aqua Jet.
Is this the switch up to Sucker Punch?
Sucker Punch or Kowtow? It's the Kowtow Cleave! It's going to be Lorenzo! He calls it, and he's going to take us into a Game 3, holding their nerve there, recognizing that Louis was going to go for the Aqua Jet over the last respects. Oh, wow. Is history repeating itself here? Lorenzo Profeta, the prophet who foretold from our first stream game that they could turn a 1-game loss into a 2-game win. Are they about to do exactly the same here? 1 game down against Louis, and now claiming 1 victory in Game 2. It's now everything on the line. It comes down to a best of 1.
Wow. Yeah, we were talking at dinner last night when we were at those sort of mind games going on, where it's like, one of the players that made it all the way into phase 2 says, like, yeah, I always change up on turn 3. Well, if you'd have changed up on turn 3, that would have been a game lost there. Lorenzo just holding their ground. So exciting. And now into Game 3. What is the adaptation here for both of these trainers? It's so hard to call between them because they're bringing such great pieces to the match. It's just about how they sequence these attacks.
They are bringing such great pieces, but at the same time, Frostlass has been pretty underwhelming in both of the games so far. It's got some decent chip damage off with Blizzard, but I'm just not sure it's providing enough value for Lorenzo in this situation.
Yeah, it's certainly a great call there, Charlie. It's like just the ability to get some redirection going, maybe make the Basque Legion that little bit more threatening over the course of a match. Or, I think, you know, trying to hold it a little bit later in the game so that you have that Mega Evolution and Shadow Ball. Maybe you get the Aurora Veil in the late game to be able to stop that. Last Respects being a 2-hit KO, make it a 3-hit KO instead.
But the focus sash on Louis' Basque Legion is such a thorn in Lorenzo's side as well. You can see how long it was able to stick around on the field. You can't just get rid of it in one hit. It has to be at least 2. That is the strength, the beauty of the focus sash. The players are locked in. It all comes down to this. One of them goes out of the tournament right here, right now. One of them continues through to top 4. It's going to be Floette and Incineroar for Louis. For Lorenzo, we're going to see on the field Frostlass and Basque Legion. Let's hear everybody. It all comes down to this.
All right, kicking things off here, the Frostlass coming in the early game again, wanting to spread a little bit of damage down. It went down in game 2, turn 1, for not really achieving too much other than a little bit of extra chip damage across the board. That chip damage did matter, making sure that Incineroar going down to a close combat, putting that Floette in range of the double up as well, taking it down so low, put the pressure onto Louis. But Louis has yet to start setting up these calm mines, instead just wanting to spread damage with the Mega Floette across the board. Is this the game that he tries to go for the calm mind?
That is one thing that this lead does for Lorenzo. You can't fake out either Pokemon with the Incineroar, and that means the Floette is so much less able to get those calm mines set up. Lorenzo is going to want to be getting rid of the Floette as quickly as they possibly can. As once more, Frostlass goes for its Mega Evolution and gets the snow pouring down. The response, in kind, Floette goes for its own Mega Evolution. It's called the Eternal Flower for a reason. Let's hope that it can stay strong and true for Louis here in Game 3 of Masters Top 8A at the Turin Special Championships. Our first in EU to use Pokemon Champions. Frostlass is getting the Aurora Veil set up, but of course it's only going to be around for 5 turns. It will expire. How much ground can Lorenzo claim in the meantime? Oh, so much damage. A critical hit on the Basque Legion there from the Dazzling Gleam. The Citrus Berry recovering a decent amount of HP. The Flare Blitz, though, into the Frostlass. It's super effective, but the Frostlass is able to hang on. That snow defense boost that benefits the ice types. The recall onto the Incineroar, and there's no burn in sight. Wave Crash now is going to deal recall. Speaking of that, back to this Basque Legion. The Floette is able to take it relatively comfortably, but on such low health, how much more, how many more Dazzling Gleams is it going to be able to dish out?
Well, that looks kind of close to being able to be knocked out by a Blizzard from this Mega Frostlass. We saw it in the previous games. It did about that much of a health bar, so we'll have to see in whether or not Lorenzo feels confident in going on the offensive there. There's also the opportunity for this Incineroar to get knocked out by a combination of Blizzard after taking 2 lots of damage, 1 from recall, 1 from Blizzard, and then
here we go. Oh, the 3 HP on the Floette. It's going to be enough to hang on here, and it's able to get off another Dazzling Gleam, and that could be absolutely crucial. Lorenzo with their head in their hand. Frostlass is down. This Basque Legion is brought so low as well. The throw chop super effective, and just like in game 1, history repeats itself because we have 2 KOs immediately claimed over on Lorenzo's side of the field. Could Louis be the one to progress through to our semi-finals, as King Gambit, of course, is going to join the fray here, and alongside the King Gambit, it will be Sneasler once more.
Is that Incineroar really fast?
It's pretty speedy.
Pretty speedy, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Pretty slow Basque Legion as well, being able to get the throat chop down onto it before the Basque Legion was able to get any wave crashes or anything else into it, not even an Aqua Jet to come out there. Now, Lorenzo once again down to their final 2 Pokemon. But this King Gambit and Sneasler has proven in previous games that it has what it takes to make Louis' life really, really difficult. Now, Louis bringing that Incineroar into the back, in favor of the Basque Legion.
Basque Legion once more, such a crucial Pokemon in Regulation Set MA, and the close combat was targeted down into the Incineroar slot. Of course, the Ghost taking no damage. Yet another Dazzling Gleam, 3 HP and a Dream. As King Gambit gets this Swords Dance up, is boogieing, getting its attack power firing. As soon as that Incineroar switches back in, it's going to get another boost to its attack. If there's one Pokemon that can turn this round, like we've seen time and time again, it would be this King Gambit.
Yeah, it's definitely powerful enough to pick up the big knockouts that it needs to. If that Sneasler is in the back, this is what Lorenzo's preparing for. If Lorenzo doesn't go for that Swords Dance, the end game where the Sneasler comes back in starts to look real dicey, real quick, if you don't have the opportunity to get that Sucker Punch damage into it. Now, Louis playing on the defensive, just knowing that they've got to whittle down their position into a place where they've got a little bit of fake-out pressure on the board.
Okay, it's the Gunk Shot into the Protect there. It's not a miss onto the Floette. Yet another Dazzling Gleam. This Floette doesn't even need to set up these Carmines. You can see just the ground that Louis is claiming here. As a reminder, that's their final 2 Pokemon, and that's it. The towel thrown in. Louis Fonvier is progressing through to our semi-finals in Turin.
A short one, but a good one there from Louis, really playing the positional game so well. You can see Lorenzo really putting all of the eggs in the basket of getting that Blizzard KO down onto the Floette, only 3 hit points remaining. And if that Floette went down that turn, it would have been a completely different game that we'd be looking at. But as it survived, then Louis on the next turn said, hey, knock out my Floette, please. Please knock out my Floette. Give me the positive momentum. Let me get my Incineroar or my Sneasler onto the field without having to take any damage. And if you don't, then I'm just going to Dazzling Gleam.
Exactly that. And just see how much it chips away at all of Lorenzo's Pokemon. That's all that the Floette was going for in that Game 3. Dazzling Gleam, Dazzling Gleam, Dazzling Gleam, but just one Dream, and that was for Louis to get through to the semi-finals, which they have done. Our Prague regional champion could also be our Turin champion, and what an upset that would be on Italian home turf to take the victory away from Italy. And of course, there are 6 Italian players in our top 8 here at the Turin Special Championships. Let's remind ourselves of all of the action that went down. This Frostlass that Lorenzo insisted on bringing to all 3 of the games, even though all it did was a little bit of chip. But again, getting around the fake-out pressure that the Incineroar was exerting was such a fantastic way to go about things, because it means that you can get that reliable damage off. And just like we saw with the Dazzling Gleams from the Floette in that Game 3, every bit of chip, it really adds up. It's just such a shame that Lorenzo had to index so heavily on the Frostlass and the Basque Legion in order to try and claim something in this game.
Yeah, it's like... And the margins are so fine between these 2 trainers, but I think Game 3 was so exciting for the fact that the Frostlass was able to get the Aurora Veil up and survive the double up and really change what was going on, and the route that these trainers had to victory there as well. I think... Yeah, especially seeing Mega Frostlass doing so well, just like last weekend, really does show us the potential of all of these Mega Pokemon that we have at the disposal. And even if that Mega Pokemon is playing more of a supportive role, even if it's doing a bit of damage along the way, that can still be so valuable. We have so many powerful Pokemon that we have access to, aside from just those Mega Evolutions.
Well, exactly that. And there are the Pokemon that feel like Mega Evolutions because of how powerful they are, just like King Gambit, just like Basque Legion. Well, incredible stuff from both of our trainers here. I really hope that Lorenzo's feeling very proud of themselves. Their previous best achievement was, I believe, top 32 at the Bologna Special Championships last year. So to now be top 8 at the following Italian Special Championships, that's a significant improvement. And who knows, maybe next year it could be number 1.
Could be indeed ever closer to crowning our champion here in Turin. And what a great match that we've had. Should we maybe think a little bit more going back to Game 1 about what happened? I mean, thinking about that scenario that we had backwards and forwards where Lorenzo got down to their final 2 Pokemon, and it was only Sneasler and King Gambit on the field for so long, and still Lorenzo being able to make something of that, make that really difficult for Louis, getting those Swords Dances up, just pressuring that sword stance, pressuring all of the damage down onto Louis' team with the Sneasler was really, really impressive. And the way that Louis was able to navigate that across the whole set was so nice to see. And we got a turn here coming up. This is about the middle point of game 1, where we've got some choices to be made here. Of course, the King Gambit is always threatening down a sucker punch into the Basque Legion, and that's something you've always got to be really fearful of, especially when Sneasler is putting the pin down onto the Floette as well. And so when you're looking at health bars as high as this, right, you've got so much health remaining, but most crucially that the Basque Legion is not at full HP.
Yeah.
That's when you've really got to start thinking like, hey, do I go with the Aquajet, try to stop the sucker punch, or do I go for maybe a defensive play, maybe switching out the Basque Legion so it's not under threat of that King Gambit, that I can use it a little bit later on. And so Louis here not wanting to risk a gunk shot into the Floette, but actually the Incineroar comes in, the Intimidate goes down, makes this King Gambit even more of a threat here. I think if my memory serves, this is something like plus 3 after this.
At this point in the game, I think so.
After this King Gambit, this Incineroar comes in, and that's now pressuring the Sneasler in the back with a big sucker punch. But the question is like, if you're Louis, how do you navigate these two strong attackers where again, you've got this pressure onto each of the slots with the King Gambit and the Sneasler, and how do you navigate that into a position where you can actually get some damage on the board without getting one of your Pokemon knocked out? And so the Incineroar comes in, takes this big gunk shot onto it, which does exactly half HP, or almost exactly half HP. And the Basque Legion here for Louis just plays defensively. He's just playing the waiting game here, making sure that this Basque Legion is staying for as long as possible, because it is one of the main safe ways to knock out this Sneasler, and he's positioned this so well. Almost the perfect amount of damage coming in here. You can see this gunk shot going down into it. 100 hit points out of 102. 101 would have done it as well, but the Citrus Berry bringing that Incineroar up into a position where it cannot be, or it cannot now be knocked out by the King Gambit. It has to be the Sneasler attacking into the Incineroar, and that takes away a lot of the options that Lorenzo has available to him.
Ben Kiriaka, everybody. Woo! Woo! Why are you cheering yourself? That's a little bit much. But fantastic analysis. Thank you so much for that, Ben. Yeah, goodness. If just one of those gunk shots had been able to connect onto the Floette, then yeah, maybe we're looking at a different winner in that game. Lorenzo progresses through to our top 4. But I think it's really exciting that we won't have an all-Italian top 4 at least, but it could still be an all-Italian finals. Only time will tell as we get ever closer to crowning our final regional level event champion here in our 2026 season. Phenomenal scenes.
Yeah, really is crunch time as well. And a lot of these trainers have been in this situation before as well, right? And so you've got this lovely combination of those trainers that they've been here before, they've done it all, they've been on stream, they've been able to perform under that pressure. And I got to give a shout out here to Lorenzo for being pretty new to this sort of stream environment. It's pretty hot out there. It's pretty hot in here as well, under all these lights, and especially playing a trainer like Louis, you've got to get a little bit hot under the collar as well. So big shout out, Lorenzo. Well done for giving us such a show, making it so close.
Well, I think it's time we pick the brains of our winner from that previous game. I want to go and speak to Louis Fonvier, so please take it away.
Thank you, Ben and Charlie. Well, I'm here with our top 8 winner advancing into top 4. Louis, congratulations firstly for progressing on the tournament. But what a showing that was. A war of attrition, the mind games. How are you feeling after that match?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. It was really close set, and yeah, a lot of mind game.
But yeah, we
feeling good going into the rest of it. And how have you found the tournament overall this weekend? Our first Champions tournament. You've come off the back of a recent regional win yourself in Prague. So were you feeling confident coming in this weekend?
Okay, I have a lot of difficulties to find a team for this tournament, but I decided this tournament to pick this week Delphox. I feel this man is similar at Kali Shadows in her regulation I, you see. In this game, in this round, we don't see Delphox, we see Floret, but the two Mega are really good, so yeah.
Yeah, and they've been serving you extremely well up to this point. Hopefully that continues on for the rest of the tournament. Getting into the match though itself, I think it's probably, have you faced this? Because this team that Lorenzo's piloting with the Mega Frozlas, the Lycanroc, there's a lot of other Italians this weekend running a similar 6. Have you faced it already this weekend?
So I faced this team in day 1 in my round 6 or 5, I don't remember. But I lost 2-0. And after this, today I tried to find a good game plan versus this. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah. I guess the experience that you got from facing it that first time around really helped out this time. And it really showed there, because I think there is so much going on each and every turn. We saw one game, the King Gambit there, which is probably the biggest problem if the Floette goes down for yourself, and being able to deal with it. And then the mind games of the Sucker Punch, it got to +6 as well. And it just was such a real thorn in your side to be able to deal with. But you didn't really frame, your decisions throughout were just flawless to the end point where you were able to kind of overcome the game. Was there much, were you surprised at the speed of the Basque Legion on the opposite side of the field, and also that the Frozlas came to every game as well?
This Basque Legion was really bulky, I think. So yeah, a lot of bulk on Basque Legion. I was also surprised, so yeah.
Yeah, and we've got NAIC happening next weekend.
No, I don't go at NAIC, but we will see at World. So
yes, because you've got your golden ticket from Prague, of course, as well as all the championship points that you've acquired this season. Louis, I know that we're going to be going into top 4 after these top 8 games are concluded, so we want to give you enough time to have a break, have a rest up before you go into that next important game. Any shout outs for anyone here at the venue, anyone at home that you would like to?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I want to say thanks at my family, dad, mother and brother, just my family, but also people who I prep. So I want to say thank you at Justin Tang, Xingyang Tang, Zhengzi, Chongzhong, William, Joe, and everyone to supporting me, also French community, and yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much, Louis. Good luck in your next game. Hope to see you again, and looking forward to seeing more of you in the team. We're going to throw back to the casters now and get underway with our next top 8 game.
From top 8A straight into top 8B. Thank you so much to Lee and Louis there for giving us a little bit of an insight, of course. With that golden ticket and invitation to the World Championships locked in, Louis can breathe easy. I mean, it's brilliant that he's here this weekend in the first place, but could still be a repeat champion. I mean, that would be quite the accolade.
Very much so. And I think, regardless of the result, this is a great amount of practice that Louis had in Pokemon Champions going into the World Championships. We've come from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and Champions is a completely different game for us to sink our teeth into.
Oh, and sink our teeth is very much what we have been doing, and I'm sure all of those Mega Aerodactyls have been doing the same with their strong jaws. Yes, I'm Charlie Merriman, and I'm merry by name and merry by nature, and I'm very merry indeed to be joined by Ben Kiriakou. So surely we'll be getting into our next top 8 game trainers. The action's coming thick and fast. Look at that! As if by magic. we're heading straight to the stage. And yeah, these two trainers are, you might say, quite good. Giuseppe Musico and Marco Silva. Marco Silva, 3-time international champion. And Giuseppe Musico, someone who has so many incredible accolades to their names as well. For example, top 16 at the World Championships just last year.
Yeah, and if you haven't heard of Marco Silva, well, I think won the current championship point leader for the European region this season. I think he was also that last season. So he's pretty good at the game. I think let's just say that. And I'd love to see the fact, if you didn't catch it yesterday, Giuseppe went 9-0, undefeated yesterday, went on stream, won his match against Federico Camporesi, and then in the interview said to me that his preparation has not been so great. Not feeling very good with it whatsoever.
Yeah, sure.
Swapped out the Eternal Floette on the Mega Charizard Y compositions for an Incineroar just because, like, that's what we've been using over the last few years. That's what he feels really comfortable with. Didn't feel great going in. Felt like he was losing everything. Now it seems like he's winning everything here in Turin.
Absolutely, and it's Musico to our ears. I cannot wait to see how these trainers shape up against each other. Two Italian players, of course, and two such talented trainers at that. Giuseppe Musico seems to be feeling relatively calm, actually, as they get in, giving us a little smile there as well. And it's all about keeping that mental resilience, keeping yourself well-fed, well-hydrated as we enter the later stages of the competition. They are 2 long tournament days, a whole lot of fun to be had, but a whole lot of focus to be doing as well.
Yeah, it's like Marco as well, just so used to being in this position, won so many international championships, regional championships, really every form of competition that we have. The only one that he hasn't conquered yet so far is the World Championships, making it, I say only, but only making it to the top 16 of the World Championships twice to boot.
And that is no mean feat, it really isn't. There's so much variation in Pokemon, so many different formats to get your head around. To be able to do that is the mark of a stunningly talented trainer. Still got regional champion back in 2018, Giuseppe Musico. This is a trainer who's been around for a long time and searching for that major win. Marco Silva, I remember them making a name for themselves, especially over the online era of Pokemon, with, don't know if you remember, Ben, a Barraskewda team that did incredibly well, winning the global online competition back in, it would have been early 2022 here, but Marco has shown that they are no stranger to other modes of play as well. It doesn't just have to be that hyper offense. And certainly hyper offense isn't what they're playing this time around. But before we go to that team, let's take a look at Giuseppe's.
Yeah, we got the classic Charizard Mega Y coming out here, but no Floette as the counterpart. Instead, Incineroar, the Mega Pokemon of choice here for Giuseppe. Basculegion and King Gambit. Now, the Choice Scarf has been falling off massively in popularity overall with the Basculegion. Many Citrus Berry, many Mystic Waters, many Focus Sash, but not so many Choice Scarf. It's clearly doing what it says on the tin here. The King Gambit, the choice for low kick rather than Iron Head is a crucial one here, where you've got Basculegion, where you've got Incineroar with that Flare Blitz. You've got a little bit more cover into an Eternal Floette, and so you can just try to make the matchup into King Gambit that little bit easier. And Whimsicott and Garchomp, those two staples of the format, they're rounding things out. A lot of support there for the Whimsicott. Encore locking your opponent's Pokemon into a move is something that, yeah, certainly can be very, very detrimental.
Speaking of locking Pokemon into things they don't want to be locked into, we do have a Mega Gengar here. Yes, this Gengar can Mega Evolve and get its Shadow Tag ability activated, meaning that Giuseppe's Pokemon cannot switch out. Floette as well, more offensive set with Light of Ruin rather than Calm Mind. Massive damage, but massive recall in return. Incineroar, King Gambit, Sneasler, and Kommo-o here for a different mode of play.
This is taking the Perish composition into a bit of a different direction. There's the opportunity to use that Perish mode if you have a really good matchup with it, get the Gengar, the Incineroar, the Sneasler in. Most notably, no Sinistra to support as a redirection of choice for that more direct Perish mode team where that's your only option. But I really like the mode of play where you bring out the Floette, maybe the King Gambit, maybe the Kommo-o. You start dishing out as much damage as possible, get yourself a 2 Pokemon advantage, and then you click the Perish Song button when your opponent cannot switch. That's the other way to trap some Pokemon on the board.
Let's get into it, everybody. It's Marco Silva versus Giuseppe Musico. Let's hear you in the venue as Whimsicott and Charizard hit the field for Giuseppe. Marco leads Floette and Incineroar.
Fake out in play. The Calm Mind potential is in play for... in fact, the offensive potential is in play for Marco here. No Calm Mind on that Floette whatsoever. But Giuseppe looking like they're in a really strong position to start getting some damage down from the Charizard into that Floette. The difference between the non-Calm Mind and the Calm Mind variants of Floette is, you really do need to get that big damage into Floettes early before they set up their Calm Mind so you can dish out the damage to them. But in this case, Giuseppe can take a little bit more time because there's no threat of any boosting up.
But Marco is going immediately for this Mega Revolution onto the Floette. Whimsicott is just keeping itself safe. Charizard is also not going for its Mega Revolution. That's because it too is going for the Protect. So just burning this fake out turn.
And Dazzling Gleam coming out from the Floette. So bouncing off those Protect Shields, not doing any damage this turn.
Parting Shot attempted down into the Whimsicott here, but it's not going to be able to switch out that easily. So now heading into the next turn, we start afresh.
We start afresh with the ability for Charizard to go for its Mega Evolution, get the Sun. You got to make sure that you're getting the most out of that Sun if you're Giuseppe, so you don't want to click the Mega button until that Charizard is ready to start coming out swinging. And now, the Incineroar looking in a great position to just get a Parting Shot out and reset Marco's board. The Komodo looks really nice in this board state if the Whimsicott gets knocked out, but Giuseppe knows that, bringing out the Whimsicott into Incineroar to get that fake out going.
Another active fake out, and now another Mega Evolution too. Drought is going to get the Sun, beaming down on the field. This Charizard Y will have its firepower amplified to the max. Here it comes, of course, the Incineroar with their Flare Blitz is hitting all the harder as well. Dazzling Gleam resisted by Charizard, neutral onto the Incineroar here. They take it pretty handily as the response of the Weather Ball, fire type of course now, into the Floette over on Marco's side of the field. Massive damage here. You may as well just not risk a miss with a Heat Wave, as nice as spread damage is. It's not like the Incineroar is taking much from it anyway. Now the Parting Shot over on Marco's side, dropping the offensive pressure that Giuseppe's Incineroar is exerting. All the more so, of course, because we're in the sun and those Flare Blitzes would hit so much harder.
Giuseppe really wanting to get some damage down into the Floette. It does really one main job. It means that there's only one Light of Ruin in the tank overall for this Mega Floette. And so with the Sneasler coming in to match this Incineroar in terms of bringing the fake out pressure to the board, but also it's putting some pressure down into this Charizard. Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field is at risk of going down to a Light of Ruin. Probably not a Moonblast, though, overall, given the Incineroars in these teams tend to be built to be very, very defensive. So these players keeping themselves tit for tat here in terms of the overall damage, but especially if that Komodo is in the back, Giuseppe's really got to make sure that Whimsicott is kept safe.
Fake out. Charizard not going to be acting this turn around. The Dazzling Gleam once more. Again, dealing respectable chip damage, and Incineroar looks like they might not be able to take one more of those, but it'll be close as Charizard won't be acting this turn. The Parting Shot reducing the offense that this Floette is going to be able to dish out, and now Giuseppe is able to pivot a Pokemon in from the back.
Yeah.
But what will want to be greeted by another Dazzling Gleam?
That'll be a Whimsicott, I think, coming out here. The Sneasler just went for the fake out, so Giuseppe wanting to bring that in to get that Encore lock in play. And here's where the mind games carry on being in effect, right? And so both of these players well versed in Encore. Encore are Pokemon that use fake out good. And so they'll both be thinking like, well, the Sneasler's going to switch out. How do I take advantage of that if you're Giuseppe? And maybe if you're Marco, you're thinking, well, is this the turn to make an aggressive read? Just go for the Diaclaw, knock out the Charizard, and put some extra damage down with that Floette. The other factor here is that Whimsicott's Moonblast are also boosted by the Floette's Fairy Aura. So this Floette is probably in range to get knocked out by a Moonblast this turn.
And so Marco switches it out for their own Incineroar coming back into the fray. Two special attackers, Intimidate, that goes for nothing. The Tailwind now coming out from Giuseppe's Whimsicott. This means that this Charizard is oh so speedy, and it's going to outspeed this Sneasler with the Heat Wave here in the sun. The Sneasler is not down. It's brought down to 11 HP. Diaclaw, though, responding onto the Charizard. That will be enough for the KO. So has this Charizard done all it needed to do? Only time will tell.
With that Charizard going down, it's sort of telegraphing here that Marco may have brought their King Gambit in the back to close out this game. Garchomp coming in for Giuseppe, looking really good. Coming in without any intimidating play. There is a fake out in play, but the fake out would damage the Incineroar, put it definitely into Earthquake range from that rough skin ability on the Garchomp. And of course, this Sneasler still under threat of being knocked out by a Moonblast from this Whimsicott, especially since we're in Tailwind now. So Whimsicott will be going first before that Sneasler.
Garchomp, of course, if the King Gambit is in the back for Marco, that's going to be an issue as well. So now Marco has to channel their attention into getting rid of that somehow. The switch, the reveal of the Floette once more. Again, down to about a quarter of its HP here, and boosting up Whimsicott's Moonblast as well with the Fairy Aura. Sneasler won't be taking any damage this turn around. The Moonblast targeted into the Floette. Really interesting to see how much damage this will do with that Fairy Aura. It's going to be enough to pick up the KO here. That is the Mega Evolution down for both of our trainers.
Trading the Mega Evolution so early in the game, but also trading the Focus Sash on that Whimsicott there. So that's been broken for later in the game. I'm sure Marco will be thanking Giuseppe for that after the match, regardless of which way this goes, because it means that this Whimsicott can go down a little bit more easily. And now we see it is indeed the King Gambit that is in the back. But with that Charizard knocked out already, this King Gambit is in a little bit of a better spot. But as you rightly say, Charlie, that Garchomp is staring it down and it's looking like it wants to shake the ground.
Exactly that. And how do you deal with the Garchomp in a timely manner if you're Marco? The Garchomp is holding the Citrus Berry as well. It essentially has a third longer health bar than what is appearing on screen. Sneasler will be retreating in favor of Incineroar coming in, providing a very important Intimidate here and an active Fake Out heading into the next turn. Moonblast. The Incineroar is the target. It's going to be neutral damage. It's brought down to about half HP. Garchomp is able to get this Earthquake off. Just how much damage is it going to do? The King Gambit actually takes it pretty handily. So now, Marco's King Gambit needs to be able to claim an advantage on this turn.
There it is.
Force Dance is exactly the advantage we are talking about here. Of course, any successive Sucker Punch is going to be hitting all the harder.
Two Dark-type Pokemon that are insusceptible to the encore pressure that Whimsicott is putting on the field, and so can go for those status moves, can go for their protects, can go for the sword stances to get that advantage up. And now Marco gets the opportunity to really put the pressure down into Giuseppe's side of the field. If this Incineroar cycles out and back in again, maybe you have to sacrifice the Sneasler if you're Marco to get that board position, but locking that Garchomp down into even further decreased stages of attacks may allow this King Gambit to come through with a Kowtow Cleave and to be able to get itself into a good position. But it's a real uphill battle, and you've got to find exactly the right moment to make the moves.
Fake Out attempted now into the Whimsicott. Garchomp has gone for yet another Earthquake, showing that they don't mind reducing the HP on their own Whimsicott on previous turns, but this time around, able to be safe from the damage. The King Gambit cannot take one more of those Earthquakes. The Incineroar is down. How's the King Gambit going to respond? Going for the Kowtow Cleave. Will this be enough to claim the KO onto the Garchomp?
Oh.
Yes, it certainly will. The rough skin brings that King Gambit down to just 30 hit points, but maybe it's done enough here, and the Garchomp is down. The Tailwind is down and out as well. But Whimsicott can provide another one heading into this next turn. The Incineroar is going to be brought back out. Does Marco have in their arsenal the Incineroar, King Gambit, and Sneasler what they need to claim a victory?
Yeah, this is going to be tight now where the Garchomp goes down. This is why players are using the Swords Dance Black Glasses set. We've seen it in so many regulation sets beforehand in the Scarlet and Violet era. King Gambit is very strong on that set for a reason. Here's the Intimidate coming back in for this Incineroar. The White Herb coming out for the Sneasler. The Defiant coming out for the King Gambit. Completely ineffectual, but there's not enough HP on either side of the board to work with here. And it looks like Incineroar is going to be in range of a Sucker Punch. Whimsicott may be in range of a Sucker Punch as well. There's a Fake Out on board, but there's also the Encore pressure from the Whimsicott. So there's so many different scenarios that this battle can take. And I think we could talk about this one all day. It's the mind games that are in play.
Absolutely. Marco's health bars are looking oh so dwindled, and of course these are Marco's final 2 Pokemon. But we've seen Marco have that back against the wall time and time again and come out on top. The fake out into the Incineroar now, that's the flinch. But the Encore is indeed targeted from the Whimsicott into that slot. Giuseppe is looking pretty pleased about that. Now the Sneasler is locked into an utterly useless move for the next few turns. Kowtow Cleave boosted up, the Incineroar is down and out as well. It's just a Whimsicott. It's not known for its offensive pressure, but is it going to be enough to turn things around for Giuseppe here?
Well, now Marco's King Gambit has to take the opportunity to just sucker punch over and over again until the Sneasler is no longer encored. And then, yeah, eventually this game ends up with Marco winning. Giuseppe and Marco both know what the score is, and so Giuseppe is forfeiting in that spot.
Giuseppe is so close to claiming their first major win, but Marco, a trainer who's no stranger to such massive wins, a 3-time international champion, shows just why they were able to accomplish such an impressive feat. Now we're about to head into game 2 of this 3-game best-of-3 set. Giuseppe seems to be doing all of the right things there, but just caught out of position in the very end of the game. The Whimsicott was on the field for a surprisingly long time, and I wonder if eating up all of those Earthquakes from the Garchomp was something that Giuseppe wanted to happen.
I think Earthquaking yourself is a really good move to be able to do over and over again, especially if you've got a Grass-type Pokemon that can actually just take a lot of those hits and isn't necessarily needed to be at high HP to put the pressure on that it needs to in the end game. So I think Giuseppe making a really wise call there to know that the Whimsicott health is less important than dropping down as much health as possible on Marco's side of the field. And so, yeah, I think a lot of the time these games come down to the micro decisions. We're going to be getting more as we get into game 2. 2 top trainers battling each other down. The Gengar, the adaptation here for Marco.
Oh, very nice. We can see potentially this Peritrap mode coming into play. This is a strategy that is notoriously difficult to execute, but trust it into the hands of someone as accomplished as Marco Silva, and it could very much work in your favor. If Marco wins this, they progress through to our semi-finals. If Giuseppe wins, then we go to another battle.
Yeah, it's like this Gengar only has the opportunity to go for a Shadow Ball rather than the Sludge Bomb that it's well known for running, and that really does create a lot of different scenarios. It means that the Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field is that little bit safer from any sort of damage that could come down into it. And especially since this Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field has both Flare Blitz and Throat Chop, the Disable on the Gengar isn't going to be able to lock the Incineroar out of doing any particular type of damage. So this does feel quite uphill for Marco, but he's chosen the Gengar to come to this game for a reason.
Absolutely, he has this go-to alternative strategy in his back pocket. It's going to be a Mega Evolution apiece here. Charizard is going to be hitting with so much damage, but Gengar might just be able to sponge up those hits all the better. Now it's gone for its Mega Evolution as well. The fake out now faster over on Marco's side of the field, and Giuseppe's won't be moving this turn around. The Heat Wave now is going to dodge on the Gengar. That is the one target that Giuseppe needed to hit there. Would have done so much damage to this Gengar in the sun. That could have sealed it right here, right now, but only time will tell as the Shadow Ball is going to conjure all of those spooky specters, bring the Charizard down to just above half HP.
That's big damage that's not gone into that Gengar, and Marco, I'm sure, was very happy to see that turn play out there. I think that's why Giuseppe in game 1 went for the early Weather Ball into the Floette rather than the Heat Wave, because this is the risk that you run. If it does connect, it's looking really good for Giuseppe, but now Marco gets half damage onto that Charizard, and even so, the fact that it's above half hit points does make it more likely that the Charizard is going to be able to get another attack off. In combination with the Incineroar, Marco is still not safe with the Gengar whatsoever. It'll really depend on what Pokemon Marco has brought in the back. Is it that Komodo?
Oh no! The Heat Wave, the Incineroar dodges. The Gengar this time is going to be hit. Goodness gracious me. The Gengar is brought down to about a third here. The Shadow Ball. Is the Charizard going to be able to take this? Was it just a damage roll? Yes. 14 HP now. The special defense drop at such low HP anyway. It doesn't matter too much. The Throat Chop, though, coming out from Giuseppe's onto Marco's Incineroar here. Again, just chipping away. The Flare Blitz, though, onto the Charizard for Giuseppe. And now that Mega Evolved Pokemon is down.
Well, it could have been a Gengar that was feeling nice and toasty in this game. As it stands, the Gengar is feeling nice and healthy overall. Doesn't need too much health. And this is the play pattern that we were talking about in Team Preview, right? You try to take 2 early KOs of those significant Pokemon, and then after that, you go for the Perish mode. Now, though, Garchomp looking really, really good in this position. In the back could be King Gambit, Sneasler, or Komodo. 2 out of 3 of those are not going to enjoy taking any Earthquakes from this Garchomp whatsoever. And so, even though you don't want to Earthquake your own Incineroar, there could be a Whimsicott in the back that's not worried about switching into a Sludge Bomb that Giuseppe could use to his advantage.
Protect, not always a move we see on Incineroar, but Marco's Incineroar does have access to it, and the Dragon Claw was attempted into that slot. So now, over to the Gengar, going for its Perish Song. All Pokemon on the field will be fainting after 3 turns. They're also locked on the field, thanks to the Shadow Tag ability from the Gengar, but the Throat Chop, enough now to claim the KO onto the Gengar. And so both Giuseppe's Pokemon are pretty vulnerable here. One of them should have to go down. He's going to have to stagger his switching ins and outs in order to get around that one. But at least now you've quelled that massive threat that Marco brought.
Something we didn't talk about in the last turn is that the Throat Chop actually went into the Incineroar on Marco's side on the last turn. So it wasn't even able to pivot out and do that like switching around that Gengar teams like to do. Instead, yeah, just the Gengar going down to the Throat Chop and the Incineroar holding on the field to try to give Marco a little bit of flexibility here until the Throat Chop at the end of this turn effect wears off and the passing shot can go in again, supported by the fake out that the Sneasler brings in. But we've seen it time and time again on the broadcast. Sneasler doesn't have to go for fake out in this position. Instead, it can just go straight on the offensive, get a close combat into the Incineroar on Giuseppe's side of the field and try to pick off some of that advantage. Maybe if Marco is able to take a KO this turn on one of the Pokemon on the field and the other one does not switch, that Perish timer could become really influential.
Yeah, you're going to have to switch into the threat of damage over on Giuseppe's side. And of course, Giuseppe has to win this game in order to take us into a third one. Fake out. Garchomp not going to be acting this turn. The rough skin means that Sneasler is no longer at full HP. The Garchomp, of course, flinching there. It is the White Earth Sneasler, not Focus Sash. As a parting shot now coming out, dropping the offensive pressure that Marco's own Incineroar is exerting. And now Giuseppe will have to reveal the final Pokemon from the back. Which one is it to be? It's going to be the Whimsicott again. Tailwind and Earthquake your way through. It could be just what Giuseppe needs. The parting shot, Whimsicott not going to be hitting as hard as once it was with those Moonblasts. But if there's also a Floette in the back, then it's still boosting, well, the Fairy Aura, not an option anymore because, of course, the Mega Evolution been spent on the Gengar here. So now Marco has to work out which Pokemon will be coming in Incineroar stead. There's only one in the back. We will have the reveal of all 4. And will it be enough to take Marco through undefeated into our semi-finals?
Yeah, it's like crazy how close this game has been so far. It's that King Gambit that did so well for Marco in game 1. There's a Perish timer on Garchomp going down to 2, and so now Giuseppe's got to make sure that he brings out that Garchomp quickly enough. But you can see the kind of pin here with the King Gambit coming in, knowing that the Incineroar that was on the field before has to go out and then come back in later to reset the Perish counter. It's like, hey, I've got a King Gambit here and I'm ready to take that Defiant boost.
Goodness gracious me, that's exactly what's going to happen. Incineroar coming back in now too, and this means that Garchomp and Whimsicott not hitting half as hard. Garchomp switching out, coming in from the back, Incineroar, so offering up this Defiant boost over to Marco's King Gambit now. Is that going to be what seals the deal for Marco heading into the semi-finals? Now attempting an encore onto the Incineroar that was once a different Pokemon is not going to be locked into any moves whatsoever as King Gambit gets boogieing, it gets its physical offense bolstered all the more with that Swords Dance. It's now at +3.
Yeah, +3 is very, very dangerous as far as King Gambit goes. And Whimsicott is not going to be offering too much offensive prowess. The Intimidator coming down onto the board as well. And so, yeah, this Incineroar on Marco's side is going to have to maybe put some pressure down onto the Whimsicott on Giuseppe's to be able to keep this King Gambit safe enough to be able to put some real offensive pressure down.
Marco's Incineroar the faster, as we saw earlier in this game, getting that fake out down. Now the Moonblast just chipping away over at Marco's Incineroar here. So the flinch over on Giuseppe's side. The Kowtow Cleave at +3. How much will it do to this Incineroar? It's still so much damage, even though it was once so healthy.
Yeah, it's like... Yeah, and you know that the Garchomp in the back will go down to the Kowtow Cleave as well. And so the question is, like, how do you reposition against this King Gambit in any way, shape, or form? The Whimsicott does have the ability to protect, the Incineroar does not, and so if you don't switch the Whimsicott out, then the Kowtow Cleave can just go straight down into this Incineroar, easily pick up a knockout. If you switch out the Incineroar into Garchomp, well, the Garchomp goes down, and then the Incineroar comes back in and gives this King Gambit a little bit more of a boost. Sucker Punch, though, going into this King Gambit there, the parting shot, the move of choice to try to get out of dodge.
Moonblast once more just chipping away, and it won't be able to take one more of those. Parting shot onto the Incineroar on Marco's side, meaning that Garchomp can come back in. It will have to take a big amount of damage potentially from this King Gambit as it does so, but the Garchomp loves to see a King Gambit in front of it. But is it going to be enough to be able to claim the KO? The parting shot now onto the Garchomp as well. So Marco potentially calling that, knowing that if the Garchomp was coming into that slot, then the King Gambit would be so pressured. Now the Incineroar will be switching into the Sneasler here. It's the only Pokemon remaining for Marco, providing an active fake out onto the next turn. So now the trainers will have to lock in with all of this information.
It's so difficult if you're Giuseppe trying to play against this continually cycling fake out pressure. It's usually Giuseppe that's doing this sort of rotating around, but this King Gambit is stopping it in its tracks, doing so much damage. A nice call from Giuseppe being able to get the breaking the Sucker Punch mind game and being able to get the parting shot out into the Garchomp. This is the main way that the King Gambit can the Giuseppe can pressure down this King Gambit, but because of the parting shot dropping the attack down on the Garchomp and the ability for it to come in this turn, it would need a critical hit, and so Giuseppe realizing that it has to come back for now, give this Defiant boost another one on Marco's side, and then try again a little bit later.
So I believe we're talking a +4 King Gambit at this point. Whimsicott will be protecting here. The White Herb activating finally on that Sneasler. The Sucker Punch attempted now, but it's not going to work. The Diaclaw also attempted right into the Whimsicott. That's not going to work either. Yes, we'd expect this pivoty kind of play from trainers at this late stage of the tournament. Top 8 here at the Turin Special Championships. Marco already a game up, but which of these trainers is going to be sealing their spot in the semi-finals?
It's so tough, but Marco's definitely in the driving seat in this game. Just needs to connect one of these Sucker Punches or Kowtow Cleaves into one of Giuseppe's Pokemon to be able to take it all the way. And then you can just carry on going for your Sucker Punches into a Garchomp that definitely cannot switch, only has offensive moves and Protect. And yeah, eventually you run out of Protect. Eventually, to be fair, eventually you also run out of Sucker Punches there. Diaclaw going into the Sneasler, locking it. No, Encore going into the Sneasler, locking it into Diaclaw.
Locking it into Diaclaw, but Diaclaw is not the worst move to be locked into by any means. No. Sure, it might not be doing too much damage to something like the Garchomp, but it could still, of course, get those status conditions going. The Kowtow Cleave now. Whimsicott is brought down to 1 HP. The handshake is already exchanged here. Whimsicott is brought down to its focus sash. It looks like the forfeit might already be locked in, and we have a winner of our top 8 here in Turin. It's going to be Marco Silva in our semi-finals.
He's only gone and done it again, hasn't he? Marco getting all the way into the top 4. Or what style to do it in as well. He's been so consistent over the tournament. And I think the team that he's using really does suit him. He was using Calyrex for a lot of the Regulation G, Regulation I, Scarlet and Violet era. Now he's found a new fast ghost-type Pokemon to pilot.
Absolutely, yes, that Mega Gengar that exerts so much pressure, even if it doesn't go for its Perisong and Shadow Tag trap. Of course, there's always the threat that it could do that. The Charizard didn't make much of an appearance from Giuseppe. It was never on the field for too long. It's here for a good time, not a long time. Of course, it was a 2-0 victory here for Marco Silva. And Giuseppe trying everything they could against a player who likely he has faced many times before in local events in Italy, because of course both of these trainers hail from the region where we are in now, here in Turin. So the Mega Gengar was exerting its pressure, and the Floette didn't even need to come in that next game. It's the mark of a truly skilled trainer to know that you can have another playstyle, another mode that your team can offer, that you can always go to, even after you've won a game.
Yeah, definitely. It's like, you know, let's not forget turn 1 on that game 2, where the Heat Wave did not connect on the Mega Gengar. But I think, you know, these things happen in Pokemon, right? It's about how you capitalize on those situations and how you make sure that if an opportunity presents itself, that you're able to take that all the way to a win. And it got dicey for a few turns there. There was quite a few sucker punches that went out from that King Gambit. Didn't meet any marks, but it was clear that Marco understood exactly how to set up that King Gambit and get it into a position where it was very, very difficult to take down.
Exactly that. So well played to both of our trainers here. And yeah, Marco Silva, a 3-time international champion, is now potentially on course, already our Lille regional champion from this season as well, to become our Turin champion too. But they will have to face stiff competition heading into the latter stages of this tournament, our final regional level event in our 2026. I was about to add another 20 there. 2020-26 season here in our EU region.
Yeah, it's such a way to close out the season as well, isn't it? I mean,
it is, yeah.
1, we've got a new game, we've got champions, but 2, we've got some real champion players playing and giving us an absolute show. I think let's go back to game 1 and start thinking about, you know, what was happening in that early stage of the match. You can see here we're in a late stage of game 1. 2 Pokemon already knocked out here for Giuseppe, and not being able to to switch in this position, but also 2 Pokemon knocked out for Marco. And so we've got this situation where Sneasela's got the fake out on board. This King Gambit has been boosted up, and now you're trying to get to this end game situation where you can make sure that the King Gambit is not going down to any attacks. Now, there is the Encore threat into the Sneasler on this fake out turn into the Incineroar, but you've got to make a choice if you're Marco. Is like, do you fake out into the Incineroar or do you fake out into the Whimsicott? Both Pokemon are really dangerous to be able to, in their own way. One, to be able to knock out the Sneasler there with the Moonblast, especially since we're at this late stage of the game where the Sneasler isn't on too many hit points, but also that the King Gambit has that Sucker Punch threat into the Incineroar as well. And so we see this fake out coming out into the Incineroar and the Encore going straight into the Sneasler. Giuseppe trying to sort of catch it out in this board state, make sure that the Sneasler is not a threat till later down the line. The Whimsicott still has a lot of HP remaining, but the Incineroar goes straight down to that King Gambit after the fake out. Now we've got this 2v1 of the Whimsicott versus the Sneasler and the King Gambit. Moonblast knocks out either one of these Pokemon in one, but because this King Gambit has got so many boosts to its name, I don't know whether it's a 1, 2, or a 3, it doesn't really matter. It's got enough boosts so that it can knock out this Whimsicott with a Sucker Punch before it acts. It's only a matter of time before the Sneasler is able to attack then into the Whimsicott when it's not locked in by Encore.
Yeah, and Encore was really exerting its pressure throughout that game as well. Dark-type Pokemon will be immune to any Prankster-boosted moves like Encore, so that's why that King Gambit and indeed Incineroar would be so much safer from that. Well, commiserations to Giuseppe, of course, still on the hunt for that major win, but they've got so many incredible accomplishments to their name. So really well played by both of our trainers there. It will be Marco progressing through to the semi-finals as our Turin Special Championship slowly but surely reaches its conclusion. So many trainers came, just shy of 1,000 trainers came to Turin this weekend with one dream. and only 2 will be left at the end. But of course, we have more top 8, and then we have top 4 to get through first. Our semi-finals before we know who will be taking on each other in the grand finals here in Turin.
So exciting to be at this late stage of the event, and which Mega Pokemon will be our first one that's going to be winning a major event. Charizard has already done it in Indianapolis. Will it be Charizard again? Or will maybe Marco take it all the way with Mega Gengar? Maybe Costa was right all along. Maybe it is the Gengar with Gengar friends we made along the way.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, Costa has been talking about Gengar for the past few days, trainers. It's been a little bit draining, to be honest with you. But if you're backing Mega Gengar, I hope you're very excited that Marco has stamped their ticket through now into the semi-finals. A regional champion from the season already. Could they become a repeat regional level events champion here in Turin this weekend? I mean, yeah, as we're getting closer to the end of our event here in Turin, it is pretty poignant, I think, the fact that this season is coming to a close, and then we have North American International Championships next weekend, then the World Championships later in August, and in those 2 months between NAIC and Worlds, the lid is on, and there's so much cooking going on that no one is going to be privy to, and then all of a sudden it emerges kind of fully formed at the World Championships.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, the fact that we have no major events and the World Championships will be in a new series is so exciting for certainly for us spectators here. I think it's a little bit stressful sometimes for the players trying to figure out exactly what will be tried and tested and what exactly they can figure out in Regulation Set MB, whatever that may be, coming up after NAIC. But we've seen this before. Regulation Set D was the first major event of the regulation set going into the World Championships, and that was an absolute spectacle there. And crazy to see what comes out when all of these different groups from all around the world, all of the different communities that we have in the game. Pokemon is such a collaborative game. You need trainers to test your ideas up against. What comes out of those groups is always so fascinating.
And I'll tell you what else is fascinating, what Marco was thinking heading into that game and the game plan that got them to that victory. So let's talk to the trainer who's going for gold. It's Marco Silva.
Thank you very much, guys. We have got none other than Marco Silva, one of the most prominent players globally, #1 in EU leaderboard, and in the semi-finals, 1 step away from the finals here in Turin. Marco, my friend, how are you feeling with that set and so far your amazing progress?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I honestly didn't expect to reach such a good result with the team because I only picked it up a few days ago. But yeah, I'm glad because the team is really fun and I'm glad I'm able to show off all the different modes that he has.
Yeah, definitely seems to be the case. Like you said, having multi-role functionality gives you a lot more flexibility, right? Depending on the matchup. So talking a bit about the team then, something everybody noticed as well. Marco con Perish. What's this? It's not a wolf. Perish then, why did you feel like Mega Gengar and specifically Perish mode was a good choice going into this tournament for you?
So I figured out that since Fluet balance, like Fluet, Incineroar, Sinisha, this type of team won the last regional in the North America, I felt like it would have been like a good call. I also really enjoy playing Perish Song. Actually, this is the first time that I played in an official tournament, but I've been a fan since basically I started playing, like since 2016. So yeah, I really like this type of competition, and this was like probably the right moment for me to use it.
I mean, clearly, so far you've been doing amazing. I think there was also Davide Tonietta, another fellow Mega Gengar player too. Unfortunately, wasn't able to reach this point, but you are representing. So you've understandably gone up against a lot of compatriots, other Italian trainers as well, Giuseppe being one of them. So is this the first time you've gone up against Giuseppe, generally at a major event?
So at a major event, we also played in the other different occasions, like at Lille in 2024, or even in Swiss rounds, so like earlier. But yeah, I've been playing with Giuseppe for basically the past 10 years. We started practicing together in the summer of 2017, and he taught me a lot about the game. I feel like back then I wasn't as good as now, and while he was already extremely good, and I feel like definitely without him I would not be the player that I am right now. And also, yeah, like back in the days, we used to also test together the same teams. And I remember in 2018, he was able to win the Stuttgart Regional Champion in the Master Division, I was also able to win in the Senior Division. So
oh wow,
yeah, it's great that now we're still like two of the best players in the world.
Well, there you have it. That is actually such a good lore drop there. I didn't even realize that was the case, but there you go. Friendships are made along the way, every single path within this tournament run and career, generally speaking. So, Marco, we want to go ahead and give you as much rest as you can going into your semi-finals. So we're going to give you an opportunity to give any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody here in the venue or at home watching.
Yeah, so I want to shout out all the people that have been supporting me. Obviously, since this is technically my hometown regional, even if it's just in Italy, I'm not from Turin.
Yeah.
Really, a ton of people have been coming up to me, and I'm glad that I'm able to get such a support from the community.
Oh, that's very sweet. And it's really great to be able to see you as one of the strongest representatives here of the Italian community. So with that being said, thank you so much, Marco. Super appreciate it. Buona fortuna for your next set, my friend. And we will be right back with our next top 8 match going into the semi-finals.
My name is Marco, and I'm a VGC player from Italy. It feels great because I haven't been winning an event since NXT of last year.
That could be the difference here as Flair Blitz now. 5 HP on the Ursaluna. However, and the burn! We are this time super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar, and all of a sudden, your little regional champion, Marco Silva!
I feel like one of the key decisions that I took was to play a really offensive team and play without having too many regrets. And if I wanted to make a call, I was just going for it. I feel like all the last 3 matches that I played were pretty difficult. In top 8, I got really lucky with the double protect, which without it, otherwise I would have just lost. In top 4, the matchup seems pretty bad, but after thinking about it a lot, I was able to figure out a decent plan. And then in finals also, I feel like the matchup wasn't great, but by figuring out which play to do and by making some great prediction, I was able to win. So I feel like in game 3, when I saw Incineroar going for the Terra, I figured out that I just needed to connect a couple of scale shots and I was able to win. Also, the turn after was pretty key because my Dragonite was in range of Blood Moon and my Incineroar was still very healthy. So I took some time to calculate and I figured out that even if it goes for Blood Moon, I'm still able to win because I'm able to get 2 favorites off and 1 scale shot. And I felt like there was enough for me to win. So there was also a pretty good chance that if I protect my Dragonite, he would go after my Incineroar. So I also made the call right. I attacked with Dragonite. He ended up not going for the Dragonite, and I was able to win also because of that. So going to the tournament, I wasn't really satisfied with how the season was going. I did attend the first regional, but I wasn't doing that great in local tournaments either. And in the global challenge, I got a top 64 and a top 32 in Europe, which is not that great for the results that I usually get. It feels great because I'm able to get the invite straight away. I wasn't too worried about not getting it, but at the same time, it feels great, of course, to win a tournament and know that I already earned it at the start of the season. So I want to thank, obviously, all my friends because every time I come up with a team and I need to test the matchups, they always help me out. They give me ideas on how to fix particular matchups and how to play them. In this particular case, I want to shout out Deal because we worked on this team for the last 2 months. And if they were not suggested to play the core of Ribombi with hyper offense, I would have never picked it up myself because myself, I'm not really a great team builder when it comes to thinking stuff outside of the box. When it comes to strictly picking 6 months, if I see something that's like a little bit weird, I kind of tend to not really want to pursue it. So I really have to thank them for the idea.
our first semi-finalist has been decided, and it is none other than Marco Silva, our #1 trainer in the EU, arguably one of the very best in the world. And he's already gotten a direct invitation. Even if he didn't, he is #1 on the leaderboard spot, but he's clearly out for more glory, more coveted titles.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I don't know what more else to say about Marco. He's just a phenomenal trainer each and every time. We change a regulation, we change a game that we play on. We're coming into Champions for the first time. He's still consistently performing. It's such a high level, and really great to get a few insights from Marco on the couch there with yourself, and how much of a perish trap enjoyer he is. But it's the first time he's ever brought it to a live event. So
I was going to say lack thereof in terms of putting it to practice.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I think it just shows how diverse he is in his play styles as well, being able to adapt to these different sort of team comps and just be able to have that success continually with those. But yeah, going to be great to see how far they'll be able to take that Mega Gengar team, whether or not it will progress into the finals, whether or not it will progress into the championship this weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. And he had that fellow kinsmanship with Giuseppe. As he mentioned back in 2017, apologies, Giuseppe being able to get that Masters title whilst he got the seniors. They've known each other for years, and he's actually got a lot to thank to Giuseppe for the career development in VGC he has had over all of these years. So amazing to be able to see those, bonds form across time to this penultimate point where Marco is in the top 4. So we have got the top 8 bracket, though. He's not the only semi-finalist. There will be one more joining him.
Yes, as we can see now, Louis will be taking on David Carrera, and Marco will be taking on one of Arash Mati or Matteo Ghissini.
Yes, and at this point, we've seen Arash go ahead and show us why he is a world champ, even if it has been so many years since the last title he's been able to get. We've got the scenario now that he is 2 steps away from potentially getting one more.
Yeah, and interesting to see that David Carrera was able to overcome Luis Marco here after that phenomenal showing in top 16 to progress into the top 8. You can see Louis as well was just so strong in their decision-making in that top 8 game against Lorenzo. So going to have all of the top trainers duking it out for that championship title.
Yeah, and this is the point of doing it. We are still at the very beginning of this format, one official major event down. This is the second one in progress, and all of this is building up to NAIC next week. However, we still have a lot more action remaining. You've got Arash on the left-hand side, and we already know that he's very calculated and very hyper-fixated with his focus.
Yeah, and we've had the pleasure to be able to feature Arash 2 times, once earlier today and then yesterday, and see how well he is piloting this team of that Mega Floette, the Mega Delphox, and bringing the respected Mega at the right time. And, you know, in that last game, really catching their opponent off in a Game 3 adaptation with that Delphox to really throw the game, and dispatch of Mega Scissor, which was such a threat to that Mega Floette. If you missed any of the action from earlier on, definitely make sure you take time to go back and check that out, because some of the games that we featured today have been incredible. But yes, like you say, Arash, hyper able to get the most out of this team. Knows it inside and out, and it's been showing this weekend. And one of those fairy tale stories as well with Arash, not in contention for one of those top 80 spots in championship points, but can still acquire a world's invite this weekend by becoming champion and getting that golden ticket.
Exactly, especially the fact that we had a couple of conversations with Arash earlier on, and even yesterday. This is his first event completely of this season, so he's just decided to go ahead, pick up a team, and essentially just run about it with an amazing form on display.
Well, got a couple of steps to go before trying to claim that title, but first up, they have a huge task in front of them with Matteo, who is another trainer that's running that Lycanroc, Mega Frostlass, Mega Scovillain team.
it has been very popular in this tournament. Like we said, there are a couple of team building groups and efforts conducted with clearly an amazing yield of the positive results, and one of them have been able to reach this far, one step away from the semis.
Let's start off with the accomplishments of these top trainers here. We're going to go over Arash and Matis again. 2013 World Champion, then followed by the Turin Regional Championship win back in 2016. National Champion of Germany in 2016, and then more recently a top 8 Worlds finish in 2018.
Yeah, and Matteo on the other side of the field. Top 128 in the recent EUIC just passed, but a couple of really good, notable top 32s back-to-back season-wise in Turin back in 23, and Bologna the following in 24. So clearly one of those rising stars, not quite yet found that hitting mark, but clearly this may be different this time.
Yes, definitely going to be at minimum able to add a top 8 finish at the Turin Region Special Championship, and hopefully further. But let's have a quick recap of Arash's team with that Mega Delphox, Mega Floette, the Incineroar Mousehold, Sinistcha, and that Vivian. Lots of disruption, lots of support here around those 2 centerpiece Mega Pokemon. The Mega Delphox has a way of setting up with that nasty plot.
Yes.
Once it is, it's naturally a very fast Pokemon. And then the Floette, a bit slower, a bit bulkier, but able to set up through the Calm Mind and really reap the rewards of that hospitality on the Sinistcha that helps keep that HP to a respectable side. And then the Incineroar that can cycle in support with the Fake Out and that Intimidate.
3 redirectors is a lot of support, and it's for good reason when you've got 2 varied Mega Sweepers that have that setup potential going for themselves, and that's clearly the name of the game when it comes to Arash's strategy, as we've seen Sadrum Park a couple of weeks ago do so to get a top 4 in the Korean Nationals. So Arash one step away from being able to meet that expectation.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with that amount of support, the redirection, like you say, it will come in very useful going into this match against Meteor, where they are going to be using those the Mega Frostlass, the Mega Scovillain that we're going to get to in a minute. And the Mega Delphox feels very strong into that team, especially with those lines of support. If you can protect the Mega Delphox and keep that constant redirection in play, I feel like the Mega Delphox has the resources and the tools to get through all of the obstacles on Matteo's side of the field.
Yeah, and talking about Matteo's side, we have been talking about these 6 couple of times already across the weekend. Frostlass in a very good point where he came off from some strong results last week in Indy, clearly following suit. You've got the 2 options of Megas being that Frostlass and the Scovillain, depending on what the priority is with regards to your main damage sweepers. The Basculegion Citrus Berry, something that isn't as common, but it has been rising in popularity.
Yeah, and a very slow Basculegion at that, so its defensive capabilities are incredible compared to what you would normally be used to with a max attack and max speed variant, so able to take those hits a lot better and reap the rewards of that Citrus Berry recovery. Now, you would say the Lycanroc here is something we haven't actually seen on the broadcast, even though it's been a big talking point of this team, but it could come in quite useful in this matchup in particular if you are worried about that Mega Delphox, because the Frostlass, yes, you've got the Shadow Ball, but you're going to be hitting after the Delphox, so in turn, to get the Shadow Ball off, you're going to have to take a Heat Wave, and the same could be said with the Mega Scovillain, that, you know, the Spicy Spray is not really going to be affecting the Delphox, so you're pretty free to go for those Heat Waves. And then the King Gambit going to struggle to hit it with the redirection. Lots of interactions going on. We'll see how it plays out.
Here we go. Our 3rd top 8 match. Make some noise. Matteo starting game 1 with the Basculegion and the Scovillain right by its side versus Arash's Delphox and the Sinistcha.
Yeah, here we go with the Mega Delphox in a position where it can start to set up here. You've got the Sinistcha to give that protection against the threat of the Basculegion there with that Wave Crash, so pulling it in. Sinistcha is not going to mind that too much, but you can't really rest too easy because the Scovillain has got access to that Overheat, which would, in turn, put the stoppers on that Sinistcha and then open the door maybe for the Delphox to be a sitting target the next turn. So do you leverage the Sinistcha here to try and get that nasty plot off and then go on the offensive the next turn?
and it's sort of really key at this point to be able to make sure you don't lose any momentum in terms of that resource, which is so key. One misstep may be the end of your game, especially when it comes to the hyper offense potential from both sides. Mega evolutions now proc from either.
There we go, that spicy spray. We've said it's not really going to affect the Delphox too much, but this turn, after that Mega Evolution, if the overheat is into that Sinistcha, we do see the Rage Powder redirection, and we'll be pulling all attacks from the 2 on Matteo's side onto it, protecting the Delphox as it does go for that nasty plot. +2 in that special attack, and then next turn it will be able to threaten both of these targets on Matteo's side.
Overheat into the Sinistcha, picks up the KO. Already redirection support number 1 is off the field for Arish's side. Bastia Legion now moves, goes for the wave crash, picks up another KO. Wow, so much momentum lost from Arish's side. This may well be what we were talking about, Lee. It could go either way. If you lose that momentum, this is probably game over for you.
Yeah, normally situations here you would see.
Oh!
There it is, locked in that forfeit, Matteo.
Wow. Woo! Insta forfeit because there's just no coming back from that. Arash tried to capitalize off of a read there, but Matteo matched him with the immediate overheat and, most importantly, the speed interaction of the Scovillain going first, getting the KO.
That's what I was going to say. This Bastia Legion's very slow, and this scenario here isn't something that you commonly see. Normally, you're pulling in that redirection, the wave crash first, and then the overheat afterwards, and that's the sacrifice for the nasty plot setup, but not this interaction, not how Matteo's trained their team. The Bastia Legion going last was at the cost of that turn where the overheat was enough to get the Sinistcha, open the door up for that Bastia Legion to take a clean knockout onto the Delphox, giving Arash everything to think about to pull this game back.
And that was such an immediate upset. I don't think we've seen a quicker forfeit, at least in the current season. Arash just wanting to say, right, let's just get to brass tacks. I know the game's over. We need to go back to the drawing board, and I need to really reevaluate what to do against that now that he knows the speed interaction of the training.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at other options here for outside of that redirection, right? And you've got to really kind of keep in check that Bastia Legion if you suspect the Scovillain Bastia Legion lead. Well, a Pokemon that could help you out in a few is that Vivian. But the problem is the Rage Powder on the Scovillain can then free up that wave crash to then go in to the Delphox. So it doesn't really help you in a lot of ways, especially if Matteo sees through that. It's very, very difficult to get around this Pokemon. Maybe you're going to have to play the Mega Flow. Might need to come. It is going to be able to take the attacks a little bit better than that Delphox just because of the super effective hits. But is that going to be the Pokemon that is going to get you over the line?
We're going to have to find out. Game 2 is already here. What are the leads going to be? Is it going to be the same, or is it going to be changed up? It seems to be the case. Matteo now leading with the Kingambit and the Sneasler. Bit of a change up from Arish's side. Rather than the Sinistcha, you've got the Mousehold, which isn't going to go down to an overheat from the Mega Scovillain.
Now you've got that nice active fake out from the Sneasler, so you'll be able to prevent that follow me from the Mousehold, at least for this turn. It puts a bit of a hold on Arash being able to go for that redirection and then the nasty plot setup, which you're craving to get in this match because you need that extra damage to be able to get through these opposing threats. Now, the Kingambit in a spot as well where it is going to be threatened by a heat wave from the Delphox, but probably not likely to go down. So you've got an option where you could go for the double up into the Mousehold if you suspect that protect that we see from the Delphox.
Yeah, wanting to play safe, especially after that game 1, turn 1, that, was the only turn that played out, really. And you want to make sure that, obviously, you don't allow any openings from Matteo's side with that fake out. It is a Swords Dance Kingambit, so if he wanted to get a bit frisky there, he could have gone for the setup, but no reason because he knows what the priorities are. Get rid of the redirector.
Yeah, and now there's Mousehold in a position where it is going to be staring down at the Sneasler. Now, the Mousehold does have the Chople Berry, so it's got a little bit of alleviation from the close combat that would otherwise be so threatening, which could then open the door for the Delphox we're seeing in Mega Evolve, and of course it will naturally outspeed the Sneasler and be able to pick it off with one of those big, powerful side shocks.
Yeah, and that may invite the protect from the Sneasler. Doesn't seem to be the case from either Pokemon on Mateo's side. A redirection option, nasty plot. So it seems like it's a read upon a read upon a read from both of our trainers trying to scout each other out. Nasty plot. Just not trying to prioritize the obvious protect on the Sneasler. Close combat, like we said, because of the chop pull. Not enough to pick up the KO, but this may well be a double up focus here. There's no reason not to go for it. You need to start getting rid of the redirecting support on Arish's side. Kowtow, it's going to come through.
Yeah,
and now we have got a Sneasler, which, worth noting, is gonna be able to outspeed the Delphox because of the close combat into White Hope proc of the Unburden ability.
Yeah, now the Sneasler in a position where it doesn't really need to worry about being knocked out before getting too much value. The Sinister coming onto the field now. Now this King Gambit is in a really awkward spot, especially after that nasty plot, because a Heat Wave coming out here will be very detrimental, but you've got to be very wary as well about the fact that if you do allow the Delphox to take a Dire Claw, then there are going to be consequences potentially to secondary effects there. That's why their Sinistcha is there to try and redirect. But we're seeing the Sneasler just protect, wants to stick around for an extra turn.
Ooh, all right. You want to be able to make sure you have that speed advantage against the Delphox. And if there's any sort of opening like a Heat Wave miss onto the King Gambit, then it gives you so much more room to be able to essentially adapt with. And King Gambit has no chance is going to be able to survive the +2 from a Mega Delphox. So it's more so Mateo saying, I'm willing to drop the King Gambit piece in order to be able to bring in a cover or at least some sort of strategy against this Delphox, which is running away, or should I say flying away?
Flying away, yeah, it's on the broomstick. But now the Basket Legion coming onto the field, it's going to have the same issues what that King Gambit did. We know how slow it is. It's not going to be able to act anytime fast other than that Delphox, but it is going to be just pulled and redirected away, any of those attacks into Sinistcha. Of course, Last Respect's going to be a little more powerful than it was the last turn because of the King Gambit going down. But are you going to be able to dispatch of this Sinistcha? And if the target is the Basket Legion with a size shock, it is +2, remember, it might have a chance to take it down.
Gonna have to find out very shortly. Rage Powder redirecting all of the shots except of the gunk shot, which does miss. Another miss. Heat Wave on the Sneasler, but it does connect with the Basket Legion. This is very huge because there's a very good chance the Heat Wave actually at +2 would have been able to pick up the KO onto that Sneasler. Cassie Berry activation though, at 100 base power, more than handles all of that offense.
Yeah, no, that's really unfortunate. The Heat Wave miss allows the Sneasler another shot at the gunk shot. So the Sinistcha really in a situation where, yes, it can pull away an offensive threat from that Sneasler, but when you do that, and if the Sinistcha goes down, you open the door for that Delphox to be susceptible to a wave crash. So do you then make the decision, I Rage Powder and Size Shock into the Basket Legion, just remove it to get around the potential knockout here on the Sinistcha?
Matteo, what have you locked in? You've gone for the gunshot. You've been able to connect this time. It might, it's not enough to pick up the KO from that range, but the Size Shock, it does go for the Basket Legion. Of course, picking up that KO. This is an insanely powerful Pokemon, and it's got +2 of its special attack to boot. So now, Mateo, final 2 Pokemon, but it's the Focus Sash Lycanroc.
Yeah, which makes it very difficult because you're going to have to commit hitting it twice. And the Sinistcha's not the Pokemon that you need beside you to help get rid of that Focus Sash or break it at least so the Delphox has a freer in. And in the process, you can't redirect that Rock Slide that is inevitably going to come out from this Lycanroc here. Even the Sneasler, if it feels a bit threatened, could potentially just protect this turn. And you allow the Lycanroc to get that Rock Slide off and potentially pick up a knockout onto the Sinistcha as well in the process, because yeah, Lycanroc can hit very, very hard.
And this may be the case that I think that both of our trainers are going to be hoping for both their opponent's moves to miss and theirs to connect, because you've got Heat Wave and the Rock Slide to contend with. Sinistcha respecting the potential of an Accel Rock, or even the Gunshot brings that Incineroar in revealed to be able to lower the damage output of both the Sneasler and that Lycanroc, as we've got the defensive play from the Delphox.
Yeah, really nice preserving of the Incineroar, but called the switch in there. The close combat combat into that Incineroar. What a great pickup.
Here we go. Now the question is Rock Slide or close combat. Goes for the Rock Slide, hoping at this range you're going to be able to pick a KO, but I don't think so because of the Intimidate. It survives on 8 hit points, and it's tough because what chance do you have if you make a read double CC into the Sinister and there's no Incin there?
No, yeah, really risky to go for that there. The Delphox protecting, and now you've got the active fake out, so for at least one turn the Delphox can be protected, so to speak, from and break that potential slash on the Lycan Rock. But both of the Pokemon, more importantly on Matteo's side, have that protect, so all you can do is just burn a turn of this fake out, and then we're back in a similar situation the next turn where the Lycan Rock still has a sash attack. Now that Incineroar in a much worse position where a Rock Slide will knock it out, and then the damage Delphox, of course, if it's taken damage already from a gunshot, then it's probably going to be in range for that Rock Slide to pick it up, even at -1.
But you're going to have to make sure you are burning that fake out potential from Arash's side. There could have been a scenario where Arash could have tried to bring that Sinister in and preserve the fake out option later on, but I don't think there's room to be able to do that at this point because you need to have the Delphox allowed to get a move off.
Yeah, and you can see how valuable this White Herb proccing was, just to put the Unburden ability active on this Sneasler to allow it to put this pressure onto the Delphox. It is threatened from the knockouts, but all it needs to do is get a little bit of damage onto it so that then the Lycan Rock can, in response, go after it with that Rock Slide, pick up potentially a knockout, and yeah, dwindling resources left on Arash's side. You're going to have to hope for a miss from Matteo's end.
Sinistra now comes back onto the field. Incineroar remaining at such low health in the back. Delphox following suit with the protect. Like we said, Sinistra is willing to go down now for the team. Question is, does Matteo let it and instead put it in an awkward spot where it cannot? If there's a Rock Slide miss, this might be good for Matteo, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Although it survives, that actually works against, I would say, Matteo, right? Or should I say Arash? Apologies.
Yeah,
because there's no fake out available. Delphox is already protected.
Yeah, now you're in that awkward spot, but the Sinister can at least pull in. This actually works out a bit better for Arash, I think, because now you can utilize that Rage Powder to detract the damage from the Sneasler, which is the one thing that you're really worried about, right? Because I think Delphox will be able to take at least one Rock Slide, but probably not two.
No. Okay, all right. It's gonna have to come down to this right now. Is there gonna be a gunshot? Will it be able to put it within range? No, the Delphox surely goes for the Psy Shock or tries to risk a Heat Wave. It has gotten poisoned. May put it within the range. Heat Wave double connects. Sneasler is out for the count, but the Lycan Rock, and there was a critical hit as well. I don't think that would have mattered at that point. Lycan Rock, 42 hit points. This is looking like Arash surely is gonna be able to bring this back unless there's a double KO. There isn't. Delphox survives, but because of the poison, maybe put in an awkward spot. But let's not forget, actually, Sinistra comes back in, has hospitality, right?
Yeah, which might just put it.
Oh, it just survived. Oh,
yeah, this is going to be very, very close. We'll see. The hospitality will restore 25% of the health on this Delphox. 2 ticks. And it might be down. A double protect might do it for Matteo here. Very, very close. But if you're protecting, though, there is the life due on the Sinistra for Arash. So you go protect. You just attack in life due, I think, and hope that the Lycan Rock does protect there. So Psy Shock, life due. Arash should have this locked up.
There's actually quite a few mind games here. It just depends on what risk each trainer is willing to take, and more importantly, Matteo in this scenario, because you need to commit with one of them. Lycan Rock, there is a slight chance for you to be able to run away with this and get a 2-0 and not force a game 3.
There is the Accelerock as well, which you've got to worry about, and the Rage Powder there to pull that away.
All right, so that means it's done. Arash has been able to push it through to a game 3. He didn't want to mess about there. The fact that the Sinistra was still on the field for the redirection, and there's no additional need for a read from the Delphox is key.
Yeah, and that survival on the Sinistra really crucial in the end there, because bringing it in with that hospitality just to get that HP topped up, but more importantly, like you mentioned, Costa, to redirect that Rage Powder there and be able to pull away the potential threat of an Accelerock, which was present on that Lycan Rock.
It really did come down to the wire in so many ways. At some point, I started losing my mind in terms of like, oh wait, who's this good for? Oh, who's it bad for? It just worked out in a way where there was also RNG potentially to factor in, and obviously Arash needed to make sure there's no dart type on the other side of the field so he can lock in with that 100% accurate side shot to finish off the game.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, I think that the Sinister sticking around for that one turn was the thing that you wanted. Obviously, it'd be great in that scenario if it goes down, you get the Incineroar back on the field, you've got a fresh fake out to go forward with. But I think at the same time, being able to have the resource where you could have pulled away that initial damage from the Sneasler would have been valuable to allow you to take at least one rock slide whilst you remove the Sneasler and did that chip onto the Lycan Rock that then allowed you to secure the game. But worked out all right in the end for Arash. A much better adjustment from that game one.
Now game 3. What do we see? Do we feel Matteo is confident still? Or has it been a bit bruised because of what happened in that game 2?
I think you still got to feel confident. I think it was so fast-paced that first game. I think Arash really got caught up by the speed interactions there, definitely not allowing that to kind of play out like it did in game 2 and adjusting way, way better. So I think it's going to be right down to the wire again. Matteo very bold in some of the calls that they're making, so Arash has to be careful not to overextend themselves or put anything in a risky position or make risky plays, because I think that's when you could get punished. And with a team like Arash is playing, where your centerpiece is so important to your game plan and victory or not, then I think you've got to protect it at all costs, which he did so well with that Delphox in that last game.
Game 3. This is where our final semi-finalist will be decided. We're going to change up from Matteo's side. The Frostlass is on the field next to the Basque Legion. I'd say very aggressive start, but potential Auroraville setup versus the Delphox and Incineroar.
Bom dia, gente. Como é que vocês estão?
Yeah, really nice adjustment here from Matteo. Going to be able to make roll that Frostlass, like you say, get the Auroraville, which is going to be so useful, especially if this Delphox goes for another nasty plot. Now, the Basque Legion position quite well because it is going to have the immunity to fake out. It is also like it's Frostlass partner going to be able to move without having to worry about this Incineroar stopping it in its tracks and put on a lot of offensive pressure immediately onto that Delphox, which makes it harder to go for something like that nasty plot. Is it worth the sacrifice here? And you can't ignore the threat of the Shadow Ball as well on that Frostlass.
Yeah, it's a lovely little situation in terms of I could get one trade-off as opposed to another.
Entre Arash,
It could be risky if the
o
Delphox
Mate
wanted to go on the
e
offensive and maybe
Matteo
try to outpace that Frostlass, go for the heat wave, anticipating a defensive play from Matteo, but it doesn't seem to be the case. The Auroraville has been set up, and that adds a lot of sustainability
Pelo
for
que dá pra
Matteo's
ver, ambos
Pokemon.
foram bem.
And especially when you go into the next turn where the Delphox is still on the
O Arash
field.
foi
Shot very useful,
com 10/2
but that Auroraville going to pay
e o
dividends for
Matteo
the next
ficou
few
11/1.
turns, especially knowing how already defensively built that Basque Legion is on Matteo's side. And
Chegaram
it's
no top
now in a
8, já
position
estão bem
where
pra caramba.
it can, this next turn, go for that threatening damage alongside maybe a Shadow Ball into that Delphox, but smartly done by Arash, using the parting shot, lowering the attack power on that Frostlass, so it's not going to be hitting or be as much of a threat this next turn. And also you've got the Intimidate to cycle in again this next turn to further reduce the attack power of that Basque Legion if you need be.
And we do have Mousehold on the field. It's going to be able to provide friend guard support in terms of allowing Delphox to sponge up those attacks quite handsomely. However, the Basque Legion is still wanting to get damage, even though at -1 attack.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think even at -1, it's still going to be hitting like a truck. And now we do see Arash commit to the Mega Evolution, not switching the Delphox out, wants to keep it on the field and start that momentum shift.
Follow me, redirection, making sure the Delphox does not fall victim to any sort of powerful water-type moves whilst getting its sort of plotting going. +2 special attack. Blizzard hoping to be able to deal good damage onto the Mousehold, followed up by what I'm assuming going to be the Wave Crash. You want to try to get rid of that redirection support. Mousehold survives on 25. And this so far is going according to plan, I'd say, from Arash's side.
Yeah, being able to get the Mousehold in, that follow me, and getting that nasty plot set up, it kind of supersedes almost the Auroraville, where you can start getting that big damage onto the opposite side of the field. And now the Mousehold is in that position where it is going to leave the Delphox vulnerable to the Basque Legion here. If it stays on the field, goes for another follow me, it will go down to a Blizzard, and then that wave crash becomes active into the Delphox. So Arash needs to readjust their position here. Do you bring maybe something like the Incineroar back onto the field? But no, Protect's coming out and just a follow me.
Oh wow, this may be very crucial. It depends. Heatwave does double connect onto the Frostless. It picks up the KO. This means the Basque Legion will not be able to hit the Mega Delphox in anticipation of the Mousehold going down previously. Wave crash will get rid of the Mousehold, but is this too little, too late? The Mega Delphox has been given that room to be able to get those very powerful moves off.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to stop now, especially if the Incineroar comes in, drops another Intimidate, or if we've got that Sinister in the back for Arash, which you would expect it to be there. It's going to be able to come in and just soak up those threatening wave crashes with no trouble at all. And now you're +2, you can see the damage even to the Basque Legion that does resist it, still doing a lot through that Auroraville, and that has only so many turns left before it does expire, and then you really become susceptible to taking the full brunt of those nasty plots.
Yeah, I think you are forced to bring in your Incineroar from Arash's side, further lowering the damage output of Basque Legion, but most importantly, the Lycanroc, which is clearly there for a check against the Delphox, now susceptible to a fake out.
Yeah, and that you want to go down into that slot, but again, do you really want to take maybe unnecessary damage here from the Basque Legion in the process? You're going to have to take a wave crash, and even though it's -2, it still will be doing respectable damage and putting it closer in range to maybe a rock slide the following turn. So I don't know if Matteo's going to allow this action broken, so really suspect maybe a Protect there. You could switch your Incineroar out to Sinister, get a little bit of health back, protect your Delphox, and then if we see what we're seeing now, then you've got a really good situation where you've got that redirection for the next turn that is going to be pivotal.
This could be quite detrimental as well. Exposing your Sneasler could be quite bad if there's no defensive play from the Delphox, but seems to be Arash wanting to play safe. He doesn't want to risk it. Matteo, at least in that interaction, getting the advantage as the Protect is technically back online from the Basque Legion due to it being the final Pokemon using Protect.
Yeah, that is very useful. But you've got the opportunity now, I think. You can go for the fake out into that Delphox here if you're the Sneasler to at least slow down this one turn. But is the last respect going to be enough to get the Sinister? You would say no, it's not. Is it worth then switching it out to get rid of those Intimidate drops? That could be an option. And then get the Lycanroc back online on the field, so it's got that Rock Slide active the next turn, which doesn't care so much about that redirection.
Okay, fake out onto the Delphox, dealing a bit of chip damage, which may or may not prove to be quite vital in the end phases of this game 3. Basque Legion going for the last respects will, of course, be proccing the Cassette Berry but dealing so little damage because of the Intimidate drops, as well as the halving of the damage output. Snow finally expiring, but most importantly, that Auroraville too.
Yeah, and unlike the previous game where the Sneasler was able to activate that White Herb, this is not the case now. This Sneasler will be slower than the Delphox and is in a clear position to get picked off by a side shock. It's that slot. You've got no switches if you're Matteo either, so it is pinned almost at this point. It's an easy target here, where the Basque Legion isn't really offering too much. You can just redirect those attacks with the Sinister and just keep it around on the field, that Delphox for another turn to allow it to take and make the most of these nasty plots that it's got set up.
Yeah, I think ever since you can guarantee a nasty plot setup and then put on so much pressure because of the speed advantage on your side, it should be so good for himself. But we see Arash actually celebrate with the Protect, which may be an indication of a side shock going into the Sneasler, getting rid of that slot, outpacing it. That is so crucial for Arash's win conditions. Matteo now down to his final 2 Pokemon. Yes, Lycanroc does have the Focus Sash intact. However, this Delphox is remaining unchecked. It is the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, now a Psyshock into that Basque Legion, probably going to be enough to pick up the knockout from this range.
é um
And you've also got the
heatwave.
player as well, just to protect your Delphox this turn. Switch out your Sinistcha into the Incineroar, take the Basque Legion down to -3, take the Lycanroc down to -1 on its attack stat, and then you'll have that
Aqui se
active
pá é
fake out the next turn, you
Regipaldo
put the
pelo
pressure on the
Sinistcha
Lycanroc, and then you can dispatch off
e
that Basque
Heatwave
Legion a
pelo
little
lado
bit
da
more
Delphox.
safely than you've got at the minute. And also, at any point, you can bring that Sinistcha back in that can help top up any health lost along the way. Arash doing so well.
Okay, going for the protect again. We've got the Psyshot trying to focus down this may give Mateo a lifeline. Rock slide! It's on the KO! Was that a critical hit or was that just the amount of damage it deals? It seems to be the latter.
That is huge. What a huge turn. The
Nossa, a
Magikarp coming
vontade
out.
que o
It
cara
is going to
teve de
break the
narrar
focus
isso,
sash
meu
on the
Deus do céu.
Lycanroc, but is it a turn too late?
Oh, we're going to have to find out 30 HP remaining for the Lycanroc.
Ixi, boa. Caraca, nossa, se a Sinistcha não... Nossa, se a Sinistcha era mais rápida que a Delphox. Ou melhor, se a Sinistcha fosse mais rápida que o Lycanroc. Nossa, ah, mas do mesmo jeito.
And sit there, take the rock slide and go down, but now the Incineroar coming back onto the field. It is going to drop another all-important Intimidate. That active fake out. The Lycanroc is on a timer because of the burn. And the star of the show, the closing of Pokemon is going to be that Sinistcha. You would believe now with the Machagotcha, going to be able to hit super effective damage onto both the Basque Legion and this Lycanroc.
Basque Legion, technically, with the Lycanroc, there could be an out, because there's no Trick Room on the Sinistcha. I was going to say, if you really wanted to risk the protects there with the Rock Slide subsequent turn, but Lycanroc flinching, trying to go for the attack. Last respects, this is lower damage output, not quite enough, even with 2 Pokemon down to bring it up to 150 base power. Machagotcha does connect, it does get ya, the Lycanroc. Basque Legion survives on the 20 hit point threshold, but this seems to be all over, Lee.
So close to being over. It looks like the headset's done from Mateo, and it might be Arash progressing here. We're going to have to wait for the turn to play out. But so close. There it is.
There it is. The forfeit is in. Arash Amani, our final semi-finalist.
Ele teria que...
Incredible turns of events from Arash Amati doing it once again here in Turin, moving into top 4. Incredible, and it was so close. There was times where it could have went either way, but Arash prevailing, coming out on top, and what a way to do it in.
Truly, and there were so many back and forths, like we said, even though he did get the nasty plot set up early game of that game 3, it gives you so much offensive pressure. The fact that, like you mentioned earlier, there was no unburdened proc in order to allow the Sneasler to outpace it, so it was the fastest thing on the field at all times, and there was no direct form of speed control that Mateo could take advantage of.
No, they were relying on that so heavily, and it was really pivotal in that game 1 where you saw applying that pressure time and time again, where the redirectors were having to switch in and out. You had to try and get in a position where it protected that Delphox, avoiding that potential double up into it. And without that active in that last game, the Sneasler just fell afraid, and it just shows how important that was and how well Arash did to prevent that from being a situation.
I think we need to discuss about how long that Basque Legion stayed on the field. And it was just taking all of the Intimidate drops over time, lowering his damage output, to the point where Mateo was hoping that the 2-count KOs of his own Pokemon would allow the 150 base power last respect to just carry it, but it wasn't able to get across the line.
No, and I think that you've got to give all the credit to Arash there with the Intimidate cycling that we were able to do in front of that Basque Legion continually. You can see here the replay game 1, I think, got really caught off guard with the speed interactions there. The Scorvillian going before the Basque Legion, you just don't expect it, so instant forfeit after that turn 1. But then the adjustment was so good. Getting the room to get that nasty plot set up on the Delphox, getting the room to get those Sinistchas, the Incineroars onto the field at the right time to not only weaken the opposing threat, but distract them So the Delphox had the room to finally launch an all-important Psyshock Heatwave combination and clear the board, tie it up and take us to that great Game 3.
Yeah, and I think this may have been the first time that we saw Lycanroc being brought on stream this entire weekend.
Yes, yeah.
And unfortunately, it wasn't able to capitalize off of that in clinching the semi-finals progression, although Matteo did an incredible job. Arash was just able to get those, I'd say, check flag moments in the win cons he was looking for at the appropriate times and just run through, especially in that end game.
Yeah, and what was so good about that whole end game in Game 3 was all the attention was on the Delphox that had the nasty plot set up. It was the immediate threat. Yeah. But really, the end game was all about the Sinister. And it was leveraging the Delphox. I'm going to get damage off with it. I'm going to get some value before it goes down. But I don't mind if the Rock Slide comes out and takes it down, because Sinister is the one, the key that I need to be able to get the damage, the matcha gotcha, onto that Lycanroc, which we did. We saw it. It got the burn as well. So valuable. And then it was able to dispatch of the Basque Legion. And with the help, of course, of that Incineroar that was cycling the Intimidate, which made the last respects so much less potent than we're used to seeing.
Well, yeah, and at that point, sure, it's Citrus Berry, Basque Legion, so there's more of a reason to be able to allow it to stay on the field, since it's gonna have more of an extended longevity. And last respects, you know, like handling in terms of when your Pokemon get KO'd, sure, that's great. You need to be able to capitalize off of that, yeah, I'd say more gracefully, because it was just stuck on the battlefield due to the awkward positioning that it had, where you didn't want to sort of like sacrifice a piece from the back in order to neutralize the drops.
Especially with the threat of a heat wave coming out. Like, you don't want to switch your Sneasler into that. You definitely don't want to switch your Sneasler into the Psyshock. And also with how important that Lycanroc Sash was, you had to preserve it, you had to bring it in fresh. So it could actually put on the pressure that you needed it to. So yeah, you were really, really
Sinistro. Salve, Alexandre. Como você tá? Bom, bom dia. Ótimo domingo e uma ótima semana.
100%, but let's revisit that absolute high octane game 1, turn 1 into the forfeit. It was just outrageous, really. The fact that it was such a cool hidden tech in terms of the training, where you had the speed of the Strovillain being higher than the Basque Legion was so crucial. And that is something that you can't really prep for. Sure, stat alignments can reveal a bit more, but then it's also where the investment of those points go into.
Yeah, because I think the play that Arash made was the play that we all expected them to make, going for the Rage Powder, prioritizing the Delphox setup, which you need to do to get through the big threats on Matteo's side. So, yeah, you expect then the Basque Legion. I think we're conditioned in the early stages of this metagame. Basque Legion will always be slightly faster, even if it's carrying the Mystic Water, definitely than the Scovillain, that is normally one of those bulkier Pokemon, built defensively. It's there to take hits and do a little bit of damage when it can, but not the case here. The Basque Legion, full investment in its defenses, and catching Arash off, because if the interaction goes the other way, the Wave Crash goes into the Sinister, and then the Overheat picks it up, but the Delphox is left safe and sound and in a great position the next turn, whereas that's not the case here, where the Overheat superseding the Wave Crash.
Nice pun there, I like it. Grass type, seeding, you know, it's fine. It's a super form, you know, it's a mega. It's a mega Strovillain. A bit of a villain in this case. But you know, like, it's just unexpected, really, and that's what we saw unfold. And obviously, Arash was like, okay, cool. That sucks for me, but I need to try to handle myself into this matchup going into game 2. And that's why we saw the instant forfeit, where there was just too much momentum gone. It's like, okay, let me just recalibrate.
O Persian de Alola, né, que você
did
diz?
such an amazing job.
Raichu de Alola também, né? Sem Slash, mas... legal.
Had to be the Mousehold as a redirector initially, as we saw in game 2, as opposed to the Sinister.
Yeah, and we did see a bit of an adjustment from Matteo in that game 2 as well with the King Gambit and the sneeze that come out. So it was a little bit different, but I think the mouse hold in that scenario really was a lot more valuable, and the Sinister would have been in that scenario as well. So yeah, being able to take advantage of the Delphox in that situation was vital. So yeah, you're right. The mouse hold adjustment and not getting caught out again, pivotal in being able to take the win.
And that is what it takes to keep going and potentially crown yourself a champion in our Pokemon Champions new era. With that being said, we have got an interview ready with none other than Ash Almaty, the man, the legend himself.
O Percy, eu acho que ele é Dark puro, né? Ó, vamos lá, você que tá com o time aí, tu consegue me confirmar. Primarina, Ave e Fada, Pokémon, voador e normal, Pokémon, voador e normal, Persian, Dark puro, Raichu, Fada e Elétrico, ou é Psíquico? Acho que é Psíquico e Elétrico, né? O Sandslash, que eu acredito que seja de Alola, é Pedra e Gelo, e o Mudsdale é Ground puro, né? Alguma coisa assim. Na batalha contra o professor Negócio, contra o professor Nogueira, entre muitas outras palavras. Tive que fazer uma maracutaia. Ué, foi difícil jogar contra ele? Caraca, que doido.
There was one game where like I had the game won, like I think it was round 9 where I had the game won with Delphox, but it got flinched by Scarf Chomp, and then like I kind of swept with Sinistra, and yeah, there were some funny ones, but yeah, this was a very interesting game.
Definitely. Shall we talk about game 1, or should we move swiftly on?
No. Game 1 was like interesting because I made a plan for my opponent, and like I had like a couple leads, like a couple things I wanted to do, and like the thing he made game 1 kind of beat all of them. So shoutouts to him for like coming up with like that game
Raichu de Alola é elétrico
and so,
e o Sandslash é gelo puro? Uai.
Regarding what happened,
eu sempre achei que ele fosse
I guess like I didn't know which one was faster,
gelo.
The Scovillian and the Basculegion, and like I kind of felt like it was the Scovillian since he went for the lead, but then like adjusting for that play would have cost me a lot of resources, so I don't know. It was probably a poor decision, but yeah, it was a tough spot anyways. Like, I'm not sure if I would have won if I made different plays.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was like a really nice lead into you. Obviously,
faz sentido ele ser gelo puro, já que o normal o normal é pedra, né? Só o Sandslash normal não. Ele é pedra, né? Só ele é pedra e ground também.
Okay, maybe I've got a chance here, but I'm not quite sure what he's going for.
Yeah, no, like Delphox is strong in the matchup, so like I was just trying to do like Delphox and like set up the Delphox and sweep. Like the biggest problem from him was like the Lycanroc. Something I really thought he was going to go for was like no Mega. No Mega would have been quite strong actually, but he never went for it.
Yeah.
O Tucano não fez vencer os Normax do professor.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
Na quinta vez contra ele.
But yeah,
Tive que ficar revendo monte de vezes pra vencer. Se tu tivesse ataque Alexandre, se tu tivesse ataque lutador nesse Tucano, acho que tu conseguia vencer de boas os Normas. Porque dependendo de como tava o moveset do professor, tu vencia ele bem fácil. De repente, ó, acredito eu que se você tivesse como é que é o nome daquele... Caraca, como é que é o nome daquele movimento, cara?
Perfect. Arash, congratulations again. Thank you very much. We're going to be going straight back to the casters.
Em português ele é corpo a corpo. Como é que é o nome?
Turim Special Championship. So casters, take it away.
Esse pá, eu nunca pensei que vencer os Nolux ia ser difícil. Oxe, tu esqueceu dos Nolux do Red, pô? Ou tu não enfrentou ele lá no Soul Silver?
Thank you so much, Ben and Arash. Arash, we are wishing you the very best going into the semi-finals, which, coincidentally, we are about to feature the very first one.
Yeah, very exciting to get to this stage. I can't believe we're here already. After starting yesterday, we're near on 1,000 trainers at the start of the weekend.
999, is that correct?
Isso, Close Combat, obrigado.
We're down to our final four
Então,
here. Before we
se
move
você
into
eu acho
finals, though, we've got a
que
top
você
four.
usando os dois Close Combat, eu acho que eu ganhava ele,
Going
esse
up
pá.
against David Carrera and then Mocha Silva against Arash Marty.
Oh, these are so spicy. It's crazy. And at this point, there's a 3 out of 4 chance that Italy is going to retain the Italian major event yet again for this season now too.
It's all on Louis' shoulders too.
Então se prepara bem aí, porque
this season, let alone the past couple of months.
O Red tem um time chatinho. Eu acho que, de certa forma, os Pokémon que você tem que tomar mais cuidado, eu acho que é o Pikachu, se fala é o Pikachu e o Venossauro. Porque, se eu não me engano, o Venossauro dele, acho que, se eu não me engano, o Venossauro dele tem Ice Beam, eu acho. Eu sei que o Venossauro do Red, ele tem alguma coisa pra bater em voador, porque você vai usar o Infogo, alguma coisa assim. Entendeu? Porque eu sei que normalmente quando a pessoa vai enfrentar o Charizard e o Venossauro, ela já pensa, tá, vou usar um voador aqui. Aí se eu não me engano, o Venossauro dele tem um ataque pra interceptar isso aí.
Recently, or I'd say very recently, at the start of this season, he was able to get top 4 in Frankfurt, where we did see his compatriot Emanuele Briganti pick up the title.
Yes, yeah, Emanuele winning that one, but I think this is a great event to come in and like stamp your authority, say, all right, okay, well I haven't had the results that I've been looking for all season, but this is the start of a new chapter in Champions. Let's start it off in style in my home region.
Se tu fizer que nem eu, tiver 300 mil revives e poções, tu vence ele.
Like we've mentioned, and running a really interesting team as well with that Mega Floette and the Mega Delphox, another Mega Delphox making it all the way to top 4.
It's another one indeed. Who would have thought we've got 2 in the top 4? Well, both of these trainers here because they are so confident and well acquainted with them clearly, and it's going to be a very interesting matchup where
eu venci o Red na base do revive por causa dos Nolux.
Actually, I think over the entire weekend. So it's a great opportunity to be able to get familiar with his team of 6 that he sent.
It's going to be exciting to see the interaction because on one side,
a boa notícia é que pelo que eu tô vendo, o
Charizard Mega Floette team going up against quite a similar team, but obviously the Charizard not there.
O Pokémon Champions ele vai funcionar por blocos,
and then the Mega Floette that complements the
tem
rest of it. Differences
o bloco A,
are going to be Sinister as Louis has been able to use, and then there's items that can be so disruptive from the V side. We'll get into the teams in a minute, but we'll start off with the accomplishments of these phenomenal trainers.
Quanto o pessoal aí que tá jogando esse regional agora, eles estão no, como é que fala? Eles estão no bloco A, né? Que é o set de Mega Evolução. O set de Mega Evolução ele vão ter 4 temporadas, pelo que eu vi, dividido em 2 blocos. O 7A. É o 7A e o 7B. Mega Evolução
accomplishments themselves. Back
É,
in
Mega Evolução
2019, EYC finalist, Players Cup 2
Evolução
finalist,
7,
top
1
8
e
at
2
Worlds 2022,
é o Mega
and
Evolução
recently, like you mentioned
do
earlier,
7A.
Costa, top 4
E o
finish at
7B
the
vai ser Mega
Frankfurt
Evolução
Regional
7, 3 e 4.
Championships, so no
Ou seja,
stranger
dia
to this
17,
level of a
vocês ainda devem pegar o finalzinho do bloco de Mega Evolução 7.2, que é esse que eu tô atualmente, que tem mais Pokémons, entendeu? E provavelmente, todo final de mês tem a temporada, né? Então provavelmente, assim que acabar esse mês, a gente já pula pro set de Mega Evolução 3. Aí já deve começar a ter os lendários, eu acho. Ó, o time do Luiz Frontitelli, Frontvielli, né? Mega Del Fox, Mega Floret, Basco Legend de Fox Session, Cinerotic Citrusberry, Sinistad de Cassibberry e Sneasley de White Earth. Deixa eu ver o que você falou. Entendi. Aí provavelmente acabando esse mês agora, provavelmente Ground ou Kyogre e Rayquaza já apareçam já, porque como vai ser o set de Mega Evolução, então provavelmente as megas deles já vão estar disponíveis. Aí se prepara, o que vai chover de Mega Evolução, e tem em mente o Alexandre, quando tinha que lançar para sair
Exactly that. So I think all four have an intention
buscar comida e ir no banheiro, o que que acontece? Não existe?
That's going to bring the sun. It's great against the opposing Mega Floette, but essentially you're powering up the Delphox, which you'd prefer not to do because that can cause all sorts of issues, especially with the natural speed of it and not having really anything with a choice scarf on your side to supersede it. Naturally, you're going to have to rely on your own speed control and that Whimsicott. The nice thing that you do have with
outra coisa, ô Alexandre, provavelmente você viu a minha live de Pokémon Champions. Então no quesito, eu tô vendo aqui, tem Incineroar, tem Basculégio, Whimsicott, eu não tenho os jogos de Pokémon, poxa, como é que eu vou ter esses Pokémon? Tem um rancho, se você viu minha live de Pokémon Champions, eles têm um rancho lá que você consegue, né, roletar uns tickets que o próprio jogo te dá, você fazendo missão também. Você consegue pegar Pokémons lá dentro que você pode alugar por 7 dias ou você pode comprar eles, né, com o próprio dinheiro do jogo, entendeu? Eu vi isso disso, os 3 Pokémon que provavelmente vou querer vai ser Galade, Altaria e Aldino. E assim, o jogo, esse rancho dos Pokémon, como é que eu posso dizer? Ele demora um dia para resetar um rancho. Como assim, por exemplo, ele vai ter, vamos supor que sejam 70 Pokémons que você pode encontrar no rancho. Aí vamos supor que você tá jogando hoje, ô Alexandre. Hoje, enquanto não acabar o dia, vão ser os mesmos 70 Pokémons que você já viu, né? Que você vai ver. Você vai ver 70 Pokémon. Beleza. Resetou o dia, aí vão ser outros 70 Pokémon. Por exemplo, eu não sei quantos são, entendeu? Mas é mais ou menos isso. Uma dica importante é não gasta não compensa gastar tanta moeda, o dinheiro do jogo, comprando Pokémon. Porque primeiro, se você não pagar o pacote start do jogo lá, se eu não me engano, que ele
faz você ter mais slots. É assim, pelo que eu entendi, dependendo do seu nível nas ranqueadas do jogo, você tem espaços para você tem mais espaços para ter Pokémon. Se eu não me engano, você começa com 35 de espaço. Você pode pegar 35 Pokémon. Mas se o jogo no telefone funcionar como funcionou no Switch, você já começa, eu acho que pelo menos uns 10 Pokémon. Ou seja, já são menos 10 Pokémon aí pra você pensar em ter. Porque o jogo já vai te dar alguns, né? E aí, você comprando o Starter Pack, né, o pacote inicial, se eu não me engano, de 35 vai para 80, entendeu? E conforme você vai upando nas ranqueadas, você consegue mais espaço. Se eu não me engano, no ranking, né, Pokébola você tem 35 quando você começa, e no ranking Great Ball eu acho que são 40 ou 45, alguma coisa assim, entendeu? O que tu pode fazer, Alexandre, é instalar um Pokémon Home, né? Pega os Pokémons que você tem. Pega os Pokémons que você tem no teu Pokémon GO, que você não quer, passa por Pokémon Home, e lá tem uma opção de você fazer trade, né? Você trocar com as pessoas. Lá tem uma opção chamada Wonder Trade, né? A troca misteriosa. Você coloca 3 Pokémons ali, ou 1 ou 2, né? Quantos você quiser, que podem ser até 3, né? O pacote gratuito. Deixa lá. Daqui a algumas horas você volta pra ver, porque normalmente você consegue roletar os Pokémons ali, entendeu? Aí às vezes, por exemplo, você quer um Galade, aí você colocou um Pokémon aleatório lá no Wonder Trade, aí você deixa lá. Horas depois você foi ver, você pode dar a sorte de ter um Galade, entendeu? Se no jogo puder ter amizade e puder fazer trocas de Pokémons, o que eu posso fazer? Eu posso pegar aqui no Switch um House Macho, evoluir pra Galade, aí eu passo pra essa minha conta no telefone e aí eu te passo. Entendeu, Alexandre? Isso se puder fazer trocas. Uma ferramenta que eu acho que ia ser maneira, tá? Ia ser legal de você poder trocar com os amigos. Ia ser bem legal. Pô, eu tô curioso pra ver. Ô, Alexandre, aliás, tu já fez o pré-registro lá na Play Store? Se você procurar Pokémon Champions, se eu não me engano, já tá lá. E você pode apertar instalar que vai fazer a pré-instalação já. Aí assim que o jogo sair, acho que ele já fez, já volta. Ok.
And catch the Basque Legion, not quite doing so. Rock Slide in Trick Room against Delphox. Not only does it threaten a KO with a critical hit, but the flinches is the important thing. Delphox, will you be able to move and unleash that damage? In retaliation, you can. Psyshock into the Charizard will be dealing thereabouts half of its HP, but we've got a situation where it may be within range of that Basque Legion.
Yeah, and that's the beauty about that. I think it was worth the risk there to keep that Delphox out on the field. It did take a lot of damage from that last Rock Slide, but just enough of a survival to allow that all-important Psyshock into the Charizard. Like you say now, the Wave Crash probably in range to take that down. The Basque Legion quite smartly protected that previous turn. And because of that pressure, we are seeing the switch out from that Charizard. Whimsicott forced back onto the field.
This is a great switch in. However, it could be read by Louis. Going for the protect. Oh, that's going to be susceptible to the encore, not trying to go for any sort of reads, trying to play true down the line to ensure better board state for themselves in the subsequent turn. Rock slide will most likely connect on the Basket Legion, deal a tiny bit more chip damage, but now Trick Room turns are starting to expire. One remains.
Yeah, and the problem for the Delphox is it's just protected in front of an encoring Prankster, Whimsicott, that can go for that and lock it into that protect, rendering it useless this next turn. And then it leaves the Garchomp to kind of just get the damage it wants with this Rock Slide onto the Basket Legion and the Delphox if it does stay on the field. Now, if you're Davide and you expect that Delphox to switch out because of the threat here of being locked in, you can take advantage of that with your Garchomp and maybe even your Whimsicott and just go for a double attack.
All right, Sinistra will be bringing the hospitality support onto the Delphox, but will it be able... Oh, wow, right into no encore from the Whimsicott going on the offense. Earthquake because of the levitate.
Dois Pokémons, Alexandre, que eu recomendo você ir atrás.
From the Delphox side, this is a catch-up from Davide, an attempt that is with the Incineroar switching.
Dois Pokémons que eu recomendo você ir atrás, porque eles são fundamentais em qualquer time, a não ser que você consiga fazer isso com outros, mas eu acho bem difícil. Um deles está aí na tela, que é o Whimsicott. O Whimsicott e o Soulblight. Porque os dois conseguem setar a tela, né? Conseguem setar a tela e o Whimsicott é mais pra ter wing, né? Mas isso aí você consegue fazer com qualquer outro pássaro, esse passo. Mas o Soulblight é interessante ter porque o Soulblight ele consegue setar a tela, a não ser que você faça um time com a Mega Frostless, que ela tem o Aurora Veil, ou alguém que aprenda a Aurora Veil, e sete para você setar as duas telas, né, a Reflect e a Light Screen de uma vez só, né, que reduz muito o dano físico especial. É bom ter o Soulblight porque você começa com ele e algum outro Pokémon. Você não quer tomar dano físico. Agora eu não vou lembrar qual tela faz o que. Você não quer tomar tal dano, você coloca Reflect. Você não quer tomar tal dano, Light Screen. E aí você coloca, sei lá, um Fox Sash nele, porque se algum Pokémon bater nele e ele conseguir ser mais rápido, ele pelo menos sobrevive, seta a tela e já fez o papel dele, entendeu? Nossa, será que assim já cai?
Under Trick Room operating, picking up the heat wave KO onto the Whimsicott. 10 hit point survival with the Charizard, which, even though it's quad resistant to the Sinistra, may even go down.
Então tenha sempre em mente que você precisa no mínimo de um suporte. Como você falou que vai ter áudio, eu não sei se a áudio não seta a tela, mas eu acho que pelo menos você já tem um suporte para dar follow me. Se usando follow me, os Pokémons que iriam bater em outro Pokémon seu, por exemplo, você colocou Galade e Aldino, você dá um follow me com Aldino e os Pokémons que supostamente iam bater no Galade, eles vão mirar na Aldino, entendeu?
Surely you switch in the Incineroar, right? Do you have a reason not to?
No, I think you could switch it in here, get that Intimidate, get the Machagotcha, just clear both of these Charizard and the Basket Legion, and there's not really much option for the idiot to switch in that Garchomp either, because if that comes onto the field, yeah, you could maybe get your Charizard out to get it back onto the field and get that Sun in effect again, but you're just giving...
esse cálculo automático, né?
It's unsuccessful! 2 hit point survival! Double connect with the Machagotcha means Louis has been able to pick up the Basket Legion, but not the Charizard! 1 hit point survival!
Mano, a Delphox sobreviveu com 2 de vida, o Charizard sobreviveu com 1 de vida. Mano, que Charizard é esse?
pressure, but the Delphox, it still survives. 14 hit
Caraca,
points.
mano.
You got the Incineroar on the back,
Mano,
and
que
the guard
jogo.
jump on its way in with no protect. Charizard is down. Delphox proving to be the better fire type in this game 1.
Wow, what a turn here for Louis. The survival after survival there were key. And now it comes down to that Incineroar, like you quite rightly said, can come onto the field, can really easily just click that fake out support, allow the Delphox to get a big, important side shock into it, and then get one step closer to closing up this game
Se ele
1.
der Hot Slide, ele leva o Incineroar. O problema é esse, ele acha que é mais rápido.
Craft this matchup with 2 Trick Rooms set up and Delphox
Aliás, o Hot Slide
absolutely
bate no
operating and
Levitate?
succeeding under when the Trick Room went, you know, obviously being the fastest thing naturally.
Yeah, it's always surprising, isn't it? You just think, how have you done it? But with so
Nossa,
few
caraca,
hit
mano.
points left on the Garchomp, even a fake out there is going to be enough to take it down. And yeah, utilizing the Trick Room. Who would have thought, Delphox?
You're flying under the radar, clearly.
Literally, yes.
Yeah, that's so impressive. Like, I can't explain how impressive that is. And just understanding what needs to be done in the certain wind conditions and ball states that you need to be able to advance through, and somehow getting out on top of it. So going into this game too. Where do we go from here? Like, if you're Davide, do you feel like that was good enough for you, but maybe there were a couple of turns that you could better optimize?
It's really difficult. I think if you're going to bring the Garchomp and rely on that so heavily, I think you need to get it off the field quicker too, or you need to try and get around the Intimidate cycling, because that
Todo
really
mundo que
hindered
tiver
the
como
ability of the
jogar vai poder
Garchomp
jogar.
to effectively
Eles
get
vão
the
poder
damage
fazer
it needed to
campeonato
onto that Delphox. Whereas unintimidated, you're going to have extra damage. You're going to be able to at least
Todo mundo
pressure a
apanhar
bit
pro
better.
Marlon e pro
The
Dragapult.
way that Louis is able to cycle the Incineroar and the Sinister pretty freely doesn't make it easy to get around. Maybe leveraging the Charizard a little bit better and maybe foregoing your own Tailwind here, because yes, you want the Tailwind to get ahead of the Delphox, but at the same time, each and every time that you had that active, the option of the Sinister was on the opposite side of the field to just counteract that.
Yeah.
And then for the next few turns, you're really at a disadvantage. And then when the Tailwind ends, you're still at a disadvantage because of the slower options that Louis is able to take advantage of.
That is so tough to be able to essentially go up against right now. That Bastion Legion, who would have thought, in Sun, under Trick Room, being able to put on so much pressure over on Davide's side, but we have got the leads going, and a Sinister actually being brought ahead now next to the Delphox versus the Charizard and the Garchomp on Davide's side.
Yeah, now you got the Garchomp in a much more comfortable position, I guess. With the Rock Slide, it's not intimidated, so it can go for that right now. And double up with a Heat Wave, so that combination is really nice. Heat Wave really threatening that Sinister as well. Knockout when that combined with the Rock Slide, so likely going to say a switch out. The Incineroar, the obvious play to come in here, and maybe a protect from this Delphox, but I don't know if we're going to see the Charizard. It is, yes, going to commit to that Mega Evolution.
Yeah, I was going to say this could be a potential bait as well in order to get the Charizard to immediately Mega Evolve and just go on the offensive, bring that Focus Sash in and not even going for the Mega Evolution as well. And yeah, it seems like Davide may have actually fallen to that idea. However, it could be a potential of just lowering the HP of the Incineroar to be quite crucial.
Yeah, and you're not really too worried now about the Garchomp. On -1, you know you're going to be able to take these Rock Slides pretty comfortably from it. And if we do see a Mega Evolution for the Delphox, the next turn, if it stays around on the field, then it is going to be able to get ahead of the Garchomp, get some all-important side shock damage off onto the Charizard, which then, like we saw in that game 1, puts it in range for the Bastion Legion whenever it does enter the field to be in knockout range of a Wave Crash.
Yeah, and this is such a beautiful play, that turn 1 from Louis. Like we said, the bait in order to set up the Sun and now go on the offensive as well. There's a good case that just going for the Heat Waves may be great, but you are in prime position to go for the Nasty Plot.
Yeah, and that's it. If you can get a Nasty Plot off, you really supersede the ability to lay the damage you require down on these. You turn, you know, 2 hit KOs on the Charizard into 1 hit KOs, and then the same can be said with the Garchomp as well. There's not much that can take a +2 side shot, but in response to that threat, Weather Ball coming out, doing some respectable damage, but nowhere near enough at this stage. Now that Delphox +2 special attack, it is going to be able to pick either target here, and whichever one it does land into, it's likely going to pick up a knockout alongside it. You've got to be wary that you don't pick a target that switches out for the Incineroar, but no switch!
Oh, no switch! Side shot! Oh, wow! It survives on 4 hit points. Rock Slide now being dealt damage onto Luis' side, but the question is, Heat Wave is going to be able to capitalize. Goes for the Heat Wave. Delphox! Delphox! 2 hit point survival. Parting shot into the Garchomp slot. Getting up to that going. Now lowering it to -2 of its attack. And what a crucial survival.
How did the Charizard survive the +2 side shot? That is incredible. And then the Delphox to survive. The Heat Wave gets another shot now, of course, making it even more difficult. You feel like Davide had pulled it back. That Charizard was huge there. But no, the Delphox saying, if you're going to survive, I'm sticking around too. Let's go for round 2.
And hospitality, going ahead and getting your copper whilst you're at it to make sure that you can deal so much damage on the other side of the field. But I was going to say at -2 attack Garchomp, I don't even think it can pick up a KO with a Rock Slide on this Delphox, so this may well be attack Delphox Trick Room setup.
You could go for that. You could just go for the Machigotcha as well if you don't want to set the Trick Room up, because remember, at this stage, the Delphox has got the speed advantage, right? There's no immediate threat of that Whimsicott setting a Tailwind up, so you don't need to worry about it so much. Do go for maybe a bit more of a supporting role with the Sinistcha here. Maybe go for a Life Dew if you're confident and being able to fire off a Heat Wave here, or just use it as bait like we're seeing, and pivot in that all-important Incineroar and Intimidate.
Absolute MVP alongside that Delphox, that double connects. Heat Wave, oh wow! That was like 70% of the Garchomp that resisted. That is absolute bonkers. Garchomp hoping to be able to pick up a K on the Delphox, but stopped at -3 attack. 6 hit point Delphox is running away with this game, giving so much momentum for Louis to make it into the finals.
It's right down to the wire each and every turn as well, and now so beautifully done by Louis, able to switch that Sinistcha back in this next turn, get that hospitality going again, so you can get a little bit extra HP. But now in response, they got that Basculegion onto the field, which is going to be non-intimidated. It is going to have the pressure of that Aqua Jet priority. It's going to be able to pick its target this next turn.
Yeah, and at this point, you just need to make sure that the Sinistcha is well, safe, positioned in terms of the Delphox being right by its side, dealing all of that damage, the ferocious damage. And at this point, Incineroar even going down is okay, because Garchomp is not a threat, but Davide may be trying to catch a subsequent encore turn later on.
Yeah, and this could be awkward here, because now if you... And they're a really good play from Davide, because if you expect to protect on the Delphox, which is likely to come out now, you're going to be able to trap it in this next turn with the well-timed switch to that Whimsicott. Really well done. Yes, you get your Sinistcha, but just covering in case we see no protect. Really covering all bases, showing why Davide is at this stage of the tournament not done yet, not ready to go down, and in a prime position to punish that protect on this Delphox. Does Louis switch it out, because you have got the Rage Powder, but Whimsicott being a grass type, able to ignore that and goes directly onto the Delphox. Lock it in with a protect, and then utilize, leverage your Basculegion that can go after that Sinistcha.
There's a beautiful level of foresight that Davide was able to put on show there, but it's not over. Delphox has to be forced out. It cannot protect itself. Davide at this point has the momentum, but he needs to keep it up, not slow down, and that is why he's going on the offensive. Moonblast into the Sinistcha. Maybe a double up with the last respects is enough to be able to get the deal done. Cassie Berry most likely not going to allow it, but at that range, it is definitely not enough. And so much value to be able to lower its HP, but the Machigotcha is going to double connect. It goes ahead, breaks the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott, deals half damage onto the Basculegion, and gets all of that luxurious steamed tea back into its belly.
Now, yeah, what a great play there from Davide saying, I know how much of a threat your Delphox is under. I know it's going to switch out. I'm going to concentrate all my efforts onto the Sinister, but the Intimidate, so useful there to allow the Sinister to be able to take that Last Respects. Now, it is going to be threatened this next turn. Last Respects still threatening it pretty hard. The Incineroar as well, in a real pinch, because a Moonblast into that slot will be enough. Last Respect into the Sinister will be enough. How do you get out of this situation? You've got the Delphox in the back, but you can't switch it in on either of these attacks. It's taken so much damage so far. Davide looks like they might be able to pull this game back, take us maybe to a game 3.
You're gonna have to see how it unfolds. Delphox may well be the sacrifice in the peace exchange of a trade-off, fake out into the Whimsicott, making sure you deal a bit of damage. Last Respects will finally get rid of Luis's Mega Evolution piece. Now, this is in favor of Sinister, or even potentially the Basque Legion in the back for Luis to wrap this game up.
Yeah, and then you've got to remember that there could be the Basque Legion there as well, so it's not down and out just yet, and there it is. And it's got that security of the Focus Sash. But the one thing that Davide has the advantage of is they can put their Basque Legion ahead of Luis with the Tailwind here, and you've still got the Garchomp in the back. So you get that in, you get ahead of the opposing Basque Legion, you get it down to its Sash, and then try and get around the pieces remaining that way, but a lot easier said than done, of course, in response. If your Basque Legion takes one Last Respect from Luis, then it is game over, and you are down to just your Garchomp and the Whimsicott. And by going for the Tailwind, you ignore the fact of taking down the Incineroar. That's still an active threat. You don't want to allow that to get any damage off unnecessarily here.
There might even be the case that Davide goes for the double up onto the Basque Legion if they feel confident that their Basque Legion will be able to outspeed to make sure they can cover for that slot, but no, targeting the Sinister now, actually getting that read for the Last Respect. It does go into the Whimsicott, gets rid of the potential of a speed control affair from Davide's side. Basque Legion on Luis' side has not moved just yet, has absolutely broken the Focus Sash, and we're in a scenario where either Pokemon can go down to any hit, and the Garchomp in the back for Davide is going to be the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, now without that Tailwind in effect, it's not even a question here. The Garchomp isn't going to be able to take an Aqua Jet. You would imagine that's going to be very close, isn't it? There's no Mystic Water on Luis' Basque Legion, but it could be an option here. Any hit onto the Basque Legion on Luis' side, it's going to go down. The Sinister does have the redirection, but a spread attack from this Garchomp here, a Rock Slide, an Earthquake will be enough to take it down, but there's still room to maneuver. There is still the Incineroar to come in and that Intimidate to drop.
And Incineroar is on such low health protect from Luis' Basque Legion in order to make sure that the board positioning is set to a point where you have a bit of HP recovery in the subsequent turn via the hospitality from the Sinister. Incineroar is essentially the sacrifice piece, whilst being able to still get a lot of profit because of the damage reduction.
And what might be a big game changer is this Sinister coming back onto the field. Yes, you've dropped an Intimidate onto the Garchomp, onto the Basque Legion, but the Sinister now getting that hospitality activated once again, giving that all-important, vital HP regaining to the Basque Legion on Luis' side, which puts it out of range from an opposing Aqua Jet, giving it a freer time, and we know the speed interactions here. Which Basque Legion is going to hit first, but you've got to worry about that Garchomp before anything else.
Yeah, mate, this is an absolute nail-biter. There's still some outs for Davide to go for the Rock Slide. Flinch potential if he feels that it's just not going to be able to get a lot of traction. It's all building up to this. No protect from the Sinister either. It's really going to come down to the focus or the spread. Davide has one shot now to force that game 3, and it's going to unfold. Aqua Jet trying to punch down onto Davide's Basque Legion, not dealing any sort of damage. Dragon Claw not even going for that potential on the flinch. Gets rid of Luis' Pokemon, but Magic Gotcha. Do you double kick that? You don't, because you have no opportunity. Last Respects is going to force that game 3. Davide is not out of contention.
Wow, incredible comeback from Davide, and again, the margin's so fine, right down to the wire. You couldn't have said it would have been any closer, but keeping that Garchomp, keeping the Basque Legion in the positions for the very end goal. Davide saying I'm not done yet.
No.
I want to go forward. I want to go further in this tournament. And this is going to go right down to the wire. The survivals we've had so far have been absolutely crazy.
I know.
And I imagine it to continue even further into Game 3.
Oh, yeah. If you thought it wasn't thrilling with the first and second games, guess what? We have got a third, a delicacy at this point. An absolute treat between both of these fantastic trainers. Now, so many mind games, so much of a log to review from those first two matches. Louis wasn't able to get out on top of it. Like we said, came in very close. Davide trying to focus down on just getting the damage quick and easy. Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here, Costa? That is the question. I think both of our trainers are probably feeling exhausted after those two
As are we.
Sets.
And the audience.
But you've got to nail it down now because it's all coming down to this next game. I think that the Delphox is obviously the big problem for Davidian, and being Louis able to get that nasty plot up was so advantageous. So you've got to go for that, try and get that up again, utilizing the Incineroar, and maybe, does the Sneasler make an appearance for that double fake out support? I think that the sacrifice, it's hard because you're sacrificing either the Basque Legion or the Sinister there, which both feel very valuable pieces, and I don't know if you can afford to do that going into this game, because the Trick Room we've seen, if the Tailwind is opted for, maybe they didn't really go for it in the last game, and it paid off.
Yep.
So, do you need the Trick Room so much in this scenario? Maybe you could go that night, but the hospitality is so valuable.
It is, and for a good reason. We've said time and time again, this is the best redirector in Regulation Set MA. It will most likely make another return in the back this time round. Incineroar and the Delphox as leads from Louis' side, and we saw the interaction of the game too. The Tailwind was set up, but the Mystic Water Wave Crash did not focus down on the Delphox and went for the Incineroar. Are we expecting a flip on that scenario?
Yeah, you could do, and you go after it, because if you get that Delphox, I think the pieces around it start to fall, the offensive threat is gone, and your game plan becomes a lot easier, but I don't expect Louis to give it up so easily. I imagine a Protect here as that Sinister makes its way onto the field to help counteract the threat of the Basque Legion, but has Louis left it open to take a devastating Wave Crash from this Basque Legion?
We're gonna have to find out, unless this is just a safe Mega Evolution into Protect in order to cover your ground, but Protect from the Whimsicott, no setup in case the Sinister does come onto the field and get that Trick Room scenario going. Now, Wave Crash was trying to target down the Delphox. You wanted to keep it honest. At the same time, you got a dual sort of scenario of a pin with the on-call potential, as Rage Powder will not redirect that Grass-type Whimsicott's on-call.
No, so I think you are in a position where if you are Louis, you're going to have to switch that Delphox out this next turn. The Incineroar's a nice bring here because you can drop another Intimidate onto that Basque Legion. You can Rage Powder to protect it as well from the threatening Wave Crash, while the Whimsicott maybe sets up a Tailwind, and seeing through that, the back of that, Vide bringing in the Charizard, which if the Tailwind set here, not, but can be set the next turn, could be in a really dominant spot.
Oh, Matcha Gotcha trying to break the Focus Sash on the Whimsicott, failing to do so because of the miss. Deals a 12 hit point damage onto the Charizard, but there had dual purpose. Break the Sash and also deal good damage onto the Basque Legion.
Yeah, really nice play here to get the Incineroar onto the field. Now you've got the Fake Out, so you can slow down that Charizard this next turn. Maybe reposition the Sinister here to keep that Hospitality in the back, get it away from harm's way, get the Delphox back onto the field so you can pressure that Whimsicott the next turn. And as we see, the Charizard Y activating, getting that Drought ability, you can then take advantage of that yourself the next turn.
Even though these are going to be resisted Fire-type moves into either of the Incineroar or Delphox, you need to get as much damage as possible on call, trying to catch out that Sinister. Louis one step ahead, double connect with the Heat Wave, dealing thereabouts 20-ish% to both the Fire types, but Incineroar, parting shot, has now dropped the Charizard to -1, and you've got that free pivot action going yet again. Options are the Sinister. You could easily go for a Trick Room if you really wanted to.
It's a bit risky going for the Trick Room, I think, in front of the Heat-Waving Charizard. I think you've got an easy switch from that Pokemon back into your Incineroar, though, because then you've got that active Fake Out the next turn to further support your Delphox, especially if you feel like you're in a position where you can go for a nasty plot here, which I feel like the Delphox can. And by bringing that Fake Out in with the Incineroar the next turn, then you protect yourself against the potential encore threat that could be there, and then Delphox is essentially good to go.
I think that's like, you were definitely in the flow there, and I completely agree, because it's such a great way to be able to be 2 turns ahead essentially and ensure such a clean board state for yourself, and that's what we're going to see, at least in the form of the Incineroar. There's no reason why you don't want to go for it, but the Delphox just going for the raw damage here. If the Focus Sash would have been broken from beforehand, the Whimsicott would have been down. However, it does proc now. Doesn't seem like there is a burn. The Charizard going on the offensive, most likely after the Moonblast focus into that Incineroar. 93 hit point remaining. A Citrus Berry proc. Weather Ball is its strongest fire type move that it does not opt to go for. Heat Wave is once again the option, even that -1 special attack.
Yeah, I really do actually like the play of just going for the Heat Wave there. You could have went for the nasty plot, puts you really far ahead, but I think just getting the initial damage onto the board is really valuable, and you've not got the reliance now to have to click that Fake Out option. Now you can go for a potential parting shot into one of these targets if you would so like to. Heat Wave again, it's going to pick up the knockout onto the Whimsicott. What does it do here? Does it switch out? Does it protect? Or does it go for a last-ditch Tailwind?
Yeah.
Which then could be counteracted turns down the line by that Sinister. So it is risky. What do you go for? What do you value? And do you see this Whimsicott being a part of the end game? Because right now, if it stays on the field and tries to attack, it's just going to go down to another Heat Wave, and the Charizard's also not going to appreciate that either, and probably get a parting shot as part of its trouble. So Davide needs to like make some adjustments here. Maybe the Garchomp coming in could be a nice option.
I can easily see Louis trying to go on the offensive in terms of the setup potential with a cheeky little nasty plot, but switches the Bastion Legion in. Now in favor of the Incineroar. There it is. The plot has been set. You've got so much damage potential on board right now. Heat Wave trying to slow it down, bringing it to 67 hit points remaining because of that critical hit. That was a lot of damage, but you've got the speed advantage. No Tailwind has been set up, and this Delphox is absolutely skimming through the sky.
Yeah, it is. I think it's a little bit in danger now of a Rock Slide. You're going to have to try and pivot the Incineroar onto the field to drop an Intimidate onto it, just to kind of keep that Rock Slide from getting the knockout onto the Delphox here. So then you obviously can pick up the Charizard with the Psyshock here. You've got to be careful with your targeting, of course, as well. Davide could have the Incineroar on the back. You can switch it in on the Psyshock, waste your turns, and then leverage the Garchomp with the Rock Slide, which would be detrimental. So like we're seeing here, probably just the Intimidate, Protect play, and then you've got that Fake Out support the next turn as well.
He's so much safer, and Davide is going to have to risk a lot if he wants to try to be one step ahead and maybe get the subsequent encore due to the switch in of the Whimsicott, which isn't this case. 62 hit point survival so far with the Incineroar. We've already seen its Citrus Berry being proc. Solar Beam actually trying to focus down on that Bastion Legion, sticking true to that option of making sure the piece is removed. But Louis with that swift, smart little switch in there is in such a prime position to go back on the offensive.
Yeah, now you've got to wait to stop that Garchomp and its tracks this next turn, target down into the Charizard with that Psyshock. Or if you prefer, you could go after the Garchomp, double into that if you don't expect. There's no Protect option there, so it's an easy one to say, okay, well, I can stop you. Can I take an attack from this Charizard, though? That's the problem. And as we see, the switch out coming out from Davide.
What's the focus going to be? Fake Out was trying to go for the Chomp indeed. The Charizard most likely not going to be able to deal that much damage. Heat Wave does double tap. It picks up the raw KO onto the Charizard. It was at such a low range to be essentially picked up by a +2 special attack in the sun. Double target Heat Wave, which is madness, but that is why this Pokemon is so good. That is why there are 2 of these Pokemon in the semis.
Yeah, and the Whimsicott making his way back onto the field now. Sunlight has ended, so that Heat Wave not going to be as potent as it was before, but the damage I feel has been done. The Bastion Legion, it takes a +2 Heat Wave, it's going down. The Delphox in a position, though, where it will be susceptible to getting knocked out by an Aqua Jet, the Incineroar, anything water type. will knock that out. A Moonblast even into that slot will knock it out. And now you've got that Tailwind that can be activated from the Whimsicott to put that Basque Legion ahead of both of these Pokemon.
All right, defensive switch up from Louis, wanting to preserve the Incineroar for a future turn, whilst also getting a bit of HP recovery onto the Delphox. Such a beautiful synergy between them. Aquajet says no! Davide made the read, did not expect
Também depois de sobreviver 3 vezes seguida, né?
and this may well be a winning play to force Davide into the finals. So much momentum lost from Louis in that particular interaction.
Yeah, really punishing turn here from Davide, and really well done, because saying, if you don't protect it, I'm just going to go for it. I don't need to overextend myself here. I don't want to take any risks, because the next turn, I'll still be in the same sort of situation. I'm going to get this knockout if you don't, and that's exactly what's happened. Now that key piece has fallen, the main piece of the puzzle has gone for Louis, and got a lot to do to pull this match back. Remember, they've got key pieces left, but Davide feels like they're in the driving seat right now.
And that's what he's going to have to make sure he doesn't lose the focus on the grasp of this game, because Louis, he ain't no stranger to high-level VGC play. If he's going to try to find a way out of it, you can bet that he will.
Yeah, and exactly that. The Sinister are in a good position to protect that Incineroar for at least one turn. But the threat of the last resort, the last respect, and the Moonblast there are really present. I mean, the Whimsicott going to be threatened by a fake out here. You don't want to just carelessly let it go down, so probably protect here from the Whimsicott. Do you protect the Basque Legion, or do you just pick a target and say, I'm going to go after something and get a return? Because we know the Garchomps in the back that could come in. The big key piece that you want to remove, though, is that Sinister before the Garchomp can really activate.
All right, so Whimsicott wanting to make sure it can better position itself, remaining on the field, because it is such a crucial piece in order to not only go on the offensive, but potentially lock Louis' Pokemon in with Encore. Last Respect, not enough to pick up a KO thanks to the Kasib Berry, resisted or halving the damage received, and there it is. Trick Room has been set up, and that is why Davide wanted to protect the Whims. Now there's a direct threat of the Encore reversing.
Yeah, and you can go for that now and quite really go for an Aquajet into the Incineroar slot. If it stays in, it's going down. If it switches out, then you just get additional damage onto the Basque Legion that is in the back, right?
I feel like the Rage Powder priority bracket being +2 may be able to direct the Aquajet at +1, right?
Yeah, so you have to be a little bit more careful with how you play this out. Maybe preserving Basque Legion here is the better play. Switching into the Garchomp might not be a bad idea, and then you're on the field in front of the Intimidator, and you can get that key important damage onto the Sinister the next turn if you do manage to lock it in to the Rage Powder.
Rage Powder at +2 is going to be able to trump the Encore potential. For then the Aquajet, due to the speed interactions, the Basque Legion is technically the faster thing under the reverse scenarios. Encore is now dealt onto the Rage Powder for a couple more turns. Throat Chop is the most important thing here. It picks up the KO onto the Basque Legion. There was nothing to stop the damage being dealt onto that slot. Given Davide's focus now, Garchomp is going to be able to find a way around this within Trick Room conditions. There's so little HP on Louis' Pokemon.
Yeah, I think you've got the option here if you're Davide where you can protect the Whimsicott. Just click Earthquake. You know the Sinister's locked into that Rage Powder. You can't really switch out into anything. Nothing really wants to come in an Earthquake. And Incineroar is in a spot where any Earthquake damage onto it is going to be enough. So Davide in a pretty strong spot despite the disadvantage of speed. But if you switch the Incineroar out to whatever's in the back, the Sinister can survive. Then you've got the Incineroar to cycle in with the Intimidate, depending on what is in the back.
It's Basque Legion.
Basque Legion to come in, yeah. How much health has it got left as well? That's a big question, because you need to get the Intimidate cycling. Has it got enough in the tank to be able to take multiple Earthquakes?
Yeah.
This Garchomp's pretty healthy. It's going to take a lot to take this down.
All right, the fact that we're going to be seeing it make its way onto the field surely suggests it's going to be able to have enough in the tank. Throat Chop finally gets rid of the Whimsicott. No critical hit needed when you've only got 1 hit point remaining. But the Garchomp It's now trying to go for all of the focus and the pressure in order to save Davide's chances of making their way through to the finals, but not enough. Not enough at all, I don't think. The Sinister comes back onto the field. You have got so much pressure because of this Trick Room now already still being in play, and the Basque Legion going for a free 150 base power last respects.
Yeah, it's going to be too much, I think, at this stage. With 2 turns of Trick Room remaining, it just feels too many. You could go for the double protect here, and I think you have to, really, at this stage, to try and get yourself into a stronger position. But even then, have you got enough in the to be able to remove that Basque Legion with 1 hit? Because that is all that the Basque Legion needs, 1 hit. And especially when it's combined with this Life Dew, it is going to put it out of reach and in a position where it can just close this matchup for Louis.
Very safe play from Louis, and it's looking like he's going to be able to push his way through into the finals. Earthquake, no chance, even with a critical hit on being able to pick up the KO on the Basque Legion. Davide was hoping for a throw that Louis is refusing to give. He's the first finalist.
Incredible play from Louis to go into the finals here at the Turin Special Championships. Wow. That could have been closer if we tried to make it closer.
No.
Our trainers are just phenomenal.
Yeah.
It was really the smallest of fine margins, just highlighting what high-class, high-caliber players we had on show here.
Genuinely.
And then Louis moving on to the finals now in such style and doing it with Mega Delphox and Sinister. We've seen it all weekend.
Honestly.
It is just the star of the show, I think. I think so many trainers have been able to leverage it, use it, utilize it to just such amazing capabilities, and it's just been so good at supporting all of its partnering Pokemon throughout the weekend.
It for me, is essentially the Amoonguss of this format. It just puts on so much pressure, so much work. Sure, there's no sleep disruption potential, but the hospitality recovery on your partner Pokemon is crazy good, especially when there's no safety goggles in the format, and except of grass-type Pokemon, like a Whimstar on the other side of the field, you have always got a guaranteed redirect option.
Yeah, you have, and how hard does that? +2 Nasty Plot boosted Delphox hit.
It's too strong, as we see, and the reason why it's been able to make it into the finals of our first Champions EU major event. And it's waiting to see what will come out on the other side of the field, and it'll be facing in the final set to be able to decide who is going to run away as the champ here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be tough for whoever on the other side of the bracket comes up to face Louis. Louis feels like they are in such good form, especially after getting that first Masters regional title championship in Prague earlier this season, and now into the finals again here in our last regional special championship. So it won't win away.
Yeah,
win away.
First opportunity, the moment that they're able to essentially promote themselves up to the Masters division. It's so wild and so consistently good to see a younger trainer do incredibly well, to the point where they're on the verge of becoming a 2-time major event champion the first season of being in the Masters division, which is, I don't think it's been done like this ever.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And it's nice because Louis did mention that they couldn't, because of exams, go to the North American International Championship. So win here would set them up perfectly before the World Championships at the end of August.
Exactly. But as we said, there is one final set remaining until we find out our second finalist here at the Pokemon 2026 Turin Special Championship. So make sure to get your refreshments, just like we will as well, before we get that going very shortly.
This was the biggest World Championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo, Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard for this moment.
My starter among any generation will probably be, I think, Prigatito. I just love cats. I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGCs in 2017
acho que vou zerar
after watching
Pokémon
Italian
isso.
stream of the 2016
Vou zerar o clássico, o time para o Red Ruby. Ai, boa.
I keep coming back to tournaments. Is
Uma pena que não dá pra...
play against different players and
Uma pena que não dá pra passar esse Pokémon pro home e pro gol, né? Esse é legal.
There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve. I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Honestly, I think the difference is pretty high, bro. Just from the number of people watching you, the tension is kind of
Brutal, acabou o projeto.
Estamos
no último jogo da semifinal, né? Que passa daí pra final do
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different. This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement that you can all achieve together. The advice I'd give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can, because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Vou passar não vou pro home. Boa! Pretende usar alguma Evolution no caso? Aí vê os Pokémon que você não vai usar, passa pro home e tenta fazer aquele ground trade que eu falei.
What a dream, Louis Fonvier, a senior division player who just now has leveled up into our Masters division. Already our Prague regional champion. Could they also be our Turin champion? And could they deny the dreams of so many Italian players hoping to take home the tournament this weekend? They're going to have to face either Arash Amati or Marco Silva in the grand finals, and this match is going to determine which. I'm Charlie Merriman, this is Ben Kiriakou.
I tell you what, Charlie, with a show like that Louis just put on, I could definitely see him taking all the way. I mean, he came up into the Masters this year and it's just been so consistent across the board. One of our top trainers in terms of championship points across the season, stamping their ticket to the World Championships. If they hadn't already with that golden ticket from winning the Prague special event, but wow. They've got so much to show us. Let's have a look at this bracket now, see the path that our trainers have been going on. Louis defeating Davide Carrera in that top 4 match just now before defeating Lorenzo in our top 8.
Absolutely, and Lorenzo, a trainer we featured twice on stream today. They played so very well, but it wasn't enough for the might of Louis Fonvier. Davide Carrera, a player who's been around for such a long time. The idea that Louis, so young, so fresh to the scene, was able to take him down, it just goes to show that anything is possible. If you're watching this thinking, hey, I reckon I could give this a go, the chances are you very well could, but wow, you do not want to move a muscle for the match that we are about to bring to you. A 3-time international champion going up against our 2013 world champion and both Italians. The atmosphere out there is electric, and we're going to be bringing it right to you.
Marco Silva defeating Giuseppe Musico in a really, really tight set. It looked like it was down to the wire, but Marco managed to find a way to win both of those sets. And then Arash versus Matteo. Wow. Game 1 was only 1 turn long. And then Arash comes back to win it all. It seems like both times that we've seen Arash in this top cut play on stream, he's had a little bit of a trouble with game 1, then managed to come back and win the set. I feel like this is first tournament of the season.
Tem dois Vaporeons? Nice. Aproveitei e já mandei duas. Boa. Alexandre, não esquece que você mandando Pokémon pro home, se eu não me engano, você ganha a caixa pra você abrir pra pegar um Melton aí no Pokémon Go, tá?
Here, and he's been giving us a show all weekend.
And that's the mark of such a talented trainer, of course, to take a loss early on and then come back and win your next 2 games, keeping your head in the game and not getting tilted, something that Arash is no stranger to. And you said it then, Ben, yes, Arash is a trainer who really hasn't been taking competing all that seriously this season, but if they win here, then yes, they will be going straight to the World Championships. And what a stylish way to do it, rocking up to the last regional level event of the season and getting your ticket.
Oh, I guess so. It's close by, you know, might as well come and compete, and here we are. I think that also takes the pressure off a little bit from the plays that you make. He said it in the interview, one of the interviews that we had with him earlier on. He's just having fun. He's enjoying playing, whether he's winning or losing. He's had quite a few stressful games. He's had quite a few games that have been a little bit more straightforward. But he looked at the team that Sajin was using in the Korea Master Ball Cup just a little while ago. So, if Sajin used this team, it must be pretty good. I'm going to pick it up and give it a go.
Sajin, of course, being the world champion the following year in 2014. So these world champions keeping it in the family. Let's take a look at the achievements of these players. You can see the word champion littering the screen here. Germany national champion for Arash. Jönköping regional champion, of course, in 2019 for Marco Silva. Stretching all the way back to 2013 and again 2019 here for Marco. These trainers are no strangers to the game, but also no strangers to being on stream, no strangers to being under the lights, under the scrutiny of all of the trainers in the venue. And this means that they'll be all the more used to keeping their heads in the game. And at this stage of the competition, that's what it's all about.
It's really hard to say anything new at this stage of the game, right? Because these trainers have been in this position so many times. They know what's on the line. Both of these trainers are comfortable in this spot. Really, what it all comes down to is what happens in this match. And I'm sure our trainers have got a little bit of a sneak peek as to what their opponents are using. But if you've just joined us, let's recap it for you all at home. Here's Marco with Gengar, Floette, Incineroar, King Gambit, Sneasler and Komodo team. This is a semi-trap team composition, semi-perish trap composition, where you use that perish song in some battles, but in other battles you use the Floette and the big offensive pressure of the Gengar. Maybe you set up with a Komodo, maybe you set up with a King Gambit. You've got lots of different avenues to try and take some key KOs. If you get those key KOs early, maybe you click the Perish Song button in the end game, or if you've got a matchup that's favorable, go straight for the Perish Trap. Use that Shadow Tag ability that Mega Gengar has to be able to lock in your opponent and then to be able to get that trap down.
Earlier on today, we saw Marco lead the Floette mode in Game 1, and then in Game 2 switch things up into the Gengar mode. No stranger to using all of the tools at their disposal. There is no data about Marco Silva and Arash Amati playing together ever before. Now, they are both, of course, from Italy, so the chances are at least maybe on the local level they've faced each other. But in terms of major events, this could be a first time. Fascinating to get the read on how these trainers get their read into each other. And in a moment, they'll be exchanging their team sheets and seeing all of the information that we're showing all of you lovely people at home. There you go. The sheets across, the fist bump is exchanged as well. Now, let's take a look at Arash Amati's team.
Yeah, this is the Mega Delphox, Mega Floette composition that Arash has been running. The Choice Scarf Vivian that we haven't yet seen on stream, but I'm sure it's an important part of the composition. And in terms of the way that it works, you've got Nasty Plot on the Delphox, you've got Calm Mind on the Floette, you've got 4 Pokemon that make sure those boosts come up and that your opponent cannot easily take a KO on either of those Pokemon. You've got the Draining Kiss for a little bit of recovery on the Floette. No spread damage, actually really important to note, only the Draining Kiss and the Moonblast there on the Floette. Probably not going to be as relevant in this match where Mega Delphox matches up into Mega Gengar, pretty well outspeeds it, and Psyshock is, of course, super effective.
We've seen it previously on stream where we'll have one big powerhouse like a Floette being led, and then the other 3, the Incineroar, the Mousehold, the Sinistcha, just protect the VIP, the very important Pokemon. Make sure that it can hit as hard as it wants. Everybody in the venue, make some noise! It's time for Marco Silva versus Arash Amati in our second top 4 game at the Turim in Special Championships. Sinister and Delphos coming out for Arash. It's going to be King Gambit and Gengar for Marco.
This is a classic lead for Arash Abati that we've seen over and over again when he's been on stream, leading out a redirection Pokemon as well as the Sinister. Now, the Sinister is quite important in this board state, not only because it offers that redirection that protects the Mega Delphox against the Shadow Ball and the Gengar, but also so much the count-out clean on the King Gambit, but also it's Ghost-type Pokemon. It can switch out in front of the Shadow Tag ability, and so could be really pivotal if Marco is going for his Perish Trap mode.
But this time around, it's going to be the Incineroar switching in and the Delphos going for its Mega Evolution. It's on its broomstick, it's soaring in the air, and maybe it'll soar Arash through into the finals. Here comes Marco Silva going for their own Mega Evolution. Yes, the Shadow Tag is now in play. The Delphox on Arash's side, trapped in the field. How is it going to shake out? After Gengar will just keep itself safe. May as well Mega Evolve, trap the Pokemon while you scout out from behind your Protect. Sinister is going to become the center of attention with the Rage Powder. Incineroar will not be able to target this Delphos, even though it's the powerhouse, even more so. Now it's setting up a nasty block, rubbing its hands together in glee, having a light bulb moment.
I feel like Arash never misses that opportunity to get the early nasty block going with the Delphox, but it's so pivotal in this matchup where you really do need to, if you're Arash, make sure that you have the damage potential to get through the Pokemon on Marco's team as quickly as possible. Marco adapted really well. Here's the Vivian coming onto the stage. We've finally seen it fake out onto the Delphox. No protecting turn. Now this Gengar gets the opportunity to get that Perish going, and the trap is in play.
You might be looking at that Vivian thinking, well, what on earth can that possibly do? And I'll tell you, my friend, those Choice Scarf, Compound Eyes, accuracy boosted sleep powders means that you can just shut down one opponent on the other side of the field. Wakey, wakey, Benny boy. It's the excitement of the semi-finals that we've got here for you. And the Choice Scarf means that the Vivian is going to be outspeeding most things in the game here. But of course, that's not all it can do. But it must be said, whatever move it locks into, it will have to go for that until it switches back out.
These Gengar-based Perish Trap teams really do like to be able to protect for a little bit, then switch about, and then protect again to make sure that the trap remains in place for all three turns of the Perish Song, and your opponent faints, and you don't faint. So there has to be some protects weaving around, some fake outs, some disruption weaved into Marco's game plan after this double protect. And that's really important because with the sleep powder coming out from the Vivian, that's going to stop whatever disruption that Marco wants to come onto the field. The Gengar or the Incineroar or both have to switch out on this turn to maintain the trap so that the Vivian, so that the Delphox go down at the end of the next turn.
Exactly that. Yes, you can try and chip damage away and get the KO, or you can just set Parasong and hope that after 3 turns, all of the Pokemon they hear it will be going down. But it does pave the way for some telegraph plays. For example, Marco switching out the Gengar on its final turn of the Parasong, so it doesn't go down itself. This is information that Arash can use to their advantage. This turn around, though, is going to be the Gengar switching out, as Como is going to join the fray. So cool to see this Pokemon joining. The Sleep Powder heading into the Incineroar is not the Overcoat variant. It's going to be soundproof, as Incineroar now will be snoozing, but calling the Side Shock now onto the Como, and just going to be enough for the big one-hit KO. The Gengar would have taken super effective damage from that as well, but of course, it is the linchpin for Marco's strategy here. So the Como, its sacrifice, hopefully, will not be in vain.
And sometimes the best way to play these Perish teams is to not switch out one of your Pokemon. And if you're playing against them, if you're in Arash's shoes, you're like, well, if the Gengar's switching out and I can stop a Pokemon pivoting out with something like a Parting Shot, as we saw there with the Sleep Powder connecting on the Incineroar, then the Gengar's not on the field for one turn. But now, because the Komodo went down, because Arash played offensively on that turn, then Marco now has free Pokemon and the opportunity to just go for a protect on the Gengar, maintain the trap, and then maybe switch out the Incineroar, or maybe let it go down to the Perish Trap. Set up a board state where the last 2 Pokemon have to hear that Perish Song.
It's a nasty strategy that Arash has to play around here, but they are the 2013 world champion for a reason. Gengar, of course, going for the protect here. No damage coming into that slot, and Incineroar can shrug off any of the moves that Delphos can go for in this situation. It doesn't mind snoozing. It's hopefully not going to be Arash that's losing from their perspective. Here comes the heat wave. At least it's going to be connecting. This Incineroar brought down, losing about a quarter of its HP here. Incineroar does get the wake up. The parting shot now onto the Vivian. Just meaning that it's able to pivot out successfully, get something else in. And now switching in from the back, Marco will only have one Pokemon remaining. It's going to be the King Gambit, Dark and Steel. Hate to see a Delphox, but of course the Delphox is off the field alongside this beautiful butterfly. The butterfly, winter has come. It's now, time has ended. Delphox, this one is going into hibernation. Goodbye to the flying witchcraft broomstick mage. Gengar here back on the field alongside the King Gambit, and all of a sudden Arash is down to their final two Pokemon.
And now
Marco's got everything on that turn. One turn wait there, allowing the Incineroar not to go down. And yeah, Arash rightly clicking in the fourth bit. Let's take ourselves to game 2, where we need to think about the adjustments coming from both of these players. But Marco played that so well. Arash knows that he gave the opportunity for the Mega Gengar to come back in after the Sleep Powder connected with the Vivian. But if you don't go for the Sleep Powder into the Vivian on that turn, then the parting shot happens. The Gengar switches out, the parting shot happens, and then the Gengar comes straight back in. So, yeah, one of those weird scenarios where actually not attacking for a turn is probably one of the more optimal plays in that situation. But hey, you know, it's pressure under the lights here, and it's really a call between these two players.
And that's exactly the thing. Arash just wants to play the honest Pokemon we have grown up with, but Marco is saying no. We are turning the way Pokemon works on its head. We just want to empty the health bars here. And I'd always be fascinated to know how many Shadow, Tag, Perish Song teams Arash has gone up against in their practice, what their plan is, because it's something that you have to do, especially when Mega Gengar is around. Arash is looking like the back is a little bit against the wall here, just racking their brains as the best strategy as how to deal with Marco's tricksy team.
But we've seen this situation before, Arash coming back from game 1 loss, figuring things out. I mean, in game 1, the first set we saw him in game 1, he took a really early trade between a Mega Floette and a Mega Scizor against his opponent, and then the battle still lasted for about 12 turns where Marco was still trying to win, and so, you know, Arash, don't ever count him out of this sort of situation, and Marco knows exactly what he needs to do. He's able to execute a strategy this time. Will he be able to make that read to punch his ticket into the finals?
Well, Marco, if he wins this game, will be progressing to those finals. If Arash wins this, then we're going to a game 3. Everything on the line in our second semi-final here at the Turin Special Championships. Vivian in the lead this time alongside Delphox, Gengar and King Gambit once more for Marco.
Love this lead. You've got now the mind game of the Vivian really comes into the fore. He can go for the Sleep Powder and try to stop the Gengar from being able to, 1, go for its Perish Trap, but also 2, not be able to protect itself from the Delphox later. But it has to lock into that move, and in the meantime there's a King Gambit there saying, hey, I'm here too. I'd like to put some big damage down onto the Mega Delphox. But equally, it also has the opportunity to Rage Powder, redirect any attacks away from the Delphox, and allow it in its Mega form to just go on the offensive.
And that's exactly what Arash is aiming for here, going for its Mega Evolution, and exactly as we saw in game 1, Gengar becoming Mega Gengar as well. Mega Evolution all around on the field right now here in our first ever Pokemon Champions EU regional level event. The Sleep Powder actually going down onto the King Gambit here rather than the Gengar. Arash decided to target the more offensive Pokemon in this situation. Delphox can get this nasty plot set up on the next turn. It could well be that Arash could just sleep cycle Marco, put to sleep the Gengar, but how much is the Shadow Ball going to do? Delphox going to take it with 31 hit points. Is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, but clearly trained to be able to hang on through that.
Yeah, now the Heat Wave could be in a position where it could knock out the Mega Gengar in 2, plus certainly knocking out the King Gambit if it's able to connect. But most notably, yeah, you switch the King Gambit, into any other Pokemon, you're falling under risk of that Pokemon falling asleep. So Arash really calling out exactly what Marco was going to be going for in that turn one. Not a sucker punch is the critical part of that. And saying, well, no, I'm going to get that King Gambit to sleep, and that's going to allow me the space to play on the offensive with my Delphox. Take Shadow Ball as well. We're going to call out the massive special defense boost that the Delphox gets when it goes for its Mega Evolution.
That's a very good point, Ben. Incineroar is coming in. There is no Pokemon on Marco's team that is immune to sleep. Of course, the safety goggles not in Pokemon Champions at this point. So the Pokemon on Arash's side of the field are trapped in. But he's got to have the Perish Song, and the Sleep Powder is going to be connecting once more onto the Incineroar. Let's not forget, with the Compound Eyes, it is about 98% accurate, so all the more likely to hit. Incineroar will be dodging the Heat Wave here, but it was the protecting Gengar that would have wanted to hit anyway.
Yeah, now there's a little bit of mind game going on now, because Marco could easily switch the Gengar into the King Gambit to be able to take a Psyshock from the Mega Delphox. It's like, great. Kind of what next, because the King Gambit's still asleep, and so the onus really is on Marco to try and find a way, depending on what's in the back as well, to try and bring this game back. Maybe has to fight through the sleep turns. King Gambit has already taken his mandatory turn, but also the Incineroar has yet to take his mandatory turn.
Okay, but this is going to be the combo coming in place of the King Gambit with the Sleep Powder, the call, and now the combo is asleep as well. Arash went back to the drawing board and decided, how do I take down Marco's team? I just give them a lovely nap, and the Heat Wave. Combo is going to dodge, but Incineroar's going to take it this time around. Heat Wave not 100% accurate, and Arash is going to have to start hitting these if he does want to take us into a game 3. Incineroar snoozing away, and look at that. 3 of Marco's Pokemon now asleep. This Vivillon is more than proving its worth. We haven't seen Arash bring it on stream yet, but right now it's having a show of glory.
But it looks really difficult for Marco in this spot, but what we got to remember is that Incineroar is not going down in a hurry, and certainly would be able to do the requisite damage to Mega Delphox to be able to knock it out quickly. If the Delphox is going for a Psyshock to be able to knock out that Komodo, then he's not going for a Heat Wave and not making progress on the Incineroar. Vivillon with a Choice Scarf locked into Sleep Powder as well. So although it looks like Marco's really on the back foot, things could really flip into his favor in the next couple of turns.
And it's the Mousehold coming in for Arash as Delphox keeps himself safe. This is just giving Marco's Pokemon the opportunity to wake up. Komodo stays asleep, of course, but Incineroar will be waking up here at least. The parting shot now onto the Mousehold. Mousehold doesn't mind that. It's there to be a supportive piece in this situation. And yes, we've got to remember that with Gengar off the field, Arash can certainly switch around these Pokemon. They have that leeway. And King Gambit is going to be coming back on the field. May as well burn the turns of sleep where you can. Marco is trying to get their Pokemon into a position where the Vivillon isn't there, so that they can cleave through. So the sleep is not going to matter.
I think that what Marco's been doing in this situation is actually really nice. Conditioning the 2 Pokemon on the field to make the Delphox have to choose which offensive move that it comes in, predicting what that move is, and switching the appropriate Pokemon in.
Absolutely that. Switching in is exactly what Marco goes for here with this Incineroar. Follow me, Mousehold, the center of attention. This Mouse family looking oh so sweet on the field, but it can be a menace. Going for the side shock, but of course the Incineroar totally immune to that. Really good call there from Marco. King Gambit stays asleep, but he could well wake up on the next turn.
The thing is that at some point Marco needs to deal with this Mousehold, and I suspect there might be a Sinistcha or at least an Incineroar in the back for Arash, at least one of the supportive pieces. There's at least 2 redirectors that we know of in this game, and right? So at some point Marco has to go a little bit on the offensive, find a place that they can get maybe a fake out or fake out the Delphox, and then the King Gambit tries to knock out this Mousehold in one. But that's so difficult to come by because there's no reason for Arash not to just go for a double protect or at least protect the Delphox and reposition with his supportive Pokemon.
And the Mousehold and Gengar interact in such an interesting way. They can't damage each other at all, although the Gengar can go for a Perish Song. But it's going to be Vivillon taking the Mousehold spot. Delphox is going to be protecting now. Of course, it was the side shock. Not effective into the Incineroar on the last turn. Kingambit is waking up and is able to get this Swords Dance off. Marco sees the nasty blow and says, I want to match that special damage with physical damage here. This Delphox has been sat on the field at 31 HP for multiple turns now. It just goes to show, again, that a sliver of HP, infinitely more than zero, and applying the pressure.
This is exactly how this team is meant to operate, and Arash is playing this so well in this game. Always having the piece next to Delphox that he needs to make sure that he's not taking any damage on this turn. And I think targeting down the Pokemon that can do the spread damage is a really nice way to be able to keep the pressure on there. There's the Rage Powder from the Vivian, and we'll have to see if it's the Psyshock into that Komodo. If it wakes up,
it is the side shock, and it's not staying asleep right now. It's going to be the KO here, so we're not even going to get the chance to see if Komodo wakes up. The one-hit KO, and that dragon is roaring all the way back to a Alola. Now the Countdown lead in this Vivian. It's great support, but it's not the bulkiest. I mean, you can tell that frail, beautiful butterfly, unfortunately, now has been felled. So that's a KO apiece on both Marco and Arash's teams. But this Delphox is still here, and the redirection of Vivian no longer there. But the Maushold can come in and go for those follow me's.
I feel like the main out here for Marco is just a Heat Wave miss on the Kingambit so that you can knock out that second redirecting Pokemon and then land a Sucker Punch or try to land a Sucker Punch into it. Maushold as a redirector in this spot is so critical because there's only Shadow Ball on the Mega Gengar, and so Mega Gengar can't ever do any damage to the Maushold. Yes, it can disable a Follow Me, but you still have to open up the Gengar to be knocked out by that Delphox in order to get the disable off, in order to stop any Follow Me and redirection. So it's really tricky situation that Marco finds himself in. Arash just making sure to keep on that redirecting pressure, make sure that the Delphox gets the opportunity to keep going on the offensive.
The brain boggles as to what Arash's fourth and final Pokemon might be. If it's something like that Sinistra to provide all the more support to the Delphox, then how do you break through this Incineroar other than Super Fangs and Heat Waves racking up and up and up? So maybe it's one of the slightly more offensive pieces. I guess you could bring the flow out without meggering it, but it'd be a bold call. The Incineroar, again, not matching up too well into the Incineroar. Delphox keeping itself safe once more. Gengar is switching back in, so Delphox and Maushold are locked onto the field. The Fox and the Mouse, who is going to be claiming victory for this house. Maushold keeping itself safe. Fake Out was targeted down into the Delphox slot. Double protect over on Arash's side of the field.
And now, this is where it starts to get dangerous again for Marco. The Heat Wave is the likely move of choice here. The Gengar, again, cannot damage the Maushold at all. But also, if the Gengar is able to survive a Heat Wave and Arash doesn't commit the Psyshock into that slot, doesn't make any progress with the Incineroar, then maybe disabling the Follow Me could be a route forward for Marco.
Well, Follow Me is exactly what Maushold locks into here. The Psyshock this time is going to go into this Mega Gengar, and it is down. The linchpin for Marco in Game 1 is down and out of contention. It's running back to its Spooky Spectres as the piling shot enables Incineroar to pivot out here as well. Arash, now that Gengar is done, is looking like a pretty mighty position, and the towel is thrown in. Arash is the winner of Game 2. You'll love to see it, trainers. Our second semi-final in Turin, and we're going to a Game 3.
Really tight set between these two trainers. Whether or not they've played before, I think this one's going to be going down in the books as one that they'll remember for quite a long time because it's so intense between the two of them. Delphox is probably the one Mega Pokemon that Marco probably didn't want to face up against because the Floette, the Gengar, and the Komodo all don't like seeing that move Psyshock, and so Arash being able to get that nasty plot up at the start of turn 1, put on all of the pressure, make sure the Heat Waves are also threatening those big KOs is really telling. And I love the lead of the Vivian in Game 2, putting on that Sleep Powder pressure and Arash making the call out. But if he does it again, he's got to make the call out again, because if you get that early game wrong against a team like Marco's, you can be in a real pickle real quick.
There is not a thing that Marco's team can do to avoid being put to sleep. They're not grass types. We've got soundproof on this Komodo. At the same time, it's good that Marco's Gengar has the Shadow Ball over the Sludge Bomb in this situation, so at least can threaten down down the Delphox. The temptation, of course, is so there to put the Sludge Bomb on the Gengar, given all of the Mega Flowout running around. So at least, maybe that's exactly why Marco put Shadow Ball on this Gengar. But again, once Vivian is there, it is Cuba. Do not let that fool you. You can see the antics it can get up to.
Yeah, it's like even the combination of Rage Powder as well, we haven't yet talked about it, but its ability, Friend Guard, also coming in clutch here, making sure that Arash can survive those big attacks, survive the Shadow Ball from the Mega Gengar as well. And so there's a lot of really great support that Arash has, probably all of the best redirectors that we have in the game. There's like check, check, check. As well as one of the better fake-out Pokemon in Incineroar in the format.
Oh, goodness me. Everything is on the line here, trainers. Whoever wins this next game will be our second finalist here in Turin. It all comes down to this. Here comes Delphox and Sinistcha coming out of the gate for Arash. And for Marco, once again, it'll be the King Gambit and Gengar.
So Marco, again, just digging their heels in and saying, I must put some pressure down onto this Delphox in the early game. And even if I don't put the pressure directly down onto the Mega Delphox, then I can put pressure onto those supportive pieces and start to try and carve out a little bit of an advantage there. The trouble is that unless maybe you find a way to get a Clanger Assault going on your Komodo and it's trained fast enough to be able to outspeed Mega Delphox when it goes for its Mega Evolution, it's really tough for Marco's team to go before the Mega Delphox is able to attack, and King Gambit's Sucker Punch is the only thing that can do it.
It's really interesting to see Vivian not being led here for Arash. It was so crucial in that previous game. Now Marco can switch in this Incineroar, and the Gengar isn't as threatened as it was before. Here comes Delphox going for its Mega Evolution once more, astride its Broomstick, and let's see if it can blaze a trail all the way through to the Grand Finals. It's got a big old boost to its special defense here as well. It's a tale as old as time. We've seen a turn one of all three of these games, both the Delphox and the Gengar going for their Mega Evolution. Now, the Gengar is just going to be scouting out. This is a play Marco do time and time again, going for the Protect. Rage Powder, Sinistcha, the center of attention. Do we by any chance have a nasty plot coming out onto this Mega Delphox? Something that Arash has done many times. We certainly do. It's a Pokemon that sat on the field for so much of Game 2, and Arash is hoping that the same can be said of Game 3.
But this is like what happened in Game 1, right? Marco was able to get the trap going, get the fake out on the board at the right time to make sure that this Mega Gengar was able to click the Perish Trap button. And yes, even if the Mega Delphox is not necessarily going to be going down to a Shadow Ball, unless Arash decides to try and go on the offensive and a fake out and a Shadow Ball goes into that slot when there's not a Pokemon with Friend Guard on the field next to it. If that Sinistcha just stays around, it's not, but if it did, then maybe there's an opportunity there.
Here we go. Here comes the savior from Game 2, Vivian. Delphox is protecting, of course. The thing is now with an active fake out on the field, it means that the Gengar is all the freer to go for this Parasong without worry of a Psyshock or a Heat Wave. So a lovely pivot in from Marco there, the Parasong. This Gengar is crooning, but which one of these Pokemon will be going down? Will potentially all four of them save some switches? But yes, that Perish counter is now racking up and up. Yep. This little butterfly has a big burden on its shoulders.
Okay, and we saw this in Game 1. This is exactly the same way that Game 1 went. And so the next turn, we're likely to see Marco go for the double protect. Just wait down that Perish Song counter. It's the turn after that where all of the action happens. That is where this game is going to be decided. Does Marco get the opportunity to keep the trap on the board in turn 2? Does he switch it out? Does he not switch it out? Thinking that maybe this time round Arash is not going to play on the offensive, not going to try and take a KO, get a Sleep Powder on the Incineroar, and then, oh wait, Gengar wasn't friend, just protect again.
Incineroar will be switching out and coming in its place. This time, here comes that King Gambit. If this Delphox did go for a Heat Wave, then that King Gambit is in for a rude awakening. The Vivian attempting the Sleep Powder and connecting now into the King Gambit. Again, 98% or so accurate. King Gambit immediately falling asleep. What did Arash do? It was the Psyshock into the Gengar. So this King Gambit is in for free. Save the sleep.
Save the sleep. And now, yeah, this is the critical turn. If you go for a Heat Wave, if you're Arash, onto that King Gambit and knock it out, then well, the Gengar will be able to come back in. If you don't go for a Heat Wave, you go for the Side Shock on the Gengar and say the Komodo comes in, then the Gengar comes back in again. We get the repeat of game 1. But if the Gengar stays in and Arash doesn't go on the offensive, then the Gengar stays in, manages to protect next turn, and the trap stays in play.
It'll be the Komodo coming in. The mind games are real in this set, trainers. So the Komodo is now going to be snoozing as well. 2 Pokemon sleeping over on Marco's side of the field. The side shot into the Kingambit slot, predicting that the switch would be over there. But of course, Kingambit, a Dark type, immune to that move. Marco has really been clawing the advantage here. Arash was predicting, and you can see now looking up to the skies, wondering, okay, is there a way I can turn this around?
Okay, this is great for Arash in this turn. It means that he's broken the trap. It means that he can switch out the Vivillon and switch out the Mega Delphox, but then what? And that's the real key here. There's 2 Pokemon asleep on Marco's side of the field, but the Gengar is still in the back. And we've got to Arash has got to find a way to go through this sequence again, where the next turn Gengar's going to be on the field, but there's not too many offensive Pokemon that can knock out a Mega Gengar on the next turn, and so the trap can still go in play.
Okay, well, this Parasong has been averted for now. The Sinistcha coming in Delphox's place. The Vivillon is going to be staying in. Arash deciding to sacrifice that slot. We salute you, Vivillon. We saw your hard work in Game 2. Vivillon is down and out. We still don't have the reveal of the 4th Pokemon for Arash in this game. Thank you for your service, Vivillon. Sinistcha, there's no hospitality there for you to provide, but the Delphox is now
back onto the field, shiny to boot as well. But of course, now its ear defenders were on. It didn't hear the Perish Song, and it's back in safely.
Yes, really great play there for Arash, noticing there's like, well, I've got enough of my opponent's Pokemon asleep. Now I can just let the Vivillon go down and get in the Pokemon that really matters. Keep the pressure onto the Mega Gengar that could be on the switch-in.
Okay, it's not the Gengar, it's going to be the Incineroar. I was going to say, do you make a massive read and Psyshock that slot, just in case it's going to be the Gengar coming in.
That slot.
Could still happen. Where has Arash Psyshocked? If that has been the move they have clicked, have they gone for a safer Heat Wave? The Rage Powder Sinistcha is now the center of attention. This is going to be huge. Nasty block though from Delphox, meaning that it can get back set up. Okay, so special attack is now at +2. Of course, it lost that boost once it switched out before. Do we now have a tale as old as time, a deja vu, and Gengar once more going for a Perish Song?
Yeah, it's right. Well, Gengar's not in a position to really get the Perish Song going very easily on this turn. I mean, there is the fake out from the Incineroar, but again, we find our position like we did in the start of this game, like in the start of game 1, but this time round, the switch-ins are asleep. And so that does open up a few of the doors there for Arash. But Marco just playing so well, just getting the second opportunity for this Perish Song to go into play.
Oh, goodness me, the Delphox has to protect once more because, of course, the Incineroar will be faking out that slot anyway, so it would have flinched. Gengar is indeed going for its Perish Song. Let's not forget, the Sinistcha is immune to that. It can switch out being a Ghost type, and we'd have to reveal Arash's 4th Pokemon. Magigotcha is good for a little bit of chip here. Potentially, there's a burn on the Gengar and puts it on a timer, but looks like that's not going to happen. So, Delphox, everyone on the field, their Perish count now down to 3. We've only got a few more turns to play with.
The Sinistcha being a Ghost type is actually really critical here because one of the downsides of this sequence of events that we've had is that Arash doesn't have the opportunity to switch out to both of his Pokemon if he manages to break the trap. Only the Sinistcha can switch out, and then if he manages to break the trap on the next turn after any protective turns from Marco, then he would be able to have to find the last Pokemon to be able to switch in, get the Delphox out of there again. But if he sacrifices another Pokemon to break the second trap, then he won't be able to switch ever again.
Exactly that. And then you are well and truly trapped. Finally, we have the reveal of Arash's final Pokemon, and it will be the Mousehold, with the Friend Guard ability online here as well. Incineroar switching out, Marco deciding it's time for one of these Pokemon to burn some turns of sleep. This Kingambit is, of course, snoozing, as Gengar will be keeping itself safe. But where did this Delphox target? Just another nasty plot is now at +4. This means that even though Marco has trapped the Delphox onto the field, and now the Mousehold 2 is not going to want to be on the receiving end of any of the damage. It should be able to one-shot most, if not all things. Save that Incineroar.
This is so tough. This is so tough this turn. We've already seen that Arash was willing to not attack or to attack into an immunity in order to not pick up a KO. And then does Marco now take advantage of that, not switch out the Gengar here? If he does that, this would be game. But if Arash is able to break the second form of trap, then he has an opportunity to carry on playing.
It all comes down to this. The Gengar is switching out. The Kommo-o is switching in. And let's not forget, this Pokemon is asleep too. Mousehold uses Follow Me just in case the Kingambit is waking up on this turn, which it could well do. Delphox is side-shocking into the Kommo-o, and it's going down. Marco is fist in the air, celebrating. You might be wondering why, but of course, these trainers, especially with a Peritrap mode, you have to stay one step ahead. The Kingambit, Kowtow Cleave, the Mousehold here. It takes a hefty amount of damage. Delphox's Perish count fell to 1, but it looks like Marco knows he's already got this on lock.
Sometimes when it's worked the first time, sometimes when it's worked the second time, you just got to click the button the third time round. Marco just knowing exactly what he needed to do now with double protect will mean that this Delphox and the Mousehold are going down to their Perish Song, and only a Sinistcha would be in the back. And Charlie, if you didn't already know this before, Sinistcha is not a Pokemon that wants to be in front of that Gengar, nor the Kingambit.
Let me just take a note of that. Thank you, Ben, as Incineroar will be switching in its place. Marco is dotting the I's and crossing the T's here, because at the end of this turn, both the Delphox and the Mousehold will be going down to the Perish Song. Of course, the Gengar is protecting, attempts the feint, of course. Gengar is a Ghost-type Pokemon, but it's cute. It's a nice little laugh they're sharing on the stage here. Incineroar will be dodging anyway, and here comes the Delphox, plummeting down from the skies on that broomstick, going back to its Pokeball. The Mousehold is going to be following suit soon as well. Arash is down to just the Sinistcha here. Alrighty then. The battle has ended. The towel is thrown. Arash has lost. Marco Silva is our second finalist in Turin.
Congratulations, Marco Silva. You've proved yet again why you are one of the best trainers, not just in Europe, but in the rest of the world. What a way to get through that game. What a call to make on that second turn of Perish. Number 2 in game 3. Absolutely amazing. And now we've confirmed we're going to have a repeat winner.
That's true. That's true, everybody. Marco Silva was our Lille regional champion many months ago. Louis Fonvier was our Prague regional champion just a couple of months ago. Louis Fonvier, their first season in the Masters division, and having such an incredible time of it, showing our Masters what's what. But Marco Silva, a 3-time international champion. Oh, it's going to be so thrilling. Marco Silva wants to teach Louis Fonvier how to play the Pokemon, but Louis Fonvier wants to say, no, you know what, you've had your time in the sun. This youngster is here to teach you a thing or two.
Yeah, it's going to be so incredible. Let's have a quick recap of the game if you weren't already there. So many side shocks into Kommo-o that we had, but they all paved the way for Mega Gengar to come back in and to be able to keep that trap on the field. Arash in game 2 was able to break that trap, was able to switch things out. In game 3, it looked like he had the opportunity to do so again, but Marco making the call, making the read, and look at that. Delphox, Perish count fell to 0, as did Mousehold, and Marco takes us to the finals.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know how trainers like Marco Silva run a team like this Mega Gengar composition and make it all the way through to the finals. I was exhausted watching that. Can you imagine how exhausted Marco must be now, piloting that, thinking of all the considerations you have to bear in mind when you're playing this chess-like team. But here they are in the grand finals, and what a way to seal their place.
You know what, I'm pretty glad you called that out, Charlie, because it's something that this Mega Gengar-based team, this semi-trap or full-trap teams really try to do. Simplify the game as much as possible. Like, 2 out of 3 of the Perish trap turns, you want to be clicking protect.
Yeah.
So you got those covered. You can check those off the box. You don't have to engage the noodle to be able to get through those particular turns. But that turn 2 is where all of the magic happens. And so you've got to work out whether or not you can switch your Gengar out and then get a parting shot in from your Incineroar if that's next to it. You've got to work out if you want to try to have a sacrificial piece, switch something in that you know is going to be get KO'd so you can get that second double protect, get the Perish Trap taken down. And Mega Gengar is so fast that it's able to get the Perish Song up at the end of the game once there's only 2 Pokemon left against most of the Pokemon that we have in the format.
One wonders why Arash didn't lead the Vivian in Game 3, given it was so pivotal in Game 2. But of course, you're just trying to stay multiple steps ahead of your opponent there and potentially just overextending, over-predicting what Marco would do. But Marco just has that game plan locked in. We saw Gengar, Kingambit being led all 3 of those games. But now, heading into the finals against Louis Fonvier, and we'll be able to bring that to you basically immediately, trainer, so don't you dare go anywhere. Maybe totally switching things up. Maybe Louis now has been primed to expect that lead. Yeah. But of course, maybe Marco has a different game plan going into this team.
This is it. So I'm sure Louis has been waiting in the crowd, watching that set, thinking, yeah, okay, maybe I do this on this turn, this on that turn, or that. Maybe that's what Marco prefers to do in this case. But you got to remember that Marco's trying to get the read on Arash. Yeah. And so it's not quite that simple, is it? It's like, well, different player, different moves are more and less successful depending on the tendencies of the player in front of you. And one of the things that I'm really excited about, Louis being a younger player, and you tend to find the younger players have a lot less fear of making those big reads, those big predictions. And not only that, it's another Mega Delphox that Arash has to fight his way through. Another match where Mega Gengar is kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, I love that you call out the lack of fear, Ben, because it's one of those matches we're about to feature for you where, since we have 2 regional champions going up against each other, kind of nothing's on the line, but everything's on the line. They've already qualified for the World Championships, and that means they can just play for the fun of it. And it's often when that happens, when you've taken that pressure off, that you play to your very greatest ability. It's going to be an absolute firecracker of a match, trainers, so please stick around with us. And of course, another fascinating storyline we have unfolding right here and now is, can Louis Fonvier of France take the crown from Italy here on home turf in Turin? We've had an Italian special champion for the past couple of years, but now potentially Louis Fonvier can put a stopper in those tracks. Now we can have a look, speaking of Louis, at just the path they went on to reach this hallowed position.
Yeah, really nice little run there across phase 1. X and 2, so has not lost since round 6 there of the tournament. And what an incredible run that is, because your tournament gets harder and harder the further along you get in the match. And we saw that match with Davide Carrera. What an incredible set that was. So many Pokemon on both sides of the field just living on a sliver of HP and being able to make their way to a victory. Francesco Piopero, another top player that Louis has been able to dispatch on his way up to the finals.
Louis clearly has good luck against people called Davide. We've got 3 of them on there, and 3 wins. Also, I'd have loved to have seen that Valentine Visser matchup with the Mega Cameron and the Mega Crabominable.
Tough as well.
Yeah, very tough. And it's so cool to be able to see these brand new Mega Pokemon that we have access to coming out in Pokemon Champions, making a stamp here in the Turin Special Championships. Of course, Swiss Round 9, that means that Valentine Visser was able to stamp their ticket into Phase 2. So there's so much unexplored potential from the more niche picks.
So I feel like all of the Charizard that have been in this tournament so far, Louis' been sort of checking them off one by one, round after round after round. What's one of the things that we said to each other before we went on live is like, Mega Delphox doing well. It's like, yeah, Mega Delphox is pretty good in the sun, isn't it?
Pretty good. Pretty good in the sun. There is no Mega Charizard Y in the Grand Finals at the Turin Special Championships, which I hate to boast it, but I was saying yesterday because the trainers are teching for that Pokemon that, of course, went ahead and won in Indianapolis last weekend. Marco Silva's player run now. He loves his sushi with that Tazigiri, and not losing, apparently, since Swiss round 3.
Yeah, really crazy run. I suppose there's the other set of Charizard that was in this tournament that Marco's been able to work his way through phase 1 there. Really nice run, a lot of different names from Italy that I'm sure that Marco was more than familiar with. I spoke to Jamie a little bit about his round 11 pairing. It was very close between those two players. Marco just managing to squeak things out, and we saw, I mean, look at that top cut run. Arash Amati just about being able to overcome there after knocking out Giuseppe Musico, one of the best Italian players that we have.
And it's interesting to see that Giuseppe Musico started out as a loss in Swiss round 12 and then became, of course, a victory in top 8. So harvesting that crucial information. Yes, so Marco did end up taking 2 losses over the course of their run, which is the maximum really you can take before you're getting nervous about whether or not you make phase 2. And indeed, that top cut, yes, it couldn't have been finer margins against Jamie Boyd from the UK. And just look at Jamie's team there. The creativity was superior and indeed weird here. We featured that team, Swiss round 2 yesterday, so after the finals, definitely go back and check that one out. But we will bring you a tournament for the ages, everybody. A final that we'll be talking about for a long time to come with the North America International Championships next weekend. This is our final regional level event of the 2026 season across NA and EU.
Can't wait. Can't wait to see the reads that our players are going to be making this round. Here is Louis on the left, Marco on the right, and they are setting it up for our finals of the Europe regional and special event season. This is what it all comes down to. Before we go international with the last events of the season, both of these trainers will be competing at the international level later, so don't worry, this isn't the last this season that you're going to see from either of these trainers. Let's have a look at the achievements of them before, as a little refresher before we get into the match.
Ben, this is so exciting. It couldn't have been a more enthralling storyline. Are you Utrecht, our Prague, regional champion from this season, going up against our Lille regional champion from this season. We will have a repeat winner in our 2026 calendar for Pokemon. And Louis, such a young player, EUIC finalist in the senior division in 2025, for stamping their mark here in competitive Pokemon now. All of us were seniors and juniors once, and Louis Fonpier is bringing all of that experience right now into the finals. Let's just remind ourselves of Louis' team.
Delphox, Floette, Basculegion, Incineroar, Sinistcha, and Sneasler. So a few little observations here. No defensive option on the Sinistcha, opting for no protect in favor of Life Dew or Trick Room, depending on the composition that you're talking about. There's also 2 attacks on the Incineroar that can be important for any disable shenanigans in this matchup with Omega Gengar. There's a Focus Sash on the Basculegion, making sure that Marco is going to have to commit 2 attacks into that slot, the nasty plot that we just seen Arak try to pilot against Marco that he was able to overcome. And that Floette, I don't think the Floette is going to be the important part of this matchup at all, but they've been there for Louis all tournament long, and this composition, it looks so strong.
How much practice do they have against a team like Marco Silva's that we've just now seen in action against Arash Amati, our 2013 world champion? Marco Silva, of course, running this semi-trap team. Gengar that can Mega Evolve, Floette that can also Mega Evolve, Incineroar, Kingambit, Sneasler, and the Como-O.
Yeah, so again, if you hadn't joined us for our top 4B, there's a few little things here. Only Dark-type moves on the Kingambit, that Black Glasses ability. Only Ghost-type coverage on the Mega Gengar that will Mega Evolve, get that Shadow Tag ability going. You've got the only Flare Blitz as an attacking option on the Incineroar, but it does have the ability to protect itself, which is pretty unusual for an Incineroar. It really does change the way that you can pin that slot, and so something that Louis will be aware of, will want to think about going into this matchup. But all eyes for me are on that mega matchup between the 2 of them. There's the Delphox, there's the Gengar, and they match up in the favor of Louis, so it's down to Marco to figure out what of his pieces can make sure that Louis does not get to just go for his Psyshocks into the Mega Gengar.
Who's ready for the grand finals? Let's get into it, everybody! Marco Silva going up against Louis Fonpier here in the Turim Special Championships. Gengar and Incineroar staring down Delphox and Sneasler. Let's do this!
Fake out in play straight away for Louis here, trying to neuter that fake out that Marco has been using to try to suppress this Delphox from going for any of his offensive options. And with that White Herb activation, the Sneasler has not been intimidated at all. This Gengar is feeling certainly very under threat from a Mega Delphox, but is Louis gonna expect the defensive play, or is he gonna go straight on the offensive? Does he in fact need that nasty plot to make sure that heat waves are knocking out the King Gambit in one? But no, Marco bringing back a fake out Pokemon of his own for next turn.
The immediate Mega Evolution from Louis, a rash of Marcy we saw constantly going for those nasty plots. Is that exactly what Louis is considering in this situation as well? Now, the Gengar also going for his Mega Evolution. This is classic play from Marco here, switching in the Incineroar with a fresh fake out, heading into the next turn on the Sneasler in this scenario. Now, Gengar will be stalling out, as we see Marco do relentlessly. The close combat attempted down into this protect from the Mega Gengar. Delphox attempting the side shock as well, so Louis going for a pin on that slot if Gengar were perchance to be switching out there.
This is the read that Louis feels the need to make in this situation, thinking that there was going to be either a Sneasler or a King Gambit swapping in for the Mega Gengar, while the fake-out pressure from the Incineroar that was on the field on Marco's side is pressured by the Sneasler of his own. But now the Incineroar can come back into the field and put the real Intimidate down onto the Sneasler, while there's a fake-out pressure from Marco's side onto the Delphox, stopping that being a threat for the moment. But with these two fighting-type Pokemon here, if Marco has the King Gambit in the back, there's got to be a little bit of maneuvering to make that safe a little bit later on.
And exactly what we switch from Marco here, just the fake-out down into the Delphox. But do we have a status onto the Mega Gengar that can change everything? And we don't. The Delphox will be flinching. Gengar now is going for his Perish Song. It loves to bellow that all around the field. And all of a sudden, all these Pokemon are put on a timer.
And now there's a real opportunity for the Incineroar to come back in for Marco. The double protect, then the switch into Incineroar, something goes down, and then the double protect is the line that Marco is going to be trying to manufacture in some way, shape or form. Doesn't matter exactly how it works, but Marco's going to have to come up with a plan to make sure that he's got his Mega Gengar in a good spot to be able to get through the rest of this game. And this is the turn where Louis can start thinking about what read he wants to make. How aggressive does he want to play into a potential switch from Marco, or in fact, just try to knock out that Sneasler, take away one of these supportive pieces from Marco.
With a Rash, they had the option of the Vivian to put things to sleep. Louis has no such option. So how are they going to pilot their way through this grand final? Gengar protecting again. Now the Perish Song is up. Marco can take all the time in the world. Look, close combat. Nice call there onto the Incineroar. Super effective. Bringing it down to about a third of its HP. Sneasler will now be suffering those defensive drops as White Herb already consumed the Heat Wave. Will we have a little bit of chip damage onto the Incineroar here? Yes, we certainly will. And it all adds up. Look, that Incineroar already brought down to the red.
Yeah, doing really well to get that Incineroar in, but not be taken out. And again, this is where all the magic happens. Turn 2 of the Perish counter. What is Marco going to do to maintain this trap? And can Louis find a way to stop it happening? In the last match, Arash was able to win a game by not attacking in this spot, but that's going to be fresh in both trainers' minds. And so, does this Gengar switch out? Does it not? Those are the questions that these trainers have to answer. I've got no answers for you, Charlie, unfortunately, but there's everything to play for in the line. These trainers, it all comes down to this call.
Whereas Arash had that Vivian, Sneasler does have the cheeky Dire Claw, but it will just be the close combat taking care of the Incineroar, meaning that it can't be pivoting in for more fake outs. But that's exactly what lands down into Delphox. It will not be acting on this turn. Yet another defensive drop onto Sneasler. Delphox not moving. Gengar goes to the disable now, onto the Sneasler. It cannot go for any more of those close combats, and that could be a tell that a King Gambit is lurking in the back. A Pokemon that hates to be on the receiving end of any fighting type moves. The Perish counter is down to 1. You got no Ghost that you can switch out over on Louis' board here, but the Gengar surely will be switching out and presumably into that King Gambit.
Yeah, Sneasler coming back in, and now with a fake out into the Delphox, there's a nice safe switch into the Delphox, or even Kimoa, if that's the last Pokemon on Marco's side of the field. We're going to be seeing it right now. Mega Gengar going out. It is indeed that King Gambit. Fake out going into the Delphox. No reason to go into the Sneasler with only the option to go for a Dire Claw, but maybe the Dire Claw could be doing something good here.
Okay, paralysis at least. Sleep would have meant that it wouldn't be able to do anything. With paralysis, it'll be slower, and it means it might not be able to move. Now the Perish counter is at 0. Sneasler down and out, running back to the caves of Hisui. Delphox down and out as well, flying back to Kalos. And now Louis down to their final 2 Pokemon. But on this turn, the Gengar is not on the field. This is where Louis might just be able to turn something around.
Well, it's going to be the Incineroar coming in and giving that King Gambit a defiant boost. There it is, the Basculegion, the other choice remaining there for Louis Fonvier. And a great option into the Mega Gengar, but the Mega Gengar has the ability to go for a Shadow Ball. So any damage into this Basculegion to try to break the focus sash will allow it to go down to a Shadow Claw. I think really for me, all eyes on the Incineroar as to whether or not with the paralysis on the Sneasler, it's going to be able to get a close combat into that Incineroar before the Incineroar knocks it out.
Sneasler will just be protecting here. So Marco again scouting out. King Gambit also protecting. This is probably the move that Marco has clicked the most throughout their tournament run. You sort of have to when you're running this kind of team. Fake out attempted to make the King Gambit flinch. Last Respects also attempted. It's a move that can certainly turn some losing situations into winning ones, but will it be enough in the grand finals here in Turin?
Yes, like it's so difficult here. I think whether or not Marco's game plan comes down to a final Perish Trap at the end of the game is really critical here to how he wants to approach this. There's a Sucker Punch into the Basculegion, taking it down to its focus sash. Will the Sneasler be able to move through its paralysis this turn?
It could well do. It's not that likely that it will be fully paralyzed, and here it is, the close combat. Boom! Immediate KO onto the Incineroar. Louis is wondering how on earth they're going to turn this around and claim a victory against Marco heading into game 2. Remember, it's always best of 3. Last Respects at least will be hitting at full power, but on 1 HP and a King Gambit that can easily just threaten you with a Sucker Punch. The towel is thrown in, and this means that Marco is 1 game away from becoming your Turin champion.
What a great game. What a great way that Marco has of controlling this board. Just always seems to have the pieces in the right place. Has had practice dealing with the Mega Delphox that really is quite a thorn in his side, and I feel like the King Gambit putting on the pressure as well as that double fake out call is something that Marco's probably been using time after time after time, and it's one of the main strategies that he's got to be able to put some damage down. I really did think actually turn 1 game 1 that there was a Shadow Ball following up the fake out into the Mega Delphox to try to knock it out on that turn with a little bit of extra chip, but going into game 2, I feel like it really does come down to a lot of the calls. Louis and Marco bringing all of the right options. It's just how you sequence those options to manufacture a win.
And the lead is so crucial as well, but looking at Louis' team is very tough. You can at least lead the Sinistra, so you have an option to switch out against the Shadow Tag ability, but then whatever comes in will be trapped on the field. Of course, you could lead the Basculegion as well. You have a couple of ghosts that enable you to cycle things around, but Basculegion prefers to come in the late game when its Last Respects move is boosted up to its fullest. Well, trainers, this could be it. This could be our last match of our EU 2026 season. So we want to hear
Aí,
you.
Alexandre,
Louis
Mega
Fonvier
Gengar
and Marco
nacional.
Silva.
Vamos
Could
ver
this
se vai ser
be
campeão.
the
Se o Marco
concluding battle of our
ganhar
2026
essa,
season?
acabou, ele é campeão
It's going to be
regional
Gengar
com o
and
Mega
Sneasler.
Gengar.
It's going to be
Mas
Delphox
o
and
Mega Gengar na
Basculegion.
final já tá
Marco says if it
absoluto
ain't
cinema.
broke, don't fix it. Bring in the Sneasler and the Mega Gengar in the lead. Delphox
Eu
there putting on some early
pra
game pressure
ver a
into
volta do
the
Mega Gengar no
Gengar.
competitivo,
Now
senhoras
Louis
e
kind of
senhores.
modeling where this fake out is going to be going in turn 1 with the ghost type Pokemon next to the Pokemon that can be hit with a fake out and flinched on this turn. But it does call into question how Marco is going to deal with this Basculegion. Could it be the opportunity, the Delphox playing on the defensive on turn 1 and the opportunity to just double tap the Basculegion, knock it out on turn 1? Not this time round. Marco
e foge da mega evolução, ele se torna meio inútil, né? Eu não duvido nada de que quando começarem a usar muito o Mega Gengar, o Mimikyu voltar, porque eu acho que o Mimikyu tá no jogo, entendeu? O Mimikyu eu acho que eu não sei se ele é mais rápido que o Mega Gengar, eu acho.
Louis Fonvier or Marco Silva, it will all be determined by this. Gengar protecting, of course, as we've seen Marco do religiously, and now the heat wave, at least for a little bit of chip, coupled with a liquidation. Is there a chance that the Incineroar could be going down here? Where has Louis been targeting? Yeah, it's going to be close, especially with the Intimidate, but no, it was the liquidation going into the Gengar instead.
Seeing the Dark type coming in as the defensive pivot for the Gengar, doing it
É a
in
Mega
trying
Del
it
Fox do
again
Louis
in game 2.
versus o Mega Gengar de pai e sangue do Marco. Só pra tu ter noção, Alexandre, eu não sei se tu chegou a ver, mas essa Mega Del Fox do Louis, ela sobreviveu 3 vezes a provável limite de que ela ia morrer. Ela sobreviveu com 1 de vida, 2 de vida e 6 de vida. Decidi jogar Pokémon Fire Red, eu sou o Silver. Depois aí sim, o que tu pode fazer, Alexandre, é tentar passar algum dos Pokémon que você tem da tua jornada do Fire Red pro Soul Silver, pô.
In his side, so just doing as much damage into that slot as they possibly can. And now the time is ticking.
This is the
aí essas maracutaias já não é mais comigo, aí tem no YouTube pra te ensinar.
I'm going to count right this time. Here we go. One of the Parashon where Marco gets to play a little bit defensively, but can Louis take a little bit of advantage of that? Both of these Pokemon on the field do have access to protect and can use it, but the Basculegion utilizing its ghost type prowess to be able to switch out. So only the Delphox has its Perish counter ticking down.
Gengar is once more protecting itself. Delphox is going to be afforded the opportunity to go for a nasty plot here. His special attack is sky high now. The parting shot is going to be connecting onto the Sneasler, so that won't be using his physical attacks with as much prowess. Incineroar switching to the pack, and thanks to the White Herb, the Sneasler will have the parting shot stat reductions boosted back up to full. And now Marco has to decide which one to switch out. Will it perchance be another fake out Pokemon, or could it be something else? But if it's that Kingambit again, obviously you don't want it in front of the Sneasler.
Só não sei como é que vai ser assim. Além de não saber como você vai fazer pra passar, eu não sei se dependendo do level do Pokémon ele vai te obedecer. Entendi.
You're trying to cover as well, not just for damage, but for all of those Diaclaw procs as well. I feel like that liquidation into the Gengar looked a little bit odd, right?
Alexandre, se tu conseguir fazer, se conseguir passar esses Pokémon do Fire Red de um jeito que não seja por troca, beleza, tu consegue ter um Pokémon, sei lá, level 70 no teu time. Agora, se for por troca, dependendo do level do Pokémon, tu vai ter que praticamente zerar o jogo pra ele te obedecer. O que tu pode fazer é o seguinte: vê um Pokémon que você quer muito ter no Soul Silver que esteja no Fire Red, pega ele nível baixo. Ah, se bem, pera, tu já zerou o Soul Silver, não? Respondi eu. Oxe, mas eu falei contigo, tu não tava na live, criatura. Eu mandei um salve pra tu, te mandei um bom dia, tu que não respondeu, criatura. Hein, Alexandre? Tu zerou o Soul Silver, né? O que falta? Será que o Diz vai fazer a liga? Só zerei no meu outro celular. Ah, então tu faz o seguinte, pega um Pokémon que tu quer muito ter no teu time, que tenha só encanto, e como você libera canto depois de você ganhar ele de forte, pega ele e tenta passar pro teu Soul Silver, entendeu? Aí você joga com ele. Claro, eu fiquei 10 minutos esperando você me responder. Criatura, eu fui pegar meu café. Você tava cagando, certeza? Não. Antes fosse. Bem que eu tava. Bem que eu tô malzão do estômago aqui. Então, nossa, meu
Pokemon remaining in Sneasler. That could be the opening they need to take us to a game 3. The close combat on Sneasler, 23 HP. There's no critical hit there, as the Sneasler on Marco side will eat out those defense trolls, but being returned immediately to full with the white herb.
So
now Marco has to switch something in from at the back. There is one Pokemon down. This is looking like a better start for Louis.
Yeah, it's like now the liquidation damage onto the Mega Gengar really starts coming into its own, right? No Pokemon have gone down for Louis. That last respect is the lowest base power that it possibly can be, base 50. But with the adaptability and with that extra damage that the liquidation has
você vai jogar o Fire Red, né?
now the Gengar
O que tu pode fazer é baixa o Leaf Green, começa com o Charmander também, vai até algumas, até o tutorial, faz os negócios que você já pega Pokéball e tudo, pega, sei lá, um Rattata, um Pidgey também, e aí você pega esse Charmander do Leaf Green e passa, aí você não precisa fazer brinde, aí você vai ter o Charmander no teu time, entendeu? Tu só precisaria pegar o outro jogo, aí tu já deixa lá ele level 5 mesmo, entendeu? Aí ele te acompanha na jornada. Se eu não me engano, se você pegar ele, se você conseguir passar ele level 5, até level 20 ele te obedece, porque você vai enfrentar o Falconer. Eu acho que o Falconer libera Pokémon te obedecerem por troca até o level 20, se eu não me engano. Tem que só tomar cuidado com isso, tá? Lembra sempre que o Pokémon que você for levar, se for por troca pro Soul Silver, você tem que sempre lembrar de que tem level cap pra ele te obedecer. A partir daquele level ali, se passar, ele tem chance de não te obedecer mais até você enfrentar o ginásio. Aí, Simon, estamos a um jogo de ver um Mega Gengar de volta aos primórdios de ser campeão mundial. Regional. Campeão mundial, calma lá. Eu não sei se vai ser campeão mundial, porque até o mundial tem mais 2 sets, né? Então provavelmente já deve ter lendário, o Gengar já vai ser esquecido. Ou não, né? Pode ter um Mega Gengar de repente.
Would be a good start for this King Gambit to remain active in this matchup.
Every time I see that Gengar emerge on the field, I get shivers down my spine. Yes, it's a ghost type, but also the strategies it goes for, they are just so tricky to deal with. That chip damage from the liquidation earlier onto the Gengar is so huge here, but no more damage is coming that way after the protect coming out from Marco's Mega Gengar. Basculegion is also going to be protecting. Where did Louis target? Where did Marco target? The throw chop attempted onto the Gengar there would have been super effective, of course. And the counter bleed down into the Basculegion just to immediately get rid of the threat that it provides.
Really clever, because now the disable would disable throat chop, not Flare Blitz. And Flare Blitz is enough to pick up the KO either on the Gengar or, if not KO, put a lot of pressure down onto this King Gambit. King Gambit, only with dark type moves, doesn't have a quick way to be able to dispatch of this Incineroar. So you see the benefit of Louis having 2 offensive options on the Incineroar as opposed to 1.
Fire and Dark, they have such good coverage in this matchup. Marco has lost both of their other Pokemon. It's just King Gambit and it's just the Mega Gengar.
So Louis can use their advantage. The Aqua Gel to get around any sucker punches, followed up by the Flare Blitz, super effective on the King Gambit, but it's going to be hanging on here. Brought down to just 19 HP. Incineroar takes a hefty amount of recoil in return. King Gambit now can get this counter cleave onto the Basculegion, and Delphox is going to be forced back out onto the field. Inclusive, Alexandre, eu tenho que testar o código lá daquele Charizard japonês que tu mandou no grupo pra ver se é real. Eles vão? Então. Isso é legal.
Because the King Gambit has taken so much
Tem que
damage
ver
from
se
the
aquele
combination language
Charizard
and from that flare
você
blitz.
mandou
So
o código
regardless
lá,
of which
se é
offensive
verídico,
option,
se
that
dá pra
targeting down
resgatar
of the
aqui
King
no,
Gambit, if it knocked it out,
no
brilliant. If
ocidente.
it didn't, it was going to get mighty close and make throw chop so viable. So
Porque tá lá que é
this
japonês,
is
né?
how top level the strategy is at this point in the tournament.
O legal,
Louis is giving
olha
us
só,
an absolute
se pá,
showing here,
ó, se pá.
proving that he's got what it takes to
Só
stand up
uma
against one of the greats, Marco Silva.
teoria. Como agora vai sair o Pokémon Champions para telefone, a gente vai ter uma Ike, né? O North American International Championship, né? Que é o internacional, né? Normalmente quem ganha esses eventos tem um Pokémon, tem o seu Pokémon, tem um certo Pokémon que você escolhe para ser distribuído. Antes era Scarlet Violet. Não, e o Louis... Caraca, Marco, você deixou o cara empatar. Enfim, agora que é no Champions, eles vão... Será que eles vão fazer a mesma coisa? E assim, se fizerem, vai ser bom porque agora vocês vão... Eu e quem estiver assistindo, quem conseguir baixar o Champions, vai conseguir resgatar esse Pokémon. Isso que é mais legal. A do Reagindo vai mais difícil. E a do Charizard também, o Alexandre, eu Ninja, prefiro 1000 vezes o Charizard Y. Mas depois de jogar o GC, cara, o Mega Charizard X setando o sol é muito bom, cara. É muito bom. Ele faz uma diferença enorme. O faz um time de sol, ele é um dos melhores Pokémons pra você ter. Entendeu? Tu tem ele, ó, tem ele setando sol. Algum Pokémon setando teu Indy, pronto, tu fica rápido e forte no sol. Entendeu? Então, ó, o último que a gente teve foi o Ewing, né? Foi um Ewing, né? Eu não sei se pelo Nike, o Nike agora, ser o primeiro internacional de Pokémon a ser jogado no Champions, se o vencedor do Ewing passado vai ter o Pokémon dele em distribuição no Champions, entendeu? Não sei como é que vai funcionar, só vendo. E outra coisa, gente, lembrando, eu devo soltar um vídeo falando direitinho, mas é provável que eu não consiga fazer mais live todos os dias, tá? Eu vou ver direitinho como é que vai ficar as coisas por aqui. E aí eu vou avisando vocês. Se por um acaso o Nike cair num dia que eu não consiga fazer a live, eu devo pegar o print, né, do código, se tiver o Pokémon para distribuir, do código, e eu vou mandar lá no Discord, tá? Então fiquem ligados no Discord. 8 horas de Deus, tá? Oh, 5 pessoas, nice. Quem não deixou o like, deixa o like, gente. Vai deixar o like, deixa o like.
But without Mystic Water, I doubt this Gengar trains so defensively. We've seen it taking attack after attack after attack on the stream. Will be enough to knock it out and Marco doing such a great job. If it wasn't the Mega Dealt Box, it was the Batsky Legion on the switch-in. Not trying to get the Perish Song up just yet, trying to find a way on Marco's side to carve a little bit of an advantage, reduce Louis' resources before he tried to go for the Perish Trap. And now, of course, the close combat as well, or the Dire Claw would be enough to put a lot of damage down onto Louis' side of the field. So Marco taking a real early advantage
advantage. Sneasler will just be scanning out for this turn. Is going for his protect. Now the Gengar also going for his protect. So Marco gets a read where Louis' head is at. Liquidation attempted into the Gengar. And the Incineroar, where was that one targeting? Flare Blitz going down into the Sneasler, just covering their bases. Such a nice advantage early on for Louis.
Marco trying to catch Louis out, going for a defensive play on the Basculegion so he can take advantage of it next turn, but Louis not falling for it whatsoever, just playing on the offensive, saying, hey, if you knock out my Basculegion, maybe I've got a Mega Delphox waiting for you in the rear.
1 HP, you've got to do everything you can to protect this Basculegion. The close combat into the Incineroar, that's going to be enough. One hit KO here. That White Herb coming in absolutely clutch. And now Marco has punched a big hole in Louis' fantastic strategy. The Shadow Ball attempted now into the Basculegion. Louis down, but he's certainly not out.
This is a perfect example of that semi-perish trap kind of team that Marco is running. Yes, it's a primary part of his strategy, but no, he does not need to go for it every turn. If he's able to get that damage down and get that pressure on the board, just start to chip away at his opponent's team, he is able to take those key KOs and then click the perish trap button. Now Mega Delphox comes in, but the advantage for the Sneasler is because Louis brought that Intimidate in turn one. The Sneasler is going to outspeed the Delphox and be able to get a Dire Claw off into the slot that once was a Basculegion.
You can see the pressure that Louis is feeling on the stage right now, and I don't blame you, my friend. Delphox now going for his Mega. Let's see how this turn will unfold. The Dire Claw coming out into Louis Sneasler. Do we have any status condition? We do. We have the paralysis. Louis to see that. It is moving slower. The Heat Wave connecting though, and it's going to be removing the Gengar. The Sneasler is brought down solo. The script is being rewritten right here. This is a different strategy, and the burn coming out on the Sneasler. Now, not only is the Sneasler not hitting as hard, it's on a timer. Benny boy, this could not be a more exciting way to wrap up the season.
Just when you think that this match has been decided in any way, shape, or form, our trainers make some crazy reads, make some crazy moves, and everything changes on the board. We get to find out exactly how this match is going to unfold. The King Gambit is in the back. It's going to be a big deal. Here it comes out for Marco. It's going to be able to put that second punch pressure down onto the Delphox. As Louis trained that Delphox to be able to take a second punch with the black glasses, you'd kind of think not. So Louis got to skirt around this Delphox this turn. But does Marco take advantage of that? Yeah. Does he go for the second punch in the close combat into the paralyzed Sneasler on this turn? Does he open the door for maybe the Delphox to go for an attack? Everything comes down to these reads that these trainers are making. There's so many different options. I can't imagine what's going on in these trainers' heads at this point in the game. And Marco's thinking like, no, I need a bit more time to deflect it to next turn.
Give me a minute. The close combat now coming into Sneasler. This burn, but the chips will add up. Sneasler will suffer that defensive drop. Delphox is going to be going for the Heat Wave here, picking off King Gambit's protection.
Eu também quero uma salve, aliás, como é que você tá? Eu também quero, porque ele tá usando Mega Gengar, mas ele vai entregar essa... Ele vai entregar esse regional pro Louis, cara. Ah, mano, que bosta, cara. Pô. Ele vai entregar esse regional pro Louis, cara. Ô, Marro, detalhe, tá? É um Mega Gengar de Perish Song, tá?
Protect on the turns that Marco wants him to. When he brings in the next fake out Pokemon, once you protect it, gets less likely to succeed. And Marco trying to take advantage of that with a double fake out, keep it cycling in for those turns that he wants to go on the defensive. Now the Sneasler is at its normal speed overall.
Então pra que chega na final do regional, pô? Aí tirou vaga de outra pessoa. Pô, isso que é ruim, cara. Se eu tô no regional, independente se eu tô no mundial ou não, cara, eu tô lá pra ganhar. Pô, Marco usando o que ele fez, ele perdeu. Não, e detalhe, Marco, ele só usou isso, pelo menos agora vendo, uma vez. Ele usou o Perish Song uma vez no jogo. Participação, eu, pô, mas é participação. Que conta não é participação? É título, é vitória. Felizmente o que conta é a vitória. Do mesmo jeito que você vai pra escola, já está passando de ano. Não. Vocês não, né? A sociedade criou uma mania ridícula do termo passar de ano. Você não passa de ano, você passa de série. Porque, amigo, como assim? Não, você tá falando besteira aqui, não sei o quê. Gente, passar de ano é você passar de 2026 para 2027. Vivo. Passar de série do ano letivo é você ter feito o ponto suficiente para passar. É diferente. Então você nunca... É errado demais falar passar de ano. Você pode... Vai que você passou de série, mas foi de Vasco no ano. E aí, como é que você fala que você passou de ano? A pessoa passou de série, mas não passou de ano. Ainda esse ano um velho conservador com tempo de recreio. Vai cagar no mato, vai, ô Marlon. Vai se lascar. Só estou corrigindo verbalmente. Quase isso. Ô Marlon, tu viu o que eu consegui, Shine? Tu viu a peripécia que eu consegui, Shine? Depois da live, se tu não viu, eu te mostro aqui rapidinho. Lindras usando seus anos de conhecimento. Não ironicamente, né? Eu também falava muito assim. Mas depois que eu vi que ia passando Metadroid, calma. Não, ele é um deles que eu consegui. Depois do Metadroid eu consegui mais 2. GG? Calma. Tá, falta Del Fox. Não, falta só Del Fox. Tá, um Cotton Cleaver e um Parent Shot, não é Parent Shot, Como é que é o nome do ataque? Será? Como é que é o nome do ataque Dark que o Incineral usa? Ô Marlon, sabe um negócio que eu vi? Eu acho que foi o Lois que tava de Incineral. Sabe qual é o ataque que o Lois usou pro Incineral? Throat Chop. Aê! Vamos! Let's go! Dark Lariat? Eu acho que é esse, obrigado. Mega Gengar, campeão regional, senhoras e senhores! Nunca usei tanto pra alguém vencer. Vamos! Let's go, Mega Gengar! Senhoras e senhores, Mega Gengar is back! Vamos! Isso que é mais da hora, tá? O jogo é da hora. O jogo é da hora. Mas isso que é mais da hora, tá? Ô Marlon, assim, méritos pro Lois, tá? Méritos pro Lois, por que que eu digo isso? Eu não sei, Marlon, eu não sei o que que ele fez com essa Del Fox aqui, que num jogo que ele ganhou de 2-1, ele conseguiu viver 3 vezes com 1 de vida, 2 de vida e 6 de vida. Ele conseguiu fazer esse bicho aqui sobreviver. Você torceu por Marco, tamo kit. Marco, né, no caso. Ó, deixa eu ver se eu consigo achar aqui. Sorte? Sorte? 3 vezes seguida? Porra. Deixa eu ver se é nesse aqui. Deixa eu ver se é nesse que ele sobrevive com 6.
If he wants to try to be once pretty seen, it's removed by Louis with that swift, smart little switch in there. Is in such a prime position to go back on the offensive.
Yeah, now you've got to wait
Não,
to
mas eu,
stop that
aqui
Garchomp
foi
and
uma,
it strikes this
eu
next
não sei
turn, target
que
down into
build
the
que esse
Charizard
cara
with
fez
that side shot.
pra Mega Del Fox, mas deu certo, pelo menos. Esse jogo aqui foi bom, tá? Porque o Charizard do David sobreviveu com 1 de vida também, teve isso. Deixa eu ver qual é a parte que eles sobrevivem com 6. Ah não, aqui já tinha caído.
Yeah, and that may invite the protect from the Sneasler. Doesn't seem to be the
aqui não.
The King Gambit, then it gives you pressure. The fact that
deixa eu ver onde é, cara.
Finals progression, although
controlling that Whimsicott. The nice thing that you do have spawns, and because of that parting shot, it will go.
Catch
importante é o Marco roubando vaga da pessoa que devia estar no Mundial. Não, mas o Lowe's não vai? Tecnicamente o Lowe's está no Mundial também, não?
Deal a tiny bit more chip
boring. Rank to the basket with your Garchomp and maybe even your Whimsicott and just go for a double.
Because of the levitate, Incineroar switching
on the field. It will be the two offensive threat.
Cara, eu tenho que achar o Lowe's não vai. Ele pode tentar o Naik, né? Ele pode tentar a vaga no Naik. Aqui. Não. Cara, foi top 8 que ele ganhou, então?
So all you can do is just burn a turn on the Delphox that had the nasty Incineroar here. You can go for a fake out.
Cara, eu lembro do Delphox.
The two of
Sinister made Garchomp on its way.
Wow, what a panel. You just think how
ele pode tentar o Naik, esse pá, né? Mano, onde foi que a Delphox sobreviveu mesmo? Porque os caras jogam regional mesmo tempo. Aqui, na verdade, eu acho que é pelo dinheiro, né? Ah, aqui, ó. Olha isso aqui, mano. Na verdade, foi pelo dinheiro, né? Porque acho que a quantidade que você ganha no regional só, acho que não é suficiente pra te segurar, né? Segurar lá a estadia, essas coisas. Ó. Olha isso. 6 de vida.
It's right down to the wire, each and every turn as well, and now so beautifully done by Louis, able to switch that Sinister back in this next turn, get that hospitality
Sim, o
going
importante é a
again.
vitória, mas eu acho que é mais. Acho que é mais o. É o que eu falei, eu acho que é mais o dinheiro do que o. É mais o dinheiro, entendeu? Mas tem um negócio do Rock Flash, não sei se deve. Não, eu sei.
Switch in that Garchomp either because if that wow, what a Garchomp on its way and it's just phenomenal. Yeah. It was really the
make another return in the back order with
deixa eu ver se é nesse que ele sobrevive com 1 de vida.
You need to get as much damage.
Stop that. Has been
done. Tá com 67.
Really well done. I'm
sure he does. With encore.
Ah, da Fox aqui já caiu.
Yeah, and you can go
cara,
for that
now.
I'm sticking around 2. Let's go for round 2.
And
hospitality. Quando ele sobrevive para
get that hospitality going again.
The capability to do so.
They've got that Mega Charizard.
Lee make
67 da Fox.
No.
Deal of time from the
32, 43.
Is a down box craft this matchup with 2 trick rooms set up and Delphox absolutely operating and succeeding under when the trick room, when, you know, obviously being the fastest thing naturally.
Yeah, it's always surprising, isn't it? You just think, how have you done it? But with so...
Aqui tem o 6. Sobreviver com 6 de
Covering in
vida.
case we see no... in a real pinch because...
Né? Aí o David empata. Eu não lembro, cara. Será que é mais pra frente?
Arash went back to the drawing board and decided, how do I take down Marco's team?
Sometimes when it's...
Deixa eu ver se é mais pra frente. 17 o time pessoal. Sim. Ei, preparado? Preparado pra jogar com nós? Inclusive já vai ter Charizard. Charizard vai ter Raichu já, tá? Chegou um vídeo. Eu vou organizar um campeonato, tá? Eu só preciso saber de uma coisa, Marlon. Vai dar pra fazer trocas, será? Entre os players? Será que vai dar pra fazer troca entre os players no Champions? Tô muito enferrujado, mas é importante. Então, eu tava falando com o Alexandre, né? Que ele tá ansioso também pra... Já tá até montando o time dele pro Champions, né? Aí eu falei que eu vou fazer campeonato aqui no canal. Aí vai geral apanhar pro Marcos, pro Dragapult. Entendeu? Pô, assim, só o campeão ganha, né, a vaga, né? Mas ele ganhou uma bolada aí. Se ele não... ele tem o Naik. Eu acho que ele tem o Naik, mas o quê? 3 regionais? Foi no vivo, eu gosto. Oh, sabe uma coisa engraçada, Marlon? Pra tua sorte, como você ama Pokémons lendários, pra você que gosta de Pokémons lendários, provavelmente dia 17 você tá pegando praticamente o finalzinho do set 2 de Mega Evolução. No Mega Evolução A, o último set antes de abrir os lendários, tá? E pro meu azar, os Pokémon lendários. Ó, Dragapult, salve Dragapult, como é que você tá? Então, porque o set de Mega Evolução foi dividido em 2, né? A e B. Né? O set de Mega Evolução A tem o set 1 e 2, e o B tem o 3 e o 4. Provavelmente o 3 já é com lendário restrito, um lendário restrito, né? E o 4 já deve ser com 2 lendários restritos, entendeu? O que eu acredito que no 3 e no 4, no 3 já deve abrir os lendários que tem Mega, então provavelmente Primal Groudon e Kyogre, Mega Rayquaza já devam estar incluídos. Não sei se o Mega Mewtwo vai estar, acho que sim. E no 4 ele já deve liberar 2, que é o set do Mundial, acredito eu. Ó, gente, aproveitando que Dragapult e Marlon estão aí. Eu não sei se vocês viram o post que eu coloquei na aba comunidade, mas surgiu algumas coisinhas aqui fora de live e vai mexer um pouquinho com o horário, né, os dias das lives. É muito provável mesmo que as lives sofram alterações, tá? Que eu consiga fazer dia sim e dia não, tá, gente? Eu consigo fazer as lives dia sim e dia não. E aí, eu vou ver como é que eu vou fazer esse negócio do campeonato. Mais cedo ou mais tarde eu devo voltar também com o Platinum, tem que fazer uns negócios. Mas é isso, tá? Quero soltar um negocinho legal. E Marlon e Dragapult, fiquem aí até o final, Principalmente o Marro, que eu vou mostrar um negócio mega legal, tá?
This is what Pokemon dreams are made of.
Poetic. An incredible way to wrap up our EU and NA regional level events for the 2026 season. I stand by it. The greatest finals I've ever casted. If you're just tuning in, what on earth are you doing? You have to go back and check up on that incredible finals between Louis Fonvier and Marco Silva. But it was Marco who came out on top. Costa, you're able to speak to Marco then. Give us your thoughts.
There's a lot. I mean, he is one of the best players to have ever touched this game, especially going from a I've lost my voice. Semi-finals against the Mega Delphox into a finals against another one, which is one of the worst matchups for Mega Gengar against such high caliber players is insane. And that's right. That's why he's the GOAT. Like, genuinely, he is.
Absolutely incredible. Just said, potentially the greatest EU pilot of a Perish Trap strategy. And so exciting that Marco will be competing at NAIC next weekend as well. We'll see if they're able to maintain that crown. Thoughts, Lee?
Marco is just an incredible player, you know. I just echo what Costa said. I think going into the semi-finals against Arash as well, when you consider the player that they were going up against with the teams that they had, to come out on top, to find the players, to find a way to win against what is probably, like you say, the hardest matchup. Just incredible. Marco is just phenomenal, and a great warm-up from going into NAIC next weekend. So yeah, you couldn't ask for anything better.
To think that the entire weekend of competition here in Turin is just a warm-up for Marco, but it really is. It's another day at the office for such a decorated player. Let's take a look then, shall we? We have finished our EU Regional Champion bracket, and let's take a look at how they've all been shaping up. And yes, we do have a repeat champion ready to show you, because Marco Silva, our champion in Lille, and now our champion in Turin.
Yeah, what an amazing achievement. And well, Italy coming back and saying, hang on a second, we didn't quite get the clean sweep, but we're coming in at the end on the home turf to be able to just finish off the season strong.
Just as equally starting it, and that's a great way to be able to end the cycle of this season.
Goodness gracious me. We have, of course, Juan Nunez from Spain, Louis Fonvier and Aurélien Sula from France, but Italy absolutely dominated the 2026 season of our EU competitive Pokemon calendar. Marco Silva, he's just as happy in both photos to be carrying that Tatsugiri, maybe snacking on some sushi next weekend in NAIC as well. Do you think we could have an Italian champion of NAIC again, Lee, after Federico Camporesi took the crown last season?
Well, it was an all-Italian final last year, so yeah, why not? I mean, Marco was one of those finalists. Maybe he's thinking, I might just do one better this year and just get that title, you know? Yeah, it's totally possible. I think the Italian trainers that we've got are just so strong. So I think, you know, this weekend's a great initiation into the Champions circuit, the format. So yeah, I think it's only going to do them all the better going into NAIC next weekend. But of course, there's a lot of other trainers that they're going to have to overcome on their route to the finals to become that champion. So yeah, but totally possible. What do you think,
Certainly.
Charlie?
I think it's absolutely possible. And given the momentum behind Italy right now, let's see. Next weekend, in 7 days' time, less than that, 6 days' time, it's all going to be unfolding. From the joy to something a little bit sad now, we have, of course, grayed out Turin on our path through to the World Championships. 2 events remain, Costa.
Exactly, and what a way to be able to close the show here in the EU region. I don't think there could have been a better way to be able to hype up the beginning of these next couple of days going into New Orleans. There's so much more meta development to be made and so many names to be crowned champions across all divisions next week.
It's so strange because this is our first Pokemon Champions event in EU, but it feels like we've been playing it the whole time, you know? We are just so used to it now, Ben.
Yeah, what a way to kick it off as well, right?
Exactly.
It's like, one, we've had a pretty smooth tournament, all things considered. You know, whenever a new game comes in, especially a new game as much as this, you expect there to be a few little teething things happening. We had a few odds and sods going on, but overall, a really well-run tournament, start to finish, and seeing our trainers doing so well in Pokemon Champions, adapting to the new game. And going forward, it's so exciting to see what our trainers can do with more ability to play on the online ladders, more ability to train their Pokemon, more ability to get the Pokemon in-game that they want to play with coming into an event. So again, another opportunity, if you haven't done so already, get it on your Nintendo Switch. Soon we'll be able to get it on our phones as well, to be able to at least play casually. Maybe we'll play in live events, maybe we won't, who knows, time will tell. But in the meantime, there's plenty of Pokemon left to play.
It couldn't be a more exciting time to get into competitive Pokemon, and we so look forward to seeing you at one of these events soon. Of course, it's not just the competitive action that's going on. There's so much Pokemon to get involved in across all of our channels, not least on Twitch as well. We'll be able to bring you the schedule for that very shortly, but I feel like this week we'll just be getting ready for the NAIC, the North America International Championships. And let's take a look at what we have in store for you on the build-up to that over on our Twitch schedule for the Pokemon channel.
Voltei.
Black and whitely. And a Generation 5.
Oh, I love Generation 5. And yeah, Tuesday and Thursday this week you'll be able to catch up with your favorite Black and White series, so don't miss that. Gonna have the NAIC preview show.
Caraca, já tá em nova.
So if you missed that on Friday that just passed, you'll be able to catch up with that heading into the weekend.
Dia 12 do 6
Saturday, Sunday, Charlie.
é o
NAIC will be running, getting started, and
12, 13, 14, é o Nike já.
Another IC champion in this season.
Provavelmente,
We have got just
ou
a
dia
lot
1,
of content ready for you folks. So whether you want to go ahead and tune in, of course, to our lovely
ou dia
schedule
1 ou dia
next
3,
several
tá,
days
gente?
to the build
Que eu
up
deva
or not, there's just so much
ver,
more
tá?
Pokemon to be had. Work both through obviously being able to consume content through watching, but also getting
Faça suas
involved.
apostas,
NAIC is coming up
quem
and
vão
it's going to
chegar,
be one of the best
quem vão
events of the
chegar na
entire
final do
season.
seu torneio. Eu chuto ser o Wolf e o Alexandre.
To be able to bring you such thrilling
Wolf?
action.
Do
Yes,
meu
it's coming
torneio?
fast around the corner, but then, of
Ou
course, we
quem
have a
dera
big
que eu
old
conseguisse
break
chamar o Wolf
right
Glick pra
before the
jogar,
World
pô.
Championships a couple of months
Fala
away,
assim, ó,
towards the
e
end
aí?
of August, and that
Hi,
means the
Wolf,
lead is going to be on. The trainers are going to be cooking on
quer
their
participar de um
finest
torneio
teams,
aqui?
ready to surprise
Sim, o
us
torneio
in
do
San
Churuca aqui?
Francisco later this year, but then the 2027 season is just around the corner. It's non-stop, it's thrilling, and we cannot wait to bring it all to you.
Ia ser engraçado,
North
tá?
America International Championships coming up next week. What are your expectations, Ben?
Assim,
That's a good question.
eu
I mean,
acho, eu posso estar enganado,
wide open in Indianapolis.
eu acho que ele super toparia, mas eu acho que eu teria que ter, né? Mas tem um problema em ser um horário e um dia que eu posso participar. Dragapult, é o que eu falei. Surgiu coisinhas aqui. Cadê? Tem quantas pessoas? Vamos lá. Aos navegantes que estão aqui na live, eu devo falar isso também no vídeo, mas o inevitável chegou para o Nindras. Assim como o Dragapult, Nindras está oficialmente como CLT. entendeu? Então eu vou ter que ver também como eu vou fazer pra fazer aqui no canal também, entendeu, Dragapult? Então não só pra você, pra mim, pra todo mundo. Entendeu? Pra mim e pra todo mundo. E tristeza? Ah, a parte boa é que eu, assim, aos poucos eu vou poder investir no canal. Então, se pá, essa meta da placa-mãe do PC não tá tão longe, entendeu? Eu vou ter que fazer, né? Vou ter que ajudar algumas coisas em casa, vou ter que comprar algumas coisinhas. E sempre tentar, porque a gente não sabe, né? Mas eu quero muito guardar um dinheirinho pra estar investindo em comprar logo o PC, entendeu? Então, de certa forma é bom. Viu? Numa boa hora. Mas eu não pretendo deixar o canal parado não, tá? Eu vou ver se nos dias que eu não estiver trabalhando, eu devo fazer vídeo, entendeu? Curte a parte boa, que vai dar prêmio, né? Eu aceito um suco de maracujá e um salgado também. Quem sabe um dia, o Dragapult, eu esteja no ponto de o vencedor dos torneios aqui ganhar um Switch. Já pensou? Caraca!
So make sure you are front row center for NAIC over Friday, Saturday and Sunday coming up towards the end of this week. Cannot wait to see who will be claiming the crown.
Tá nesse naipe é um objetivo.
That is our central hub for all of the action that we're bringing to you competitively. Thank you everybody for gesturing. I'm glad we're getting involved in the breadstick action after how successful it's been all weekend. No snapping breadsticks here, oh no.
Eu quero um salgado. Andamos também? Ó. Acho que todos nós concordamos então. Depende, eu prefiro o de requeijão. Qual é o favorito de vocês? O meu é o Cheetos de requeijão, aquele que é um raiozinho. Uma ondinha, né, no caso.
We've got our socials as well, Instagram and X and all of that jazz. Speaking of New Orleans, ready for a hashtag,
que bom que tu apareceu, Marlon. Já tá no final da live? Vou mostrar aqui, tá? Acho que você vai gostar. Tenho a leve impressão de que você vai gostar. Fomos de fandom. Foi mal, eu esqueci. Tudo é uma chips, o Dragapult, é isso que importa. Mas fandangos? Fandangos eu prefiro, deixa eu ver. Eu gosto do de presunto. Não sei vocês. Só tem de queijo, presunto. E mais algum outro? Não lembro agora. Faz tanto tempo que eu não como. Faz tanto tempo que eu não como que... Oh, milho. Não, mas o de queijo e o negócio já são feitos de milho. Oxi. Up Next, Go Fast. Ainda tem a Go Fast. A Go Fast eu acho que eu não vou transmitir não, tá, gente? A Go Fast eu não vou transmitir não. Queijo. A famosa torre de queijo. Olha, teve um tincatom legal. Presunto? Eu também prefiro de presunto. É o meu favorito. E Cheetos, qual é o favorito de vocês? O meu, como eu disse, né, o de requeijão, aquele de ondinha. Qual é o Cheetos favorito de vocês? Requeijão também? Dragapult, eu não sei se tu já fez, mas o de requeijão. Tu pega um potinho de molho, aquele molho verde, ou um potinho do molho verde, ou de guacamole, cara, fica uma delícia, tá? Fica muito bom. O de molho rosé eu acho que também fica bom, mas principalmente o de molho verde e o guacamole, fica muito bom. Qualquer dia, se vocês conseguirem fazer, gente, façam, tá? Coloca um pouquinho de molho, mergulha nele um pouquinho de molho. Ó, fica muito bom. Senhoras e senhores, Marco Silva, bicampeão dessa sequência de regional, né? O que ia falar pra mim? Vamos lá. Fazer o seguinte. Marlon, deixa eu te fazer uma pergunta. Assim, qual é o teu Pokémon favorito mesmo? Pra quem não viu, inclusive, eu peguei essa criaturinha aqui, Shiny. Entendeu? Eu peguei essa criaturinha Shiny. E o pior é que eu não tenho... Peraí, que eu vou ter que pegar aqui rapidinho, só pra mostrar pra vocês. Vou ter que tirar uma foto aqui rápida. Peraí. Cadê o PD? O que vocês estão falando? Nos pés de Raging Bolt, ambos são níveis. Nível. Legal. Então, calma aí, rapidinho, deixa eu só pegar a foto do outro aqui, que eu esqueci que eu não tenho a foto dele aqui, tá? É rapidinho. Dorpalito. Então, sobrevivo nas estações. Deixa eu só procurar aqui. É rapidinho, tá, gente? É rapidinho. Eu esqueci que o negócio tá na frente da câmera. Deixa eu voltar pra cá. É o quê? Ah, tá. Pera aí, só um minutinho, tá? Já mostro. Sempre que em nós os laços que não vão se acabar. E esses sentimentos podem nos sincronizar. Seja forte, não desista no final. Aqui, pronto. Dá pra ver aí? Ó, outra coisa que eu consegui Shine. No Brilliant Diamond, ele aparece diariamente. Você falando com a irmã do personagem que você não escolhe, ele vai sempre falar: ah, tem hordas de tal Pokémon, né, em tal rota. Aí eu acabei indo atrás de um, né. Mas o que eu queria mostrar não era isso, era... Não era isso aqui também não, tá, gente? Mas só observem uma Alola Ninetales com 216k de dano. Mas, Marlon, a parte que eu tava falando era essa aqui, ó. Você tá preparado, Marlon? Você tá preparado? Me fala que você tá preparado. Se não tiver preparado, eu não posso mostrar. Mas se você tiver preparado, eu posso mostrar. O Knight não gosta, então, né? Se o Marlon não estiver preparado, não dá pra mostrar, mas... Peguei um refrigerante Sprite. Então, 3, 2, 1, Marlon. Olha o que eu peguei. Veio o Underodd, tá? Eu tava fazendo uma chain, ele literalmente veio na 14. Eu tô na live ainda. Eu tô na live. Se tiver aberto, né, pai? Eu tô na live ainda. Eu tô na live ainda. Marlon não falou nada até agora. Então, ele deve estar berrando. O Dragapult, ele deve estar berrando. Normalmente eu usei o Poker Radar, né, no caso. Eu tava tendo no Spaz, mas eu usei o Poker Radar. E aí tem aquele esquema de você pega até 17 e dali em diante você só reseta o Poker Radar. Você só reseta o Poker Radar. E aí, eu tava no 14, eu tinha pego 14, né, 13, né. Quando eu peguei o 14, aí eu olhei assim, ué, esse nosso pé tá com cor diferente. Eu falei, ih, é o Shine. Acho que ele teve um ataque no coração. Então, né. Não, o Dragapult, o mais engraçado, olha o nome do Nose Pass. Olha o nome do Nose Pass. Esse eu queria ter pego na Quick Ball, que pelo menos eu acho que ia ser mais bonitinho, mas eu acabei dando misclick e acabei pegando na Disc Ball. Então. Aí foram esses Pokémons basicamente que eu peguei. Good End, então, né. Aí eu falei, mano. Aí eu peguei, eu falei, cara, esse bicho tem que vir macho. Aí o jogo, deseja colocar um nome? Eu sim. Quando eu vi macho, eu falei, Marlon. Pronto. Brabo. Então, né. Se pá, eu devo fazer alguma coisa com esse bicho aqui, tá? Tô pensando em fazer uns negocinho legal no Champions. E aí eu acho que eu devo usar ele. Revivi. Então, né, Marlon. O Marlon deve ter feito assim, ó. Quem me tirou do paraíso? Então, né? Mas é isso. É com esse Nosepad Shine que eu vou me despedindo de vocês, beleza, gente? Obrigadão a todo mundo que colou aí na live. Ok? Obrigadão. Valeu, Marlon. Valeu, Dragapult. Valeu, Alexandre. Todo mundo que colou aí na live, beleza, gente? Desde já uma ótima tarde de domingo pra vocês. Nunca evoluo ele. Não vou evoluir ele tão cedo. Eu acho que eu nem deu. Ô, Marlon, eu tenho um projeto. Eu tenho um projeto que eu quero trazer uma DTQ do Shiny Pearl aqui no canal. E depois dela eu quero fazer uma Shiny Dex no Shiny Pearl, entendeu? Então eu devo trazer isso no canal. A DTQ já tá meio que pronta, entre muitas aspas. O time eu já tenho escolhido, né? Que vai ser um time basicamente com um Pokémon meu, mais 5 escolhidos de amigos meus, entendeu? E aí eu devo trazer. Aí eu zero a DTQ do Shiny Pearl aqui no canal. E aí eu faço o projeto da Pokédex Shiny de Sinnoh, entendeu? Eu não sei se eu não acho que eu não vá fazer a National Dex, mas pelo menos a Pokédex de Sinnoh eu quero fazer. Mas é isso, gente. Valeu, Dragapult, valeu, Marlon, valeu, Alexandre. Obrigadão, gente. Desde já uma ótima tarde de domingo pra vocês. Um ótimo começo de semana pra todos nós. E é isso, gente. Eu vou ficando por aqui. Valeu, falou e fui. Tchau, chat. Não esqueçam de beber água, hein? E falou!